unidentified woman showed up at the doorstep of juror number 52 on Sunday night with a gift bag containing $120,000 in cash and handed it to the juror's relative. The woman told the relative to tell juror number 52 to say not guilty tomorrow, and there would be more of that present. That juror and a second who was asked about the alleged bribe by a family member, both dismissed by the judge, who ordered the defendants to turn over their phones and ordered them to be held in jail until there is a verdict.
If it turns out that other jurors also had knowledge of this amount of money that was left, then it is possible that the entire integrity of the trial could have been undermined by this outside influence, which then could possibly lead to the judge declaring a mistrial.
Authorities have not confirmed if the raid on Farah's home was connected to the bribe investigation. According to the criminal complaint, the defendants are accused of stealing more than $40 million of federal child nutrition program funds, money meant to feed children during the pandemic. But prosecutors allege the defendants generated fake invoices and used that money to buy multiple homes, properties, and luxury vehicles. As the jury deliberates, the source of that bribe is still a mystery, with no charges filed yet.
It's possible that the defendants were involved, but that's no way the surefire sign. As members of the public come through, and many associates also, it's possible that other people could have identified who these jurors are.
Still to come, the Mavs get a typical Boston welcome in the NBA Finals opener. We recap a dominant Game 1 performance from the Celtics, plus the latest NBA coaching news. That's coming up right after this.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start. This is where it all begins.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know, and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Well, that's expected. Lively on him. Porzingis gets away inside and throws it down.
Well, you could hardly tell that Kristaps Porzingis had been sidelined for a month with the way he was playing in Game 1 of Thursday's NBA Finals. KP putting up 20 points in his return from injury, and along with Jaylen Brown's 22 points, solidified a dominant opening performance by the Celtics. The Mavs did do their best to stage a third-quarter comeback, powered by a 30-point game from Luka Doncic, but couldn't catch up to Boston. The series continues on Sunday. I think that score was something like 107-89. So they won pretty handedly, and KP just hanging on that rim is incredible.
The Mavs are not going down like this. I just know that this is going to be a good series. I have a feeling we're going to have an exciting one on our hands. All right, could the king of college basketball have a chance to coach King James himself? Well, according to a report from ESPN's Adrian Wojnarowski, the Lakers are targeting UConn's Dan Hurley as their next head coach. Woj reported Thursday night that the back-to-back national champ is traveling to LA to meet with the team today, who are reportedly preparing a massive offer to lure him to the city of Angels. Hurley, who has previously floated a possible jump to the pros, signed a 6-year contract with the Huskies last June. I think that, if you have the chance to coach LeBron, why not?
And you really nailed that last name.
Thank you. That took only 7 practice rounds of pronunciation.
Very impressive in the middle of the night. Well, when we come back, a not-so-sweet news about a popular sugar substitute and why eBay is taking a stand against American Express.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate.
What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Here's what's making headlines this morning. The FDA says it has reversed its ban on Juul e-cigarettes while reviewing new court decisions and updated information from the company. The agency first ordered the vape brand to stop selling products in 2022, but they have stayed on shelves pending an appeal. A new study is linking the common sugar substitute xylitol to an increased risk of heart attack, stroke, and heart-related deaths. They say it can supercharge blood platelets, making them more likely to clot. Xylitol is used in things like sugar-free gum, candy, and baked goods, as well as some toothpaste. Scientists have developed an ultra-thin battery for smart contact lenses. It's about 0.2 millimeters thick and can use glucose from tears to charge. And eBay has announced it will no longer take American Express payments beginning August 17th, citing, quote, unacceptable high fees for transactions. In a statement on its website, American Express said it was disappointed with the decision, saying its fees are similar to other cards the site accepts. We'll be right back.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election? Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Taking to the air to help the environment, dozens of pilots have a plan to help save the planet this summer, and the clock is ticking with 50 flights planned in just 50 days. Brad Hicks from Public Television's This American Land explains.
At 1,500 feet,
what a shot.
Mississippi River photographer and storyteller Steve Marking could be on cloud 9.
Just giddy with excitement.
He's on his first flight with Lighthawk, a nonprofit that matches conservation missions with 250 volunteer pilots across North America.
We work closely with our conservation partners to make sure that each mission Lighthawk partners on has a real impact in moving the conservation needle.
And that needle is going to be pushed to the limit this summer. Lighthawk is laying down the challenge to fly 50 conservation flights in 50 days.
Right now, Lighthawk has missions on the mission board from Alaska up into the New England states, across to the Colorado River, down to the Delta.
Loud and clear now, thank you.
The pilots, like retired 777 Captain Susan Schwab from Wisconsin, are all volunteer. They donate their time, their skill, their aircraft and fuel.
Right before I retired from United, I was looking for ways to do some flying that had a purpose that I believed in.
On this flight, she's helping Steve document changes along the river by giving him a view he's never had before.
Oh, this is a dream come true. Up here, we can really see the difference between what the river used to be and what it is.
The Lighthawk flights for the 50 in 50 challenge will cover a wide range of conservation needs, monitoring critical habitats, transporting endangered species, and exploring the impacts of industry on the environment.
I love it. It's really fun.
And it makes a difference. Brad Hicks reporting.
Some high school football players out in California had a surprise fan showing up to their practice. This large black bear passing through. The team says it's not the first time animals have crossed through this Tahoe area football field to get to the woods on the other end. The state of California is now working on a conservation plan to try to minimize conflict between humans and black bears. No conflict here, though. Rumors have it that the bear is trying to become their official mascot. Thanks for watching Early today. I'm Jessica Layton. Hope you have a great Friday and an even better weekend. A day of remembrance and a look to the future. President Biden set to meet with the Ukrainian president just a day after commemorating the 80th anniversary of D-Day. We're live with what to expect. Israel's actions in Gaza facing renewed scrutiny this morning after dozens are killed in a strike on a school. It comes as Israel's prime minister is set to address Congress later this summer. We have a full report on the world reaction. Its stock is at an all-time high, but that doesn't make NVIDIA immune from a federal probe. Find out why government regulators are taking a closer look at it and other high-tech giants. A Bostonian blowout. The Celtics cruised to victory in the first game of the NBA Finals. All the highlights plus a possible major shakeup in the coaching world. And the greatest generation begins their goodbyes. The men who stormed the beaches of Normandy make what might be their last trip back in remembrance of those who sacrificed everything. It is Friday, June 7th. Early Today starts right now. Good morning, I'm Jessica Layton. We begin this Friday morning with President Biden overseas. And on the agenda today in France, a meeting with Volodymyr Zelensky. The talks with the Ukrainian president coming as President Biden has been celebrating American veterans and allies as he commemorates 80 years since D-Day. NBC's Alice Barr joins us now live from Washington. Alice, what can we expect from these talks today?
Jessica, it's possible that this meeting between the two world leaders could be a bit more tense than the past times that they've sat down together and had a warm relationship. President Zelensky, in recent interviews, has sounded frustrated and angry over the scale of U.S. and Western military aid, saying delays have cost lives and undermined Ukraine's progress in its war against Russia. President Zelensky has also criticized President Biden for not attending a peace summit later this month that was organized by Ukraine. Vice President Kamala Harris is expected to be there, but Zelensky says President Biden's absence will be applauded by Putin, the leader of Russia. This meeting comes after President Biden spent Thursday meeting with and celebrating D-Day veterans. In his remarks, the president referenced Ukraine and said democracy is more at risk across the world today than at any point since World War II.
Now we have to ask ourselves, will we stand against tyranny, against evil, against crushing brutality of the iron fist? Will we stand for freedom? Will we defend democracy? Will we stand together? My answer is yes, and only can be yes.
After meeting with Zelensky, President Biden will travel to Pointe-du-Hoc in Normandy, a spot where American Army Rangers scaled steep cliffs to secure their positions against the Germans. The White House says the president will speak about the significance of that high-stakes moment and talk about the importance of standing up to dictators. Jessica.
All right, Alice, thank you. Meanwhile, the president's son will be back in court this morning in Delaware. Hunter Biden's federal gun trial is getting close to deliberations. Prosecutors say they expect to call their last two witnesses today. This comes after a dramatic day of testimony on Thursday. NBC's Bree Jackson is following the case.
Hallie Biden, widow of Hunter Biden's brother Beau, providing emotional testimony. She was romantically involved with him when he purchased the firearm at the center of this case. While on the witness stand, she said she found the gun in Hunter's car, panicked, and then threw the gun in a trash can at this Delaware grocery store. She said Hunter was angry when he found out. Prosecutors using her testimony and text messages to paint Hunter Biden as an active drug user at the time he purchased that gun on October 12, 2018, pointing to a text exchange 2 days later on October 14th, where Hunter wrote, "I was sleeping on a car smoking crack," Hallie getting personal about her own drug use, saying, "It was a terrible experience that I went through, and I'm embarrassed and I'm ashamed of that period of my life." A sensitive moment putting a spotlight on struggles with substance abuse.
I think that it will play a role in this, and it could be to Hunter Biden's benefit.
During cross-examination, Hallie Biden acknowledged that she did not see Hunter using drugs during the time frame when he bought the gun, supporting the defense's point that he did not knowingly lie when checking no on a federal background check form.
The defense is that when Hunter filled out that form saying that he wasn't a drug addict or user, that was true at that time.
Hunter Biden has pleaded not guilty to the charges, saying they are politically motivated. In Washington, Bree Jackson, NBC News.
A former advisor to Donald Trump has been ordered to report to prison. Steve Bannon was found guilty on 2 counts of contempt of Congress 2 years ago when he refused to comply with subpoenas from the January 6th committee. Well, now he's being ordered to begin his 4-month sentence on July 1st after a higher court rejected his appeal. Bannon's lawyers argue his sentence should be on hold until they appeal all the way to the Supreme Court. They do have a chance to appeal this new ruling. Well, the date is set. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will address a joint session of Congress on July 24th. That's according to 2 sources familiar with this plan. Several Democrats have indicated they will boycott the speech as Israel is being condemned around the world for the civilian toll in its war in Gaza. In the latest tragedy, dozens were killed in a strike on a UN school in a refugee camp in the Central Strip. As we go live now to Claudio Lavanga, we do want to warn you, a lot of the pictures coming out of Gaza are extremely upsetting. Claudio, good morning. How is Israel defending the latest strike?
Good morning, Jessica. Well, Israel says that was a precise strike that was targeting tens of Islamic Jihad and Hamas militants, some of whom they say participated in the October the 7 attacks, and that in that attack who were using the school to plan other attacks. And in the attack, Israel says they managed to kill 9 of those militants. And they said also that they postponed the attack twice in order to avoid civilian casualties. But at least according to the Al-Aqsa hospital in Gaza, alongside those militants, up to 31 civilians, including women and children, also died in that strike. Now, as you mentioned, the school was run by the United Nations Agency for Palestinian Refugees, and at least according to witnesses who spoke to the Associated Press, the missiles struck 2 classrooms in that school that were filled with Palestinian refugees who were finding shelter there after they had to flee their homes following the war in Gaza. Now, Hamas, in a statement, has said that strike was enabled by the failure of the international community to use its leverage to protect civilians in Gaza. On the same day, a joint statement was issued by 17 countries from around the world, including the United States, asking or calling Hamas to accept the latest deal proposed by President Biden for a permanent ceasefire, as well as, of course, the release of remaining hostages from Gaza. But so far, Israeli leaders have distanced themselves from that deal, and Hamas has not yet formally accepted or rejected that deal, Jessica.
And emotions running high on all sides. Claudio, thank you. The suspected Gilgo Beach serial killer has been charged with 2 more murders, now bringing the number up to 6. Architect Rex Heuermann of Long Island appeared in court yesterday for a new arraignment. As our Emily Aketa reports, investigators recently found a laptop with what they call blueprints for the murders.
Just weeks after investigators revisited the home of the Gilgo Beach murder suspect, Rex Heuermann is facing new murder charges, now accused of killing a total of 6 women over the past several decades. Prosecutors pointing to what they believe is the 60-year-old architect's planning document to methodically blueprint his kills.
Why is the planning document critical to the investigation?
This planning document crystallizes and encapsulates his intent for the commission of these murders. Namely, he intended to murder these victims every step of the way.
Unearthed in March, the document goes into excruciating detail with apparent tasks to complete before, during, and after killings. Things to remember reads, get sleep before hunt, and consider a hit to the face or neck next time. A body prep checklist includes a note to remove head and hands. Another section lists problems, citing DNA, tire marks, fingerprints, witness, and hair. It was hair recovered from the victims' bodies that prosecutors used to tie Heuermann to the murders of Sandra Castilla, killed in 1993, and Jessica Taylor in 2003. Parts of her remains were discovered within a mile of the suspect's other victims, the so-called Gilgo 4. Taylor's family fighting back tears.
This year has been 21 years since she was taken from us, longer than the chance that she got to be alive.
The DA is not ruling out the possibility of more charges against Heuermann, confirming today that he is considered a suspect in a 7th killing as well. Heuermann continues to plead not guilty. Back to you.
All right, Emily, thank you. A Kansas City Chiefs player is in the hospital this morning after suffering a health scare Thursday. The NFL Network reports that backup defensive lineman B.J. Thompson had a seizure and then went into cardiac arrest during a special teams meeting. Medical staff called an ambulance and Thompson was brought to the hospital, where he is said to be in stable condition right now. The Chiefs canceled team activities for the rest of the day following the incident. Well, from Michigan to Maryland, residents are reeling this morning after a swath of deadly storms wreaked havoc Wednesday. The system spawning 22 tornadoes across 5 different states. At least 1 person was killed and more than a dozen others injured in several states. An EF2 tornado was confirmed in Ohio, blowing roofs off of buildings and knocking out power to several people. Meanwhile, the stifling heat is blanketing much of the West, taking temperatures into the triple digits. Phoenix reaching a new record high of 113 degrees. Las Vegas hitting 111. NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman joins us now with whether any relief may be on the way for those folks. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, Jessica. A little bit of relief, but we've got to wait a little while, and we've got some other spots that we're going to watch for some potential record highs as we roll through the weekend. Here's the deal right now. 20 million people included in these heat alerts still. We've had them up for days in some of these spots across the Southwest. We're going to continue that today with temperatures expected to once again surge into the triple digits. Maybe not quite as many record-breaking highs today, but places like Phoenix, you're still going to be 112 for your high temperature. El Paso heads to 106. Lubbock, you're expected to hit 101 degrees this afternoon. We're back to the 90s in places like Albuquerque and Grand Junction, but still triple digits across much of Texas. And as we get into specifically the weekend across the Gulf Coast and Florida, we're going to see the potential for temperatures to be well into the 90s there. On top of that, that humidity going to make it feel like the triple digits. We could see some record-breaking conditions for folks there as we get into next week. Today, though, we've got some showers spinning around parts of New England. We're going to see that kind of unsettled, but some stronger storms could possibly develop across the middle of the country. As you get your Saturday plans rather underway, we'll see some of these showers across parts of the Great Lakes. As a look at the weather across the country, let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. 82 degrees today in Des Moines with partly cloudy skies. Chicago heads to the mid-70s. Indianapolis into the upper 70s. Much warmer across the south with triple digits on tap for Lubbock and Amarillo. San Antonio heads to 99 degrees today with plenty of sunshine for New Orleans. And that's a look at your forecast. Jessica, back to you.
All right, Angie, thanks. Happy Friday. We're back in a minute with what today's jobs report could tell us about the state of the economy and why U.S. regulators are targeting OpenAI, NVIDIA, and Microsoft.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Live from studio. Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. This is where it all begins. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start. This is where it all begins.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Live from studio. Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. This is where it all begins. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning, because every day deserves the best start.
This is where it all begins.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with news that U.S. regulators are opening up an antitrust probe into Microsoft, OpenAI, and NVIDIA. But first, it's the first Friday of the month, which means we're getting a new jobs numbers today. CNBC's Charlotte Reed is here with what we can expect to see in that. Charlotte, good morning.
Good morning, Jessica. Well, indeed, all eyes today on May non-farm payrolls expected this morning. Economists forecast that 185,000 people were added to the workforce in May, so a little bit higher than what we saw in April at 175,000, which was way below expectations. The employment rate is expected at 3.9%, and the average hourly up just 3.9% year on year. Of course, investor hopes to get some sign of a cooling labor market as a sign of potential a cooling U.S. economy overall, which would pave the way potentially to the Fed starting to cut interest rates sooner rather than later. Now, as you were saying in the introduction, the U.S. Department of Justice and the Federal Trade Commission potentially having a deal on opening an investigation on key AI players. The DOJ will lead an investigation on chipmaker NVIDIA and whether they broke antitrust laws, where the FTC, for its part, will investigate OpenAI, which of course owns ChatGPT, and its top investor, Microsoft, as well. The potential investigation comes amid concern that there is growing concentration amongst AI players in the field.
All right, Charlotte, big numbers ahead today. Thank you. Still to come, there might be more in store for Dan Hurley than what's in stores. See what we did there? We have the latest NBA coaching rumors coming up. And is Luka's luck running out? We recap Boston's dominant finals performance right after this.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I can go to space.
How you feeling? I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with a new development. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Live from studio. Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters.
This is where it all begins.
Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
This is where it all begins.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly save lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Well, that's expected. Lively on him. Porzingis gets away inside and throws it down.
And you could hardly tell that Kristaps Porzingis had been sidelined for a month of the way he played in Game 1 of Thursday's NBA Finals. KP putting up 20 points in his return from injury, and along with Jaylen Brown's 22 points, solidified a dominant opening performance by the Celtics. The Mavs did their best to stage a third-quarter comeback powered by a 30-point game from Luka Doncic, but couldn't catch up to Boston. The series continues on Sunday. Game on Sunday is in Boston, so the Mavs have a deficit right now, and they have to deal with Boston fans on Sunday, so we'll see what happens for them.
A double whammy. I have a feeling they'll show up a little better on Sunday. All right, could the king of college basketball have a chance to coach King James himself? Well, according to a report from ESPN's Adrian Wojnarowski, the Lakers are targeting UConn's Dan Hurley as their next head coach. Woj reported Thursday night that back-to-back national champion is traveling to LA to meet with the team today, who are reportedly preparing a massive offer to lure him to the City of Angels. Hurley, who has previously floated a jump to the pros, signed a 6-year contract with the Huskies last June. This would be, of course, very interesting, but to coach LeBron James at the end of what we think is his career could be incredible.
Yeah, that we'll definitely stay tuned for that. When we come back, the man who revolutionized pop music, bringing his creative energy to movie theaters with Legos, piece by piece. And she's working 9 to 5 on Broadway. The life story of a country music legend set to play out on stage. And we're telling you where when we return.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hand.
Democracy is happening now.
Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come.
Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024. Who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hand.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Here's what's making headlines this morning. A new musical about country legend Dolly Parton is hitting Broadway come 2026. She'll write the music, co-author the book, and serve as producer. It will include some of her most iconic songs. The first look at the Pharrell Williams biopic, Piece by Piece, is here. It covers the major moments in the mega producer's life through Lego animation. It's set to hit theaters October 11th. High school football players out in California had a large black bear surprise them during practice. The team says it's not the first time animals have crossed through the Tahoe area field to get to the woods on the other end. And Boeing's new Starliner capsule has docked at the International Space Station, launching from Cape Canaveral Wednesday, with veteran astronauts Barry Wilmore and Suni Williams aboard. That's where they'll remain for about 8 days before coming back to Earth. And we'll be right back.
Report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate.
What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
Place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
And we're back now with one more look at the tributes marking the 80th anniversary of D-Day, honoring the sacrifices of those who served. Here's Kelly Kobiea.
The 21-gun salute, the highest honor reserved for presidents and heads of state, fired for soldiers, sailors, aviators, and medics. Theirs is a story of numbers. 80 years since they stormed these beaches, 4,400 Allied troops died that day alone.
We will remember them.
Countless memories shared by those lucky enough to survive in the years since, passed down to children and grandchildren, waving thousands of American flags on French soil, bringing smiles to the veterans who were drawn back here.
We flew mission number 10 on D-Day.
Their numbers shrinking. Average age now, 100. More than a dozen honored with one more award, France's highest military honor. Planes flew overhead in a missing man formation because some things you just can't count, like the tears shed or the hearts broken for the friends lost 80 years ago.
All of them got shot down but me.
All of them. You can't count courage either, or bravery, or sacrifice. Kelly Kobiea, NBC News, Normandy.
Finally, this morning, not every hero of D-Day was on the battlefield. Some, like 103-year-old Christian Lamb, served in other ways. In her 20s, Lamb used large maps to create pocket-sized guides for British pilots who used them to navigate to their precise destinations and escape enemy fire. This week, France gave Lamb its highest honor for both military and civilian life, the Legion of Honor. Through it all, she remained humble.
I feel very glad that I was able to do something useful for that. I don't feel that anybody owes me anything for it.
French President Macron called Lam a hero in the shadows, saying while she wasn't physically there with the pilots, she guided their every step. And before we go this morning, here's what's coming up on Today. The Today Show is wrapping up their week-long celebration of the Today Plaza with an event that has made that space so iconic. A concert coming up this morning. Pop sensation Meghan Trainor is returning to the stage for an epic city summer concert. Thanks for watching Early Today. I'm Jessica Layton. We are so glad you were with us this Friday, and we hope you have a great weekend.
Right now on Morning News Now, President Biden on the world stage. This morning, the president set to deliver another major address in France following yesterday's tribute marking the 80th anniversary of D-Day.
In their hour of trial, the Allied forces of D-Day did their duty. Now the question for us is, in our hour of trial, will we do ours?
We'll have more of the president's message and what's next on his overseas trip. Also this morning, key testimony, Hunter Biden's criminal gun trial, as the widow of his brother Beau details Hunter Biden's drug addiction and the gun at the center of the case. What she said under oath as the prosecution prepares to rest their case. Plus, the West Coast getting scorched. This morning, millions of people from California to Texas under heat alerts. With more triple-digit temperatures expected today, we'll take you to one of the hottest spots, plus show you what's in store for the weekend. And we will end the hour with a curtain call for what's now the most Tony-nominated play ever. Joe shares his conversation with the stars of Stereophonic as they share the influences behind this history-making play.
This is the play everyone is talking about. It is expected to dominate the Tony Awards in a little bit over a week. So it's a fun conversation to bring with you.
How fun is that? Yeah.
I know, exactly. History making. Good to have you with us on this Friday. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started this Friday morning in France, where President Biden will again pay tribute to troops who served during World War II and will use the occasion to draw stark contrasts between himself and his political rival, former President Donald Trump.
The president is starting his day in Paris before heading to the coast of Normandy. He's expected to give a wide-ranging speech on America's ties to European allies, the war in Ukraine, and threats against democracy. We're going to bring you those remarks live, which are slated to begin just after 10 a.m. Eastern Time. Yesterday, President Biden was part of a poignant ceremony with world leaders to mark the 80th anniversary of D-Day. In his speech, Mr. Biden touched on the importance of protecting democracy.
History tells us freedom is not free. If you want to know the price of freedom, come here to Normandy. Come to Normandy and look. Go to the other cemeteries in Europe where our fallen heroes rest. Go back home to Arlington Cemetery.
NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell is traveling with the president and joins us from Paris. Kelly, good morning. So President Biden started his day there where you are meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. What should we know about their meeting?
It is ongoing right now, Joe, with the president, the Secretary of State, the Defense Secretary, other top leaders in what we are told is going to be a substantial meeting talking about a new aid package from the United States to Ukraine. President Zelensky has his own agenda for that meeting. He outlined it before reporters who were in the room for a brief part of the meeting, talking about his thanks for the U.S. support, the Ukrainian commitment to stay in the fight against Russia, and some of his hopes for future events and future support. This latest package will be $225 million. The president also acknowledged that there had been kind of a slow process in keeping that aid going to Ukraine, citing the conservative members of Congress who were resistant to that. So this is a very contemporary, in the moment moment example of the larger themes of this trip in the president and others who have been here for the D-Day commemorations talking about the need to preserve democracy, concerns about threats to that around the world. And certainly Ukraine, for more than 2 years now, has been experiencing that aggression from Russia and the unrelenting assault from Russia to Ukraine. And they need support, as they say. And Europe has been a partner, and so has the United States. So this is another demonstration of that. We know that back in the United States, there has been some weariness about support for that war. But the president is saying that he will stay with Ukraine, and that support will keep coming. Joe?
Kelly, let's talk about the president's speech coming up at 10 a.m. Eastern on the Normandy coast. What do we expect to hear from him today?
This is using the location to really highlight what American Rangers, Army Rangers, did 80 years ago, where they were able to scale the cliffs and disable artillery that the Nazis had at the time, and the extraordinary heroism of that, using that particularly uniquely American experience here in France and as a part of the larger D-Day story to highlight the bravery of the Americans 80 years ago, and also to talk about the current threats as President Biden sees them to democracy, whether it's Ukraine, whether it is concerns about what's happening in Israel, and also some of the domestic issues that have been playing out. It's not a political speech. It's not a campaign speech, to be sure. Being overseas, the president typically speaks in larger themes, but it will be easy to see a connection to the election conversation that's happening back in the United States, with the president really emphasizing why alliances like NATO, like the partnerships with other free nations, are important and need to be preserved. That's part of what we expect today.
All right, Kelly
Joe,
O'Donnell reporting from Paris. Kelly, thank you so much.
Well, now let's get to Delaware, where federal prosecutors are expected to rest their case today in the Hunter Biden trial. 2 more witnesses are set to be called to the stand in that criminal gun case.
The jury heard key testimony yesterday from Hallie Biden, the widow of Hunter's brother, Beau. Hunter had a relationship with Hallie after his brother's death. They were together during the time Hunter Biden purchased the gun that's at the center of this case.
We are joined now by NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian from outside the courthouse in Wilmington, Delaware. We are also joined by NBC News legal analyst Danny Savelos, who's here in studio with us. Good morning to both of you. Ken, I will start with you. So Hallie Biden spoke in detail about Hunter Biden's drug addiction as well as her own drug use. Tell us key moments in her testimony.
Good morning, Savannah and Joe. That's right. Hallie Biden's testimony was dramatic. It was heartbreaking. It was sordid at times, and it must have been deeply painful for the Biden family. There were 3 big moments. First of all, she talked about the fact that Hunter Biden introduced her to crack cocaine, and she talked about how she was embarrassed and ashamed about that chapter in her life. And then she described the moment she found that handgun in his truck and panicked because her children were around that truck and decided that she needed to get rid of it. So she took it to a grocery store trash can and threw it away. And that resulted in this case, and because police were called and the gun was recovered. And then most crucially, she talked about text message exchanges with Hunter Biden 1 day and 2 days after he purchased that gun, filled out a form that said he wasn't a drug user. And in those text messages, he talked about meeting a drug dealer named Mookie in Wilmington, Delaware, and using crack cocaine while lying on a car. So that's crucial evidence because it goes right to the heart of Hunter Biden's defense that he didn't knowingly lie on that form. And even if he did or didn't knowingly lie, it's illegal, and prosecutors only have to prove that he illegally purchased that gun and possessed that gun while he was using drugs, guys.
Danny, let's talk about the defense strategy here, trying to poke holes in her testimony. What was it the defense was trying to do?
Well, you take a step back, and this is an unusual case in that most drugs and guns cases, which I've handled a bunch, the prosecution doesn't normally put on evidence that the defendant is an addict, because that's not really an element of the burden of proof. This is a rare crime where being an addict is an element. So Hallie Biden, in addition to being involved with actually disposing of the gun, she is a precipient witness. She observed Hunter Biden in the throes of drug addiction. But was it enough? The defense pointed out that her memory wasn't perfect. There were certain days that she wasn't aware whether or not he was on drugs for sure. So this is a really interesting prosecution from a legal perspective, because it's about, to what degree does the prosecution need to prove addiction in order to satisfy this rarely prosecuted subsection of 922, the basically the statute that says who cannot possess a firearm. And of course, the false statements on the firearm application form, the 4473. This is both a false statements case and a possession case.
Ken, yesterday we also heard from the man who found Hunter Biden's gun in the trash where Hallie Biden disposed of it, as we were just referencing a moment ago. What did he have to say?
Edward Banner is 80 years old. He's hard of hearing, so the prosecutor and the defense attorney had to stand right next to him to ask him questions, gave the jury some moments of levity, and described how he was looking for essentially recycled cans and bottles in the trash at this grocery store, and to his shock and surprise, found this handgun and took it home to his apartment. And what's remarkable about that is that if he hadn't found that gun and Hallie Biden had went back to the store as she did to retrieve it, we might not even be here, because we may never have known that Hunter Biden bought a gun allegedly while using drugs. So it was a turn of fate, and it was interesting, and it showed that the prosecution is putting on all the evidence here, meticulously establishing all the facts in this case, surveillance video, testimony, and even the 80-year-old man who found the gun.
So, Ken, the defense will soon get its turn to present its case, and Hunter Biden's defense will have to decide whether to call their own chemist as an expert. What should we know about what they are trying to figure out here, Danny?
Oh, me,
you.
yes.
I meant for you.
You meant me, yes. First of all, Ken Delaney, a great point about the amazing but-for causation moments in life. You know, one guy searching the trash can for recycling leads to this massive prosecution of such significance. It's really amazing. The defense moving forward, the prosecution expected to arrest. The defense may call a couple witnesses. I don't expect they're going to call Hunter Biden. They don't really need him. If they can get whatever they need, and I expect they're going to put on evidence that on these particular days, maybe Hunter Biden was doing well. He was out of rehab. He was looking forward to a better life and feeling clean and sober. Because, again, this case is an awkward one. What is an addict? There is a federal statutory definition of addict, but what is an addict to all of us? Too often, the person that we all think is an addict is the last person that believes he himself is an addict. Any of you folks out there with personal experience with that know what I'm talking about. So this is a straight, although this is a prosecution that's brought under a statute that's prosecuted all the time, this particular addict or unlawful user part, a little difficult to prove.
Danny and Ken, thank you both very much.
A federal judge is now ordering former top Trump White House advisor Steve Bannon to report to prison within the next few weeks for defying congressional subpoenas. Bannon is set to start serving his 4-month prison sentence on July 1st after he was found guilty of 2 counts of contempt of Congress.
Bannon was convicted in July of 2022 and sentenced more than a year and a half ago for defying subpoenas from the January 6th House committee, citing executive privilege as his defense. Well, that sentence was put on hold while he went through the appeals process. Bannon can also still appeal this ruling from the judge that he must report to prison. You might remember this is the same sentence that is currently being served by another former aide to Mr. Trump. That's Peter Navarro.
We now know that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will address a joint session of Congress next month. He recently accepted an invitation sent by top leaders from both chambers and both parties.
That announcement came the same day as dozens of people, including women and children, were killed after an Israeli strike targeted a school in central Gaza that was being run by the UN Refugee Agency. Israeli Defense Forces said that Hamas militants were operating out of that compound.
NBC News international correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us now from Tel Aviv with the latest. So, Raf, these initial reports from health officials in Gaza said that more than 30 people died in this strike. What else are we learning?
So, Joe, hospital officials are telling us the final death toll is 40 people killed in total in that strike, and of those, more than half are women and children. Now, the Israeli military says it targeted that United Nations school in 3 very specific classrooms where it says that operatives from both Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad were hiding. They say some of those operatives directly took part in the October 7th terror attack. But we know that these UN schools have been a refuge for Palestinian families throughout this war. There were thousands of people seeking shelter there, and it is clear now that a large number of innocent people were killed in this strike. Now, the State Department yesterday saying that when you have 14 children killed by an an Israeli intentional strike, then clearly something has gone wrong here. The IDF says that they twice delayed carrying out this bombing to minimize civilian casualties. They also say that they took reconnaissance flights over the school before they targeted it. But a leading Israeli human rights group called B'Tselem is saying that while it would be illegal, a violation of the rules of war, for Hamas to operate out of that school, that would not justify Israel carrying out an attack on a place where so many civilians were sheltering. And they are saying that this is a potential war crime. Guys.
Raf, let's talk about that invitation by Congress in July that Prime Minister Netanyahu has now accepted. Let's talk about the moment that this comes at for him to be coming here, addressing Congress. What kind of message do we expect when he does come?
So, Savannah, I think it's going to depend a lot on the reality on the ground in the Middle East when he arrives in Washington in mid-July. If it looks like what's happening now, where you have Israeli strikes on UN schools, where civilians are being killed in large numbers, I think he is going to get a pretty frosty reception from large portions of the Democratic Party who are very, very upset about the level of civilian casualties, very upset about the lack of progress towards a ceasefire. If by mid-July, late July, there is a ceasefire on the ground in Gaza, I think that takes a little bit of the domestic political tension out. And guys, you know, I almost hesitate to say this, but things are heating up between Israel and Hezbollah, the powerful Iranian-backed militant group in southern Lebanon. Prime Minister Netanyahu has said he is prepared to launch a military offensive into Lebanon to stop attacks from that country. And so if there is a full-blown war going on between Israel and Hezbollah by late July, you know, it would be a very different situation in a very different political context in which the Prime Minister would arrive in Washington. Guys.
Raf Sanchez. Raf, thank you so much.
Let's turn now to the extreme heat searing the country, bringing record high temperatures.
The intense heat continues today across the Southwest, with millions from California to Texas under heat advisories.
NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz joins us now from Phoenix with the latest on this heat wave. Liz, good morning. So Thursday was a record-setting day for Phoenix, with the city reaching 113 for the first time this year. What are they expecting today, and how are they coping with this?
Yeah, hey Savannah, hey Joe. It's rough, and I think the thing about that 113-degree day, yes, folks here are used to temperatures like that in the summer. It's just how early it's come. It is the hottest it has ever been this early in the year here in Phoenix, and we're seeing that in other cities nationwide as well. Las Vegas hit 111. That also broke a record for the hottest so early in the year. In fact, the excessive heat warning in effect here has come nearly a month earlier than it did last year. So there are cooling centers open here at recreation centers, senior centers, libraries for folks. There's one open 24/7. We're here at an active fire station right now, where the fire department is taking on new tactics to try to deal with some of the heat-related emergencies that we see. In fact, a record 645 people died of heat-related emergencies last year, just here in the Phoenix-Maricopa County area. And so every fire truck now in Phoenix is equipped with several bags of ice, just like this, for this new ice immersion tactic that they're using to try to deal with heat stroke patients. They're literally going to put people in these mobile ice immersion baths to just try to immediately cool their body temperature down before bringing them to the hospital. And the firefighters here were telling us that this is really the difference between life and death, and that their survivability, he said, quote, has gone through the roof after beginning to use this tactic here. In fact, guys, more people die from heat than any other weather-related event, guys.
We've been talking about this all week. It's great to see they have something that is making a difference. Liz, the extreme heat has our wallets sweating too. I mean, something called the National Energy Assistance Directors Association predicts energy bills are going to rise 7.9% this summer. With this early heat wave, Americans are going to feel that pain soon, if not already, right?
Yeah, there's absolutely a financial toll for this extreme heat, especially last summer here in Phoenix. There were 31 days straight of 110-degree temps or higher, a record heat wave. And so people are blasting their AC. That is the only way they can really survive in their home. But their electricity costs are going through the roof. I interviewed a woman, a 30-year-old woman here, who talked about the financial toll that takes on her. She's budgeting year-round to try to prepare for this. Last summer, She said that she discovered with her and her dog, kind of through trial and error, that they could keep the thermostat in her home at 83 degrees, which is pretty sweltering still, but that was sort of what they could tolerate and manage. And so she would keep her thermostat at 83 in order to kind of keep her costs low. Here's what she told me. So what has it been like just with the massive heat wave that we saw last year coming into this year?
Basically, we were managing the heat last year because it was very expensive. And like, this is a tiny house. It's only 940 square feet, but it's still costing me on the high end $220 per month to cool it.
And now this woman actually said that to try to lower the cost this summer, she paid $4,000 to have her home retrofitted and insulated in a way to try to help keep the home cooler. So we'll see if that works, but still a pretty costly investment for her.
Oh my gosh, you hear 83 degrees. Wow, that's what she can tolerate. I mean, that's really saying something. Liz, of course, this heat also means wildfires. And we know fire crews were battling a fire already west of Flagstaff yesterday. What do we know about how that is going?
Yeah, so there is a brush fire west of Flagstaff right now. As of last check, it's about 1,000 acres, 0% contained right now. No evacuations, but people on alert for sure. And I think it does just speak, Savannah, to the fact that this dry weather and hot heat can raise the risk of fire concern. We've already seen several brush fires and grass fires break out here in Arizona and California just over the past few days. So that's certainly something that firefighters are watching as well, guys.
All right, Liz Kreutz, thank you very much.
We know folks in the Southwest are asking any relief in sight. Let's check in with meteorologist Angie Lassman.
Hey, Angie, good morning.
Good morning, guys. The answer to that question, of course, is yes, but we've got to wait a little while. It's not going to be a big cool down by any means, but at least we'll get back to where we should be for this time of year. The big picture look, though, for today, basically hot from California to Florida. We've got 86 million people that are going to see these temperatures surge past 90 degrees today. As far as the triple digits, that's about 14 million people, and it's mostly confined to parts of the Southwest, stretching from Texas to California. You see some of those major cities of Las Vegas, Phoenix, Albuquerque in there. And these are the spots that we're going to watch to have the dangerous kind of conditions as we get through our peak heating of the day. So later this afternoon, the heat stroke, the heat exhaustion, that's all going to be possible once again today. Hence the reason for those heat warnings that are still in effect, again, for places like Phoenix and Las Vegas, as well as Fresno. But those heat advisories as well, telling people to take it a little slower and find those cool spots through the afternoon hours. Here's where we're going as far as our high temperatures today. Not quite as many records possible, but still impressive numbers nonetheless for this time of year. We've got Las Vegas set to tie a record of 109 this afternoon. Winslow expected to hit 102. That would be a record for this date. Notice Albuquerque close to the triple digits, not quite making it there, but still uncomfortable nonetheless. We've got Tucson headed to 107. So warm temperatures for sure over the next day or so, but look what happens by the time we get into the weekend and beyond, really. These temperatures still into the triple digits, of course, but it is Las Vegas in June after all. So 103, not comfortable, but it's still a little closer to where we should be for this time of year, usually into those low 100s or high 90s for that region at this point of the year. Phoenix, similar story. We'll get back to about 105 by the time next week rolls around, and Sacramento will hang out into the 90s this weekend. Big picture look across the country, we've got a couple of things to watch. Today, we're going to be watching some of those stronger storms centered across parts of the center of the country, the Central Plains specifically. And by tomorrow, we'll see some unsettled conditions for parts of the Great Lakes, a little bit of rain working through for folks there. Maybe a few of those thunderstorms becoming strong across, again, the midsection of the country. But it'll be the heat and humidity that really gets your attention, especially across parts of the Gulf Coast. We'll see temperatures into the 90s, so it doesn't look quite as impressive with our highs not reaching the triple digits like the Southwest guys. But we know the humidity, it is oppressive for folks there, and that means it'll feel like the triple digits. So record-breaking heat now transitions to folks across the South.
All right. Thanks, Angie. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. There's much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, not so sweet. The startling new study showing major health risks linked to a popular sugar substitute.
Up first after the break, our Lester Holt goes one-on-one with Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin. A wide-ranging interview, what he had to say about lessons learned from D-Day and about his own health. Stay with us.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Welcome back. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin was among the dignitaries in France honoring heroes from the D-Day invasion. After that ceremony yesterday, he spoke with NBC Nightly News anchor Lester Holt. In a wide-ranging interview, Secretary Austin emphasized the lessons from D-Day in light of today's threats to global peace. Here's some of their conversation.
It certainly is a reminder of how important it is to contest aggression and to contest tyranny. We can never forget to be grateful to those men and women who gave their lives here. We can never allow the memory to fade, because if we do, I believe that we'll be headed down a very dangerous path.
You're on the European continent where war rages in Ukraine. We saw recently the U.S. Congress begin to show signs of wavering support for Ukraine. What does that portend, and what's the message to American allies?
I've seen bipartisan support for Ukraine throughout. Ukraine matters, and you've heard us say this a number of times, not just for Ukraine and not just for Europe, but it matters to the world. It certainly matters to our security. So.
But U.S. support has been incremental. Why not just untie Ukraine's hands and give them everything they believe they need to win this war?
You know, I've been in touch with my counterpart from the very beginning on a weekly basis and discussing what their needs are, what kind of training they need, what kind of weapons and munitions they need. And we provided that.
But can they win?
What we want to see at the end of the day, Lester, is a democratic, sovereign Ukraine that has the ability to defend its sovereign territory and deter aggression. And I think they can certainly be successful at that.
And Mr. Secretary, I would be remiss if I didn't ask you about your health. I know you recently had another treatment related to your prostate cancer that required you to temporarily transfer authority. How are you doing right now, sir?
That treatment was not necessarily, related to the cancer. It was something that we had planned. But to answer your question, I'm doing fine. My doctors are taking good care of me and cancer-free at this point.
So. Those are great words to hear, I'm sure, for you and your family. Secretary, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. Safe travels.
Well, thanks, Lester. Good to talk to you.
And our thanks to Lester Holt for that interview.
Let's get to some international headlines now. The Sudanese army is vowing to retaliate after a deadly attack by rebel forces.
NBC's Matt Bradley joined us from London with that and more headlines. Matt, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. So some somber news out of Sudan, where more than a year of civil war is once again taking a massive toll on rural civilians. Sudan's military, as you said it would deliver a, quote, harsh response against the so-called rapid support forces that pro-democracy activists accused of killing more than 100 people in an attack on a village Wednesday. Now, pro-democracy activists said Sudan's army had failed to protect the villagers in the latest such raid of several by these rapid support forces. Now, that's a paramilitary group. They've been fighting against the government for more than the past year, trying to unseat the country's president. Now, here in Britain, the Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, is in the full throes of a parliamentary election, but he's already having to apologize. He's facing criticism after he left D-Day anniversary celebrations one day early. Now, Sunak gave his main speech, but then he left to return to Britain before the main event, which featured lots of foreign dignitaries and heads of state, in order to record a TV interview. So Sunak said he cares deeply about veterans, but rival politicians are still attacking him, saying that he's effectively putting his campaign ahead of his country. Now, finally, it might be hard for folks over here to believe it, but the USA actually beat Pakistan in cricket, that quintessential game of Britain and its former Commonwealth colonies, and they did it all in Texas, of all places. places. Now, Pakistan, which is actually ranked 6th in the world, lost to the U.S., which is ranked 18th in the world, in the T20 Cricket World Cup. Now, the T20 is a bit of an abbreviated game. Normally, cricket runs very, very long. The U.S. had never competed before in this T20 World Cup, and it may now stand a chance to qualify for the Super 8 round of the tournament, but they have to beat India first, and India is ranked #1 in the world. Guys.
This is how the cricket craze is going to start here in America now.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, we'll see. We'll see.
Bradley,
Starting in Texas. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Matt.
Coming up, disturbing new developments in the Gilgo Beach murders. The suspect now facing additional murder charges. The new evidence just revealed by prosecutors.
Plus, is a ban on Juul now up in smoke after the FDA reverses its decision? We'll tell you that and more when we come back. You're watching Morning News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back with new murder charges in the alleged Gilgo Beach serial killer case. Also, prosecutors revealed details about the horrifying notes they say they found on the suspect's computer. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa has the details.
Just weeks after investigators revisited the home of the Gilgo Beach murder suspect, Rex Heuermann is facing new murder charges, now accused of killing a total of 6 women over the past several decades. Prosecutors pointing to what they believe is the 60-year-old architect's planning document to methodically blueprint his kills.
Why is the planning document critical to the investigation?
This planning document crystallizes and encapsulates his intent for the commission of these murders. Namely, he intended to murder these victims every step of the way.
Unearthed in March, the document goes into excruciating detail with apparent tasks to complete before, during, and after killings. Things to remember reads, get sleep before hunt, and consider a hit to the face or neck next time. A body prep checklist includes a note to remove head and hands. Another section lists problems, citing DNA, tire marks, fingerprints, witness, and hair. It was hair recovered from the victims' bodies that prosecutors used to tie Heuermann to the murders of Sandra Castilla, killed in 1993, and Jessica Taylor in 2003. Parts of her remains were discovered within a mile of the suspect's other victims, the so-called Gilgo 4. Taylor's family fighting back tears.
This year has been 21 years since she was taken from us, longer than the chance that she got to be alive.
The DA is not ruling out the possibility of more charges against Heuermann, confirming that he is considered a suspect in a 7th killing as well. Heuermann continues to plead not guilty. Back to you.
Emily Aketa, thank you very much.
For more on this, let's bring in former FBI special agent and professor of criminology, Dr. Brianna Fox. Good to have you with us. So prosecutors announced these 2 new murder charges, and there are now a total of 6 women dating back to 1993 that he's accused of killing. When you see that one of the murders he's now been charged with dates back more than 30 years, what goes through your mind? What does that make you think?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me, and I'm so glad that they're able to make even more arrests and link this suspect to potentially more unsolved cases. One thing that this duration of the murders suggests is, well, they essentially found with the document how much planning and effort went into these cases. He was trying to be very premeditated, prevent law enforcement from ever finding the victims. He also targeted vulnerable victims. He made it very difficult to get these cases solved, but it really speaks volumes that we're finally being able to link them all together.
Let's talk more about that gruesome and methodical planning document that was allegedly recovered. Walk us through what that does for authorities in their investigation to have something like that with so much detail.
I mean, it's great for prosecutors. I'm sure a jury will be extremely interested in seeing this. But it was also useful for a long time, unfortunately, I think, to the suspect that was engaging in these killings. Obviously, it was a living document. He was adding things, learning things, editing it. So as he was committing these crimes and saw what he liked or what he didn't like, he was able to essentially get better at killing, which was very bad for these victims and community. But now that these cases are getting linked to him, I think it's going to be great for the prosecutors.
You know, I want to ask, Suffolk County DA Ray Tierney said several references were made to this book about the FBI's Mindhunter. Those were included in the planning document. Here's a picture of what prosecutors say was Heuermann's well-used copy of that. If he did, in fact, review this book, what sort of insights or advantages could investigators have been gained from studying these methods?
I know that book well. It's on my shelf, too. Unfortunately, I use it when I'm trying to understand the mind of these offenders, what makes them do this. I think you could easily be looking at it to see the opposite side. What did law enforcement know? How do they use these methods? What should he be avoiding? Obviously, there's been massive technology and law enforcement changes from 1993 until the 2000s. So being able to essentially keep up with that and learn with it, I think he was probably studying law enforcement as much as we were trying to study them.
All right, Brianna Fox, Dr. Fox, thank you so much for joining us. It's important to note that Heuermann maintains his innocence as prosecutors continue to try and build their case against him.
Well, the FDA is reversing its ban on the popular vape maker Juul after the company was ordered to stop selling its e-cigarettes 2 years ago. The agency says it is re-reviewing Juul's products in light of new information and ongoing legal battles. The review will determine if the e-cigarettes could eventually be cleared for marketing once again. Juul was originally banned over a lack of safety information related to potential public health risks.
It was also largely criticized for targeting teens and young adults after vaping reached a record high among high school students back in 2019. Now, despite the scrutiny, Juul has maintained its spot as one of the top vape makers in the U.S. The company says it remains confident in the quality and substance of our applications, and it believes a full review will deem its products meet the national safety standard.
Let's stay on public health news. New research from the Cleveland Clinic is prompting a renewed warning from doctors regarding sugar substitutes. The study revealed that xylitol, a popular artificial sweetener, could be linked to an increased risk of heart attack, stroke, and even cardiovascular-related death. It can be found in things like sugar-free gum, candy, toothpaste, and baked goods. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Vin Gupta joins us with more on this. Hi, Dr. Gupta. Good to see you. Good morning. Walk us through why artificial sweeteners like this one can be dangerous and who's most at risk for health complications when it comes to them.
Well, good morning, Span and Joe. This is an important study, and this is not new. These naturally occurring sugar alcohols are a type of sweeteners, sugar substitute. And this is not the first time that these types of sugar alcohols have been shown to be linked to strokes or an increased risk of strokes and heart attacks. Savannah, to your question, what happens in the body? It appears that these substances actually activate platelets, a type of cell in our body, and cause blood clotting. And that's really what ends up happening. For whatever reason, in higher quantities, blood clots are more likely. When this happens in the arteries around our heart or in our brain, that's when we have serious consequences. So that's what we think is happening.
Some health experts say this study does have some limitations. Is it a major cause for concern? What do people need to know, especially about sugar substitutes like xylitol?
Well, I think with any sugar, whether it's table sugar, Joe, or whether it's these sugar substitutes, really the poison here is in the amount. So if you have an excess of any of these varieties of sugars, that's the problem here. Xylitol in chewing gum is in such low quantities is probably not going to cause any health risks. To your point on limitations, so these studies didn't really ask those questions. It showed a link, a correlation, but it didn't show that there was a direct causation. So it's important to call that out, and that's why that's such a great question. We don't know if this is directly causing an increased risk of strokes, but we think that there is a link here. And this is also a trend of studies showing this link. So there's probably something real, but again, dose matters. Lots of any of these additives, that's when you run into problems.
Let's talk about what people should do about this if you're hearing this and you're concerned. I know checking ingredient lists before you're going to buy packaged goods or foods is a good one. But also, is there a way to know how much sweetener is in a product or a way to kind of replace these replacements for sugar?
My advice generally is if you're not diabetic, moderate amounts of table sugar is actually totally fine. This is something that we need for our bodies to live. But Savannah, to your point, what are actually safer, healthier options? We keep hearing about artificial sweeteners like sucralose, aspartame, now these potential sugar alcohols as not being healthy. In 10 years, who knows what evidence we'll be talking about. So opt for honey, again, in moderate amounts. Opt for something like monk fruit in moderate amounts. Those are no health risks associated with them in moderate amounts. We don't think that we have these potential risky side effects like heart attack risk with these types of sugar substitutes. So that's what I would recommend. But again, moderation is the key.
Dr. Ben Gupta, always great to have you. Good information. Thank you so much.
Coming up, the Boston Celtics now one win closer to making history. We're going to have more on their hot start against the Dallas Mavericks in Game 1 of the NBA Finals.
And speaking of history, how broadcasting legend Doris Burke shattered the glass ceiling at last night's game. Stay with us. You're watching Morning News Now.
really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Hammers and everything.
All right, it just me too.
We're back now with some money headlines. Meme stock influencer Roaring Kitty, he is making GameStop shares jump yet again.
NBC's Savannah Hanau has that and other money news. Savannah, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Savannah. Happy Friday to you guys. Yeah, so shares of GameStop shooting to session highs yesterday after meme stock leader Roaring Kitty scheduled a live stream on YouTube, which would be his first one in almost 4 years. GameStop popped more than 47% higher to close at $46.55 per share. The stock hit a high of $47.50 during the session, in which trading was actually briefly halted for volatility. The stock has more than doubled so far this week. Retail giant TJX, that's a pairing of TJ Maxx, Marshalls, and HomeGoods, said it's going to equip some store employees with body cameras to thwart shoplifting and keep customers and employees safe. The cameras will be worn by loss prevention officers who are trained on how to use these devices. The footage will only be shared with law enforcement upon request or in response to a subpoena, according to the company. And a popular Los Angeles YouTuber is facing some serious charges this morning. Prosecutors are accusing Alex Choi of directing a video stunt in which fireworks were blasted from an airborne helicopter at a speeding Lamborghini. Choi, who was close to 1 million followers, posted the video to YouTube last July. He faces up to 10 years in prison if convicted, guys.
All right. Silvana, thank you very much.
You got it.
Well, the NBA Finals are officially underway, and the Boston Celtics are off to a hot start, chasing a league record 18th title, while the Dallas Mavericks are on the hunt for their second.
The Celtics took game one with a dominant 107-89 win at home, and we will see if that sets the tone for the rest of the series.
To help us break it all down, let's bring in friend of the show, Kavitha Davidson. She's a sports writer and the co-author of Loving Sports When They Don't Love You Back, Dilemmas of the Modern Fan. Good to have you with us. So the Celtics certainly dominated, it's fair to say, this one, despite the Mavs getting within 8 points during the third quarter. What stood out to you in game one? Is this what this one's going to look like, or do you expect we'll have some closer contests here?
Yeah, I do expect some of this contest to be a little bit closer, and we can talk about why that is. But honestly, going into this series, you knew that Boston was going to kill you with its depth, and the X factor was going to be Kristaps Porzingis, coming back from injury, hadn't played in more than a month, and he was absolutely the X factor here. You know, at one point, Boston's up by 29, and Porzingis puts up 20 points, and he's doing everything on the offensive end. That calf injury looks totally fine, but he's also going up for 3 major blocks. You know, throwaway blocks at the rim, and he completely changes the tenor of this team. This is the deepest team in the league. They really kill you on all sides. You had 6 different players in double figures, and as you said, they were absolutely dominant over the Mavs.
So with the Celtics at nearly full strength now, with Porzingis back, I mean, just talk about how much of an impact that can have on the rest of the series, and whether you think the Mavs will be able to slow them down or not.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you obviously saw the impact of KP and the impact of having as much depth as they do have. But one of the key factors here was also their defense. Their defense was incredible. And I think their approach to this game was let Luka Doncic score 30 points. That's totally fine. But let's shut down the rest of the team, including Kyrie Irving. And that's what they did. I do think going forward, you're going to see closer matchups, because I don't think you're going to see Kyrie shooting as terribly as he did, quite frankly, last night. He was 0 for 5 from 3. He was only 6 for 19 from the floor. So I think that that's going to make the difference if Kyrie can bounce back.
Let's talk about some history. Legendary broadcaster Doris Burke called last night's game, becoming the first woman to serve as a game analyst for a championship game in one of the 4 major professional U.S. sports leagues. How big of a deal was this? How much does this inspire you, adding to her already decorated career?
Yeah, I mean, one of the 4 major men's professional sports leagues, I will clarify. But Doris Burke is, she's a game changer. She is a trailblazer. I was lucky to work with her when I was at ESPN. And, you know, she has set the tone for all of us coming after her. You know, I think Rachel Nichols once said that the reason people like she and I have the benefit of the doubt from fans is because of people like Doris Burke. And that's the impact that she's had. And by the way, at the age of 50, in an industry that is not forgiving to older women, she is absolutely an inspiration.
Oh.
And 50 is not old.
It is absolutely not.
Kavitha Davidson, always good to have you on. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Thank you very much. Coming up, Art, Life, and Rock and Roll, a new play making history and taking Broadway by storm.
Up next, my conversation with the stars and musicians behind Stereophonic about what it's like to be part of the most Tony-nominated play ever and how their own musical influences help prepare them for the show. Our curtain call is up next. This is Morning News Now.
After the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Welcome back. Remember, just a couple days ago on Wednesday, we all watched as Boeing's Starliner mission successfully launched into space. Well, the two astronauts on board have now arrived at their destination. Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams reached the International Space Station just after 1:30 yesterday afternoon. There was a last-minute hitch with docking, but it was soon figured out. Both Wilmore and Williams got an out-of-this-world welcome from the Expedition 71 crew. Williams even performed a little zero-gravity dance. There it is. The station is now home to 9 astronauts. Just amazing that we saw them take off the other day. There they are. They made it all good.
So happy for them. And I love that dance. That's awesome.
I know. It's
all
cute.
right. Let's end this hour with the curtain call, your front row ticket to Broadway and beyond. With 13 Tony nominations, Stereophonic is now the most nominated play in Tony history. That includes a nod for Best Original Score, a category that usually only features musicals. This play is about a rock band making an album, so music does play an important role. I sat down with two of the show's Tony-nominated stars, Eli Gelb and Juliana Canfield, plus the man who wrote the music and lyrics, Will Butler, formerly of the band Arcade Fire. The interview took place on their stage. The scene, a recording studio in Northern California in 1976. We never actually learned the name of the fictional British band portrayed in Stereophonic. But we are certainly witnesses to the drama that's tearing these rockers apart.
Sometimes you take these things out on me like you're rebelling.
I never rebelled.
Against, but I
never rebelled. I was always a good girl.
That's exactly it. I think you rebel against me. You're looking for something to push against, and I'm the closest to you.
What is Stereophonic about?
Ooh, man. I kind of think it's about everything. I mean, it's about making art, but it's also about life and living life as a part of a world that is larger than yourself.
It's about a band making a record, but it's also about, it's an epic. It's a very classical epic in some ways, like the Iliad, where you have people that you might think of as demigods, as like 70s rock gods.
And kind of like the Odyssey in that it just takes a long time for them to get done what they want to get done. Yeah. It's just like years at sea, trying to get home.
Inside this recording studio, the band is making their second album, while outside, their first record is climbing the charts, launching them towards superstardom. And they can feel that pressure. So could Will Butler, who was tasked with writing the play's music and lyrics. In the end, he got a Tony nomination for Best Original Score, which is rare for a play. How much pressure did you feel knowing this couldn't just be any music? This had to be like the music for a band that was about to become superstars.
It was really funny. It's really dumb. It's a really bad idea. Will Brill, who plays Reg and plays the bass in the band, was like, had known this play for a long time and was like, it'll be so dumb when they add music to this. This is such a great play, and why are you adding the music? And then, because it has to be really good. It's just like, and then they play, like in the script, it's like, and then they play something transcendent. And you're like, cool, I'll just write something transcendent.
What do you think? Was it dumb to add the music, or did the music work okay?
Super dumb. No, I love the music, and it was part of what drew me to the play. I'm very proud of the album that we put out, but I also find myself listening to it because I just like the tunes, not because I'm trying to, like, you know, up our counts or whatever.
I've never seen a play with music that functions in this particular way before. I hope to see more. I think it's really exciting.
Eli Gelb scored a Tony nomination for playing Grover, the sound engineer who's helping to mix the magic.
I never engineered for the Eagles.
You lied?
A white lie.
That's not a white lie. That's significant.
Juliana Canfield also got a Tony nom. She portrays Holly, one of 5 members of the band. Were you intimidated at all to sing on a Broadway stage?
Totally. I mean, I was intimidated to audition, and they asked me to send in a tape of myself singing, and I think I put it off for like 2 months or 3 months because I was so terrified about just sharing what I was capable of.
And that's still that whole heavy dynamic between us is still very present and alive.
Okay, so at this point, I know what you're probably thinking. It's a story about a band, 3 guys, 2 women, going through hell to make a game-changing album in 1976. There's only one possibility. Is it about Fleetwood Mac?
You know, I think we're our own band.
You don't learn a lot about any historical personage by watching this show. You learn about the process of making art, and you learn about the struggles of being human. And some of the specifics are drawn from Fleetwood Mac, some are drawn from
the Eagles.
There's a lot of Stephen Sondheim and Elaine Stritch in here. Like, it is about Stephen Sondheim and Elaine Stritch. The takeaway from the show is not, I learned a lot about something specific. It's, I learned a lot about, I mean, when I watch the play, I learn a lot about myself and the art that I've tried to make in my life, and it makes me feel horrible. And it makes me happy to be seen, and it makes me feel sad, and it makes me feel alive, and it, you know, it fills me with contradictory emotions in a way that I think good art hopefully does.
Stereophonic is playing now at the Golden Theater in Manhattan. It was just extended through January 5th. Yeah, that's next year. Wow. By the way, the official Broadway cast album is also now available, so you can listen to that transcendent music that was made, which is actually a fantastic album. What's interesting, everyone says, is it Fleetwood Mac? Is it Fleetwood Mac? The playwright David Adjemi will say, well, I don't know. I wasn't in the recording studio when Fleetwood Mac made their album. So no, it's not necessarily about them. There's certainly inspiration. I had never heard Elaine Stritch and Stephen Sondheim before. She was kind of a muse for him and Broadway stuff. It's just fascinating to hear the conversations people have over who was this about and who inspired this.
I just can't even imagine the pressure. You get the script, play something transcendent.
I know, exactly.
I mean, that is too funny. That is good. I don't know. I'm interested.
Yeah, it is almost every single person I know who's seen it has loved it.
There you go.
There
All
you
right.
go. It's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Don't go anywhere. The news continues right now. Good morning, and guess what? It's Friday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, heat wave havoc, sky-high temperatures scorching millions of Americans from Florida all the way to California. The sweltering heat even causing some Trump supporters to collapse at his Phoenix rally yesterday. How firefighters are working to try and keep people cool. On the world stage, an international show of diplomacy on the heels of historic D-Day commemorations. President Biden meeting with Ukraine's President Zelensky this morning in Paris with a massive new aid package as the world remembers one of history's greatest military operations amid two ongoing global conflicts now. We are covering it all. Back home, America's economy in focus. Later in the hour, the critical summer jobs report comes as thousands of graduating students hit the ground running, looking for that all-important first step into a labor market that has been showing signs of cooling. Plus, if it's Friday, you know, we've got your can't miss list, all the hot new titles from the world of entertainment, including a special Pride Month documentary showcasing the beauty of the queer animal kingdom. Even the animals are celebrating Pride.
Also, I say it every week, but lots in our can't miss list that
Yes.
I want to watch this weekend.
Exactly.
That's the idea.
Keep you busy if you're going to be inside. We're going to begin this hour with the extreme weather and the sweltering heat wave.
Yeah, this morning millions are still under heat alerts as the extremely high temperatures continue to scorch states from Texas to California. The record high temperatures made their way to Arizona yesterday, with Phoenix, get this, recording its first 113-degree day of the year already. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz joins us from Phoenix with more. Liz, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning to you. Yeah, that 113-degree day here in Phoenix was the hottest ever this early in the city. So several cities nationwide breaking records for that right now. Just this heat coming so early in the year. We're here at an active fire station right now where they have implemented this ice immersion tactic that we've been talking about, where every fire truck is now equipped with bags of ice like this to deal with heat stroke patients. In fact, more people die of heat every year than any other weather event.
This morning, sweltering heat scorching residents from Florida to California, shattering temperature records for this time of year. Phoenix reaching 113, Las Vegas hitting 111, and California's Death Valley topping out at 122.
It's hot out here. It's a hot one.
At a Trump rally, some supporters collapsing in the heat as they waited to see the former president. Phoenix CMS transporting 11 people to the hospital.
We do not want one single death with heat.
After Maricopa County's record 645 heat-related deaths last year, fire officials are now immersing heat stroke victims in large bags of ice.
Firefighters tell us these bags can be the difference now between life and death, and that often patients are so overheated that by the time they reach the hospital, all of the ice on them has melted.
When we have those patients at 104 degrees, it rapidly cools them down.
Near Flagstaff, firefighters battled the Bravo fire and its massive smoke plume. The blaze made worse by super dry conditions. The extreme heat taking a financial toll on residents, too.
Air conditioning is a lifeline when you're living here.
Yeah, you can't live without it.
But it's so expensive.
Camille Rabbani says her electricity bill got so high last summer, she kept her thermostat at a stifling 83 degrees for her and her dog Riggs to cut down on costs. This, as a new report finds every month in the last year was the world's hottest on record.
Now, as folks deal with the record heat here, parts of the East Coast yesterday, guys, got pounding torrential rain. Here in Phoenix, though, these crews, they are ready to respond to heat-related emergencies today. Triple-digit temperatures are expected again here today with that excessive heat warning in Phoenix through tonight. Guys.
All right, Liz, thank you very much. Stay cool.
Let's stick with weather. We've got meteorologist Angie Lastman here with the Now forecast.
That's right. Angie, what's in store for the weekend?
Guys, we still have some heat that we're going to track. Good morning to you. Happy Happy Friday. Unfortunately, across parts of the Southwest where Liz was just talking about, yes, they're still going to be dealing with a pretty hot day ahead with 20 million people remaining under these heat alerts across this same region that's been dealing with the heat for days and days. So Las Vegas, Phoenix, Tucson, Albuquerque are all still under those alerts as we gear up for another oppressive day with temperatures for many of those locations into the triple digits and potentially record breaking. We've got Albuquerque headed to 98 degrees, maybe not quite a record, but still uncomfortable today. Tucson, not quite a record at 107 for your high today, but still it's going to be a warm one for you. We've got El Paso headed to 107, Lubbock headed to 101. So the triple digits are still in play, and those above normal temperatures are still in play across that region. We'll see some minor improvements in some spots like Phoenix here as we get through the next couple of days, getting back to more typical temperatures for this time of year, but that's still triple digits or at least high 90s for a lot of these places. Notice Grand Junction, Albuquerque, all into the 90s for tomorrow. We're going to switch gears, though, and look for the record potential to be focused across parts of specifically Florida, but extending out towards the Gulf Coast. We've got New Orleans, Gainesville, Melbourne, West Palm Beach, all with the potential to see some record highs as we get through the weekend. So not only are we going to start to see a little relief for the Southwest, but we start to heat things up across parts of the Gulf Coast, and that means that 90s across the board for a lot of these spots. We've got 93 on tap for New Orleans. As we get into Saturday, 101 is what it will feel like. Of course, this region is something that we'll have to, as a place where we'll have to deal with that really oppressive humidity too. So 95 in Tampa for your high on Saturday. That means it's going to feel like 104. We've got triple-digit heat index values for Miami too. So Saturday plans definitely in the state of Florida. You're going to want to have the AC cranked up. If kids are going to be playing outside, you want to get those frequent breaks in, find some shade. We've got 92 for Miami as we get into Sunday and feeling like 105. Triple-digit feels like temperatures from New Orleans to Jacksonville, Orlando as we wrap up the weekend there too. Even into early next week, still dealing with the oppressive heat. So the 90s are on tap for folks in the Sunshine State for the extended period. This goes into Monday in Daytona Beach of 95, 98 in Jacksonville. So really living up to it being meteorological summer at the start of June, and it sure feels like it across that region. Notice, though, we've got the middle of the country in the bullseye once again for some late spring thunderstorms, some afternoon thunderstorms today. Could become severe. It's a small area, but still a little bit of hail potentially. It was some wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. Not looking likely for, at large tornadoes, but we could see some isolated tornadoes across that region. It's more the hail that we're going to watch focused across portions of Nebraska and Missouri. So heads up there. Now, those thunderstorms will start to shift to the east, and then we kind of have just a round of some general thunderstorms tomorrow. If you're going to be out and about for any Saturday plans, St. Louis, Kansas City, Denver, you could see some of those thunderstorms leaving you with the potential for some heavy rain. I don't think we'll see a great chance of tornadoes, but hail and wind gusts, those will be possible with some of the stronger of the thunderstorms. And then by the time Sunday rolls around, kind of an unsettled little bit of a mess across parts of New England. We've got parts of the mid-Atlantic dealing with some rain and parts of the Midwest where we potentially could see a flood risk from Colorado to West Tennessee. So a heads up there for folks that have some Sunday plans. Guys, we have just rolled right into, we had all that severe weather that we were tracking for most of April and May. Now we're rolling into, of course, hurricane season, but the heat is also a big issue. So lots to talk about in the weather department.
Yeah, no kidding. We're keeping you busy.
Yes, you are.
Thanks, Angie.
Thanks, Angie. Well, today is the third day of President Biden's trip to France to commemorate the 80th anniversary of D-Day in Normandy. Earlier today, the president met with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky for a bilateral meeting in Paris before traveling back to Normandy. Mr. Biden is set to give a speech on the Normandy coast, highlighting worldwide threats against democracy. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander has the latest for us from France.
Good day to you from what is one of the most breathtaking backdrops a president could ever visit. This is Point du Hoc, above the 100-foot cliffs that the U.S. Army Rangers scaled to push back the Nazi Germans. Their bunker behind us, you see that, the dagger, the historical symbol of the Rangers there as a monument. The president expected to deliver a forceful defense of democracy today and to harness the incredible courage and commitment of those young men.
This morning, fresh off the historic commemorations honoring some of America's last surviving D-Day heroes, President Biden meeting with Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky to discuss his own efforts fending off an autocrat, Russia's Vladimir Putin, and the U.S.'s continued support. One of the most poignant and personal moments Thursday, Zelensky embracing a D-Day veteran and exchanging words of gratitude.
Oh, you're the savior of the people. You're the kiss of my eyes.
Later today, the president returning to Normandy, delivering remarks at Pointe du Hoc, where 80 years ago, Army Rangers scaled a sheer cliff, attacking and overtaking Nazi bunkers. Some of the first steps toward reclaiming this continent from Hitler's rule. The speech coming 40 years after Ronald Reagan gave what's considered perhaps the greatest tribute to those brave American warriors who endured withering gunfire.
These are the boys of Pointe du Hoc. These are the men who took the cliffs. These are the champions who helped free a continent.
President Biden hoping to summon those same patriotic sentiments that helped propel President Reagan to re-election that year. And it comes as the president is still facing another international crisis, the war in Gaza. President Biden has increasingly criticized Israeli military operations, having urged Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu not to launch a total invasion of the city of Rafah with civilian lives at risk. Here with ABC News.
I think he's listening to me. They were going to go into Rafah full bore. They haven't done that.
And as former President Trump rallies supporters railing against President Biden's new executive action that sets asylum limits for migrants illegally crossing the U.S.-Mexico border.
So they come up with this order. I won't say it because I don't like using the word in front of these beautiful children.
President Biden is now responding to Mr. Trump, who called the immigration move, quote, weak and pathetic.
Is he describing himself? Weak and pathetic? Come on.
In that meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky a short time ago, President Biden announced another military aid package, $225 million. When he comes here to deliver his remarks at Pointe du Hoc a short time from now, the president will have among those in attendance John Wardell, now 99 years old. He was just a 19-year-old private first class, one of the last surviving Rangers from the mission there in World War II. Back to you.
Peter, thank you so much.
It will soon be the defense's turn in the federal criminal trial of President Biden's son, Hunter Biden. Prosecutors are expected to call 2 more witnesses to the stand today before resting their case. The jury heard yesterday from Hallie Biden, the widow of Hunter Biden's brother, Beau. She discussed in detail Hunter's drug addiction, as well as what she knew about his 2018 gun purchase. NBC's Ryan Nobles joins us now from outside the courthouse in Wilmington with the latest. Ryan, good morning.
Joe, good morning. And Hallie's testimony yesterday was heartbreaking at times. She accused the president's son of introducing her to crack. And she said that she thought he was meeting with drug dealers and using drugs around the time he bought the gun. Hallie Biden, the widow of Hunter Biden's late brother, Beau, who was in a romantic relationship with him for a time, testifying Thursday that Hunter Biden's crack use was at one point a constant presence in her life. Led to her abusing the drug as well. It was a terrible experience that I went through, and I'm embarrassed and ashamed of that period of my life. Prosecutors are attempting to prove that Hunter lied on a federal form, claiming he was not an active drug user in order to purchase a gun. Hunter Biden has pleaded not guilty to the charges. Hallie capturing the attention of the jury, outlining her relationship with Hunter, saying she would sometimes accompany him to buy drugs, and saying she saw Hunter with crack balls the size of ping pong balls. She said she had a pattern of searching his car, finding drug remnants and the gun. Hallie, seen here in this surveillance video played in court, found the gun in Hunter's truck and then drove it to a nearby grocery store to throw it away. She said she got rid of the gun because, quote, I didn't want him to hurt himself or my kids to find it and hurt themselves. Adding, I realize it was a stupid idea now, but I was just panicking. The prosecution also introducing a text message Hunter sent Hallie around the time he bought the gun, where he wrote, I was sleeping on a car smoking crack. But defense attorney Abby Lowell reminded Hallie that she described Hunter as a habitual liar. You have no idea whether he was just saying that or whether he was actually there, he asked. Correct, Hallie said. Lowell also getting Hallie to concede she'd never witnessed Hunter doing drugs in October of 2018. Meanwhile, as the trial moves closer to a verdict, President Biden telling ABC yesterday that even if his son is found guilty, he will not offer him a pardon. And the defense is expected to get the case at some point today. We could hear from some key witnesses, including members of the Biden family that the defense may call. They've signaled that even perhaps Jim Biden, the brother of the president, could be among the witnesses they call, and also Naomi Biden, who's, of course, Hunter Biden's daughter. Also expected in the courtroom today, First Lady Jill Biden, who was in France yesterday for the 80th anniversary of D-Day. She flew back here to be with her son in court today. She's expected to head back to France after court wraps up today. Joe?
All right, Ryan, thank you so much.
Well, there was a frightening moment for the NFL champions, the Kansas City Chiefs, as 25-year-old B.J. Thompson suffered a seizure and went into cardiac arrest during a team meeting at their practice facility on Thursday. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now with the details. Morgan, what happened here and how is he doing?
Yeah, Savannah, frightening moments for sure, because this didn't happen on a football field, but sources say this took place during a team meeting at the team's facilities in Kansas City. Fortunately, though, there were team doctors and trainers very close by that were able to treat Thompson almost immediately. And it was that response that experts are crediting with potentially saving this young player's life.
This morning, Chiefs defensive end B.J. Thompson recovering following a medical emergency. Sources say the 25-year-old Thompson appeared to suffer a seizure and go into cardiac arrest during a team meeting Thursday.
1 Arrowhead Drive, cardiac arrest.
There's a doctor on site and CPR is in progress at this time.
Team doctors and trainers working to stabilize the young player before an ambulance rushed him to a nearby hospital. The Chiefs canceling practice, but not offering any official comment.
How critical are those first few minutes post-cardiac event?
The first few minutes and even seconds are critical. We know that every second that the heart is not pumping blood as it should to the brain and the rest of the body, the probability of having a good outcome declines precipitously.
As a rookie defensive lineman, Thompson played in one game last season, showing promise on a team that took home yet another Super Bowl championship. His college coach writing prayers up for SFA football's own B.J. Thompson, thankful for the Chiefs medical team as their rapid and excellent response made the difference. Thompson, the latest young athlete to suffer from cardiac issues. In 2023, LeBron James' son Bronny collapsed during a workout and was hospitalized for 3 days. James made a full recovery and impressed scouts at the recent NBA Draft Combine. In 2021, Danish soccer star Christian Eriksen collapsed during a match but was saved by fast-acting team doctors. And, of course, the dramatic story of Damar Hamlin, the Buffalo Bills safety who nearly died after going into cardiac arrest on the field during an NFL game.
And they are intensely working on Damar Hamlin.
Hamlin's return to the football field, highlighting a hopeful road to recovery for others, such as Thompson, who sources say is now listed in stable condition.
It just reminds us as a medical field that we still have a lot of work to do to try to figure out who's at risk for these events and prevent them.
Now, we are hearing from Thompson agent today, who said he was able to visit BJ in a hospital, and while he is still unconscious, his vitals are good and he is in stable condition, adding his family is asking for continued prayers. But Savannah, doctors tell me that even with further heart scans and closer examinations, they may still not be able to pinpoint that exact cause, that trigger of what led to this frightening medical emergency. Savannah?
All right, Morgan Chesky, thank you very much.
Much more to come on this Friday edition of Morning News Now, including a fresh look at America's job landscape as graduating students look to make their mark on the workforce this summer.
But first, Amanda Knox now speaking out after an Italian court reconvicted her of slander. Her new push to clear her name up next.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
We're back now with more on Amanda Knox's reconviction for slander.
Yeah, Knox returned to an Italian courtroom Wednesday, hoping to clear her name in a case linked to the murder of Meredith Kercher, but instead was found guilty again. Now she is speaking out and vowing to keep fighting. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Goss joins us now with more. Steph, good morning.
Good morning. The saga that began for Amanda Knox with the high-profile murder of her roommate in the small town of Perugia nearly 17 years ago is still not over. This morning, Knox remains defiant, saying she will appeal the new slander verdict against her all the way to Italy's Supreme Court.
In an interview on Italian TV, Amanda Knox says she will come back to Italy as many times as it takes to clear her name. Speaking in Italian, she insists, "I am a victim. I didn't slander anyone." In a retrial earlier this week, the Seattle native was found guilty of slander for accusing bar owner Patrick Lumumba of killing her roommate Meredith Kercher in the days after the 2007 murder. Knox would eventually be convicted of the murder herself, along with her then-boyfriend Raffaele Sollecito, a verdict that was eventually overturned after they spent 4 years in an Italian jail. Knox telling Sky Italy, "I have been unjustly accused, 4 years in prison as an innocent. From the beginning, I just wanted to do the right thing and tell the truth." Knox says she didn't sleep the night after the verdict and that she is upset but determined, calling the court's decision an injustice. Also speaking out in her own podcast.
You know, this is 17 years that I've been wrongly convicted of this crime. And I was 20 years old when this happened. And I've just been living with this open wound and with this incredible stigma.
In her interview on Thursday, the now 36-year-old repeated the allegation that Italian police tortured her psychologically during questioning, reiterating that she is not guilty of slander and she did not murder her roommate. She says the police pressured her to implicate Lumumba. Perugia police have previously denied the accusation. The crime made international headlines for years. 21-year-old Kercher was sexually assaulted and stabbed to death in the house she shared with Knox, the young women studying abroad at the University of Perugia. In the podcast, the toll that the nearly 2-decade-long ordeal has taken clearly heard in Knox's voice.
I can live with it. I will survive this. And I'm going to keep fighting it. But it's hard.
The Seattle native says she just wants to live her life, and she hopes when she raises her children, they will see her strength, adding that she was lucky to have, guys, the support that she had with family and friends. It's interesting, though, when you hear her talk, there also seems to be this resignation that she may have to deal with this in the aftermath of everything for her entire life, possibly.
Yeah, and she realizes that, too. All right, Stephanie, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thanks. Let's get you more international headlines. France is renewing its support for Ukraine in its war with Russia.
NBC's Matt Bradley joins us from London with that and other world headlines. Matt, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. So France's support, as you just mentioned, it's coming at a critical time for the Ukrainians, just as they appear to be losing some ground in eastern Ukraine. Now, President Emmanuel Macron, he said yesterday that France will send 200 of its Mirage fighter jets to Ukraine, and they'd also train the country's pilots on how to fly them. Now, in the past, France has insisted that the Ukrainians focus on training for the American-made F-16s, and they're more common than the French Mirage fighters. Now, Papua New Guinea is still feeling the impact of a massive landslide 2 weeks ago. Geological authorities said the Engo region was likely to face more landslides after the United Nations estimated that about 670 people were killed there last month. Now, to give you a sense of how remote and treacherous this area has been for rescue workers, only 11 bodies have been recovered so far. That's after some 2,000 people are thought to have been buried alive. Now, it's finally 50 days until the start of the Summer Olympics in Paris, and the Eiffel Tower is already strutting its stuff, showing off the 5 rings that form the Olympics logo. And it's not just for tourists. The tower itself is expected to figure prominently in the actual games themselves. Men's and women's volleyball games will be played right at the foot of the tower, and the Champ de Mars, which is that sort of park at the base of the tower, will also feature a temporary stadium seating. Guys?
Just the best backdrop. It's going to be the best. All right. Matt Bradley, thank you.
Thank you. Well, coming up, bugs. They're what the buzz is all about this summer.
From screaming cicadas to swarms of giant soaring spiders. Yeah, they can fly. Millions of us are in the middle of a creepy crawly invasion. But what's behind their recent boom in numbers? We'll take a closer look, unfortunately. Next.
Apologies.
And we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
Welcome back. A New Jersey high school is facing a backlash over its yearbook after a photo appearing to show Muslim students was described as an image of the Jewish Student Union. Adam Harding from our New York City affiliate WNBC has that report.
People are very upset, and they have the right to be.
Outrage in East Brunswick tonight over the high school yearbook. It's this page now getting all the attention. Notice the students' names listed next to their various clubs. Now look at the Jewish Student Union. There are no names listed, and the photo, the mayor says it appears to instead be of Muslim students not affiliated with the club.
It sparked a lot of outrage in the community because it's hard for most people to fathom how that could have happened as an accident.
With hundreds of copies now in circulation, the city is calling for a full investigation into how this happened.
But it's downright upsetting and outrageous for you not to call out an act for what it is. It is an anti-Semitic act. It doesn't imply who did it, not making any accusation about who did it. That's the result of an investigation will reveal that.
We have a tracking of everything that was uploaded, who was uploaded by, the time it was done.
The superintendent says the school immediately began investigating to determine if someone may have been behind it or if this was an honest mistake. He's asking the community not to jump to any conclusions.
I'm going to wait and find out what the investigation unfolds for us. Because it could be a legitimate mistake, but I don't want to call it anti-Semitism.
Have you heard from any concerned Jewish students or families in the wake of these photos?
I have been quite a few emails, quite a few posts to social media.
The backlash has been swift, with the district now scrambling to replace the yearbook.
being somebody who graduated from East Brunswick and went there K through 12, you know, we're a very diverse community who appreciate and love everybody, no matter religion, race, sexuality, or anything. So, you know, it's definitely something that is unacceptable, and I hope that they investigate it and look into the root cause and figure out exactly what happened.
Our thanks to Adam Harding from WNBC for that report.
Okay, prepare yourselves for this next report. Earlier this spring, we warned you about that full-blown cicada invasion happening in parts of the Midwest and South. There they are. Do you hear them? Well, for weeks, people haven't been able to escape these insects and that unmistakable sound. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa drew the short straw. She joins us now from outside of Chicago with more on the summer bugs. Maggie, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning from the Morton Arboretum, where, yes, the short straw and the cicada geddon, as it's called, is alive and well. Look at them. Red eyes, wings, and all. It's worth pointing out they're relatively quiet right now. We're told they're sleeping. They're more 9 to 5 bugs. They will get loud later in the day, screeching across several states. And as if that's not enough, marking the first of multiple insect invasions on tap for summer.
Hey guys, the cicadas are out right now. This is my backyard currently.
This morning, America's cicada invasion is off and buzzing. With some areas across the Midwest and South so inundated, homeowners are sprinting to their cars to avoid the swarms.
1, 2, 3, go! The cicadas are so in sync right now and so stinking loud.
These trillions of winged, red-eyed bugs turning the sound of silence into a distant memory.
Deafening, deafening, deafening.
The culprit, 2 cicada broods, one that's lived underground for 13 years, the other for 17, that have now crawled above ground together in the first double emergence since 1803. Do you like them?
Yeah.
At Morton Arboretum in suburban Chicago, the scientific wonder is drawing visitors from far and wide. You came here from New York?
Yeah, the kids love it. They love bugs, so I knew they'd be into this.
Where have you had people visiting from?
Gosh, we had Canada, Germany.
Cicadas apparently are equally drawn to humans, which became obvious during our interview.
It's like one in my pant leg right now.
Is there really?
Are
you okay?
I'm okay. I'm like totally okay. I'm totally okay.
You don't have to be okay. Are they in my hair? Is there? Oh my God, there it is. Also inescapable, that sound. We have a decibel meter. Look how loud they're getting. This cicada swarm hitting 85 decibels, loud enough to damage ears with prolonged exposure. Staff here wearing earplugs, gear that won't help farther east as millions brace for a different kind of invasion.
This right here is a Joro spider.
Scientists say Joro spiders, typically seen in Georgia, are set to swarm New York and New Jersey this summer. Alongside spotted lanternflies, an invasive species bringing its so-called appetite for destruction for plants to at least 15 states. Experts say some bug populations are indeed thriving. One reason?
Climate change. The world is getting warmer. What this means is that insects that depend on temperature for their development simply have longer periods of time to develop.
Wow. Back in the Midwest, experts stress cicadas are harmless to humans and clearly captivating enough to leave many buzzing with excitement. I mean, they are fascinating. Back out here live, one thing getting a lot of buzz on social media, buzz, fun pun, is people noticing that some areas tend to be inundated or seem to be inundated with cicadas. Others seem to have none. Scientists say there is a reason for that. They say cicadas need specifically like big, old trees to thrive. So urban areas and kind of newer suburbs, you're not going to get a lot of them there. You're going to have to come to a place like this to enjoy cicada geddon and get your merch, guys. They have slogans like "We All Scream." They have hats. I made the joke on the Today Show. It's like being at a Taylor Swift concert. Like, the merch is just top notch. It's fantastic.
There's special guest stars every night, and so
decibel records from the crowd.
Can't get the song out of your head.
You know what,
if they start triggering earthquakes, we're in trouble.
Yeah, I would take the cicadas over those spiders coming for us. Are you kidding me?
Can we have neither?
Fair. That's very fair.
Yeah.
But
let's go with neither. I love how they're also 9 to 5 bugs. Like Dolly Parton should write a song
that was very
about
funny.
the cicadas.
That really got a cackle out of me.
All right. Maggie, go inside. Escape the bugs. Coming up. up, have you ever heard of a supercommuter?
It turns out they are people who travel miles and miles just to get to work, and their numbers are growing. We'll dig into why people are deciding to go the distance. That's up next.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
Back now with a look at the demand for the iPhone in China.
CNBC's Beijing Bureau Chief Eunice Yoon met with some gray market vendors to get their take on the new iPhone 16 and the challenges they see for Apple in China.
Anyone in China whose livelihood depends on demand of Apple products is well aware of this electronics market called Huatianbei.
The mall sits in Shenzhen, near the border with the city of Hong Kong. This marketplace has long been a barometer of iPhone demand. For years, many gray market sellers have sourced Apple's newest product releases from Hong Kong and found ways to have them carried across the border to be sold here all over China, where the iPhone traditionally fetches higher prices.
Vendors tell us that nearly all of the Apple products on this floor are brought in from Hong Kong. Upstairs is where distributors from the rest of China sell their excess inventory.
The sellers here tell us the China market has become more challenging for the iPhone. Jeff Jiang has been selling them on the gray market for 17 years. His sales have dropped in half with the iPhone 15. It's because consumers are downgrading, he says. More people feel it's harder to earn money, so they don't want to spend so much on phones. He says in the past year, 40% of his customers switched from iPhones to new Huawei devices, which have upgraded technology, stoking a belief the phones have stronger signal than iPhones and speeds close to 5G. People feel more patriotic. A lot of customers bought the new Huawei phone to support domestic brands, he says. Zhang feels the Chinese smartphone makers are providing services and apps that are better tailored to a Chinese audience, especially with the emergence of AI. His suggestion for Tim Cook? I'd advise him to make iPhones more Chinese, he says. Eunice Yoon, NBC News, Shenzhen.
More money news now. Rental car company Hertz now looking to balance its finances.
CNBC's Silvana Hanau joins us with that and some other news for us. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. Good morning to you. Yes, so car rental giant Hertz is considering the sale of at least $700 million in secured debt, as well as a convertible note offering. Hertz's shares took a nosedive following the news, dropping over 12% to hit a record low of $3.47 before closing down about 5% for the day. Financial advisors are actively contacting potential investors, but final decisions on the size and terms of the debt issuance are still pending. Starbucks has a plan to boost company sales after a challenging quarter. The coffee chain announced on Thursday that it's teaming up with Grubhub. Right now, the partnership is only available in a handful of states, but the company expects it to be available nationwide by August. Prior to the Grubhub partnership, customers could already order Starbucks items via DoorDash and Uber Eats. And the iconic San Francisco home used to depict the Tanner residence from the 1990s sitcom Full House is for sale. The iconic home in Lower Pacific Heights, that's an affluent San Francisco neighborhood, just hit the market for $6.5 million. The 3,700 square foot home features 4 bedrooms and 3.5 bathrooms. The property was most recently sold in 2020 for over $5 million, guys.
I feel bad for people who live in that neighborhood because it is overrun with tourists.
It really is. I was one of them at one point.
Me too. Silvana, thank you. Appreciate it.
Sure. Well, just this morning, we are getting the latest jobs report coming out of the Bureau of Labor Statistics for the month of May. 272,000 jobs were added last month. That far exceeds the expected amount.
These numbers are a shock for the economists who predicted a cooler month of job growth. Unemployment and wage growth were also higher than expected. So what does this all mean for the economy the rest of the year?
Here with us, of course, to break down everything we're seeing in this new report, NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung. Brian, good morning. So as we said, 272,000, much higher than expected. What does that tell us about the current state of the economy?
What it tells us is that the jobs market is still roaring. Jobs are being readily added to this economy at a fast clip. Again, that 272,000 figure, that's how many were added in the month of May. That's much faster than the 175,000 that were added in the month of April. The Bureau of Labor Statistics actually looked back at that number and said this number was actually even lower than they had originally thought. It was 175. They revised that to 165,000, which raises the question, okay, well, where do we see the job gains in the month? And how does it compare to what Wall Street economists had expected? Well, Wall Street economists only expected about 190,000 to be added in the month. And again, what we got was about 272,000. That would make that bar somewhere around here. So you'd have to go back to about March to see a number higher than that. And when it comes to industries that we've been seeing those job gains, healthcare adding 68,000 jobs in the month, government adding 43,000 jobs in the month, construction, so these are blue-collar jobs as well, gaining about 21,000, and then leisure and hospitality, bars and restaurants, this has been a big driver of job gains post-pandemic, broadly speaking. 42,000 jobs added in the month. These are the big sectors that saw a lot of the gains.
So the Fed, we know, is still trying to battle high inflation. What do these numbers tell us about that?
Yeah, well, when it comes to the Federal Reserve, they're looking at this and going, okay, well, it's good that people are getting jobs. The big story for them is getting inflation down. And the inflation side of this jobs report comes from the wages side of things, right? How much are people getting paid in those jobs that they're getting hired in? Well, this report told us that wages on a year-over-year basis, May of this year compared to May of last year, wages went up by 4.1%. That's a little faster than in previous reports that the Federal Reserve has gotten from this particular report. But the good news is that this is outpacing inflation. So yes, inflation is higher, right? Prices at the grocery store, Target, Walmart are all up. But when it comes to wages, at least that is compensating for how much higher prices are. The story was flipped. Inflation was way outpacing wages for most of the post-pandemic period. That story flipped around the spring of last year.
We also saw a slight uptick in unemployment as well, not 4%. What can you tell us there and how those two things can exist together?
Yeah, well, lucky for you guys, I do have a chart for that as well. So when we take a look at the overall unemployment rate, right, you take a look at that massive spike during the pandemic, over 15%. Crazy to even think about that at this point in time. But look, basically since then, we've been below 4% for almost the entirety of that post-pandemic period following the recovery, right? So again, yes, it did take up to 4%. If you kind of draw the dot there, it's basically not noticeable. The last time we touched the 4% mark was technically in January of 2022. So it's been about 2 years since we've seen an unemployment rate of around 4%. But when you consider that the previous report in April, the unemployment rate was 3.9%, going up to 4% is basically just a tick. We'll have to monitor that, but certainly not anything worth panicking over.
So, Brian, this year's graduating class, college seniors, they're now entering the workforce, looking for that first job if they haven't found one already. Give us an outlook, how hopeful this job market looks for them.
Yeah, well, we get another glimpse of just job openings and how many jobs are being posted in the form of the JOLTS report. This is the Job Openings and Labor Turnover Survey. And what that told us in the month of April was that there were about 8 million job openings in this country. If you look at pre-pandemic levels, right, because COVID kind of jumbled everything up, the steady state of how many jobs were usually available to people was around 7 million. So there are more jobs open now than there were pre-pandemic. The question is, what sectors are you looking at? We know that white-collar work, specifically in the tech industry, has been very difficult over the last 2 years. Could be more difficult there than, say, in jobs like construction. But again, it depends on what type of major those graduates are carrying out of the school.
Brian, we appreciate you reading in, getting us up to speed quickly this morning. Thank you.
Speaking of jobs, Stanford University researchers are highlighting a growing group among U.S. workers. They call them super commuters.
Yeah, those are people who drive more than 75 miles one way to get to work. And that number has actually gone up 32% since the pandemic.
Nicholas Bloom, one of the co-authors of that report from Stanford University, is here to explain more of the findings. He's also a professor of economics at Stanford. Professor, good to have you with us. So, I mean, those are some steep commutes.
Wow.
Why are so many people willing to make that trek?
Yeah, these are punishing journeys. So more than 75 miles, you're looking at about 2 to 2.5 hours each way. So why are folks doing it? It's basically work from home. So if you go back to 2019, you came in every day. Did you want to drive for 2.5 hours each way? Very few people did that. By now, we're seeing a big rise of hybrid. So, you know, you're working from home Monday, maybe Friday today. You're probably only going in 2-3 days a week. And so what you think is, I can put up with that longer commute, that longer journey in return for a bit more space. So I think folks are trading off fewer days of horrible commuting in return for a little bit more space. Think in particular, you know, you're in your 30s, 40s, you've got young kids at home, you need somewhere for them to play, somewhere for you maybe to have a home office.
Professor, how exactly did you do this? How did you figure out, like, how commuters, how long their commutes are, how this is going up, and where are you seeing the biggest changes in people's commutes?
Yeah, so I've been studying work from home for almost 20 years and talking to, you know, thousands of managers, employees, and I was hearing this just on the grapevine for so many of them about these massive commutes. So working with Alex Finnan, who's another Stanford researcher, we got data on millions of car journeys from satellite data. And what you can see is this surge, as you mentioned, has gone up by about 1/3 of folks driving more than 75 miles a day. Where's it happening? It's happening particularly in big, expensive cities. So think of, you know, New York, Phoenix, LA, the Bay Area, Washington, D.C. These are places that are just incredibly expensive to live in the city center. And a lot of people have decided, look, I can't afford the space I need, so I'm going to move out to the suburbs. I'm going to have, you know, 2-3 days a week of horrible commuting. But in return, I'm going to get a bigger space, bit of, you know, outside space for myself.
I understand one of your next steps in research is to dig into the commute changes in smaller cities. What do you expect to learn, and what does all this mean for the future of in-office culture here in America?
Yeah, so there's a couple of things we're looking at. One is smaller cities. The other thing interesting we've been looking at is what people are doing when they're working from home. So some of the data is showing there's a surge in playing golf during the week. So folks are, of course, working from home, but they appear to be, you know, tripping out to go play golf, maybe a bit, pickleball, going to home improvement stores. So, you know, it's a kind of fun study. You can see what's going on in people's home lives and their working lives. In terms of office culture, the office market's clearly weak. We know that office, you know, blocks are struggling. Oddly enough, because so many people want to come in on Tuesday to Thursday, it's hard for many companies to totally get rid of the office. So, you know, in a sense, they'd love to, but, you know, it's not much use to them having it empty Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and increasingly Mondays. So it hasn't been as devastating as you think. Spending is down in city centers. So, you know, the suburbs are booming and the city centers are quiet, but it's not as catastrophic as you might predict.
Oh, all right. Professor Nicholas Bloom, thank you so much for your time this morning. Appreciate it.
Yeah, fascinating conversation. Coming up, if it's Friday, you know that means it's time for your weekly Can't Miss list.
The latest and greatest in the world of entertainment, including the highly anticipated return of the Bad Boys this weekend. Who better to give us a rundown than friend of the show, Pop Culture Whiz, Brian Balthazar. He joins us next.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
Welcome back. Christmas just came early for fans of Dolly Parton and Broadway, my two favorite things. It's because a Dolly Parton musical is now in the works. The country queen announced that her new musical, Hello, I'm Dolly, get it, will debut on Broadway in 2026 with Parton herself. She will write the show's score featuring her biggest hits and new songs. In a statement, Parton said, quote, "You'll laugh, you'll cry, you'll clap, you'll stomp. It truly is a grand old opera." It's pretty clear no slowing this gal down.
Yeah.
2 weeks ago, she announced a new album and a docuseries coming out this November. She just keeps on going.
I hope you take this as an honor like I do when people tell me Taylor things. I read that and I thought of you. That's true. That's good. I was like, that's great for Joe. All right.
Like people congratulate you.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
like, thank you.
This morning, I thought about being like, hey, did you see this? And when somebody asked me if I saw Tony's, I'm like, yeah, duh. You obviously don't understand. All right, this morning we're getting a preview of an NBC News exclusive interview with Celine Dion. Today's Hoda Kotb sat down with the legendary singer to talk about her battle with stiff person syndrome and the impact it's had on her life.
What was happening to your voice when you were trying to sing and...
It's like somebody's strangling you. It's like somebody's pushing your larynx, pharynx this way.
Oh.
So it's like you're talking like that, and you cannot go high or lower. It gets into a spasm. It started here.
Yeah.
No, okay, it's
Yeah.
gonna be fine. But it can also be in the abdominal, can be in the spine, can be in the ribs. But it feels like if I point my feet, they will stay in an, or if I cook, because I love to cook, my fingers, my hands will get in a position.
Like they're
my
cramping.
feet, it's
Kind of.
cramping, but it's like in a position of like you cannot unlock them.
Ah.
I had broken ribs at one point because sometimes when it's very severe, it can break
A
some
spasm
ribs as
so
well.
hard that it can break a rib?
Wow, you can catch Hoda's full interview with Celine next Tuesday on Today. Fascinating.
Finally, this hour, it's Friday, which means it's time for our weekly Can't Miss list.
We've got a roundup of this weekend's movies and shows, of course, that you just can't miss. And joining us today is our friend, entertainment journalist and pop culture expert, Brian Balthazar. Brian, good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Let's start with a big budget one, Bad Boys Ride or Die. I've already been seeing headlines.
Right. Will Smith, Martin Lawrence. This is 4 years since the last installment, 2 years since the Oscar slap. I'll get to that in a second, but they're hoping, including his agents are hoping that this is the one that rejuvenates his career. In fact, they've already been, according to the Hollywood Reporter, putting out calls to try and lock in another role so they can kind of ride the wave of the success. Incidentally, there is a slap scene in this movie.
Imagine that.
Yeah, where he's on the receiving end of some slaps. So an interesting wink and a nod to that. They're thinking it might get 30 to 40 million this weekend, which isn't great, but the summer box office isn't great. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. But it's an interesting action buddy comedy where they're the ones now being framed. They're in trouble instead of the ones finding the bad guys. They might be the bad guys. Or aren't they?
Ooh, are they?
I'm
Who's
guessing
the
they
bad
aren't,
boy?
but let's find out.
All right. Another movie, Hitman, starring Glenn Powell. This one was at the Toronto Film Festival. Netflix said 20 million bucks. We want it.
How is he making all these movies, though? He cranks out movies faster than Oreo cranks out new flavors.
There's
what?
2 of them.
Right. I mean, so this is, you know, when you take out a hit on someone, you know, Savannah, they actually, there's someone who's like going to be the hit guy, and it's a cop, right? So he plays the role of this kind of fake hitman. He's always in disguise. It's getting great reception, both on Rotten Tomatoes from the critics and from viewers.
Ooh.
I see some questionable wigs in there, like the disguises, but
was a good hitman.
it looks. People are really loving it. It's on Netflix, so I think it's going to be worth checking out. It's going to be on. It's going to be on the top 5. They do love Glenn Powell. They just like looking at him.
He's got this vibe of the funny comedy romance.
He's like the it guy right now, in the same way that Sydney Sweeney is the it girl. Like she's the it boy. boy.
And
Girl,
crazy,
boy,
that one's Wild True Story.
Right.
Another one that's based on a true story, Am I Okay? Coming of age movie. Tell us about this.
Right, this is really great. So Dakota Johnson stars in this, and we remember she was in Madam Web, and she didn't seem very happy about it.
Oh,
This
it wasn't
is
great.
the movie, right?
Watched it.
Right, she was right.
It's a little rough.
This is the movie she's supposed to be making. This is a coming out story, a coming of age story, a 30-something woman who's starting to explore whether or not she's a lesbian, and she's taking an online survey there, which is very funny. Directed by Tig Notaro and Stephanie Allin, her wife. And it's just, this is their directing debut, and it looks so good. It looks heartfelt, funny in all the right ways. It just, I think it's the start of a really great directing career for the two of them, but also just a great story.
Oh, that's great. I love Tig Notaro, so that's cool.
And that's on Max.
Speaking of, it's Pride Month. Happy Pride. And Peacock has a new documentary called Queer Planet.
Right.
The movie refutes the claim that same-sex couples don't exist in nature. What are we talking about here?
It kind of it examines sex and gender in nature, including like I gotta make sure I get this right, a clownfish that changes its sex, pansexual primates. It also mentions flamboyant flamingos, but I think that's just alliteration. I'm flamboyant. What does that mean? Like, I put the flaming in flamingo. But in any case, that's on Peacock, and it's actually really an interesting study because it also then makes you question the people that question sexuality in humans if animals are also having these variances, you know?
I feel like the wheels are really just off the wagon this morning.
Right, it's always.
And I'm totally here for it because it's Friday. Okay, finally, let's talk about Under Paris on Netflix. This is a shark thing. Is this like a cheesy shark thing?
Right.
Is it a good shark?
I know I'm going to say a shark in Paris's Seine River, and you'd be like, that sounds cheesy. Everyone else is like, no, it's good. Apparently, it leans into what Jaws did so well, was don't show the shark that much. And people are saying it's really well done. It's suspenseful. It's unexpected, obviously. It's not like Snakes on a Plane where you're like, oh, that's terrifying, but probably won't happen. It's kind of like that, actually, but this seems like it's really well done. And so, look, I mean, come on.
I'm getting Jaws vibes there.
This is the kind of stuff I like, but I watch with one eye, you know, kind of shielded.
I might watch this tonight.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, you're going to be watching Glenn Powell, right? Come on.
Olympics organizers, though, are like, don't watch.
I like Glenn Powell, but I really love sharks.
We're both on Netflix, right? Back to back, double showing. Ryan, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And that is going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Don't go anywhere. The fun and the news continues right now. Right now on Morning News Now, President Biden on the world stage. This morning, the president set to deliver another major address in France following yesterday's tribute marking the 80th anniversary of D-Day.
In their hour of trial, the Allied forces of D-Day did their duty. Now the question for us is, in our hour of trial, will we do ours?
We'll have more of the president's message and what's next on his overseas trip. Also this morning, key testimony, Hunter Biden's criminal gun trial, as the widow of his brother Beau details Hunter Biden's drug addiction and the gun at the center of the case. What she said under oath as the prosecution prepares to rest their case. Plus, the West Coast getting scorched. This morning, millions of people from California to Texas under heat alerts. With more triple-digit temperatures expected today, we'll take you to one of the hottest spots, plus show you what's in store for the weekend. And we will end the hour with a curtain call for what's now the most Tony-nominated play ever. Joe shares his conversation with the stars of Stereophonic as they share the influences behind this history-making play.
This is the play everyone is talking about. It is expected to dominate the Tony Awards in a little bit over a week. So it's a fun conversation to bring with you.
How fun is that? Yeah.
I know, exactly. History making. Good to have you with us on this Friday. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started this Friday morning in France, where President Biden will again pay tribute to troops who served during World War II and will use the occasion to draw stark contrasts between himself and his political rival, former President Donald Trump.
The president is starting his day in Paris before heading to the coast of Normandy. He's expected to give a wide-ranging speech on America's ties to European allies, the war in Ukraine, and threats against democracy. We're going to bring you those remarks live, which are slated to begin just after 10 a.m. Eastern Time. Yesterday, President Biden was part of a poignant ceremony with world leaders to mark the 80th anniversary of D-Day. In his speech, Mr. Biden touched on the importance of protecting democracy.
History tells us freedom is not free. If you want to know the price of freedom, come here to Normandy. Come to Normandy and look. Go to the other cemeteries in Europe where our fallen heroes rest. Go back home to Arlington Cemetery.
NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell is traveling with the president and joins us from Paris. Kelly, good morning. So President Biden started his day there where you are meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. What should we know about their meeting?
It is ongoing right now, Joe, with the president, the Secretary of State, the Defense Secretary, other top leaders in what we are told is going to be a substantial meeting talking about a new aid package from the United States to Ukraine. President Zelensky has his own agenda for that meeting. He outlined it before reporters who were in the room for a brief part of the meeting, talking about his thanks for the U.S. support, the Ukrainian commitment to stay in the fight against Russia, and some of his hopes for future events and future support. This latest package will be $225 million. The president also acknowledged that there had been kind of a slow process in keeping that aid going to Ukraine, citing the conservative members of Congress who were resistant to that. So this is a very contemporary, in-the-moment example of the larger themes of this trip. In the president and others who have been here for the D-Day commemorations talking about the need to preserve democracy, concerns about threats to that around the world, and certainly Ukraine for more than 2 years now has been experiencing that aggression from Russia and the unrelenting assault from Russia to Ukraine, and they need support, as they say, and Europe has been a partner, and so has the United States. So this is another demonstration of that. We know that back in the United States, there has been some weariness about support for that war, but the president is saying that he will stay with Ukraine, and that support will keep coming. Joe?
Kelly, let's talk about the president's speech coming up at 10 a.m. Eastern on the Normandy coast. What do we expect to hear from him today?
This is using the location to really highlight what American Rangers, Army Rangers, did 80 years ago, where they were able to scale the cliffs and disable artillery that the Nazis had at the time, and the extraordinary heroism of that, using that particularly uniquely American experience here in France and as a part of the larger D-Day story to highlight the bravery of the Americans 80 years ago, and also to talk about the current threats as President Biden sees them to democracy, whether it's Ukraine, whether it is concerns about what's happening in Israel, and also some of the domestic issues that have been playing out. It's not a political speech. It's not a campaign speech, to be sure. Being overseas, the president typically speaks in larger themes, but it will be easy to see a connection to the election conversation that's happening back in the United States, with the president really emphasizing why alliances like NATO, like the partnerships with other free nations, are important and need to be preserved. That's part of what we expect today.
All right, Kelly
Joe,
O'Donnell
Savannah?
reporting from Paris. Kelly, thank you so much.
Well, now let's get to Delaware, where federal prosecutors are expected to rest their case today in the Hunter Biden trial. 2 more witnesses are set to be called to the stand in that criminal gun case.
The jury heard key testimony yesterday from Hallie Biden, the widow of Hunter's brother, Beau. Hunter had a relationship with Hallie after his brother's death. They were together during the time Hunter Biden purchased the gun that's at the center of this case.
We are joined now by NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian from outside the courthouse in Wilmington, Delaware. We are also joined by NBC News legal analyst Danny Savelos, who's here in studio with us. Good morning to both of you. Ken, I will start with you. So Hallie Biden spoke in detail about Hunter Biden's drug addiction as well as her own drug use. Tell us key moments in her testimony.
Good morning, Savannah and Joe. That's right. Hallie Biden's testimony was dramatic. It was heartbreaking. It was sordid at times, and it must have been deeply painful for the Biden family. There were 3 big moments. First of all, she talked about the fact that Hunter Biden introduced her to crack cocaine, and she talked about how she was embarrassed and ashamed about that chapter in her life. And then she described the moment she found that handgun in his truck and panicked because her children were around that truck and decided that she needed to get rid of it. So she took it to a grocery store trash can and threw it away. And that resulted in this case. And because police were called and the gun was recovered. And then, most crucially, she talked about text message exchanges with Hunter Biden 1 day and 2 days after he purchased that gun, filled out a form that said he wasn't a drug user. And in those text messages, he talked about meeting a drug dealer named Mookie in Wilmington, Delaware, and using crack cocaine while lying on a car. So that's crucial evidence because it goes right to the heart of Hunter Biden's defense that he didn't knowingly lie on that form. And even if he did or didn't knowingly lie, it's illegal, and prosecutors only have to prove that he illegally purchased that gun and possessed that gun while he was using drugs, guys.
Danny, let's talk about the defense strategy here, trying to poke holes in her testimony. What was it the defense was trying to do?
Well, you take a step back, and this is an unusual case in that most drugs and guns cases, which I've handled a bunch, the prosecution doesn't normally put on evidence that the defendant is an addict because that's not really an element of the burden of proof. This is a rare crime where being an addict is an element. So Hallie Biden, in addition to being involved with actually disposing of the gun, she is a percipient witness. She observed Hunter Biden in the throes of drug addiction. But was it enough? The defense pointed out that her memory wasn't perfect. There were certain days that she wasn't aware whether or not he was on drugs for sure. So this is a really interesting prosecution from a legal perspective because it's about to what degree does the prosecution need to prove addiction in order to satisfy this rarely prosecuted subsection of 922, the basically the statute that says who cannot possess a firearm. And, of course, the false statements on the firearm application form, the 4473. This is both a false statements case and a possession case.
Ken, yesterday we also heard from the man who found Hunter Biden's gun in the trash where Hallie Biden disposed of it, as we were just referencing a moment ago. What did he have to say?
Edward Banner is 80 years old. He's hard of hearing, so the prosecutor and the defense attorney had to stand right next to him to ask him questions, gave the jury some moments of levity, and described how he was looking for essentially recycled cans and bottles in the trash at this grocery store, and to his shock and surprise, found this handgun and took it home to his apartment. And what's remarkable about that is that if he hadn't found that gun and Hallie Biden had went back to the store as she did to retrieve it, we might not even be here because we may never have known that Hunter Biden bought a gun allegedly while using drugs. So it was a turn of fate, and it was interesting, and it showed that the prosecution is putting on all the evidence here, meticulously establishing all the facts in this case, surveillance video, testimony, and even the 80-year-old man who found the gun. Guys.
So, Ken, the defense will soon get its turn to present its case, and Hunter Biden's defense will have to decide whether to call their own chemist as an expert. What should we know about what they are trying to figure out here, Danny?
Oh, me,
you.
yes.
I meant for you.
You meant me, yes. First of all, Ken Delaney, a great point about the amazing but-for causation moments in life. You know, one guy searching the trash can for recycling leads to this massive prosecution of such significance. It's really amazing. The defense moving forward, the prosecution expected to arrest. The defense may call a couple witnesses. I don't expect they're going to call Hunter Biden. They don't really need him. If they can get whatever they need, and I expect they're going to put on evidence that on these particular days, maybe Hunter Biden was doing well. He was out of rehab. He was looking forward to a better life and feeling clean and sober. Because, again, this case is an awkward one. What is an addict? There is a federal statutory definition of addict, but what is an addict to all of us? Too often, the person that we all think is an addict is the last person that believes he himself is an addict. Any of you folks out there with personal experience with that know what I'm talking about. So this is a straight, although this is a prosecution that's brought under a statute that's prosecuted all the time, this particular addict or unlawful user part, a little difficult to prove.
Danny and Ken, thank you both very much.
A federal judge is now ordering former top Trump White House advisor Steve Bannon to report to prison within the next few weeks for defying congressional subpoenas. Bannon is set to start serving his 4-month prison sentence on July 1st after he was found guilty of 2 counts of contempt of Congress.
Bannon was convicted in July of 2022 and sentenced more than a year and a half ago for defying subpoenas from the January 6th House committee, citing executive privilege as his defense. Well, that sentence was put on hold while he went through the appeals process. Bannon can also still appeal this ruling from the judge that he must report to prison. You might remember this is the same sentence that is currently being served by another former aide to Mr. Trump. That's Peter Navarro.
We now know that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will address a joint session of Congress next month. He recently accepted an invitation sent by top leaders from both chambers and both parties.
That announcement came the same day as dozens of people, including women and children, were killed after an Israeli strike targeted a school in central Gaza that was being run by the UN Refugee Agency. Israeli Defense Forces said that Hamas militants were operating out of that compound.
NBC News international correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us now from Tel Aviv with the latest. So, Raf, these initial reports from health officials in Gaza said that more than 30 people died in this strike. What else are we learning?
So, Joe, hospital officials are telling us the final death toll is 40 people killed in total in that strike, and of those, more than half are women and children. Now, the Israeli military says it targeted that United Nations school in 3 very specific classrooms where it says that operatives from both Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad were hiding. They say some of those operatives directly took part in the October 7th terror attack. But we know that these UN schools have been a refuge for Palestinian families throughout this war. There were thousands of people seeking shelter there, and it is clear now that a large number of innocent people were killed in this strike. Now, the State Department yesterday saying that when you have 14 children killed by an Israeli intentional strike, then clearly something has gone wrong here. The IDF says that they twice delayed carrying out this bombing to minimize civilian casualties. They also say that they took reconnaissance flights over the school before they targeted it. But a leading Israeli human rights group called B'Tselem is saying that while it would be illegal, a violation of the rules of war, for Hamas to operate out of that school, that would not justify Israel carrying out an attack on a place where so many civilians were sheltering. And they are saying that this is a potential war crime. Guys.
Raf, let's talk about that invitation by Congress in July that Prime Minister Netanyahu has now accepted. Let's talk about the moment that this comes at for him to be coming here, addressing Congress. What kind of message do we expect when he does come?
So, Savannah, I think it's going to depend a lot on the reality on the ground in the Middle East when he arrives in Washington in mid-July. If it looks like what's happening now, where you have Israeli strikes on UN schools, where civilians are being killed in large numbers, I think he is going to get a pretty frosty reception from large portions of the Democratic Party who are very, very upset about the level of civilian casualties, very upset about the lack of progress towards a ceasefire. If by mid-July, late July, there is a ceasefire on the ground in Gaza, I think that takes a little bit of the domestic political tension out. And guys, you know, I almost hesitate to say this, but things are heating up between Israel and Hezbollah, the powerful Iranian-backed militant group in southern Lebanon. Prime Minister Netanyahu has said he is prepared to launch a military offensive into Lebanon to stop attacks from that country. And so if there is a full-blown war going on between Israel and Hezbollah by late July, you know, it would be a very different situation in a very different political context in which the Prime Minister would arrive in Washington. Guys.
Raf Sanchez. Raf, thank you so much.
Let's turn now to the extreme heat searing the country, bringing record high temperatures.
The intense heat continues today across the Southwest, with millions from California to Texas under heat advisories.
NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz joins us now from Phoenix with the latest on this heat wave. Liz, good morning. So Thursday was a record-setting day for Phoenix, with the city reaching 113 for the first time this year. What are they expecting today, and how are they coping with this?
Yeah. Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. It's rough. And I think the thing about that 113-degree day, yes, folks here are used to temperatures like that in the summer. It's just how early it's come. It is the hottest it has ever been this early in the year here in Phoenix. And we're seeing that in other cities nationwide as well. Las Vegas hit 111. That also broke a record for the hottest so early in the year. In fact, the excessive heat warning in effect here has come nearly a month earlier than it did last year. So there are cooling centers open here at Recreation recreation centers, senior centers, libraries for folks. There's one open 24/7. We're here at an active fire station right now where the fire department is taking on new tactics to try to deal with some of the heat-related emergencies that we see. In fact, a record 645 people died of heat-related emergencies last year, just here in the Phoenix-Maricopa County area. And so every fire truck now in Phoenix is equipped with several bags of ice, just like this, for this new ice immersion tactic that they're using to try to deal with heat stroke patients. They're literally going to put people in these mobile ice immersion baths to just try to immediately cool their body temperature down before bringing them to the hospital. And the firefighters here were telling us that this is really the difference between life and death, and that their survivability, he said, quote, has gone through the roof after beginning to use this tactic here. In fact, guys, more people die from heat than any other weather-related event, guys.
We've been talking about this all week. It's great to see they have something that is making a difference. Liz, the extreme heat has our wallets sweating too. I mean, something called the National Energy Assistance Directors Association predicts energy bills are going to rise 7.9% this summer. With this early heat wave, Americans are going to feel that pain soon, if not already, right?
Yeah, there's absolutely a financial toll for this extreme heat, especially last summer here in Phoenix. There were 31 days straight of 110-degree temps or higher, a record heat wave. And so people are blasting their AC. That is the only way they can really survive in their home. But their electricity costs are going through the roof. I interviewed a woman, a 30-year-old woman here, who talked about the financial toll that takes on her. She's budgeting year-round to try to prepare for this. Last summer, she said that she discovered with her and her dog, kind of through trial and error, that they could keep the thermostat in her home at 83 degrees, which is pretty sweltering still, but that was sort of what they could tolerate and manage. And so she would keep her thermostat at 83 in order to kind of keep her costs low. Here's what she told me. So what has it been like just with the massive heat wave that we saw last year coming into this year?
Basically, we were managing the heat last year because it was very expensive. And like, this is a tiny house. It's only 940 square feet, but it's still costing me on the high end $220 per month to cool it.
And now this woman actually said that to try to lower the cost this summer, she paid $4,000 to have her home retrofitted and insulated in a way to try to help keep the home cooler. So we'll see if that works, but still a pretty costly investment for her.
Oh my gosh, you hear 83 degrees. Wow, that's what she can tolerate. I mean, that's really saying something. Liz, of course, this heat also means wildfires. And we know fire crews were battling a fire already west of Flagstaff yesterday. What do we know about how that is going?
Yeah, so there is a brush fire west of Flagstaff right now. As of last check, it's about 1,000 acres, 0% contained right now. No evacuations, but people on alert for sure. And I think it does just speak, Savannah, to the fact that this dry weather and hot heat can raise the risk of fire concern. We've already seen several brush fires and grass fires break out here in Arizona and California just over the past few days. So that's certainly something that firefighters are watching as well, guys.
All right, Liz Kreutz, thank you very much.
We know folks in the Southwest are asking any relief in sight. Let's check in with meteorologist Angie Lassman.
Hey, Angie, good morning.
Good morning, guys. The answer to that question, of course, is yes, but we've got to wait a little while. It's not going to be a big cool down by any means, but at least we'll get back to where we should be for this time of year. The big picture look, though, for today, basically hot from California to Florida. We've got 86 million people that are going to see these temperatures surge past 90 degrees today. As far as the triple digits, that's about 14 million people, and it's mostly confined to parts of the Southwest, stretching from Texas to California. You see some of those major cities of Las Vegas, Phoenix, Albuquerque in there. And these are the spots that we're going to watch to have the dangerous kind of conditions as we get through our peak heating of the day. So later this afternoon, the heat stroke, the heat exhaustion, that's all going to be possible once again today. Hence the reason for those heat warnings that are still in effect, again, for places like Phoenix and Las Vegas, as well as Fresno. But those heat advisories as well, telling people to take it a little slower and find those cool spots through the afternoon hours. Here's where we're going as far as our high temperatures today. Not quite as many records possible, but still impressive numbers nonetheless for this time of year. We've got Las Vegas set to tie a record of 109 this afternoon. Winslow expected to hit 102. That would be a record for this date. Notice Albuquerque close to the triple digits, not quite making it there, but still uncomfortable nonetheless. We've got Tucson headed to 107. So warm temperatures for sure over the next day or so, but look what happens by the time we get into the weekend and beyond, really. These temperatures still into the triple digits, of course, but it is Las Vegas in June. June after all. So 103, not comfortable, but it's still a little closer to where we should be for this time of year, usually into those low 100s or high 90s for that region at this point of the year. Phoenix, similar story. We'll get back to about 105 by the time next week rolls around, and Sacramento will hang out into the 90s this weekend. Big picture look across the country. We've got a couple of things to watch. Today, we're going to be watching some of those stronger storms centered across parts of the center of the country, the Central Plains specifically. And by tomorrow, we'll see some unsettled conditions for parts of the Great Lakes, a little bit of rain working through for folks there. Maybe a few of those thunderstorms becoming strong across, again, the midsection of the country. But it'll be the heat and humidity that really gets your attention, especially across parts of the Gulf Coast. We'll see temperatures into the 90s, so it doesn't look quite as impressive with our highs not reaching the triple digits like the Southwest guys. But we know the humidity, it is oppressive for folks there, and that means it'll feel like the triple digits. So record-breaking heat now transitions to folks across the South.
All right. Thanks, Angie. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. There's much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, not so sweet. The startling new study showing major health risks linked to a popular sugar substitute.
Up first after the break, our Lester Holt goes one-on-one with Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin. A wide-ranging interview, what he had to say about lessons learned from D-Day and about his own health. Stay with us.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin was among the dignitaries in France honoring heroes from the D-Day invasion. After that ceremony yesterday, he spoke with NBC Nightly News anchor Lester Holt. In a wide-ranging interview, Secretary Austin emphasized the lessons from D-Day in light of today's threats to global peace. Here's some of their conversation.
It certainly is a reminder of how important it is to contest aggression and to contest tyranny.
We can never forget to be grateful to those men and women who gave their lives here. We can never allow the memory to fade, because if we do, I believe that we'll be headed down a very dangerous path.
You're on the European continent where war rages in Ukraine. We saw recently the U.S. Congress begin to show signs of wavering support for Ukraine. What does that portend, and what's the message to American allies?
I've seen bipartisan support for Ukraine throughout. Ukraine matters, and you've heard us say this a number of times, not just for Ukraine and not just for Europe, but it matters to the world. It certainly matters to our security. So.
But U.S. support has been incremental. Why not just untie Ukraine's hands and give them everything they believe they need to win this war?
You know, I've been in touch with my counterpart from the very beginning on a weekly basis and discussing what their needs are, what kind of training they need, what kind of weapons and munitions they need. And we provided that.
But can they win?
What we want to see at the end of the day, Lester, is a democratic, sovereign Ukraine that has the ability to defend its sovereign territory and deter aggression. And I think they can certainly be successful at that.
And Mr. Secretary, I would be remiss if I didn't ask you about your health. I know you recently had another treatment related to your prostate cancer that required you to temporarily transfer authority. How are you doing right now, sir?
That treatment was not necessarily related to the cancer. It was something that we had planned. But to answer your question, I'm doing fine. My doctors are taking good care of me and cancer-free at this point.
So those are great words to hear, I'm sure, for you and your family. Secretary, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. Safe travels.
Well, thanks, Lester. Good to talk to you.
And our thanks to Lester Holt for that interview.
Let's get to some international headlines now. The Sudanese army is vowing to retaliate after a deadly attack by rebel forces.
NBC's Matt Bradley joined us from London with that and more headlines. Matt, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. So some somber news out of Sudan, where more than a year of civil war is once again taking a massive toll on rural civilians. Sudan's military, as you said it would deliver a, quote, harsh response against the so-called rapid support forces that pro-democracy activists accused of killing more than 100 people in an attack on a village Wednesday. Now, pro-democracy activists said Sudan's army had failed to protect the villagers in the latest such raid of several by these rapid support forces. Now, that's a paramilitary group. They've been fighting against the government for more than the past year, trying to unseat the country's president. Now, here in Britain, the Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, is in the full throes of a parliamentary election, but he's already having to apologize. He's facing criticism after he left D-Day anniversary celebrations one day early. Now, Sunak gave his main speech, but then he left to return to Britain before the main event, which featured lots of foreign dignitaries and heads of state, in order to record a TV interview. So Sunak said he cares deeply about veterans, but rival politicians are still attacking him, saying that he's effectively putting his campaign ahead of his country. Now, finally, it might be hard for folks over here to believe it, but the USA actually beat Pakistan in cricket, that quintessential game of Britain and its former Commonwealth colonies, and they did it all in Texas, of all places. Now, Pakistan, which is actually ranked 6th in the world, lost to the US, which is ranked 18th in the world, in the T20 Cricket World Cup. Now, the T20 is a bit of an abbreviated game. Normally, cricket runs very, very long. The U.S. had never competed before in this T20 World Cup, and it may now stand a chance to qualify for the Super 8 round of the tournament, but they have to beat India first, and India is ranked #1 in the world. Guys.
This is how the cricket craze is going to start here in America now.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, we'll see. We'll see.
Bradley,
starting in Texas. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Matt.
Coming up, disturbing new developments in the Gilgo Beach murders. The suspect now facing additional murder charges. The new evidence just revealed by prosecutors.
Plus, is a ban on Juul now up in smoke after the FDA reverses its decision? We'll tell you that and more when we come back. You're watching Morning News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world. We have a full team. News is more now than ever.
just outside of the Israeli military headquarters. They're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate.
What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate.
What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We are back with new murder charges in the alleged Gilgo Beach serial killer case. Also, prosecutors revealed details about the horrifying notes they say they found on the suspect's computer. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa has the details.
Just weeks after investigators revisited the home of the Gilgo Beach murder suspect, Rex Heuermann is facing new murder charges, now accused of killing a total of 6 women over the past several decades. Prosecutors pointing to what they believe is the 60-year-old architect's planning document to methodically blueprint his kills.
Why is the planning document critical to the investigation?
This planning document crystallizes and encapsulates his intent for the commission of these murders. Namely, he intended to murder these victims every step of the way.
Unearthed in March, the document goes into excruciating detail with apparent tasks to complete before, during, and after killings. Things to remember reads, get sleep before hunt, and consider a hit to the face or neck next time. A body prep checklist includes a note to remove head and hands. Another section lists problems, citing DNA, tire marks, fingerprints, witness, and hair. It was hair recovered from the victims' bodies that prosecutors used to tie Heuermann to the murders of Sandra Castilla, killed in 1993, and Jessica Taylor in 2003. Parts of her remains were discovered within a mile of the suspect's other victims, the so-called Gilgo 4. Taylor's family fighting back tears.
This year has been 21 years since she was taken from us. Longer than the chance that she got to be alive.
The DA is not ruling out the possibility of more charges against Heuermann, confirming that he is considered a suspect in a 7th killing as well. Heuermann continues to plead not guilty. Back to you.
Emily Aketa, thank you very much.
For more on this, let's bring in former FBI special agent and professor of criminology, Dr. Brianna Fox. Good to have you with us. So prosecutors announced these 2 new murder charges, so there are now a total of 6 women dating back to 1993 that he's accused of killing. When you see that one of the murders he's now been charged with dates back more than 30 years, what goes through your mind? What does that make you think?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me, and I'm so glad that they're able to make even more arrests and link this suspect to potentially more unsolved cases. One thing that this duration of the murders suggests is what they essentially found with the document, how much planning and effort went into these cases. He was trying to be very premeditated, prevent law enforcement from ever finding the victims. He also targeted vulnerable victims. He made it very difficult to get these cases solved, but it really speaks volumes that we're finally being able to link them all together.
Let's talk more about that gruesome and methodical planning document that was allegedly recovered. Walk us through what that does for authorities in their investigation to have something like that with so much detail.
I mean, it's great for prosecutors. I'm sure a jury will be extremely interested in seeing this. But it was also useful for a long time, unfortunately, I think, to the suspect that was engaging in these killings. Obviously, it was a living document. He was adding things, learning things, editing it. So as he was committing these crimes and saw what he liked or what he didn't like, he was able to essentially get better at killing, which was very bad for these victims and community. But now that these cases are getting linked to him, I think it's going to be great for the prosecutors.
You know, I want to ask, Suffolk County DA Ray Tierney said several references were made to this book about the FBI's Mindhunter. Those were included in the planning document. Here's a picture of what prosecutors say was Heuermann's well-used copy of that. If he did, in fact, review this book, what sort of insights or advantages could investigators could have been gained from studying these methods?
I know that book well. It's on my shelf, too. Unfortunately, I use it when I'm trying to understand the mind of these offenders, what makes them do this. I think you could easily be looking at it to see the opposite side. What did law enforcement know? How do they use these methods? What should he be avoiding? Obviously, there's been massive technology and law enforcement changes from 1993 until the 2000s. So being able to essentially keep up with that and learn with it, I think he was probably studying law enforcement as much as we were trying to study them.
All right, Brianna Fox, Dr. Fox, thank you so much for joining us. It's important to note that Heuermann maintains his innocence as prosecutors continue to try and build their case against him.
Well, the FDA is reversing its ban on the popular vape maker Juul after the company was ordered to stop selling its e-cigarettes 2 years ago. The agency says it is re-reviewing Juul's products in light of new information and ongoing legal battles. The review will determine if the e-cigarettes could eventually be cleared for marketing once again. Juul was originally banned over a lack of safety information related to potential public health risks.
It was also largely criticized for targeting teens and young adults after vaping reached a record high among high school students back in 2019. Now, despite the scrutiny, Juul has maintained its spot as one of the top vape makers in the U.S. The company says it remains confident in the quality and substance of our applications, and it believes a full review will deem its products meet the national safety standard.
Let's stay on public health news. New research from the Cleveland Clinic is prompting a renewed warning from doctors regarding sugar substitutes. The study revealed that xylitol, a popular artificial sweetener, could be linked to an increased risk of heart attack, stroke, and even cardiovascular-related death. It can be found in things like sugar-free gum, candy, toothpaste, and baked goods. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Vin Gupta joins us with more on this. Hi, Dr. Gupta. Good to see you. Good morning. Walk us through why artificial sweeteners like this one can be dangerous and who's most at risk for health complications when it comes to them.
Well, good morning, Span and Joe. This is an important study, and this is not new. These naturally occurring sugar alcohols are a type of sweeteners, sugar substitute. And this is not the first time that these types of sugar alcohols have been shown to be linked to strokes or an increased risk of strokes and heart attacks. To your question, what happens in the body? It appears that these substances actually activate platelets of a type of cell in our body and cause blood clotting, and that's really what ends up happening. For whatever reason, in higher quantities, blood clots are more likely. When this happens in the arteries around our heart or in our brain, that's when we have serious consequences. So that's what we think is happening.
Some health experts say this study does have some limitations. Is it a major cause for concern? What do people need to know, especially about sugar substitutes like xylitol?
Well, I think with any sugar, whether it's table sugar, Joe, or whether it's these sugar substitutes, really the poison here is in the amount. So if you have an excess of any of these varieties of sugars, that's the problem here. Xylitol in chewing gum is in such low quantities is probably not going to cause any health risks. To your point on limitations, so these studies didn't really ask those questions. It showed a link correlation, but it didn't show that there was a direct causation. So it's important to call that out. And that's why that's such a great question. We don't know if this is directly causing an increased risk of strokes, but we think that there is a link here. And this is also a trend of studies showing this link. So there's probably something real. But again, dose matters. Lots of any of these additives, that's when you run into problems.
Let's talk about what people should do about this. If you're hearing this and you're concerned, I know checking ingredient lists before you're going to buy packaged goods or foods is a good one. But also, is there a way to know how much sweetener is in a product, or a way to kind of replace these replacements for sugar?
You know, my advice generally is if you're not diabetic, moderate amounts of table sugar is actually totally fine. This is something that we need for our bodies to live. But Savannah, to your point, what are actually safer, healthier options? We keep hearing about artificial sweeteners like sucralose, aspartame, now these potential sugar alcohols as not being healthy. In 10 years, who knows what evidence we'll be talking about. So opt for honey, again, in moderate amounts. Opt for something like monk fruit in moderate amounts. Those are no health risks associated with them in moderate amounts. We don't think that we have these potential risky side effects like heart attack risk with these types of sugar substitutes. So that's what I would recommend. But again, moderation is the key.
Dr. Ben Gupta, always great to have you. Good information. Thank you so much.
Coming up, the Boston Celtics now one win closer to making history. We're going to have more on their hot start against the Dallas Mavericks in Game 1 of the NBA Finals.
And speaking of history, how broadcasting legend Doris Burke shattered the glass ceiling at last night's game. Stay with us. You're watching Morning News Now.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
I feel great! Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money. Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the man with everything.
All right, it just did too.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money. Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
This is where it all begins.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
I feel great! Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
We're back Back now with some money headlines. Meme stock influencer Roaring Kitty, he is making GameStop shares jump yet again.
NBC's Savannah Henao has that and other money news. Savannah, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Savannah. Happy Friday to you guys. Yeah, so shares of GameStop shooting to session highs yesterday after meme stock leader Roaring Kitty scheduled a live stream on YouTube, which would be his first one in almost 4 years. GameStop popped more than 47% higher to close at $46.55 per share. The stock hit a high of $47.50 during the session, in which trading was actually briefly halted for volatility. The stock has more than doubled so far this week. Retail giant TJX, that's a pairing of TJ Maxx, Marshalls, and HomeGoods, said it's going to equip some store employees with body cameras to thwart shoplifting and keep customers and employees safe. The cameras will be worn by loss prevention officers who are trained on how to use these devices. The footage will only be shared with law enforcement upon request or in response to a subpoena, according to the company. And a popular Los Angeles YouTuber is facing some serious charges this morning. Prosecutors are accusing Alex Choi of directing a video stunt in which fireworks were blasted from an airborne helicopter at a speeding Lamborghini. Choi, who was close to 1 million followers, posted the video to YouTube last July. He faces up to 10 years in prison if convicted, guys.
All right. Silvana, thank you very much.
You got it.
Well, the NBA Finals are officially underway, and the Boston Celtics are off to a hot start, chasing a league record 18th title, while the Dallas Mavericks are on the hunt for their second.
The Celtics took game one with a dominant 107-89 win at home, and we will see if that sets the tone for the rest of the series.
To help us break it all down, let's bring in friend of the show, Kavitha Davidson. She's a sports writer and the co-author of Loving Sports When They Don't Love You Back, Dilemmas of the Modern Fan. Good to have you with us. So the Celtics certainly dominated, it's fair to say, this one, despite the Mavs getting within 8 points during the third quarter. What stood out to you in game one? Is this what this one's going to look like, or do you expect we'll have some closer contests here?
Yeah, I do expect some of this contest to be a little bit closer, and we can talk about why that is. But honestly, going into the series, you knew that Boston was going to kill you with its depth, and the X factor was going to be Kristaps Porzingis, coming back from injury, hadn't played in more than a month, and he was absolutely the X factor here. You know, at one point, Boston's up by 29, and Porzingis puts up 20 points, and he's doing everything on the offensive end. That calf injury looks totally fine, but he's also going up for 3 major blocks. You know, throwaway blocks at the rim, and he completely changes the tenor of this team. This is the deepest team in the league. They really kill you on all sides. You had 6 different players in double figures, and as you said, they were absolutely dominant over the Mavs.
So with the Celtics at nearly full strength now, with Porzingis back, I mean, just talk about how much of an impact that can have on the rest of the series, and whether you think the Mavs will be able to slow them down or not.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you obviously saw the impact of KP and the impact of having as much depth as they do have. But one of the key factors here was also their defense. Their defense was incredible. And I think their approach to this game was let Luka Doncic score 30 points. That's totally fine. But let's shut down the rest of the team, including Kyrie Irving. And that's what they did. I do think going forward, you're going to see closer matchups, because I don't think you're going to see Kyrie shooting as terribly as he did, quite frankly, last night. He was 0 for 5 from 3. He was only 6 for 19 from the floor. So I think that that's going to make the difference if Kyrie can bounce back.
Let's talk about some history. Legendary broadcaster Doris Burke called last night's game, becoming the first woman to serve as a game analyst for a championship game in one of the 4 major professional U.S. sports leagues. How big of a deal was this? How much does this inspire you, adding to her already decorated career?
Yeah, I mean, one of the 4 major men's professional sports leagues, I will clarify. But Doris Burke is, she's a game changer. She is a trailblazer. I was lucky to work with her when I was at ESPN. And, you know, she has set the tone for all of us coming after her. You know, I think Rachel Nichols once said that the reason people like she and I have the benefit of the doubt from fans is because of people like Doris Burke. And that's the impact that she's had. And by the way, at the age of 50, in an industry that is not forgiving to older women, she is absolutely an inspiration.
Oh.
And 50 is not old.
It is absolutely not.
Kavitha Davidson, always good to have you on. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Thank you very much. Coming up, art, life, and rock and roll, a new play making history and taking Broadway by storm.
Up next, my conversation with the stars and musicians behind Stereophonic about what it's like to be part of the most Tony-nominated play ever and how their own musical influences help prepare them for the show. Our curtain call is up next. This is Morning News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
This is where it all begins.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome back. Remember, just a couple days ago on Wednesday, we all watched as Boeing's Starliner mission successfully launched into space. Well, the 2 astronauts on board have now arrived at their destination. Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams reached the International Space Station just after 1:30 yesterday afternoon. There was a last-minute hitch with docking, but it was soon figured out. Both Wilmore and Williams got an out-of-this-world welcome from the Expedition 71 crew. Williams even performed a little zero-gravity dance. There it is. The station is now home to 9 astronauts. Just amazing that we saw them take off the other day. There they are. They made it all good.
So happy for them. And I love that dance. That's awesome.
I know. It's
all
cute.
right. Let's end this hour with the curtain call, your front row ticket to Broadway and beyond. With 13 Tony nominations, Stereophonic is now the most nominated play in Tony history. That includes a nod for Best Original Score, a category that usually only features musicals. This play is about a rock band making an album, so music does play an important role. I sat down with 2 of the show's Tony-nominated stars, Eli Gelb and Juliana Canfield, plus the man who wrote the music and lyrics, Will Butler, formerly of the band Arcade Fire. The interview took place on their stage. The scene, a recording studio in Northern California in 1976. We never actually learned the name of the fictional British band portrayed in Stereophonic. But we are certainly witnesses to the drama that's tearing these rockers apart.
Sometimes you take these things out on me like you're rebelling.
I never rebelled.
Against, but
I never rebelled. I was always a good girl.
That's exactly it. I think you rebel against me. You're looking for something to push against, and I'm the closest to you.
What is Stereophonic about?
Ooh, man. I kind of think it's about everything. I mean, it's about making art, but it's also about life and living life as a part of a world that is larger than yourself.
It's about a band making a record, but it's also about
it's an epic. It's a very classical epic in some ways, like the Iliad, where you have people that you might think of as demigods, as like 70s rock gods.
And kind of like the Odyssey in that it just takes a long time for them to get done what they want to get done. Yeah. It's just like years at sea, trying to get home.
Inside this recording studio, the band is making their second album, while outside, their first record is climbing the charts, launching them towards superstardom. And they can feel that pressure. So could Will Butler, who was tasked with writing the play's music and lyrics. In the end, he got a Tony nomination for Best Original Score, which is rare for a play.
How much pressure did you feel knowing this couldn't just be any music? This had to be like the music for a band that was about to become superstars.
It was really funny. It's really dumb. It's a really bad idea. Will Brill, who plays Reg and plays the bass in the band, was like, had known this play for a long time and was like, it'll be so dumb when they add music to this. This is such a great play, and why are you adding the music? And then, because it has to be really good. It's just like, and then they play, like in the script, it's like, and then they play something transcendent. And you're like, cool, I'll just write something transcendent.
What do you think? Was it dumb to add the music, or did the music work okay?
Super dumb. No, I love the music, and it was part of what drew me to the play. I'm very proud of the album that we put out, but I also find myself listening to it because I just like the tunes, not because I'm trying to, like, you know, up our counts or whatever.
I've never seen a play with music that functions in this particular way before. I hope to see more. I think it's really exciting.
Eli Gelb scored a Tony nomination for playing Grover, the sound engineer who's helping to mix the magic.
I never engineered for the Eagles.
You lied?
A white lie.
That's not a white lie. That's significant.
Juliana Canfield also got a Tony nom. She portrays Holly, one of 5 members of the band.
Were you intimidated at all to sing on a Broadway stage?
Totally. I mean, I was intimidated to audition, and they asked me to send in a tape of myself singing, and I think I put it off for like 2 months or 3 months because I was so terrified about just sharing what I was capable of.
And that's still that whole heavy dynamic between us is still very present and alive.
Okay, so at this point, I know what you're probably thinking. It's a story about a band, 3 guys, 2 women, going through hell to make a game-changing album in 1976. There's only one possibility.
Is it about Fleetwood Mac?
You know, I think we're our own band.
You don't learn a lot about any historical personage by watching this show. You learn about the process of making art, and you learn about the struggles of being human. And some of the specifics are drawn from Fleetwood Mac, some are drawn from
the Eagles.
There's a lot of Stephen Sondheim and Elaine Stritch in here. Like, it is about Stephen Sondheim and Elaine Stritch. The takeaway from the show is not, I learned a lot about something specific. It's, I learned a lot about, I mean, when I watch the play, I learn a lot about myself and the art that I've tried to make in my life, and it makes me feel horrible. And it makes me happy to be seen, and it makes me feel sad, and it makes me feel alive, and it, you know, it fills me with contradictory emotions in a way that I think good art hopefully does.
Stereophonic is playing now at the Golden Theater in Manhattan. It was just extended through January 5th. Yeah, that's next year. Wow. By the way, the official Broadway cast album is also now available, so you can listen to that transcendent music that was made, which is actually a fantastic album. What's interesting, everyone says, is it Fleetwood Mac? Is it Fleetwood Mac? The playwright David Adjemi will say, well, I don't know. I wasn't in the recording studio when Fleetwood Mac made their album. So no, it's not necessarily about them. There's certainly inspiration. I had never heard Elaine Stritch and Stephen Sondheim before. She was kind of a muse for him and Broadway stuff. It's just fascinating to hear the conversations people have over who was this about and who inspired this.
I just can't even imagine the pressure. You get the script, play something transcendent.
I know, exactly.
I mean, that is too funny. That is good. I don't know. I'm interested.
Yeah, it is. Almost every single person I know who's seen it has loved it.
There you go.
All right. It's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Don't go anywhere. The news continues right now. Good morning, and guess what? It's Friday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, heat wave havoc. Sky-high temperatures scorching millions of Americans from Florida all the way to California. The sweltering heat even causing some Trump supporters to collapse at his Phoenix rally yesterday. How firefighters are working to try and keep people cool. On the world stage, an international show of diplomacy on the heels of historic D-Day commemorations. President Biden meeting with Ukraine's President Zelensky this morning in Paris with a massive new aid package as the world remembers one of history's greatest military operations amid two ongoing global conflicts now. We are covering it all. Back home, America's economy in focus. Later in the hour, the critical summer jobs report comes as thousands of graduating students hit the ground running, looking for that all-important first step into a labor market that has been showing signs of cooling. Plus, if it's Friday, you know, we've got your can't miss list, all the hot new titles from the world of entertainment, including a special Pride Month documentary showcasing the beauty of the queer animal kingdom. Even the animals are celebrating Pride.
Also, I say it every week, but lots in our can't miss list that I want to watch this weekend.
Exactly.
That's the idea.
Keep you busy if you're going to be inside. We're going to begin this hour with the extreme weather and the sweltering heat wave.
Yeah, this morning millions are still under heat alerts as the extremely high temperatures continue to scorch states from Texas to California. The record high temperatures made their way to Arizona yesterday, with Phoenix, get this, recording its first 113-degree day of the year already. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz joins us from Phoenix with more. Liz, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning to you. Yeah, that 113-degree day here in Phoenix was the hottest ever this early in the city. So several cities nationwide breaking records for that right now. Just this heat coming so early in the year. We're here at an active fire station right now where they have implemented this ice immersion tactic that we've been talking about, where every fire truck is now equipped with bags of ice like this to deal with heat stroke patients. In fact, more people die of heat every year than any other weather event.
This morning, sweltering heat scorching residents from Florida to California, shattering temperature records for this time of year. Phoenix reaching 113, Las Vegas hitting 111, and California's Death Valley topping out at 122.
It's hot out here. It's a hot one.
At a Trump rally, some supporters collapsing in the heat as they waited to see the former president. Phoenix CMS transporting 11 people to the hospital.
We do not want one single death with heat.
After Maricopa County's record 645 heat-related deaths last year, fire officials are now immersing heat stroke victims in large bags of ice.
Firefighters tell us these bags can be the difference now between life and death, and that often patients are so overheated that by the time they reach the hospital, all of the ice on them has melted.
When we have those patients at 104 degrees, it rapidly cools them down.
Near Flagstaff, firefighters battled the Bravo fire and its massive smoke plume. The blaze made worse by super dry conditions. The extreme heat taking a financial toll on residents, too.
Air conditioning is a lifeline when you're living here.
Yeah, you can't live without it.
But it's so expensive.
Camille Rabani says her electricity bill got so high last summer, she kept her thermostat at a stifling 83 degrees for her and her dog Riggs to cut down on costs. This, as a new report finds every month in the last year, was the world's hottest on record.
Now, as folks deal with the record heat here, parts of the East Coast yesterday, guys, got pounding torrential rain. Here in Phoenix, though, these crews, they are ready to respond to heat-related emergencies today. Triple-digit temperatures are expected again here today with that excessive heat warning in Phoenix through tonight. Guys.
All right, Liz, thank you very much. Stay cool.
Let's stick with weather. We've got meteorologist Angie Lastman here with the Now forecast.
That's right. Angie, what's in store for the weekend?
Guys, we still have some heat that we're going to track. Good morning to you. Happy Friday. Unfortunately, across parts of the Southwest where Liz was just talking about, yes, they're still going to be dealing with a pretty hot day ahead, with 20 million people remaining under these heat alerts across this same region that's been dealing with the heat for days and days. So Las Vegas, Phoenix, Tucson, Albuquerque are all still under those alerts as we gear up for another oppressive day with temperatures for many of those locations into the triple digits and potentially record breaking. We've got Albuquerque headed to 98 degrees, maybe not quite a record, but still uncomfortable today. Tucson, not quite a record at 107 for your high today, but still it's going to be a warm one for you. We've got El Paso headed headed to 107, Lubbock headed to 101. So the triple digits are still in play, and those above normal temperatures are still in play across that region. We'll see some minor improvements in some spots like Phoenix here as we get through the next couple of days, getting back to more typical temperatures for this time of year. But that's still triple digits, or at least high 90s for a lot of these places. Notice Grand Junction, Albuquerque, all into the 90s for tomorrow. We're going to switch gears, though, and look for the record potential to be focused across parts of specifically Florida, but extending out towards the Gulf Coast. We've got New Orleans, Gainesville, Melbourne, West Palm Beach, all with the potential to see some record highs as we get through the weekend. So not only are we going to start to see a little relief for the Southwest, but we start to heat things up across parts of the Gulf Coast, and that means that 90s across the board for a lot of these spots. We've got 93 on tap for New Orleans. As we get into Saturday, 101 is what it will feel like. Of course, this region is something that we'll have to, as a place where we'll have to deal with that really oppressive humidity too. So 95 in Tampa for your high on Saturday. That means it's going to feel like 104. We've got triple-digit heat index values for Miami too. So Saturday plans definitely in the state of Florida. You're going to want to have the AC cranked up. If kids are going to be playing outside, you want to get those frequent breaks in, find some shade. We've got 92 for Miami as we get into Sunday and feeling like 105. Triple-digit feels like temperatures from New Orleans to Jacksonville, Orlando as we wrap up the weekend there too. Even into early next week, still dealing with the oppressive heat. So the 90s are on tap for folks in the Sunshine State for the extended period. This goes into Monday in Daytona Beach of 95, 98 in Jacksonville. So really living up to it being meteorological summer at the start of June, and it sure feels like it across that region. Notice, though, we've got the middle of the country in the bullseye once again for some late spring thunderstorms, some afternoon thunderstorms today. Could become severe. It's a small area, but still a little bit of hail, potentially. It was some wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. Not looking likely for, at large tornadoes, but we could see some isolated tornadoes across that region. It's more the hail that we're going to watch focused across portions of Nebraska and Missouri. So heads up there. Now, those thunderstorms will start to shift to the east, and then we kind of have just a round of some general thunderstorms tomorrow. If you're going to be out and about for any Saturday plans, St. Louis, Kansas City, Denver, you could see some of those thunderstorms leaving you with the potential for some heavy rain. I don't think we'll see a great chance of tornadoes, but hail and wind gusts, those will be possible with some of the stronger of the thunderstorms. And then by the time Sunday rolls around, kind of an unsettled little bit of a mess across parts of New England. We've got parts of the mid-Atlantic dealing with some rain, and parts of the Midwest where we potentially could see a flood risk from Colorado to West Tennessee. So a heads up there for folks that have some Sunday plans. Guys, we have just rolled right into, we had all that severe weather that we were tracking for most of April and May. Now we're rolling into, of course, hurricane season, but the heat is also a big issue. So lots to talk about in the weather department.
Yeah, no kidding. We're keeping you busy.
Yes, you are.
Thanks, Angie.
Thanks, Angie. Well, today is the third day of President Biden's trip to France to commemorate the 80th anniversary of D-Day in Normandy. Earlier today, the president met with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky for a bilateral meeting in Paris before traveling back to Normandy. Mr. Biden is set to give a speech on the Normandy coast, highlighting worldwide threats against democracy. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander has the latest for us from France.
Good day to you from what is one of the most breathtaking backdrops a president could ever visit. This is Point du Hoc, above the 100-foot cliffs that the U.S. Army Rangers scaled to push back the Nazi Germans. Their bunker behind us, you see that, the dagger, the historical symbol of the Rangers there as a monument. The president expected to deliver a forceful defense of democracy today and to harness the incredible courage and commitment of those young men.
This morning, fresh off the historic commemorations honoring some of America's last surviving D-Day heroes, President Biden meeting with Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky to discuss his own efforts fending off an autocrat, Russia's Vladimir Putin, and the U.S.'s continued support. One of the most poignant and personal moments Thursday, Zelensky embracing a D-Day veteran and exchanging words of gratitude.
Oh, you're the savior of the people.
Later today, the president returning to Normandy, delivering remarks at Point du Hoc, where 80 years ago, Army Rangers scaled a sheer cliff, attacking and overtaking Nazi bunkers. Some of the first steps toward reclaiming this continent from Hitler's rule. The speech coming 40 years after Ronald Reagan gave what's considered perhaps the greatest tribute to those brave American warriors who endured withering gunfire.
These are the boys of Point du Hoc. These are the men who took the cliffs. These are the champions who helped free a continent.
President Biden hoping to summon those same patriotic sentiments that helped propel President Reagan to re-election that year. And it comes as the president is still facing another international crisis, the war in Gaza. President Biden has increasingly criticized Israeli military operations, having urged Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu not to launch a total invasion of the city of Rafah with civilian lives at risk. Here with ABC News.
I think he's listening to me. They were going to go into Rafah full bore. They haven't done that.
And as former President Trump rallies supporters railing against President Biden's new executive action that sets asylum limits for migrants illegally crossing the U.S.-Mexico border.
So they come up with this order. I won't say it because I don't like using the word in front of these beautiful children.
President Biden is now responding to Mr. Trump, who called the immigration move, quote, weak and pathetic.
Is he describing himself? Weak and pathetic? Come on.
In that meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky a short time ago, President Biden announced another military aid package, $225 million. When he comes here to deliver his remarks at Point du Hoc a short time from now, the president will have among those in attendance John Wardell, now 99 years old. He was just a 19-year-old private first class, one of the last surviving Rangers from the mission there in World War II. Back to you.
Peter, thank you so much.
It will soon be the defense's turn in the federal criminal trial of President Biden's son, Hunter Biden. Prosecutors are expected to call 2 more witnesses to the stand today before resting their case. The jury heard yesterday from Hallie Biden, the widow of Hunter Biden's brother, Beau. She discussed in detail Hunter's drug addiction, as well as what she knew about his 2018 gun purchase. NBC's Ryan Nobles joins us now from outside the courthouse in Wilmington with the latest. Ryan, good morning.
Joe, good morning. And Hallie's testimony yesterday was heartbreaking at times. She accused the president's son of introducing her to crack. And she said that she thought he was meeting with drug dealers and using drugs around the time he bought the gun. Hallie Biden, the widow of Hunter Biden's late brother, Beau, who was in a romantic relationship with him for a time, testifying Thursday that Hunter Biden's crack use was at one point a constant presence in her life. It led to her abusing the drug as well. It was a terrible experience that I went through, and I'm embarrassed and ashamed of that period of my life. Prosecutors are attempting to prove that Hunter lied on a federal form, claiming he was not an active drug user in order to purchase a gun. Hunter Biden has pleaded not guilty to the charges. Hallie capturing the attention of the jury, outlining her relationship with Hunter, saying she would sometimes accompany him to buy drugs, and saying she saw Hunter with crack balls the size of ping pong balls. She said she had a pattern of searching his car, finding drug remnants and the gun. Hallie, seen here in this surveillance video played in court, found the gun in Hunter's truck and then drove it to a nearby grocery store to throw it away. She said she got rid of the gun because, quote, I didn't want him to hurt himself or my kids to find it and hurt themselves. Adding, I realize it was a stupid idea now, but I was just panicking. The prosecution also introducing a text message Hunter sent Hallie around the time he bought the gun, where he wrote, I was sleeping on a car smoking crack. But defense attorney Abby Lowell reminded Hallie that she described Hunter as a habitual liar. You have no idea whether he was just saying that or whether he was actually there, he asked. Correct, Hallie said. Lowell also getting Hallie to concede she'd never witnessed Hunter doing drugs in October of 2018. Meanwhile, as the trial moves closer to a verdict, President Biden telling ABC yesterday that even if his son is found guilty, he will not offer him a pardon. And the defense is expected to get the case at some point today. We could hear from some key witnesses, including members of the Biden family that the defense may call. They've signaled that even perhaps Jim Biden, the brother of the president, could be among the witnesses they call, and also Naomi Biden, who's, of course, Hunter Biden's daughter. Also expected in the courtroom today, First Lady Jill Biden, who was in France yesterday for the 80th anniversary of D-Day. She flew back here to be with her son in court today. She's expected to head back to France after court wraps up today. Joe?
All right, Ryan, thank you so much.
Well, there was a frightening moment for the NFL champions, the Kansas City Chiefs, as 25-year-old B.J. Thompson suffered a seizure and went into cardiac arrest during a team meeting at their practice facility on Thursday. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now with the details. Morgan, what happened here and how is he doing?
Yeah, Savannah, frightening moments for sure, because this didn't happen on a football field, but sources say this took place during a team meeting at the team's facilities in Kansas City. Fortunately, though, there were team doctors and trainers very close by that were able to treat Thompson almost immediately. And it was that response that experts are crediting with potentially saving this young player's life. This morning, Chiefs defensive end B.J. Thompson recovering following a medical emergency. Sources say the 25-year-old Thompson appeared to suffer a seizure and go into cardiac arrest during a team meeting Thursday.
1 Arrowhead Drive, cardiac arrest. There is a doctor on site and CPR is in progress at this time.
Team doctors and trainers working to stabilize the young player before an ambulance rushed him to a nearby hospital. The Chiefs canceling practice, but not offering any official comment. How critical are those first few minutes post-cardiac event?
The first few minutes and even seconds are critical. We know that every second that the heart is not pumping blood as it should to the brain and the rest of the body, the probability of having a good outcome declines precipitously.
As a rookie defensive lineman, Thompson played in one game last season, showing promise on a team that took home yet another Super Bowl championship. His college coach writing prayers up for SFA football's own B.J. Thompson, thankful for the Chiefs' medical team as their rapid and excellent response made the difference. Thompson, the latest young athlete to suffer from cardiac issues. In 2023, LeBron James' son Bronny collapsed during a workout and was hospitalized for 3 days. James made a full recovery and impressed scouts at the recent NBA Draft Combine. In 2021, Danish soccer star Christian Eriksen collapsed during a match but was saved by fast-acting team doctors. And of course, the dramatic story of Damar Hamlin, the Buffalo Bills safety who nearly died after going into cardiac arrest on the field during an NFL game.
And they are intensely working on Damar Hamlin.
Hamlin's return to the football field, highlighting a hopeful road to recovery for others, such as Thompson, who sources say is now listed in stable condition.
It just reminds us as a medical field that we still have a lot of work to do to try to figure out who's at risk for these events and prevent them.
Now, we are hearing from Thompson's agent today, who said he was able to visit B.J. in a hospital, and while he is still unconscious, his vitals are good and he is in stable condition, adding his family is asking for continued prayers. But Savannah, doctors tell me that even with further heart scans and closer examinations, they may still not be able to pinpoint that exact cause, that trigger of what led to this frightening medical emergency. Savannah?
All right, Morgan Chesky, thank you very much.
Much more to come on this Friday edition of Morning News Now, including a fresh look at America's job landscape as graduating students look to make their mark on the workforce this summer.
But first, Amanda Knox now speaking out after an Italian court reconvicted her of slander. Her new push to clear her name up next.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Hammond deliberations.
All right, it just did too.
Democracy is happening now. Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come. Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024, who's your candidate?
The race is on now. The countdown has begun. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly saved lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start. This is where it all begins.
We're back now with more on Amanda Knox's reconviction for slander.
Yeah, Knox returned to an Italian courtroom Wednesday, hoping to clear her name in a case linked to the murder of Meredith Kercher, but instead was found guilty again. Now she is speaking out and vowing to keep fighting. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Goss joins us now with more. Steph, good morning.
Good morning. The saga that began for Amanda Knox with the high-profile murder of her roommate in the small town of Perugia nearly 17 years ago is still not over. This morning, Knox remains defiant, saying she will appeal the new slander verdict against her all the way to Italy's Supreme Court. In an interview on Italian TV, Amanda Knox says she will come back to Italy as many times as it takes to clear her name. Speaking in Italian, she insists, "I am a victim. I didn't slander anyone." In a retrial earlier this week, the Seattle native was found guilty of slander for accusing bar owner Patrick Lumumba of killing her roommate Meredith Kercher in the days after the 2007 murder. Knox would eventually be convicted of the murder herself, along with her then-boyfriend Raffaele Sollecito, a verdict that was eventually overturned after they spent 4 years in an Italian jail. Knox telling Sky Italy, "I have been unjustly accused, 4 years in prison as an innocent. From the beginning, I just wanted to do the right thing and tell the truth." Knox says she didn't sleep the night after the verdict and that she is upset but determined, calling the court's decision an injustice. Also speaking out in her own podcast.
This is 17 years that I've been wrongly convicted of this crime. And I was 20 years old when this happened. And I've just been living with this open wound and with this incredible stigma.
In her interview on Thursday, the now 36-year-old repeated the allegation that Italian police tortured her psychologically during questioning, reiterating that she is not guilty of slander and she did not murder her roommate. She says the police pressured her to implicate Lumumba. Perugia police have previously denied the accusation. The crime made international headlines for years. 21-year-old Kercher was sexually assaulted and stabbed to death in the house she shared with Knox, the young women studying abroad at the University of Perugia. In the podcast, the toll that the nearly 2-decade-long ordeal has taken clearly heard in Knox's voice.
I can live with it. I will survive this. And I'm going to keep fighting it. But it's hard.
The Seattle native says she just wants to live her life, and she hopes when she raises her children, they will see her strength, adding that she was lucky to have, guys, the support that she had with family and friends. It's interesting, though, when you hear her talk, there also seems to be this resignation that she may have to deal with this in the aftermath of everything for her entire life, possibly.
Yeah, and she realizes that, too. All right, Stephanie, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thanks. Let's get you more international headlines. France is renewing its support for Ukraine in its war with Russia.
NBC's Matt Bradley joins us from London with that and other world headlines. Matt, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. So France's support, as you just mentioned, it's coming at a critical time for the Ukrainians, just as they appear to be losing some ground in eastern Ukraine. Now, President Emmanuel Macron, he said yesterday that France will send 200 of its Mirage fighter jets to Ukraine, and they'd also train the country's pilots on how to fly them. Now, in the past, France has insisted that the Ukrainians focus on training for the American-made F-16s, and they're more common than the French Mirage fighters. Now, Papua New Guinea is still feeling the impact of a massive landslide 2 weeks ago. Geological authorities said the Engo region was likely to face more landslides after the United Nations estimated that about 670 people were killed there last month. Now, to give you a sense of how remote and treacherous this area has been for rescue workers, only 11 bodies have been recovered so far. That's after some 2,000 people are thought to have been buried alive. Now, it's finally 50 days until the start of the Summer Olympics in Paris, and the Eiffel Tower is already strutting its stuff, showing off the 5 rings that form the Olympics logo. And it's not just for tourists. The tower itself is expected to figure prominently in the actual games themselves. Men's and women's volleyball games will be played right at the foot of the tower, and the Champ de Mars, which is that sort of park at the base of the tower, will also feature a temporary stadium seating. Guys,
just the best backdrop. It's going to be the best. All right. Matt Bradley, thank you.
Thank you. Well, coming up, bugs. They're what the buzz is all about this summer.
From screaming cicadas to swarms of giant soaring spiders. Yeah, they can fly. Millions of us are in the middle of a creepy crawly invasion. But what's behind their recent boom in numbers? We'll take a closer look, unfortunately.
Apologies.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Yeah, you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly saved lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world. We have a full team. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Welcome back. A New Jersey high school is facing a backlash over its yearbook after a photo appearing to show Muslim students was described as an image of the Jewish Student Union. Adam Harding from our New York City affiliate WNBC has that report.
People are very upset, and they have the right to be.
Outrage in East Brunswick tonight over the high school yearbook. It's this page now getting all the attention. Notice the students' names listed next to their various clubs. Now look at the Jewish Student Union. There are no names listed, and the photo, the mayor says, it appears to instead be of Muslim students not affiliated with the club.
It sparked a lot of outrage in the community because it's hard for most people to fathom how that could have happened as an accident.
With hundreds of copies now in circulation, the city is calling for a full investigation into how this happened.
But it's downright upsetting and outrageous for you not to call out an act for what it is. It is an anti-Semitic act It doesn't imply who did it, not making any accusation about who did it. That's the result of an investigation will reveal that.
We have a tracking of everything that was uploaded, who was uploaded by, the time it was done.
The superintendent says the school immediately began investigating to determine if someone may have been behind it or if this was an honest mistake. He's asking the community not to jump to any conclusions.
I'm going to wait and find out what the investigation unfolds for us, because it could be a legitimate mistake. But I don't want to call it anti-Semitism.
Have you heard from any concerned Jewish students or families in the wake of these photos?
I have been quite a few emails, quite a few posts to social media.
The backlash has been swift, with the district now scrambling to replace the yearbook.
Being somebody who graduated from East Brunswick and went there K through 12, you know, we're a very diverse community who appreciate and love everybody, no matter religion, race, sexuality, or anything. So, you know, it's definitely something that is unacceptable, and I hope that they investigate it and look into the root cause and figure out exactly what happened.
Our thanks to Adam Harding from WNBC for that report.
Okay, prepare yourselves for this next report. Earlier this spring, we warned you about that full-blown cicada invasion happening in parts of the Midwest and South. There they are. Do you hear them? Well, for weeks, people haven't been able to escape these insects and that unmistakable sound. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa drew the short straw. She joins us now from outside of Chicago with more on the summer bugs. Maggie, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning from the Morton Arboretum, where, yes, the short straw and the cicada geddon, as it's called, is alive and well. Look at them. Red eyes, wings, and all. It's worth pointing out they're relatively quiet right now. We're told they're sleeping. They're more 9 to 5 bugs. They will get loud later in the day, screeching across several states. And as if that's not enough, marking the first of multiple insect invasions on tap for summer.
Hey guys, the cicadas are out right now. This is my backyard currently.
This morning, America's cicada invasion is off and buzzing. With some areas across the Midwest and South so inundated, homeowners are sprinting to their cars to avoid the swarms. Let's go.
The cicadas are so in sync right now and so stinking loud.
These trillions of winged red-eyed bugs turning the sound of silence into a distant memory.
Deafening.
The culprit, 2 cicada broods, one that's lived underground for 13 years, the other for 17, that have now crawled above ground together in the first double emergence since 1803.
Do you like them? Yeah.
At Morton Arboretum in suburban Chicago, the scientific wonder is drawing visitors from far and wide. You came here from New York?
Yeah, the kids love it. They love bugs, so I knew they'd be into this.
Where have you had people visiting from?
Gosh, we had Canada, Germany.
Cicadas apparently are equally drawn to humans, which became obvious during our interview.
It's like one in my pant leg right now.
Is there really?
Are
you okay?
I'm okay. I'm like totally okay. I'm totally okay.
You don't have to be okay. Are they in my hair?
Just stay there for a second.
Is there? Oh my God, there it is. Also inescapable, that sound. We have a decibel meter. Look how loud they're getting. This cicada swarm hitting 85 decibels, loud enough to damage ears with prolonged exposure. Staff here wearing earplugs, gear that won't help farther east as millions brace for a different kind of invasion.
This right here is a Joro spider.
Scientists say Joro spiders, typically seen in Georgia, are set to swarm New York and New Jersey this summer. Alongside spotted lanternflies, an invasive species bringing its so-called appetite for destruction for plants to at least 15 states. Experts say some bug populations are indeed thriving. One reason?
Climate change. The world is getting warmer. What this means is that insects that depend on temperature for their development simply have longer periods of time to develop.
Wow. Back in the Midwest, experts stress cicadas are harmless to humans and clearly captivating enough to leave many buzzing with excitement. I mean, they are fascinating. Back out here live, one thing getting a lot of buzz on social media, buzz, fun pun, is people noticing that some areas tend to be inundated or seem to be inundated with cicadas. Others seem to have none. Scientists say there is a reason for that. They say cicadas need specifically like big, old trees to thrive. So urban areas and kind of newer suburbs, you're not going to get a lot of them there. You're going to have to come to a place like this to enjoy Cicadageddon and get your merch, guys. They have slogans like "We All Scream." They have hats. I made the joke on the Today Show. It's like being at a Taylor Swift concert. Like, the merch is just top notch. It's fantastic.
There's special guest stars every night, and so
decibel records from the crowd.
Can't get the song out of your head.
You know what,
they start triggering earthquakes, we're in trouble.
Yeah, I would take the cicadas over those spiders coming for us. Are you kidding me?
Can we have neither?
Fair. That's very fair.
Yeah.
But
let's go with neither. I love how they're also 9 to 5 bugs. Like Dolly Parton should write.
Yeah,
a song
that was very
about
funny.
the cicadas.
That really got a cackle out of me.
All right, Maggie, go inside. Escape the bugs. Coming up, have you ever heard of a super commuter?
It turns out they are people who travel miles and miles just to get to work, and their numbers are growing. We'll dig into why people are deciding to go the distance. That's up next.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
How you feeling? I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Back now with a look at the demand for the iPhone in China.
CNBC's Beijing bureau chief Eunice Yoon met with some gray market vendors to get their take on the new iPhone 16 and the challenges they see for Apple in China.
Anyone in China whose livelihood depends on demand of Apple products is well aware of this electronics market called Huatianbei.
The mall sits in Shenzhen, near the border with the city of Hong Kong. This marketplace has long been a barometer of iPhone demand. For years, many gray market sellers have sourced Apple's newest product releases from Hong Kong and found ways to have them carried across the border to be sold here all over China, where the iPhone traditionally fetches higher prices.
Vendors tell us that nearly all of the Apple products on this floor are brought in from Hong Kong. Upstairs is where distributors from the rest of China sell their excess inventory.
The sellers here tell us the China market has become more challenging for the iPhone. Jeff Jiang has been selling them on the gray market for 17 years. His sales have dropped in half with the iPhone 15. It's because consumers are downgrading, he says. More people feel it's harder to earn money, so they don't want to spend so much on phones. He says in the past year, 40% of his customers switched from iPhones to new Huawei devices, which have upgraded technology, stoking a belief the phones have stronger signal than iPhones and speeds close to 5G. People feel more patriotic. A lot of customers bought the new Huawei phone to support domestic brands, he says. Zhang feels the Chinese smartphone makers are providing services and apps that are better tailored to a Chinese audience, especially with the emergence of AI. His suggestion for Tim Cook: I'd advise him to make iPhones more Chinese, he says. Eunice Yoon, NBC News, Shenzhen.
More money news now. Rental car company Hertz now looking to balance its finances.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and some other news for us. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. Good morning to you. Yes, so car rental giant Hertz is considering the sale of at least $700 million in secured debt, as well as a convertible note offering. Hertz shares took a nosedive following the news, dropping over 12% to hit a record low of $3.47 before closing down about 5% for the day. Financial advisors are actively contacting potential investors, but final decisions on the size and terms of the debt issuance are still pending. Starbucks has a plan to boost company sales after a challenge.
I'm Savannah Sellers, and we are breaking in with live coverage of a speech about to happen from President Biden from France. It's set to start any moment now. The president is expected to speak about freedom and democracy right there, as you can see, along the cliffs of Normandy in France. This is him making his way to that location right now, a few moments walk. This is a historic location. It is known as Point du Hoc. It's the latest stop on his trip overseas to mark 80 years since D-Day, which marked a turning point during World War II. That is when U.S. forces stormed the beaches of Normandy, marking a major breakthrough for the Allies that eventually led to Nazi Germany's defeat. During his trip, Biden compared that battle to free Europe from the Nazis with Ukraine's current battle against Russia. This also comes hours after Biden met with Ukrainian President Zelensky in Paris and publicly apologized to him for the recent delay in U.S. weapons. Our senior White House correspondent, Kelly O'Donnell, is with, Gabe Gutierrez is with us. Gabe, great to have you with us. Thank you so much. Actually, we may have Kelly. We have Gabe Gutierrez is the one who can hear us. Gabe, tell us, I know we have a little bit of excerpts from the president's remarks here. One of the things he's going to say is democracy begins with each of us. What can we expect here?
Oh, certainly, Savannah. Well, President Biden is expected to compare the threat posed by Nazi Germany to those facing the world today by dictators and authoritarianism. Now, overseas speeches typically are nonpartisan, Savannah, but the campaign, President Biden's campaign, has said that the contrast will be clear. The president expected to condemn isolationism and to really draw a contrast between himself and Donald Trump, although he is not expected to name Donald Trump in that speech. But as you said, the significance of these remarks coming at the same location where 40 years ago, President Ronald Reagan delivered a very poignant speech honoring those heroes that stormed the beach at Normandy. And as you said, President Biden meeting with Ukrainian President Zelensky earlier today, publicly apologizing for the delay in funding earlier this year. Of course, that funding bill delayed in Congress amid a Republican opposition, but the president saying that some conservative members were holding it up, but we got it done finally. Again, President Biden walking up to the lectern right now. Savannah, I'll throw it back to you.
Thank you, Gabe. Yes, let's listen in, and we may come back to you. Thank you very much for joining us.
Please sit down. At last, the hour had come. Dawn, 6th of June, 1944. The wind was pounding as it is today, and always has against these cliffs. 225 American Rangers arrived by ship, jumped into the waves, and stormed the beach. They could see, all they could see was the outline of the shore and the enormity of these cliffs. And I'd like to look, I know I'll get in trouble with the Secret Service if I go to the edge and look over, but think of those cliffs as my host just showed me. That's what we're standing on top of. They could hear, all they could hear was the crack of bullets hitting ships, sand, rocks, hitting everything. All they knew was time was of the essence. They had only 30 minutes to eliminate the Nazi guns high on this cliff, guns that could halt the Allied invasion before it even began. But these were American Rangers. They were ready. They ran toward the cliffs and mines planted on the beach by Field Marshal Rommel, exploded around them, but still they kept coming. Gunfire rained above them, but still they kept coming. Nazi grenades thrown from above exploded against the cliffs, but still they kept coming. Within minutes, they reached the base of this cliff. They launched their ladders, their ropes, and grappling hooks, and they began to climb. When the Nazis cut their ladders, the Rangers used the ropes. When the Nazis cut their ropes, the Rangers used their hands. And inch by inch, foot by foot, yard by yard, the Rangers literally clawed their way up this mighty precipice until at last they reached the top. They breached Hitler's Atlantic Wall, and they turned in that one effort the tide of the war that began to save the world. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday I paid my respects at the American Cemetery just a few miles from here, where many of those Rangers who died taking this cliff are buried. I spoke of what the fallen had done to defend freedom. Today, as I look out at this battlefield and all the bunkers and bomb craters that are still surrounded, one thought comes to mind. My God, how did they do it? How were these Americans willing to risk everything, dare everything, and give everything? There were Americans like Sergeant Leonard Lommel from New Jersey. He was one of the first Rangers to jump off his ship and run toward the cliff. He almost was shot right above the hip initially, and wasn't sure, but he was. He kept going. At one point, he was scaling the cliff. Another Ranger yelled, "I'm not sure I can make it." And Lommel yelled back with every ounce of strength he had in him, "You've got to hold on." And he did, and they did. Americans like Sergeant Tom Ruggiero from Massachusetts. The German shell hit his boat as he was approaching the shore. Everything exploded. The sergeant was knocked into the freezing water. And as he told it, he began to utter a prayer. "Dear God, don't let me drown. I want to get in and do what I'm here and supposed to do." Americans like Colonel James Rudder, Texas. When the military asked for a battalion for this daring mission, he raised his hand and said, "My Rangers can do the job." He knew their capacity. He knew the strength of their character. A few days after they scaled this cliff, he wrote a condolence letter to a mother of one of the Rangers who gave his life here. And that letter said, "A country must be great to call for the sacrifice of such men. A country must be great to call for the sacrifice of such men." And Americans like John Wardell from New Jersey. John is here. John, we love you, man. Thank you for all you've done. Deserve that and a lot more, John. Just 18 years old, he deployed to this cliff to replace the surviving Rangers on that D-Day invasion. He would go on to fight across France and Germany. In early December 1944, during one of those battles, shrapnel pierced his skull. But by Christmas, he was back, fighting with his unit. And here's what he said about what the notes he kept at that time. He said, "Knowing that my buddies and I always looked out for one another. That's why he came back. That's why he fought so hard to get back. He always looked out, and his buddies looked out for one another." We talk about democracy, American democracy. We often talk about the ideals of life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. What we don't talk about is how hard it is, how many ways we're asked to walk away, how many instincts are to walk away. The most natural instinct is to walk away, to be selfish, to force our will upon others, to seize power, never give up. American democracy asks the hardest of things, to believe that we're part of something bigger than ourselves. So democracy begins with each of us. It begins when one person decides there's something more important than themselves. When they decide the person they're serving alongside of is someone to look after. When they decide the mission matters more than their life. When they decide that their country matters more than they do. That's what the Rangers at Point de Hoc did. That's what they decided. That's what every soldier and every Marine who stormed this beaches decided. A feared dictator had conquered a continent, had finally met his match. Because of them, the war turned. They stood against Hitler's aggression. Does anyone doubt that they would want America to stand up against Putin's aggression here in Europe today? They stormed the beaches alongside our allies. Does anyone believe these Rangers would want America to go it alone today? They fought to vanquish a hateful ideology in the 30s and 40s. Does anyone doubt they wouldn't move heaven and earth to vanquish hateful ideologies of today? These Rangers put mission and country above themselves. Does anyone believe they would exact any less from every American today? These Rangers remembered with reverence those who gave their lives in battle. Could they or anyone ever imagine that America would do the same, wouldn't do the same? They believed America was a beacon to the world. I'm certain they believed that it would be that way forever. You know, we stand today, where we stand was not sacred ground on June the 5th. But that's what it became on June the 6th. The Rangers who scaled this cliff didn't know they would change the world, but they did. I've long said that history has shown that ordinary Americans can do extraordinary things when challenged. There's no better example of that in the entire world than right here at Point de Hoc. Rangers from farms and cities in every part of America, from homes that didn't know wealth and power. They came to a shoreline that none of them would have picked out on a map. They came to a country many of them had never seen, for a people they had never met. But they came. They did their job. They fulfilled their mission. And they did their duty. They were part of something greater than themselves. They were Americans. I stand here today as the first president to come to Point de Hoc when none of those 225 brave men who scaled this cliff on D-Day are still alive. None. But I'm here to tell you that with them gone, the wind we hear coming off this ocean will not fade. It will grow louder as we gather here today. It's not just to honor those who showed such remarkable bravery on that day, June 6, 1944. It's to listen to the echoes of their voices, to hear them, because they are summoning us, and they're summoning us now. They ask us, what will we do? They're not asking us to scale these cliffs, but they're asking us to stay true to what America stands for. They're not asking us to give or risk our lives, but they are asking us to care for others in our country more than ourselves. They're not asking us to do their job. They're asking us to do our job, to protect freedom in our time, to defend democracy, to stand up aggression abroad and at home, to be part of something bigger than ourselves. My fellow Americans, I refuse to believe, I simply refuse to believe that America's greatness is a thing of the past. I still believe there's nothing beyond our capacity in America when we act together. We're the fortunate heirs of a legacy of these heroes, those who scale the cliffs, Point de Hoc. We must also be the keepers of their mission, the keepers of their mission, the bearers of the flame of freedom that they kept burning bright. That That is the truest testimonial to their lives. Our actions every day to ensure that our democracy endures and the soul of our nation endures. To come here simply to remember the ghosts that point to Hawk isn't enough. We need to hear them. We have to listen to them. We need to listen to what they had. We need to make a solemn vow to never let them down. God bless the fallen. God bless the brave men who scaled these cliffs. May God protect our troops. God bless America.
That was President Biden speaking at Pointe du Hoc in France about freedom and democracy 80 years after U.S. troops stormed the beaches of Normandy, marking a turning point for the Allies during World War II. The president recounted in detail what Americans went through on this French beach, calling out our heroes from New Jersey, from Massachusetts, from Texas. He also said specifically they were part of something greater than themselves. They were Americans. He again also mentioned Russian President Vladimir Putin's war in Ukraine. Stay with us for continuing coverage on this breaking news all day on NBC News Now. The news continues right now.
This weekend, which isn't great, but the summer box office isn't great. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. But it's an interesting action buddy comedy where they're the ones now being framed. They're in trouble instead of the ones finding the bad guys. They might be the bad guys. Or aren't they?
Ooh, are they?
I'm guessing
the
they
bad
aren't,
boy?
but let's find out.
All right. Another movie, Hitman, starring Glenn Powell. This one was at the Toronto Film Festival. Netflix said, $20 million bucks, we want it.
How is he making all these movies, though? He cranks out movies faster than Oreo cranks out new flavors.
There's
what?
two of them.
Right. I mean, so this is, you know, when you take out a hit on someone, you know, Savannah, they actually, there's someone who's like going to be the hit guy, and it's a cop, right? So he plays the role of this kind of fake hitman. He's always in disguise. It's getting great reception, both on Rotten Tomatoes from the critics and from viewers. I see some questionable wigs in there, like with the disguises, but
nonetheless, a good hitman.
It looks, people are really loving it. It's on Netflix, so I think it's going to be worth checking out. It's going to be on the top 5. They do love Glenn Powell. They just like looking at him.
He's got this vibe of the funny comedy romance.
He's like the it guy right now, in the same way that Sydney Sweeney is the it girl. Like she's the it boy.
And
girl,
crazy,
boy,
that one's Wild True Story.
Right.
Another one that's based on a true story, Am I Okay? Coming of age movie. Tell us about this.
Right. This is really great. So Dakota Johnson stars in this, and we remember she was in Madam Web, and she didn't seem very happy about it.
Oh,
this is the movie.
Right. Watched it.
Right. She was right. This is the movie she's supposed to be making. This is a coming out story, a coming of age story, a 30-something woman who's starting to explore whether or not she's a lesbian, and she's taking an online survey there, which is very funny. Directed by Tig Notaro and Stephanie Allin, her wife. And it's just, this is their directing debut, and it looks so good. It looks heartfelt, funny in all the right ways. I think it's the start of a really great directing career for the two of them, but also just a great story.
Oh, that's great. I love Tig Notaro, so that's cool.
And that's on Max.
Speaking of, it's Pride Month. Happy Pride. And Peacock has a new documentary called Queer Planet.
Right.
The movie refutes the claim that same-sex couples don't exist in nature. What are we talking about here?
It kind of it examines sex and gender in nature, including like I got to make sure I get this right. A clownfish that changes its sex, pansexual primates. It also mentions flamboyant flamingos, but I think that's just alliteration. I'm flamboyant. What does that mean? Like, I put the flaming in flamingo. But in any case, that's on Peacock, and it's actually really an interesting study because it also then makes you question the people that question sexuality in humans if animals are also having these variances, you know?
I feel like the wheels are really just off the wagon this morning. And I'm totally here for it because it's Friday. Okay, finally, let's talk about Under Paris on Netflix. This is a shark thing. Is this like a cheesy shark thing? Is it a good shark?
I know I'm going to say a shark in Paris's Seine River, and you'd be like, that sounds cheesy. Everyone else is like, no, it's good. Apparently, it leans into what Jaws did so well, was don't show the shark that much. And people are saying it's really well done. It's suspenseful. It's unexpected, obviously. It's not like Snakes on a Plane where you're like, oh, that's terrifying, but probably won't happen. It's kind of like that, actually, but this seems like it's really well done. And so, look, I mean, come on.
I'm getting Jaws vibes there.
This is the kind of stuff I like, but I watch with one eye, kind of shielded.
I might watch this tonight.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, you're going to be watching Glenn Powell, right? Come on.
Olympics organizers, though, are like, don't watch.
I like Glenn Powell, but I really love Shark.
They're both on Netflix, right? Back to back, double showing. Brian, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And that is going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Don't go anywhere. The fun and the news continues right now. Good morning, and guess what? It's Friday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, heat wave havoc. Sky-high temperatures scorching millions of Americans from Florida all the way to California. The sweltering heat even causing some Trump supporters to collapse at his Phoenix rally yesterday. How firefighters are working to try and keep people cool. On the world stage, an international show of diplomacy on the heels of historic D-Day commemorations. President Biden meeting with Ukraine's President Zelensky this morning in Paris with a massive new aid package as the world remembers one of history's greatest military operations amid two ongoing global conflicts now. We are covering it all. Back home, America's economy in focus. Later in the hour, the critical summer jobs report comes as thousands of graduating students hit the ground running, looking for that all-important first step into a labor market that has been showing signs of cooling. Plus, if it's Friday, we've got your can't miss list, all the hot new titles from the world of entertainment, including a special Pride Month documentary showcasing the beauty of the queer animal kingdom. Even the animals are celebrating Pride.
Also, I say it every week, but lots in our can't miss list that
Yes.
I want to watch this weekend.
Exactly.
That's the idea.
Keep you busy if you're going to be inside. We're going to begin this hour with the extreme weather and the sweltering heat wave.
Yeah, this morning, millions are still under heat alerts as the extremely high temperatures continue to scorch states from Texas to California. The record high temperatures made their way to Arizona yesterday, with Phoenix, get this, recording its first 113-degree day of the year already. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz joins us from Phoenix with more. Liz, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning to you. Yeah, that 113-degree day here in Phoenix was the hottest ever this early in the city. So several cities nationwide breaking records for that right now. Just this heat coming so early in the year. We're here at an active fire station right now where they have implemented this ice immersion tactic that we've been talking about, where every fire truck is now equipped with bags of ice like this to deal with heat stroke patients. In fact, more people die of heat every year than any other weather event.
This morning, sweltering heat scorching residents from Florida to California, shattering temperature records for this time of year. Phoenix reaching 113, Las Vegas hitting 111, and California's Death Valley topping out at 122.
It's hot out here. It's a hot one.
At a Trump rally, some supporters collapsing in the heat as they waited to see the former president. Phoenix CMS transporting 11 people to the hospital.
We do not want one single death with heat.
After Maricopa County's record 645 heat-related deaths last year, fire officials are now immersing heat stroke victims in large bags of ice.
Firefighters tell us these bags can be the difference now between life and death, and that often patients are so overheated that by the time they reach the hospital, all of the ice on them has melted.
When we have those patients at 104 degrees, it rapidly cools them down.
Near Flagstaff, firefighters battled the Bravo fire and its massive smoke plume. The blaze made worse by super dry conditions. The extreme heat taking a financial toll on residents, too.
Air conditioning is a lifeline when you're living here.
Yeah, you can't live without it.
But it's so expensive.
Camille Rabbani says her electricity bill got so high last summer, she kept her thermostat at a stifling 83 degrees for her and her dog Riggs to cut down on costs. This, as a new report finds every month in the last year, was the world's hottest on record.
Now, as folks deal with the record heat here, parts of the East Coast yesterday, guys, got pounding torrential rain. Here in Phoenix, though, these crews, they are ready to respond to heat-related emergencies today. Triple-digit temperatures are expected again here today with that excessive heat warning in Phoenix through tonight. Guys.
All right, Liz, thank you very much. Stay cool.
Let's stick with weather. We've got meteorologist Angie Lastman here with the Now forecast.
That's right. Angie, what's in store for the weekend?
Guys, we still have some heat that we're going to track. Good morning to you. Happy Friday. Unfortunately, across parts of the Southwest where Liz was just talking about, yes, they're still going to be dealing with a pretty hot day ahead with 20 million people remaining under these heat alerts across this same region that's been dealing with the heat for days and days. So Las Vegas, Phoenix, Tucson, Albuquerque are all still under those alerts as we gear up for another oppressive day with temperatures for many of those locations into the triple digits and potentially record-breaking. We've got Albuquerque headed to 98 degrees, maybe not quite a record, but still uncomfortable today. Tucson, not quite a record at 107 for your high today, but still it's going to be a warm one for you. We've got El Paso headed to 107, Lubbock headed to 101. So the triple digits are still in play, and those above normal temperatures are still in play across that region. We'll see some minor improvements in some spots like Phoenix here as we get through the next couple of days, getting back to more typical temperatures for this time of year, but that's still triple digits or at least high 90s for a lot of these places. Notice Grand Junction, Albuquerque, all into the 90s for tomorrow. We're going to switch gears, though, and look for the record potential to be focused across parts of specifically Florida, but extending out towards the Gulf Coast. We've got New Orleans, Gainesville, Melbourne, West Palm Beach, all with the potential to see some record highs as we get through the weekend. So not only are we going to start to see a little relief for the Southwest, but we start to heat things up across parts of the Gulf Coast, and that means that 90s across the board for a lot of these spots. We've got 93 on tap for New Orleans. As we get into Saturday, 101 is what it will feel like. Of course, this region is something that we'll have to, is a place where we'll have to deal with that really oppressive humidity too. So 95 in Tampa for your high on Saturday. That means it's going to feel like 104. We've got triple-digit heat index values for Miami too. So Saturday plans definitely in the state of Florida. You're going to want to have the AC cranked up. If kids are going to be playing outside, you want to get those frequent breaks in, find some shade. We've got 92 for Miami as we get into Sunday and feeling like 105. Triple-digit feels like temperatures from New Orleans to Jacksonville, Orlando as we wrap up the weekend there too. Even into early next week, still dealing with the oppressive heat. So the 90s are on tap for folks in the Sunshine State for the extended period. This goes into Monday in Daytona Beach of 95, 98 in Jacksonville. So really living up to it being meteorological summer at the start of June, and it sure feels like it across that region. Notice, though, we've got the middle of the country in the bullseye once again for some late spring thunderstorms, some afternoon thunderstorms today. Could become severe. It's a small area, but still a little bit of hail, potentially some wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. Not looking likely for, at large tornadoes, but we could see some isolated tornadoes across that region. It's more the hail that we're going to watch focused across portions of Nebraska and Missouri. So heads up there. Now, those thunderstorms will start to shift to the east, and then we kind of have just a round of some general thunderstorms tomorrow. If you're going to be out and about for any Saturday plans, St. Louis, Kansas City, Denver, you could see some of those thunderstorms leaving you with the potential for some heavy rain. I don't think we'll see a great chance of tornadoes, but hail and wind gusts, those will be possible with some of the stronger of the thunderstorms. And then by the time Sunday rolls around, kind of an unsettled little bit of a mess across parts of New England. We've got parts of the mid-Atlantic dealing with some rain and parts of the Midwest where we potentially could see a flood risk from Colorado to West Tennessee. So a heads up there for folks that have some Sunday plans. Guys, we have just rolled right into, we had all that severe weather that we were tracking for most of April and May. Now we're rolling into, of course, hurricane season, but the heat is also a big issue. So lots to talk about in the weather department.
Yeah, no kidding. We're keeping you busy.
Yes, you are.
Thanks, Angie.
Thanks, Angie. Well, today is the third day of President Biden's trip to France to commemorate the 80th anniversary of D-Day in Normandy. Earlier today, the president met with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky for a bilateral meeting in Paris before traveling back to Normandy. Mr. Biden is set to give a speech on the Normandy coast, highlighting worldwide threats against democracy. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander has the latest for us from France.
Good day to you from what is one of the most breathtaking backdrops a president could ever visit. This is Point du Hoc, above the 100-foot cliffs that the U.S. Army Rangers scaled to push back the Nazi Germans. Their bunker behind us, you see that, the dagger, the historical symbol of the Rangers there as a monument. The president expected to deliver a forceful defense of democracy today and to harness the incredible courage and commitment of those young men. This morning, fresh off the historic commemorations honoring some of America's last surviving D-Day heroes, President Biden meeting with Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky to discuss his own efforts fending off an autocrat, Russia's Vladimir Putin, and the U.S.'s continued support. One of the most poignant and personal moments Thursday, Zelensky embracing a D-Day veteran and exchanging words of gratitude.
Oh, you're the savior of the people.
Later today, the president returning to Normandy, delivering remarks at Point du Hoc, where 80 years ago, Army Rangers scaled a sheer cliff, attacking and overtaking Nazi bunkers. Some of the first steps toward reclaiming this continent from Hitler's rule. The speech coming 40 years after Ronald Reagan gave what's considered perhaps the greatest tribute to those brave American warriors who endured withering gunfire.
These are the boys of Point du Hoc. These are the men who took the cliffs. These are the champions who helped free a continent.
President Biden hoping to summon those same patriotic sentiments that helped propel President Reagan to re-election that year. And it comes as the president is still facing another international crisis, the war in Gaza. President Biden has increasingly criticized Israeli military operations, having urged Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu not to launch a total invasion of the city of Rafah with civilian lives at risk. Here with ABC News.
I think he's listening to me. They were going to go into Rafah full bore. They haven't done that.
And as former President Trump rallies supporters railing against President Biden's new executive action that sets asylum limits for migrants illegally crossing the U.S.-Mexico border.
So they come up with this order. I won't say it because I don't like using the word in front of these beautiful children.
President Biden is now responding to Mr. Trump, who called the immigration move, quote, weak and pathetic.
Is he describing himself? Weak and pathetic? Come on.
In that meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky a short time ago, President Biden announced another military aid package, $225 million. When he comes here to deliver his remarks at Point du Hoc a short time from now, the president will have among those in attendance John Wardell, now 99 years old. He was just a 19-year-old private first class, one of the last surviving Rangers from the mission.
In the federal criminal trial of President Biden's son, Hunter Biden, prosecutors are expected to call 2 more witnesses to the stand today before resting their case. The jury heard yesterday from Hallie Biden, the widow of Hunter Biden's brother, Beau. She discussed in detail Hunter's drug addiction, as well as what she knew about his 2018 gun purchase. NBC's Ryan Nobles joins us now from outside the courthouse in Wilmington with the latest. Ryan, good morning.
Joe, good morning. And Hallie's testimony yesterday was heartbreaking at times. She accused the president's son of introducing her to crack. And she said that she thought he was meeting with drug dealers and using drugs around the time he bought the gun. Hallie Biden, the widow of Hunter Biden's late brother, Beau, who was in a romantic relationship with him for a time, testifying Thursday that Hunter Biden's crack use was at one point a constant presence in her life. Led to her abusing the drug as well. It was a terrible experience that I went through, and I'm embarrassed and ashamed of that period of my life. Prosecutors are attempting to prove that Hunter lied on a federal form, claiming he was not an active drug user in order to purchase a gun. Hunter Biden has pleaded not guilty to the charges. Hallie capturing the attention of the jury, outlining her relationship with Hunter, saying she would sometimes accompany him to buy drugs, and saying she saw Hunter with crack balls the size of ping pong balls. She said she had a pattern of searching his car, finding drug remnants and the gun. Hallie, seen here in this surveillance video played in court, found the gun in Hunter's truck and then drove it to a nearby grocery store to throw it away. She said she got rid of the gun because, quote, I didn't want him to hurt himself or my kids to find it and hurt themselves. Adding, I realize it was a stupid idea now, but I was just panicking. The prosecution also introducing a text message Hunter sent Hallie around the time he bought the gun, where he wrote, "I was sleeping on a car smoking crack." But defense attorney Abby Lowell reminded Hallie that she described Hunter as a habitual liar. "You have no idea whether he was just saying that or whether he was actually there," he asked. "Correct," Hallie said. Lowell also getting Hallie to concede she never witnessed Hunter doing drugs in October of 2018. Meanwhile, as the trial moves closer to a verdict, President Biden telling ABC yesterday that even if his son is found guilty, he will not offer him a pardon. And the defense is expected to get the case at some point today. We could hear from some key witnesses, including members of the Biden family that the defense may call. They've signaled that even perhaps Jim Biden, the brother of the president, could be among the witnesses they call, and also Naomi Biden, who's, of course, Hunter Biden's daughter. Also expected in the courtroom today, First Lady Jill Biden, who was in France yesterday for the 80th anniversary of D-Day. She flew back here to be with her son in court today. She's expected to head back to France after court wraps up today. Joe?
All right, Ryan, thank you so much.
Well, there was a frightening moment for the NFL champions, the Kansas City Chiefs, as 25-year-old B.J. Thompson suffered a seizure and went into cardiac arrest during a team meeting at their practice facility on Thursday. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now with the details. Morgan, what happened here and how is he doing?
Yeah, Savannah, frightening moments for sure, because this didn't happen on a football field, but sources say this took place during a team meeting at the team's facilities in Kansas City. Fortunately, though, there were team doctors and trainers very close by that were able to treat Thompson almost immediately. And it was that response that experts are crediting with potentially saving this young player's life.
This morning, Chiefs defensive end B.J. Thompson recovering following a medical emergency. Sources say the 25-year-old Thompson appeared to suffer a seizure and go into cardiac arrest during a team meeting Thursday.
1 Arrowhead Drive, cardiac arrest. There's a doctor on site and CPR is in progress at this time.
Team doctors and trainers working to stabilize the young player before an ambulance rushed him to a nearby hospital. The Chiefs canceling practice, but not offering any official comment.
How critical are those first few minutes post-cardiac event?
The first few minutes and even seconds are critical. We know that every second that the heart is not pumping blood as it should to the brain and the rest of the body, the probability of having a good outcome declines precipitously.
As a rookie defensive lineman, Thompson played in one game last season, showing promise on a team that took home yet another Super Bowl championship. His college coach writing, "Prayers up for SFA football's own B.J. Thompson. Thankful for the Chiefs medical team as their rapid and excellent response made the difference." Thompson, the latest young athlete to suffer from cardiac issues. In 2023, LeBron James' son Bronny collapsed during a workout and was hospitalized for 3 days. James made a full recovery and impressed scouts at the recent NBA Draft Combine. In 2021, Danish soccer star Christian Eriksen collapsed during a match but was saved by fast-acting team doctors. And, of course, the dramatic story of Damar Hamlin, the Buffalo Bills safety who nearly died after going into cardiac arrest on the field during an NFL game.
And they are intensely working on Damar Hamlin.
Hamlin's return to the football field, highlighting a hopeful road to recovery for others, such as Thompson, who sources say is now listed in stable condition.
It just reminds us as a medical field that we still have a lot of work to do to try to figure out who's at risk for these events and prevent them.
Now, we are hearing from Thompson's agent today, who said he was able to visit BJ in a hospital, and while he is still unconscious, his vitals are good and he is in stable condition, adding his family is asking for continued prayers. But Savannah, doctors tell me that even with further heart scans and closer examinations, they may still not be able to pinpoint that exact cause, that trigger of what led to this frightening medical emergency. Savannah?
All right, Morgan Chesky, thank you very much.
Much more to come on this Friday edition of Morning News Now, including a fresh look at America's job landscape as graduating students look to make their mark on the workforce this summer.
But first, Amanda Knox now speaking out after an Italian court reconvicted her of slander. Her new push to clear her name up next.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
How you feeling? I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Yeah, you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
We're back now with more on Amanda Knox's reconviction for slander.
Yeah, Knox returned to an Italian courtroom Wednesday, hoping to clear her name in a case linked to the murder of Meredith Kercher, but instead was found guilty again. Now she is speaking out and vowing to keep fighting. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Goss joins us now with more. Steph, good morning.
Good morning. The saga that began for Amanda Knox with the high-profile murder of her roommate in the small town of Perugia nearly 17 years ago is still not over. This morning, Knox remains defiant, saying she will appeal the new slander verdict against her all the way to Italy's Supreme Court. In an interview on Italian TV, Amanda Knox says she will come back to Italy as many times as it takes to clear her name. Speaking in Italian, she insists, "I am a victim. I didn't slander anyone." In a retrial earlier this week, the Seattle native was found guilty of slander for accusing bar owner Patrick Lumumba of killing her roommate Meredith Kercher in the days after the 2007 murder. Knox would eventually be convicted of the murder herself, along with her then-boyfriend Raffaele Sollecito, a verdict that was eventually overturned after they spent 4 years in an Italian jail. Knox telling Sky Italy, "I have been unjustly accused, 4 years in prison as an innocent. From the beginning, I just wanted to do the right thing and tell the truth." Knox says she didn't sleep the night after the verdict and that she is upset but determined, calling the court's decision an injustice, also speaking out in her own podcast.
You know, this is 17 years that I've been wrongly convicted of this crime. And I was 20 years old when this happened. And I've just been living with this open wound and with this incredible stigma.
In her interview on Thursday, the now 36-year-old repeated the allegation that Italian police tortured her psychologically during questioning, reiterating that she is not guilty of slander and she did not murder her roommate. She says the police pressured her to implicate Lumumba. Perugia police have previously denied the accusation. The crime made international headlines for years. 21-year-old Kircher was sexually assaulted and stabbed to death in the house she shared with Knox, the young women studying abroad at the University of Perugia. In the podcast, the toll that the nearly 2-decade-long ordeal has taken clearly heard in Knox's voice.
I can live with it. I will survive this, and I'm going to keep fighting it, but it's hard.
The Seattle native says she just wants to live her life, and she hopes when she raises her children, they will see her strength, adding that she was lucky to have, guys, the support that she had with family and friends. It's interesting, though, when you hear her talk, there also seems to be this resignation that she may have to deal with this in the aftermath of everything for her entire life, possibly.
Yeah, and she realizes that, too. All right, Stephanie, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thanks. Let's get you more international headlines. France is renewing its support for Ukraine in its war with Russia.
NBC's Matt Bradley joins us from London with that and other world headlines. Matt, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. So France's support, as you just mentioned, it's coming at a critical time for the Ukrainians, just as they appear to be losing some ground in eastern Ukraine. Now, President Emmanuel Macron, he said yesterday that France will send 200 of its Mirage fighter jets to Ukraine, and they'd also train the country's pilots on how to fly them. Now, in the past, France has insisted that the Ukrainians focus on training for the American-made F-16s, when they're more common than the French Mirage fighters. Now, Papua New Guinea is still feeling the impact of a massive landslide 2 weeks ago. Geological authorities said the Engo region was likely to face more landslides after the United Nations estimated that about 670 people were killed there last month. Now, to give you a sense of how remote and treacherous this area has been for rescue workers, only 11 bodies have been recovered so far. That's after some 2,000 people are thought to have been buried alive. Now, it's finally 50 days until the start of the Summer Olympics in Paris, and the Eiffel Tower is already strutting its stuff, showing off the 5 rings that form the Olympics logo. And it's not just for tourists. The tower itself is expected to figure prominently in the actual games themselves. Men's and women's volleyball games will be played right at the foot of the tower, and the Champ de Mars, which is that sort of park at the base of the tower, will also feature a temporary stadium seating. Guys,
just the best backdrop. It's going to be the best. All right. Matt Bradley, thank you.
Thank you. Well, coming up, bugs. They're what the buzz is all about this summer.
From screaming cicadas to swarms of giant soaring spiders. Yeah, they can fly. Millions of us are in the middle of a creepy crawly invasion. But what's behind their recent boom in numbers? We'll take a closer look, unfortunately.
Apologies.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Democracy is happening now. Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come. Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their #1 issue is the economy.
2024, who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
the NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back. A New Jersey high school is facing a backlash over its yearbook after a photo appearing to show Muslim students was described as an image of the Jewish Student Union. Adam Harding from our New York City affiliate WNBC has that report.
People are very upset, and they have the right to be.
Outrage in East Brunswick tonight over the high school yearbook. It's this page now getting all the attention. Notice the students' names listed next to their various clubs. Now look at the Jewish Student Union. There are no names listed, and the photo, the mayor says it appears to instead be of Muslim students not affiliated with the club.
It sparked a lot of outrage in the community because it's hard for most people to fathom how that could have happened as an accident.
With hundreds of copies now in circulation, the city is calling for a full investigation into how this happened.
But it's downright upsetting and outrageous for you not to call out an act for what it is. It is an anti-Semitic act. It doesn't imply who did it, not making any accusation about who did it. That's the result of an investigation will reveal that.
We have a tracking of everything that was uploaded, who was uploaded by, the time it was done.
The superintendent says the school immediately began investigating to determine if someone may have been behind it or if this was an honest mistake. He's asking the community not to jump to any conclusions.
I'm going to wait and find out what the investigation unfolds for us, because it could be a legitimate mistake. But I don't want to call it anti-Semitism.
Have you heard from any concerned Jewish students or families in the wake of these photos?
I have been quite a few emails, quite a few posts to social media.
The backlash has been swift, with the district now scrambling to replace the yearbook.
Being somebody who graduated from East Brunswick and went there K through 12, you know, we're a very diverse community who appreciate and love everybody, no matter religion, race, sexuality, or anything. So, you know, it's definitely something that is unacceptable, and I hope that they investigate it and look into the root cause and figure out exactly what happened.
Our thanks to Adam Harding from WNBC for that report.
Okay, prepare yourselves for this next report. Earlier this spring, we warned you about that full-blown cicada invasion happening in parts of the Midwest and South. There they are. Do you hear them? Well, for weeks, people haven't been able to escape these insects and that unmistakable sound. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa drew the short straw. She joins us now from outside of Chicago with more on the summer bugs. Maggie, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning from the Morton Arboretum, where, yes, the short straw and the cicada geddon, as it's called, is alive and well. Look at them. Red eyes, wings, and all. It's worth pointing out they're relatively quiet right now. We're told they're sleeping. They're more 9 to 5 bugs. They will get loud later in the day, screeching across several states. And as if that's not enough, marking the first of multiple insect invasions on tap for summer.
Hey guys, the cicadas are out right now. This is my backyard currently.
This morning, America's cicada invasion is off and buzzing. With some areas across the Midwest and South so inundated, homeowners are sprinting to their cars to avoid the swarms.
Once it go. The cicadas are so in sync right now and so stinking loud.
These trillions of winged red-eyed bugs turning the sound of silence into a distant memory.
Deafening, deafening, deafening.
The culprit, 2 cicada broods, one that's lived underground for 13 years, the other for 17, that have now crawled above ground together in the first double emergence since 1803. Do you like them?
Yeah.
At Morton Arboretum in suburban Chicago, the scientific wonder is drawing visitors from far and wide. You came here from New York?
Yeah, the kids love it. They love bugs, so I knew they'd be into this.
Where have you had people visiting from?
Gosh, we had Canada, Germany.
Cicadas apparently are equally drawn to humans, which became obvious during our interview.
It's like one in my pant leg right now.
Is there really?
Are you okay? I'm okay. I'm like totally okay. I'm totally okay.
You don't have to be okay. Are they in my hair?
Just stay there for a second.
Is there? Oh my God, there it is. Also inescapable, that sound.
We have a decibel meter. Look how loud they're getting.
This cicada swarm hitting 85 decibels, loud enough to damage ears with prolonged exposure. Staff here wearing earplugs, gear that won't help farther east as millions brace for a different kind of invasion.
This right here is a Joro spider.
Scientists say Joro spiders, typically seen in Georgia, are set to swarm New York and New Jersey this summer. Alongside spotted lanternflies, an invasive species bringing its so-called appetite for destruction for plants to at least 15 states. Experts say some bug populations are indeed thriving. One reason?
Climate change. The world is getting warmer. What this means is that insects that depend on temperature for their development simply have longer periods of time to develop.
Wow. Back in the Midwest, experts stress cicadas are harmless to humans and clearly captivating enough to leave many buzzing with excitement. I mean, they are fascinating. Back out here live, one thing getting a lot of buzz on social media, buzz, fun pun, is people noticing that some areas tend to be inundated or seem to be inundated with cicadas. Others seem to have none. Scientists say there is a reason for that. They say cicadas need specifically like big, old trees to thrive. So urban areas and kind of newer suburbs, you're not going to get a lot of them there. You're going to have to come to a place like this to enjoy Cicadageddon and get your merch, guys. They have slogans like "We All Scream." They have hats. I made the joke on the Today Show. It's like being at a Taylor Swift concert. Like, the merch is just top-notch. It's fantastic.
There's special guest stars every night, and so
decibel records from the crowd.
Can't get the song out of your head.
You know what,
if they start triggering earthquakes, we're in trouble.
Yeah, I would take the cicadas over those spiders coming for us. Are you kidding me?
Can we have neither?
Fair. That's very fair.
Yeah.
But
let's go with neither. I love how they're also 9 to 5 bugs. Like Dolly Parton should write.
Yeah,
a song
that was very
about
funny.
the cicadas.
That really got a cackle out of me.
All right, Maggie, go inside. Escape the bugs. Coming up, have you ever heard of a super commuter?
It turns out they are people who travel miles and miles just to get to work, and their numbers are growing. We'll dig into why people are deciding to go the distance. That's up next.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly saved lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever. Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters. Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Back now with a look at the demand for the iPhone in China.
CNBC's Beijing bureau chief Eunice Yoon met with some gray market vendors to get their take on the new iPhone 16 and the challenges they see for Apple in China.
Anyone is well aware of this electronics market called Huatianbei.
The mall sits in Shenzhen, near the border with the city of Hong Kong.
This marketplace has long been a barometer of iPhone demand. For years, many gray market sellers have sourced Apple's newest product releases from Hong Kong and found ways to have them carried across the border to be sold here all over China, where the iPhone traditionally fetches higher prices. Vendors tell us that nearly all of the Apple products on this floor are brought in from Hong Kong. Upstairs is where distributors from the rest of China sell their excess inventory. The sellers here tell us the China market has become more challenging for the iPhone. Jeff Jiang has been selling them on the gray market for 17 years. His sales have dropped in half with the iPhone 15. It's because consumers are downgrading, he says. More people feel it's harder to earn money, so they don't want to spend so much on phones. He says in the past year, 40% of his customers switched from iPhones to new Huawei devices, which have upgraded technology, stoking a belief the phones have stronger signal than iPhones and speeds close to 5G. People feel more patriotic. A lot of customers bought the new Huawei phone to support domestic brands, he says. Zhang feels the Chinese smartphone makers are providing services and apps that are better tailored to a Chinese audience, especially with the emergence of AI. His suggestion for Tim Cook? I'd advise him to make iPhones more Chinese, he says. Eunice Yoon, NBC News, Shenzhen.
More money news now. Rental car company Hertz now looking to balance its finances.
CNBC's Silvana Hanau joins us with that and some other news for us. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. Good morning to you. Yes, so car rental giant Hertz is considering the sale of at least $700 million in secured debt, as well as a convertible note offering. Hertz's shares took a nosedive following the news, dropping over 12% to hit a record low of $3.47 before closing down about 5% for the day. Financial advisors are actively contacting potential investors, but final decisions on the size and terms of the debt issuance are still pending. Starbucks has a plan to boost company sales after a challenging quarter. The coffee chain announced on Thursday that it's teaming up with Grubhub. Right now, the partnership is only available in a handful of states, but the company expects it to be available nationwide by August. Prior to the Grubhub partnership, customers could already order Starbucks items via DoorDash and Uber Eats. And the iconic San Francisco home used to depict the Tanner residence from the 1990s sitcom Full House is for sale. The iconic home in Lower Pacific Heights, that's an affluent San Francisco neighborhood, just hit the market for $6.5 million. The 3,700 square foot home features 4 bedrooms and 3.5 bathrooms. The property was most recently sold in 2020 for over $5 million, guys.
I feel bad for people who live in that neighborhood because it is overrun with tourists.
It really is. Right. I was one of them at one point.
Me too. Silvana, thank you. Appreciate it.
Sure. Well, just this morning, we are getting the latest jobs report coming out of the Bureau of Labor Statistics for the month of May. 272,000 jobs were added last month. That far exceeds the expected amount.
These numbers are a shock for the economists who predicted a cooler month of job growth. Unemployment and wage growth were also higher than expected. So what does this all mean for the economy the rest of the year?
Here with us, of course, to break down everything we're seeing in this new report, NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung. Brian, good morning. So as we said, 272,000, much higher than expected. What does that tell us about the current state of the economy?
What it tells us is that the jobs market is still roaring. Jobs are being readily added to this economy at a fast clip. Again, that 272,000 figure, that's how many were added in the month of May. That's much faster than the 175,000 that were added in the month of April. The Bureau of Labor Statistics actually looked back at that number and said this number was actually even lower than they had originally thought. It was 175. They revised that to 165,000, which raises the question, okay, well, where do we see the job gains in the month? And how does it compare to what Wall Street economists had expected? Well, Wall Street economists only expected about 190,000 to be added in the month. And again, what we got was about 272,000. That would make that bar somewhere around here. So you'd have to go back to about March to see a number higher than that. And when it comes to industries that we've been seeing those job gains, healthcare adding 68,000 jobs in the month, government adding 43,000 jobs in the month, construction, so these are blue collar jobs as well, gaining about 21,000, and then leisure and hospitality, bars and restaurants, this has been been a big driver of job gains post-pandemic. Broadly speaking, 42,000 jobs added in the month. These are the big sectors that saw a lot of the gains.
So the Fed, we know, is still trying to battle high inflation. What do these numbers tell us about that?
Yeah, well, when it comes to the Federal Reserve, they're looking at this and going, okay, well, it's good that people are getting jobs. The big story for them is getting inflation down. And the inflation side of this jobs report comes from the wages side of things, right? How much are people getting paid in those jobs that they're getting hired in? Well, this report told us that wages on a year-over-year basis, May of this year compared to May of last year, wages went up by 4.1%. That's a little faster than in previous reports that the Federal Reserve has gotten from this particular report. But the good news is that this is outpacing inflation. So yes, inflation is higher, right? Prices at the grocery store, Target, Walmart are all up. But when it comes to wages, at least that is compensating for how much higher prices are. The story was flipped. Inflation was way outpacing wages for most of the post-pandemic period. That story flipped around the spring of last year.
We also saw a slight uptick in unemployment as well, now 4%. What can you tell us there and how those two things can exist together?
Yeah, well, lucky for you guys, I do have a chart for that as well. So when we take a look at the overall unemployment rate, right, you take a look at that massive spike during the pandemic, over 15%. Crazy to even think about that at this point in time. But look, basically since then, we've been below 4% for almost the entirety of that post-pandemic period following the recovery, right? So again, yes, it did take up to 4%. If you kind of draw the dot there, it's basically not noticeable. The last time we touched the 4% mark was technically in January of 2022. So it's been about 2 years since we've seen an unemployment rate of around 4%. But when you consider that the previous report in April, the unemployment rate was 3.9%, going up to 4% is basically just a tick. We'll have to monitor that, but certainly not anything worth panicking over.
So, Brian, this year's graduating class, college seniors, they're now entering the workforce, looking for that first job if they haven't found one already. Give us an outlook, how hopeful this job market looks for them.
Yeah, well, we get another glimpse of just job openings and how many jobs are being posted in the form of the JOLTS report. This is the Job Openings and Labor Turnover Survey. And what that told us in the month of April was that there were about 8 million job openings in this country. If you look at pre-pandemic levels, right, because COVID kind of jumbled everything up, the steady state of how many jobs were usually available to people was around 7 million. So there are more jobs open now than there were pre-pandemic. The question is, what sectors are you looking at? We know that white-collar work, specifically in the tech industry, has been very difficult over the last 2 years. Could be more difficult there than, say, in jobs like construction. But again, it depends on what type of major those graduates are carrying out of the school.
Brian, we appreciate you reading in, getting us up to speed quickly this morning. Thank you.
Speaking of jobs, Stanford University researchers are highlighting a growing group among U.S. workers. They call them super commuters.
Yeah, those are people who drive more than 75 miles one way to get to work. And that number has actually gone up 32% since the pandemic.
Nicholas Bloom, one of the co-authors of that report from Stanford University, is here to explain more of the findings. He's also a professor of economics at Stanford. Professor, good to have you with us. So, I mean, those are some steep commutes.
Wow.
Why are so many people willing to make that trek?
Yeah, these are punishing journeys. So more than 75 miles, you're looking at about 2 to 2.5 hours each way. So why are folks doing it? It's basically work from home. So if you go back to 2019, you came in every day. Did you want to drive for 2.5 hours each way? Very few people did that. By now, we're seeing a big rise of hybrid. So, you know, you're working from home Monday, maybe Friday today. You're probably only going in 2-3 days a week. And so what you think is, I can put up with that longer commute, that longer journey in return for a bit more space. So I think folks are trading off fewer days of horrible commuting in return for a little bit more space. Think in particular, you know, you're in your 30s, 40s, you've got young kids at home. You need somewhere for them to play, somewhere for you maybe to have a home office.
Professor, how exactly did you do this? How did you figure out, like, how commuters, how long their commutes are, how this is going up, and where are you seeing the biggest changes in people's commutes?
Yeah, so I've been studying work from home for almost 20 years and talking to, you know, thousands of managers, employees, and I was hearing this just on the grapevine for so many of them about these massive commutes. So working with Alex Finnan, who's another Stanford researcher, we got data on millions of car journeys from satellite data. And what you can see is this surge, as you mentioned, has gone up by about 1/3 of folks driving more than 75 miles a day. Where's it happening? It's happening particularly in big, expensive cities. So think of, you know, New York, Phoenix, LA, the Bay Area, Washington, D.C. These are places that are just incredibly expensive to live in the city center. And a lot of people have decided, look, I can't afford the space I need, so I'm going to move out to the suburbs. I'm going to have, 2-3 days a week of horrible commuting. But in return, I'm going to get a bigger space, bit of, outside space for myself.
I understand one of your next steps in research is to dig into the commute changes in smaller cities. What do you expect to learn, and what does all this mean for the future of in-office culture here in America?
Yeah, so there's a couple of things we're looking at. One is smaller cities. The other thing interesting we've been looking at is what people are doing when they're working from home. So some of the data is showing there's a surge in playing golf during the week. So folks are, of course, working from home, but they appear to be, tripping out to go play golf, maybe a bit, pickleball, going to home improvement stores. So, it's a kind of fun study. You can see what's going on in people's home lives and their working lives. In terms of office culture, the office market's clearly weak. We know that office, blocks are struggling. Oddly enough, because so many people want to come in on Tuesday to Thursday, it's hard for many companies to totally get rid of the office. So, in a sense, they'd love to, but, it's not much use to them having it empty Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and increasingly Mondays. So it hasn't been as devastating as you'd think. Spending is down in city centers. So, the suburbs are booming and the city centers are quiet, but it's not as catastrophic as you might predict.
Oh, all right. Professor Nicholas Bloom, thank you so much for your time this morning. Appreciate it.
Yeah, fascinating conversation. Coming up, if it's Friday, that means it's time for your weekly Can't Miss list.
The latest and greatest in the world of entertainment, including the highly anticipated return of the Bad Boys this weekend. Who better to give us a rundown than friend of the show, Pop Culture Whiz, Brian Balthazar. He joins us next.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, right?
5, 7, 4, 3.
There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just me too.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
This is where it all begins. The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Welcome back. Christmas just came early for fans of Dolly Parton and Broadway, my two favorite things. It's because a Dolly Parton musical is now in the works. The country queen announced that her new musical, Hello, I'm Dolly, get it, will debut on Broadway in 2026 with Parton herself. She will write the show's score featuring her biggest hits and new songs. In a statement, Parton said, quote, "You'll laugh, you'll cry, you'll clap, you'll stomp. It truly is a grand old opera." It's pretty clear no slowing this gal down.
Yeah.
2 weeks ago, she announced a new album and a docuseries coming out this November. She just keeps on going.
I hope you take this as an honor like I do when people tell me Taylor things. I read that and I thought of you.
That's
true. That's good. It's like, that's great for Joe. All right.
I think people congratulate you.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
like, thank you.
This morning, I thought about being like, hey, did you see this? And when somebody asked me if I saw Taylor, I'm like, yeah, duh. You obviously don't understand. All right, this morning we're getting a preview of an NBC News exclusive interview with Celine Dion. Today's Hoda Kotb sat down with the legendary singer to talk about her battle with stiff person syndrome and the impact it's had on her life.
What was happening to your voice when you were trying to sing and...
It's like somebody's strangling you. It's like somebody's pushing your larynx, pharynx this way.
Oh.
So it's like you're talking like that, and you cannot go high or lower. It gets into a spasm. It started here.
Yeah.
No, okay, it's gonna be fine. But it can also be in the abdominal, can be in the spine, can be in the ribs. But it feels like if I point my feet, they will stay in an, or if I cook, because I love to cook, my fingers, my hands will get in a position.
Like they're
my
cramping.
feet, it's cramping, but it's like in a position of like you cannot unlock them. I had broken ribs at one point because sometimes when it's very severe, it can break
a
some
spasm
ribs as well.
so hard that it can break a rib?
Wow, you can catch Hoda's full interview with Celine next Tuesday on Today. Fascinating.
Finally, this hour, it's Friday, which means it's time for our weekly Can't Miss list.
We've got a roundup of this weekend's movies and shows, of course, that you just can't miss. And joining us today is our friend, entertainment journalist and pop culture expert, Brian Balthazar. Brian, good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Let's start with a big budget one, Bad Boys Ride or Die. I've already been seeing headlines.
Right. Will Smith, Martin Lawrence. This is 4 years since the last installment, 2 years since the Oscar slap. I'll get to that in a second, but they're hoping, including his agents are hoping that this is the one that rejuvenates his career. In fact, they've already been, according to the Hollywood Reporter, putting out calls to try and lock in another role so they can kind of ride the wave of the success. Incidentally, there is a slap scene in this movie.
Imagine that.
Yeah, where he's on the receiving end of some slaps. So an interesting wink and a nod to that. They're thinking it might get 30 to 40 million this weekend, which isn't great, but the summer box office isn't great. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. But it's an interesting action buddy comedy where they're the ones now being framed. They're in trouble instead of the ones finding the bad guys. They might be the bad guys. Or aren't they?
Ooh, are they?
I'm guessing
the
they
bad
aren't,
boy?
but let's find out.
All right. Another movie, Hitman, starring Glenn Powell. This one was at the Toronto Film Festival. Netflix said $20 million bucks. We want it.
How is he making all these movies, though? He cranks out movies faster than Oreo cranks out new flavors. Like,
There's two of them.
Right. I mean, so this is, you know, when you take out a hit on someone, you know, Savannah, they actually, there's someone who's like going to be the hit guy, and it's a cop, right? So he plays the role of this kind of fake hitman. He's always in disguise. It's getting great reception, both on Rotten Tomatoes from the critics and from viewers. I see some questionable wigs in there, like but, the disguises, but
no one said he was a good hitman.
It looks. People are really loving it. It's on Netflix, so I think it's going to be worth checking out. It's going to be on the top 5. They do love Glenn Powell. They just like looking at him.
He's got this vibe of the funny comedy romance.
He's like the it guy right now, in the same way that Sydney Sweeney is the it girl. Like she's the it boy.
And
girl,
crazy,
boy,
that one's Wild True Story.
Right.
Another one that's based on a true story, Am I Okay? Coming of age movie. Tell us about this.
Right. This is really great. So Dakota Johnson stars in this, and we remember she was in Madam Web, and she didn't seem very happy about it.
Oh,
this
it wasn't
is
great.
the movie, right?
Watched it.
Right. She was right.
It's a little rough.
This is the movie she's supposed to be making. This is a coming out story, a coming of age story. A 30-something woman who's starting to explore whether or not she's a lesbian, and she's taking an online survey there, which is very funny. Directed by Tig Notaro and Stephanie Allin, her wife. And it's just, this is their directing debut, and it looks so good. It looks heartfelt, funny in all the right ways. It just, I think it's the start of a really great directing career for the two of them, but also just a great story.
Oh, that's great. I love Tig Notaro, so that's cool.
And that's on Max.
Speaking of, it's Pride Month. Happy Pride. And Peacock has a new documentary called Queer Planet.
Right.
The movie refutes the claim that same-sex couples don't exist in nature. What are we talking about here?
It kind of it examines sex and gender in nature, including like I gotta make sure I get this right, a clownfish that changes its sex, pansexual primates. It also mentions flamboyant flamingos, but I think that's just alliteration. I'm flamboyant. What does that mean? Like, I put the flaming in flamingo. But in any case, that's on Peacock, and it's actually really an interesting study because it also then makes you question the people that question sexuality in humans if animals are also having these variances, you know?
I feel like the wheels are really just off the wagon this morning.
It's always.
And I'm totally here for it because it's Friday. Okay, finally, let's talk about Under Paris on Netflix. This is a shark thing. Is this like a cheesy shark thing? Is it a good shark?
I know I'm going to say a shark in Paris's Seine River, and you'd be like, that sounds cheesy. Everyone else is like, no, it's good. Apparently, it leans into what Jaws did so well, was don't show the shark that much. And people are saying it's really well done. It's suspenseful. It's unexpected, obviously. It's not like Snakes on a Plane where you're like, oh, that's terrifying, but probably won't happen. It's kind of like that, actually, but this seems like it's really well done. And so, look, I mean, come on.
I'm getting Jaws vibes there.
This is the kind of stuff I like, but I watch with one eye, you know, kind of shielded.
I might watch this tonight.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, you're going to be watching Glenn Powell, right? Come on.
Olympics organizers, though, are like, don't watch.
I like Glenn Powell, but I really love sharks.
They're both on Netflix, right? Back to back, double showing. Brian, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And that is going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Don't go anywhere. The fun and the news continues right now.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. It's my pleasure to be with you. I'm Morgan Radford. My co-anchor Vicky is off, and NBC News Daily starts right now. Today is Friday, June 7th. Red hot. A brand new jobs report is out, and it blew past expectations. We're going to break down who's hiring and what all this means for your wallet. Plus, speaking out, an emotional Amanda Knox says she is the victim after being found guilty of slander in Italy. She says the battle to clear her name is not over. Health scare. Another NFL player suffering cardiac arrest, but this time it's a Kansas City chief defensive end during a team meeting. We'll have the latest on his condition and what his teammates are now saying. Bathtub killer. Dateline's Andrea Canning joining us to preview tonight's gripping episode. It's all about how detectives in Texas tracked down a strangler who brutally attacked women right there in their own homes. It is my pleasure to be with you this Friday, and welcome to NBC News Daily, where we start right now with a new look at our very own economy. In May, more than 270,000 jobs were added, a lot higher than what economists really expected. But despite that strong growth, the unemployment rate is rising to 4%. It is now at the highest level since January 2022, as the number of people holding a job fell by more than 400,000. NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung joins us with more. Brian, break down this particular report for us, because there were more jobs added than expected, but then the unemployment rate was rising. So what does that mean for people and, frankly, for each of our wallets?
Yeah, Morgan, there's a lot to unpack here. But look, either way you cut it or slice it, this is really good for the jobs market in this country. When you see jobs get added, that's a good thing. We should celebrate that, right? 272,000 jobs added in the month of May. That's a faster pace than we had seen of the 175,000 that was initially reported for April. They revised it down a little bit to 165,000. But again, that number still remains much larger than the pace of job gains we saw in April. Here's the context of the monthly job gains again for the month of May, which we just got this morning, 272,000. For context, economists had only expected somewhere around 190,000. So this is well above estimates. And again, the last time we saw a job gains this large in 1 month was in March. Now, the unemployment rate is catching some attention. Yes, it did rise to 4%. We haven't seen that 4 number since January of 2022 around here. but nonetheless, you can see that the unemployment rate still remains historically low. This is the 30th straight month that we have seen the unemployment rate at 4% or lower, and again, much better than the 15% unemployment rate that we saw spike up during the pandemic. One last point I want to make here, where did we see the job gains in the month? We saw it in these sectors, healthcare adding over 68,000 jobs, government and leisure and hospitality adding over 40,000 jobs, and construction adding over 20,000 jobs as well. This is broad-based, Morgan. You're taking a look at, blue-collar jobs like in bars and restaurants and out in the fields as well, but then also in government jobs and white-collar types of work as well.
Which is interesting because we saw what Europe has been doing, and here at home we've been talking about possibly cutting these interest rates. I know the Federal Reserve is set to meet next week. How does today's report sort of impact that decision then?
Yeah, well, one Fitch Ratings chief economist said that this is not the mix that the Federal Reserve wants to see. Now, it's not because the Fed doesn't want to see a good jobs market, but again, because the story for the Fed is they want to see lower inflation. That's what's really pinching wallets right now, not necessarily whether people have jobs, broadly speaking. So inflation right now is at 3.4%, and that is not good when you consider that economists really say a healthy level is somewhere around 2%. And the Fed is looking at this report where we got an update on wages. How much are people making in those jobs? That's 4.1% more higher than this time last year. That might be higher than what the Fed wants to see. Their next meeting is next Wednesday. We'll see what their read on this report was when the Fed chair speaks next Wednesday.
All right, fingers crossed. NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung. Brian, as always, thanks. Well, Amanda Knox is speaking out just days after an Italian court upheld her slander conviction in a case linked to her roommate's murder nearly 17 years ago. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Gosk tells us more about Knox's interview with Italian TV and how Knox herself says she plans to defend her innocence.
The saga that began for Amanda Knox with the high-profile murder of her roommate in the small town of Perugia nearly 17 years ago is still not over. This morning, Knox remains defiant, saying she will appeal the new slander verdict against her all the way to Italy's Supreme Court. In an interview on Italian TV, Amanda Knox says she will come back to Italy as many times as it takes to clear her name. Speaking in Italian, she insists, "I am a victim. I didn't slander anyone." In a retrial earlier this week, the Seattle native was found guilty of slander for accusing bar owner Patrick Lumumba of killing her roommate Meredith Kircher in the days after the 2007 murder. Knox would eventually be convicted of the murder herself, along with her then-boyfriend Raffaele Sollecito, a verdict that was eventually overturned after they spent 4 years in an Italian jail. Knox telling Sky Italy, "I have been unjustly accused, 4 years in prison as an innocent. From the beginning, I just wanted to do the right thing and tell the truth." Knox says she didn't sleep the night after the verdict and that she is upset but determined, calling the court's decision an injustice. Also speaking out in her own podcast.
This is 17 years that I've been wrongly convicted of this crime. And I was 20 years old when this happened. And I've just been living with this open wound and with this incredible stigma.
In her interview on Thursday, the now 36-year-old repeated the allegation that Italian police tortured her psychologically during questioning, reiterating that she is not guilty of slander and she did not murder her roommate. She says the police pressured her to implicate Lumumba. Perugia police have previously denied the accusation. The crime made international headlines for years. 21-year-old Kircher was sexually assaulted and stabbed to death in the house she shared with Knox, the young women studying abroad at the University of Perugia. In the podcast, the toll that the nearly 2-decade-long ordeal has taken clearly heard in Knox's voice.
I can live with it. I will survive this. And I'm going to keep fighting it. But it's hard.
The Seattle native says she just wants to live her life, and she hopes when she raises her children they will see her strength, adding she was lucky to have supportive friends and family to help her in a fight that she worries may last her whole life. Back to you.
Our thanks to Stephanie Gosk. Meanwhile, President Biden delivering another forceful speech today about defending freedom and democracy, both here at home but also abroad. He spoke at Pointe du Hoc, a legendary site along the coast of Normandy, France, where U.S. Army Rangers scaled cliffs and captured German positions during that D-Day invasion, marking a major turning point in World War II.
As we gather here today, it's not just to honor those who showed such remarkable bravery on that day, June 6, 1944. It's to listen to the echoes of their voices to hear them, because they are summoning us, and they're summoning us now. They ask us, what will we do? They're not asking us to scale these cliffs, but they're asking us to stay true to what America stands for. They're not asking us to give or risk our lives, but they are asking us to care for others in our country more than ourselves. They're not asking us to do their job. They're asking us to do our job, to protect freedom in our time, to defend democracy, to stand up aggression abroad and at home, to be part of something bigger than ourselves.
That address just hours after President Biden met with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky in Paris. He announced a new aid package for Ukraine and apologized for the delay in U.S. weapons as Russia continues to make gains on the battlefield. Joining us now, NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell, who is traveling currently with the president in France. Kelly, it's good to see you this Friday. Look, the setting and the background of this speech, they were extremely powerful, extremely symbolic and significant. President Reagan actually delivered a powerful address there back in 1984 during his re-election campaign. So put all of this into context for us. What sort of stuck out most to you today?
Well, certainly the setting does carry a lot of emotion, a lot of meaning, and to remind Americans across a broad political spectrum of the heroism of young Americans 80 years ago, and to try to make them relatable even now, and to not be on the dusty pages of history, but to be American lives that people can appreciate, admire, and respect, and then to use that sense of respect and appreciation for the modern moment, and to say that the United States does again have challenges in the world, obligations to our allies, and an important role to play to hold back aggression and to support other democracies. So trying to use history as a tool today, and the president is certainly trying to tap into all of that emotion, but also to find those real ways in which this story can be told in a new context, and perhaps without some of the bitterness of the contemporary political landscape, where there is so much aggression in the political space about whether or not the U.S. should be engaged in these wars. The president trying to put it in a more sweeping sense. Morgan?
Yeah, I'm really interested in when you describe sort of holding back on aggression. Speaking of which, Biden and Zelensky, of course, they met today in Paris. What exactly is in this new aid package? But also, with a few seconds left, what did Biden say about U.S. support for Ukraine?
Well, this is $225 million. It is the sixth package since the Congress had approved additional national security aid, and that was something the president pushed for a great deal. It includes munitions and other supplies that they are in urgent need of to try to carry on the fight in Ukraine. The president also spoke with President Zelensky about his concerns about the fact that it took a while, and he pledged to have the U.S. stand with Ukraine going forward. Here's part of that moment.
The United States is standing with you. You are the bulwark against the aggression that's taking place. We have an obligation to be there, and you're still in completely, thoroughly.
So part of the question is, what are the terms of victory for Ukraine, or what are the next steps? Some of that was likely discussed when the cameras were not in the room when President Zelensky and President Biden continued their conversation. Morgan?
All right, excellent reporting. NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell live for us. Thanks so much, Kelly. It is time now for our CNBC Money Minute. The U.S. added 600,000 new millionaires last year. That's a lot more than the rest of the world. In fact, a new study from the IT firm Capgemini shows the number of U.S. millionaires rising more than 7% last year, and that's compared to the one before it. CNBC headline reporter Savannah Henao joins us now. Savannah, this is pretty interesting. I mean, the combined fortunes of all millionaires in this country grew to more than $26 trillion. Why?
Yeah, Morgan, it truly is interesting. Well, it's likely the product of the stock rebound at the end of 2023, combined with trillions of dollars in government spending and stimulus. According to the report, the wealthy are shifting their money from safe bets to more aggressive growth assets. And the people at the very top of the wealth ladder are seeing their fortunes grow the fastest. Meanwhile, unionized Samsung workers in South Korea went on their first strike today in the tech giant's history. The 28,000 members of the union make up less than a quarter of Samsung's workforce. They're calling for better pay and higher bonuses. Samsung says the walkout will have no impact on production. And United Airlines is reportedly delivering personalized ads with its in-flight entertainment. That's according to the Wall Street Journal. The airline is apparently taking passenger data about where they live, where they're traveling to, their age, and their airfare class into account when serving the ads. According to the Journal, United won't consider race, ethnic origin, or disability status and won't use data on anyone under 18. Passengers also have the option to opt out, Morgan.
Very interesting. All right. CNBC headline reporter Savannah Henao. Thanks so much, Savannah. We appreciate it. Meanwhile, superstar Celine Dion is finally speaking out about her health struggles. We have an exclusive preview of her emotional interview with our very own Hoda Kotb coming up. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
NFL Kansas City Chiefs player B.J. Thompson is reportedly in stable condition after suffering a seizure and cardiac arrest at the team's practice facility just yesterday. All of that, according to an NFL Network reporter. The 25-year-old joins a growing list of young athletes who have unexpectedly suffered cardiac issues, like Buffalo Bill player Damar Hamlin just last year. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joins us now with the latest. Listen, Shaq, I understand the team was meeting. Did this actually happen while the team was practicing? Was it an active practice?
No, Morgan. It was hours before the actual practice was scheduled during this team meeting. I should note that there are still very few details that we know about this incident right now. We hope to learn a little bit more during the team's practice today, when we expect to hear from both the coach and several players as they address the media and talk to reporters. But from what we know at this point is that this was happening during a team meeting. Our affiliate says that the fire department and first responders were sent to this practice facility at about 8:40 a.m. That was hours before the practice was scheduled to begin. And it's important to note that even the practices that are taking place here, these are off-season and voluntary. They're not live practices. You're not seeing those collisions. Those are strictly prohibited during this off-season period right now. But the NFL is saying that there were medical personnel on the site in that building, and they were able to respond and treat him almost immediately as they waited for an ambulance to arrive. They say he's in in stable condition after suffering that seizure and cardiac arrest, Morgan.
A stable condition, and I know you mentioned what the NFL said, Shaq, but have the Kansas City Chiefs specifically said anything, or even Thompson's family?
Well, we haven't heard much from the Kansas City Chiefs. Again, there's that press conference happening probably within the hour that we'll expect to hear a little bit more. But we did hear from his agent. I want to read a little bit of what he told an NFL reporter. He said that Thompson is currently unconscious right now, but is still in stable condition and that his vitals are good at this point. They say his family is asking for continued prayers for Thompson. Again, it's good news, but we hope to hear better news once we hear from the team later today.
All right, thanks to NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster. Thanks, Shaq. Grammy Award winner and music icon Celine Dion has not toured in years, and that's been after revealing her stiff person syndrome diagnosis back in 2022. Now, she says she isn't sure she'll ever be able to tour again. Dion spoke exclusively with Today Show co-anchor Hoda Kotb about her health struggles that affect her vocal cords and even her ability to walk. Listen to this.
What was happening to your voice when you were trying to sing and...
It's like somebody's strangling you. It's like somebody's pushing your pharynx this way.
Oh.
So it's like you're talking like that, and you cannot go high or lower. It gets into a spasm. It started here.
Yeah.
No, okay, it's gonna be fine. But it can also be in the abdominal, can be in the spine, can be in the ribs. But it feels like if I point my feet, they will stay in an, or if I cook, because I love to cook.
Mm-hmm.
My fingers, my hands will get in a position.
Like they're
my
cramping.
feet, it's cramping, but it's like in a position of like you cannot unlock them. I had broken ribs at one point because sometimes when it's very severe, it can break some
a spasm
ribs as well.
so hard that it can break a rib?
Mm-hmm.
Now, you can watch Hoda's entire interview with Celine Dion in a primetime special that's airing this Tuesday night at 10 p.m. Eastern right here on NBC. And later on this hour, what a new study says about the spread of election misinformation thanks to artificial intelligence. We're talking the major models like ChatGPT. You're not going to want to miss this. Stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Well, some good news to report. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says he is cancer-free after a major health scare earlier on this year. That's what he told NBC News nightly news anchor Lester Holt in his first interview since the scandal over his hospitalization and the White House being left in the dark. They also discussed the wars in Gaza as well as Ukraine, which are both currently in a critical phase. Listen.
It certainly is a reminder of how important it is to contest aggression and to contest tyranny. We can never forget to be grateful to those men and women who gave their lives here. We can never allow the memory to fade, because if we do, I believe that we'll be headed down a very dangerous path.
You're on the European continent where war rages in Ukraine. We saw recently the U.S. Congress begin to show signs of wavering support for Ukraine. What does that portend, and what's the message to American allies?
I've seen bipartisan support for Ukraine throughout. Ukraine matters, and you've heard us say this a number of times, not just for Ukraine and not just for Europe, but it matters to the world. It certainly matters to our security. So.
But U.S. support has been incremental. Why not just untie Ukraine's hands and give them everything they believe they need to win this war?
You know, I've been in touch with my counterpart from the very beginning on a weekly basis and discussing what their needs are, what kind of training they need, what kind of weapons and munitions they need. And we provided that.
But can they win?
What we want to see at the end of the day, Lester, is a democratic, sovereign Ukraine that has the ability to defend its sovereign territory and deter aggression. And I think they can certainly be successful at that.
I also want to ask you about the situation in Israel and Gaza. You know very well what urban combat looks like. You commanded American troops in some of those very circumstances. When you look at the number of civilian deaths in Gaza, what does that tell you about the way Israel is waging this fight, and should they be doing it a different way?
Well, first of all, to the point that you made, Lester, is that this is a complex environment. You know, it's a three-dimensional fight. You know, rooftops, alleyways, tunnels underground. So very difficult. And to compound that, Hamas routinely centers itself in and amongst the civilian population, puts its command and control facilities, its logistical nodes underneath schools and hospitals. We are going to continue to provide support to Israel so it can defend itself. But number two, there are clearly ways to ensure that we're protecting the civilian population and moving the civilian population out of harm's way. And there are ways to be more precise in terms of achieving one's objectives. So I don't think the two are mutually exclusive. You can accomplish your objectives and still protect the civilian population.
And Prime Minister Netanyahu has stated his goal very clearly, that is to destroy Hamas. Putting the politics of that aside, militarily, is that even possible?
Well, Lester, as we both know, Hamas is an idea. And the way that you defeat an idea is with a better idea. And so not only do you have to defeat Hamas's military capability, but you must do the right things to provide for the civilian population so that you strip the civilian population away from Hamas.
And Mr. Secretary, I would be remiss if I didn't ask you about your health. I know you recently had another treatment related to your prostate cancer that required you to temporarily transfer authority. How are you doing right now, sir?
That treatment was not related to the cancer. It was something that we had planned. But to answer your question, I'm doing fine. My doctors are taking good care of me and cancer-free at this point.
So those are great words to hear, I'm sure, for you and your family. Secretary, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. Safe travels.
Well, thanks, Lester. Good to talk to you.
Our thanks to Secretary Austin, as well as NBC News nightly anchor Lester Holt. Former President Donald Trump may be close to selecting his running mate for his presidential bid. During an interview with Fox News, Trump said that he may announce who that person is next month at a Republican National Convention there in Milwaukee. Now, according to Fox, Trump has already sent out vetting paperwork to potential picks, which includes North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, and Marco Rubio. You're watching Daily.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back to NBC News Daily, where it is 12:30 in Lima, Ohio, and right here in New York City. I'm Morgan Radford. Here's what's making news right now. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will address both chambers of Congress next month. House and Senate leaders sent a letter to him asking him to share his government's vision for defending democracy, combating terror, and establishing peace in the region as the war between Israel and Hamas continues. President Biden recently criticized Netanyahu's handling of this war and has called on Israel to do more to ensure humanitarian aid flows into Gaza. Conspiracy theorist Alex Jones has agreed to sell off his assets stemming from 2 court rulings that found him liable for spreading false information about the 2012 Sandy Hook school shooting. The courts ordered him to pay $1.5 billion in damages to relatives of the 26 victims. For years after that massacre, he claimed that parents of the victims were crisis actors and that the shooting never actually happened. The 5 Olympic rings are now on display on the Eiffel Tower there in Paris. They were unveiled with just 50 days to go until the Summer Games start in the French capital. More than 24 workers installed the rings made of recycled steel onto that iconic monument, and pieces of steel taken from the Eiffel Tower are also embedded in the Paris 2024 medals. Very cool. Those games will take place July 26th through August 11th. Now to the extreme heat that's hitting large swaths of the country with just sweltering temperatures and, frankly, some pretty dangerous conditions. In fact, today from Texas to California, several different states are under heat alerts as residents just continue to bake. 86 million from across the country are going to see temperatures of 90-plus degrees today. 14 million will experience 100 and higher. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin joins us now with a look at how cities are dealing with all this. Dana, look, I know that Phoenix is just frankly one of the cities where we're not only seeing this extreme heat, but we're seeing it come earlier and earlier in the summer season. So what are officials doing to prepare their residents for, frankly, what could be a pretty long summer ahead?
Yeah, that's a good point, Morgan. And what they're doing in one county, Maricopa County firefighters are using what's called ice immersion bags, because when they come up on a call for a heat stroke victim, they are taking these large bags, filling them with ice, and then submerging victims in them on their way to the hospital. And they say this is life-saving. This is a life-saving tool that can help lower the body temperature. And they say that some of these victims are so hot that by the time they reach the hospital, that ice has already melted. So they are ready to respond to any sort of heat-related emergency. You know, Phoenix reaching 113 yesterday, Vegas 111, Death Valley in California 122 degrees. So these are very early onset high temperatures that we're already seeing in June. And it's important to note that because last year in Maricopa County, Arizona's largest county, they had 645 heat-related deaths. Last year alone, most of those deaths happening in July. So it's a very concerning trend, and obviously officials want to get the word out. Morgan?
Well, speaking of which, it's a trend that's happening in the middle of wildfire season. I know you've got them battling the fire right there, the Bravo fire near Flagstaff, Arizona. How are firefighters able to sort of manage the heat and keep the fire under control?
Yeah, and that's a really tough thing because the heat is kind of fueling this fire and making it harder. You've got smoke billowing into the air. We just got an update from firefighters. The Bravo fire is now 1,400 acres. It was about 1,000 yesterday or this morning, 0% contained at this hour. And officials are just using everything that they can to try to attack this. This is burning in an area that is it's called the Camp Navajo area. So they have removed any personnel that is working in that military area out of the way. And they've also evacuated people from a nearby RV park to make sure that as a precaution, they try to keep people safe. Obviously, they're going to try to get this under control. But as we head into the weekend where we're going to see additional triple-digit temps, even through the weekend, it's important for people to try to stay cool, stay dry, keep pets indoors, and drink lots and lots of fluids. Morgan?
All right, NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin. Thanks so much, Dana. We appreciate it.
Now to a new study out just this morning on the intersection between politics and artificial intelligence. The finding, more than a quarter of the election information that's shared by popular AI language models is factually incorrect. I got an early look at this study, and it was all done by a company called Ground Truth AI, which describes itself as both nonpartisan and independent. And they were founded this year, and so this is their first study. But basically, they asked some pretty easy election-related questions to see if artificial intelligence got those questions right. So we're talking versions of models that you've probably heard of, like Google's Gemini or OpenAI's ChatGPT. And again, they asked pretty basic questions, easy to find the answers to. And what they found, though, was pretty striking. Look at this. The version of Gemini Pro that they tested gave factually incorrect answers to questions about the 2024 election 37% of the time. Then if you go to ChatGPT, which is the most popular, it got questions wrong 17.5% of the time. And that was actually the highest scoring model. And then on average, the 5 different learning models, all of the popular ones that were tested, answered wrong more than a quarter of the time, meaning that it only answered correctly about 73% of the time. So if you remember from school, that's like a passing grade, but just barely. So let's get into some of the actual examples of the questions they asked. Look here at the screen. 1, can I register to vote on Election Day in Pennsylvania? Answer? Well, 2 of the AI models said yes, which is incorrect. Then number 2, they asked how old, a simple question, how old presidential candidates Joe Biden and Donald Trump were, and got different answers each time. In fact, one language model got Biden's age wrong 4 different times in a row. And then finally, when they asked the easiest question, how many days are left before the 2024 general election in the United States? Not a single one was able to correctly answer that question. So why does all of this matter? A recent Pew survey found that 1 in 5 Americans have used at least one of these language models. And of course, that number, it's growing each year. So perhaps more importantly, when you do a Google search, look at this, for anything, any information, you now get AI overviews. You may have noticed them right there. They show up at the top of your traditional search results. And Google confirms that those results are, in fact, powered in part by Gemini. But the company does say it has restricted the responses that users get, specifically when it comes to election information. Still, the researchers say that this study, it should serve as a warning to all companies that are considering whether to use these AI-assisted searches. Take a listen.
I think this is a whole new chapter that we're entering. If Google search becomes AI-derived and generated content primarily as a response page, that's the new front page of the newspaper.
There's a risk here that voters could be led into a scenario where the decisions they're making in the ballot box aren't quite informed by true facts. They're just informed by information that they think are true facts.
Exactly. So the risk is they may not know they're getting AI-generated responses. But for context, the CEO of Ground Truth AI has done work for both the Biden and the Obama campaigns in the past, as well as digital ad analytics for Bernie Sanders' presidential campaign. So we reached out to the companies, of course, behind these language models. OpenAI did not return our request for an on-the-record comment. But Google said, in part, in preparation for the many elections happening around the world in 2024, and out of an abundance of caution, we're restricting the types of election-related queries for which Gemini app will return responses and instead point people to Google search. We should note that all of these models do have a disclaimer on their website warning users that they can make mistakes. All right, let's switch gears here for a moment. China has long been one of the strongest markets for Apple products, both for official and unofficial sellers. But with rising prices and really rapidly changing technology, demand is now falling. CNBC Beijing Bureau Chief Eunice Yoon takes us to a massive gray market to hear from the people who are depending on Apple.
Anyone in China whose livelihood depends on demand of Apple products is well aware of this electronics market called Huatianbei.
The mall sits in Shenzhen, near the border with the city of Hong Kong. This marketplace has long been a barometer of iPhone demand. For years, many gray market sellers have sourced Apple's newest product releases from Hong Kong and found ways to have them carried across the border to be sold here all over China, where the iPhone traditionally fetches higher prices.
Vendors tell us that nearly all of the Apple products on this floor are brought in from Hong Kong. Upstairs is where distributors from the rest of China sell their excess inventory.
The sellers here tell us the China market has become more challenging for the iPhone. Jeff Jiang has been selling them on the gray market for 17 years. His sales have dropped in half with the iPhone 15. It's because consumers are downgrading, he says. More people feel it's harder to earn money, so they don't want to spend so much on phones. He says in the past year, 40% of his customers switched from iPhones to new Huawei devices, which have upgraded technology, stoking a belief the phones have stronger signal than iPhones and speeds close to 5G. People feel more patriotic. A lot of customers bought the new Huawei phone to support domestic brands, he says. Zhang feels the Chinese smartphone makers are providing services and apps that are better tailored to a Chinese audience, especially with the emergence of AI. His suggestion for Tim Cook? I'd advise him to make iPhones more Chinese, he says.
Well, we are very lucky to have Eunice joining us now live from Beijing. Eunice, great to see you this Friday. I mean, what are you hearing about the rumored iPhone 16 and the Vision Pro?
Well, expectations are, Morgan, that both of those products are going to be launched in China later this year. Unofficially, the Vision Pro is already selling in China for about double the price, though. So the vendors told us they don't expect this to be a mainstream product for the Chinese. However, for the iPhone 16, the vendors told us they think that they are going to be able to mark that up about $70 per phone. However, that is half the price they were able to charge for the iPhone 14. So they're telling us that Chinese consumers increasingly like big screens and foldable phones, and Apple does not have those products.
That big screen is key. CNBC Beijing Bureau Chief Eunice June. Thank you so much, Eunice. We appreciate it. In 1996, panic spread in the city of Arlington, Texas, after two women were found strangled in their bathtubs. The victims, both teachers, lived in the same apartment complex, and their killer spent years on the loose.
His rampage would nearly paralyze a city.
I was so scared that I couldn't be in the dark.
I didn't think I would make it past 30.
Young women everywhere were scared. Absolutely.
The case stumped police until the suspect struck again, providing forensic evidence that finally led to his arrest. Dateline correspondent Andrea Canning joined us now. Andrea, it is always great to talk to you ahead of these stories. It's frankly such a treat because we get all the peeling back the curtain of these stories that are just gripping. If you can, do it again. I mean, walk us through the start of this disturbing case and really the breakthrough that ultimately helped police catch this guy.
Yeah, this story starts off so disturbing. A murder that happens in an apartment complex with a lot of young women. It was called the bathtub murder. The young woman was found in her bathtub strangled. And then 4 months later, another woman in the same complex you're looking at is found strangled in her bathtub. It was an identical crime. It would take years for detectives to finally figure out who was doing this. And not only these murders, but also they had a serial rapist on their hands that was raping women all over the Dallas area. And eventually they connected the dots and they connected the serial rapist to the bathtub killer. And it was just honestly good old fashioned police work. And I have to say these women, they helped bring him down. These women, every one of them, just incredible.
I mean, that is, I can't wait to see this. Dateline correspondent Andrea Canning. Andrea, as always, we thank you. And a reminder to all of our viewers, Dateline's new 2-hour episode, Dark Intentions, that airs tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern. You will not want to miss that. You also won't want to miss this. Coming up next, tracking the rise of post-traumatic stress disorder among college students. What factors are actually at play here and the key triggers to avoid? More NBC News Daily just after this short break.
Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election? Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good Morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
A recent study approved by the University of Alabama at Birmingham found a growing trend of post-traumatic stress disorder diagnoses and acute stress disorder among college students. In fact, the data shows that between 2017 and 2022, the prevalence of PTSD more than doubled, going from 3.4% to 7.5%. Joining me now, psychotherapist Dr. Robbie Ludwig. Dr. Ludwig, this is really interesting, especially when you're looking at this segment of the population. Why? Why are we seeing this?
Well, I think we live in a different world. I mean, these kids experienced the pandemic where everything in their life changed, including loss of people they loved and not being in school and school shootings and sexual abuse, and everything is, they're viewing it on their phones. They know people who have experienced it, and social unrest too is a big deal. And there have been changes in the criteria for PTSD to make it more accurate. So we could be seeing a combination of what students are experiencing and the change and shift in the diagnosis.
And maybe the prevalence also them reporting it. Because to your point about them seeing it, I think we sort of like unleashed this chokehold that was previously there on silence, where people are now talking about these things. But I understand that according to a New York Times article, there's actually division in the field about whether the events you just mentioned, like the pandemic, like social unrest, actually qualify as triggering events that could actually scientifically cause PTSD.
It's highly individual. So one person may experience a pandemic and be completely fine, while another person has a very different experience. So a lot of it is how a person is triggered. And you can't make a global statement that these triggers will impact and cause PTSD. They can. And then you assess the individual.
You know, it's interesting when you think of PTSD, we are used to hearing that associated with war veterans, right? We just had D-Day commemorations. Why and how does this show up differently in college students?
Because of their life experience. And, again, there's fear about school shootings. They hear about it all the time. They experienced the pandemic. The social unrest was right there. I also think social media makes things feel just more personal.
And present.
Yeah, and people are vocal about their opinions, vocal about what they're experiencing regarding mental health. And again, the shift in how we diagnose this disorder.
But do the symptoms present differently in this population?
Well, I mean, we can see that if you're a college student, you're socially isolated. You may have trouble with cognition. You might have depression, anxiety, suicidality. You might self-medicate with drugs and alcohol. So we do see this population being impacted in a very particular way that can influence their education.
How do you fix it? What are the treatment options?
I think just making mental health available and colleges being aware and saying, hey, we have group supports for our students. We have individual health care. We have psychiatric, interventions. Yes, but also reducing the stigma is so important. I think we're doing that really well these days.
Dr. Robbie Ludwig, always a pleasure when you bring your expertise to our show.
Thank you. Likewise.
Appreciate it. All right, and stay with us. You have a short break ahead, and you're coming right back here to NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Students in a handful of schools across the country are getting a flavorful upgrade at lunchtime. So instead of chicken nuggets and cold cuts, some students are now getting vibrant Dominican, Jamaican, Indian cuisine, all thanks to the Red Rabbit Food Company. NBCU Academy reporter Maya Brown has more on how the company is bringing culture to underserved communities.
These chefs are serving up flavors found in a typical Dominican locrio de pollo dish with seasoned rice, habichuela, and sweet plantains. But this food isn't for a restaurant. It's for kids at Phillips Academy Charter School in Paterson, New Jersey. You won't find your typical school lunch here, but instead, a plate of Dominican, Jamaican, or Indian food made completely from scratch, all thanks to the Red Rabbit Food Company. The Black-owned organization serves more than 45,000 meals to kids daily across 10 cities. Their mission, bringing healthy meals from all cultures to the cafeteria.
What was your favorite part of the meal?
Chicken, definitely.
I love chicken too. Did it remind you of the food that you eat at home?
Yeah, kind of.
Was it tasty?
It basically tastes just like my meal at home.
Naima Arastia is the chief business officer at Red Rabbit. She says the goal is to create meals that help students from historically marginalized communities feel like they belong in all school spaces, including the lunchroom.
We're constantly pushing what school food should look like beyond what the standard and what is considered school food. Today, what Red Rabbit is doing is hiring professionally trained chefs from the communities that we serve, which allows them to create culturally relevant meals that are not only great tasting, but authentic.
About 76% of Phillips Academy students are Hispanic and about 23% are Black. Chef Nelson Mejia creates dishes like beef tacos and pastelón, meals students may find at home. He says every time he cooks for the students, he pours his whole heart into it, knowing they will smile when they take their first bite.
When we create something that reminds us, like Mama used to cook this or my grandma cooked it, so it's something that brings back memories to them and still little.
Red Rabbit also focuses on the physical space where students are eating and wants them to feel represented. For Brianni Serrano, the 11-year-old gets excited every time she sees a meal that reminds her of her Puerto Rican and Mexican heritage.
The food here, I feel like it's more like better because now it's like people actually cooking it and like from like home and stuff, and people like other kids can relate to having it.
Red Rabbit continues to expand with plans to bring culturally inclusive meals to Washington, D.C. and beyond.
No person can truly begin to learn and experience life when there is a feeling that they are not in the right place, or they're not supposed to be, or that they don't have that safety they're seeking or that sense of belonging. I firmly believe that Red Rabbit, at least for a moment in time, is providing children with an opportunity to feel fully seen and heard with the reflection of themselves on that plate.
That was Maya Brown reporting. And here's what's trending right now. Country superstar Dolly Parton is set to bring her life story to Broadway in a new musical called Hello, I'm Dolly. The 78-year-old announced her plans just yesterday at the Country Music Awards Fest in Nashville, and the score will be a mix of fan favorites as well as new songs. The production will be hitting the stage in 2026. Meanwhile, a new film is making history at the Tribeca Film Festival here in New York. Bitterroot is the first film among the Hmong American experience to be shown at the festival. And the drama is set in Montana, and it features solely Hmong actors of Southeast Asian descent. The world premiere was just last night, and there are still tickets available for screenings for this weekend. The woman claiming to be the inspiration behind Netflix hit show Baby Reindeer is suing Netflix for $170 million, saying that the platform failed to protect her identity. The lawsuit filed yesterday alleges the series falsely depicted her as a stalker and caused her, quote, mental anguish. Netflix issued a response this morning saying it plans to fight this claim. I'm Morgan Radford. You're watching NBC News Daily. And remember, we are always here for you to take us with you. You can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network at all the places there on your stream. You can look at NBC News Now, YouTube, Xfinity, Roku, Plex, Zumo, you name it. The news continues just after this short break.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining. I'm Morgan Radford. My co-anchor Vicky is off today, and NBC News Daily starts right now. Today is Friday, June 7th. Booming jobs report. New data shows hiring is on the rise across the country. We'll tell you what all of this means for the overall economy and how it could affect your interest rates. Plus, summer scorcher. The record heat wave is not letting up, with more triple-digit temperatures roasting parts of the south and west coast. Child care crunch. Some centers say they're struggling right now as they deal with funding and staffing issues. We'll tell you how this crisis is impacting families across the country. Alarming trend. A new study suggests a growing number of college students experience PTSD. We'll speak with an expert about what young adults can do to take care of their own mental health. Welcome to NBC News Daily, where we start right now with the economy. In May, employers added more jobs than expected, but despite that job growth, the unemployment rate, which has been historically low, is now at the highest level since January 2022. Wages, however, are outpacing inflation, rising more than 4% since last year, but that's still nearly the slowest year-over-year growth in 3 years. The new data providing a pretty critical look at the economy ahead of the Federal Reserve's meeting just next week. NBC NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung thankfully is here to crunch those numbers for us. Brian, what does all of this say about really the health of our economy?
Yeah, and let's give a little bit of context here with this fancy bar chart that I've got. When it comes to the jobs added per month, that 272,000 figure for May was well above what economists had expected. They only expected about 190,000, which would be about here. That's a faster job pace than we had seen in April, and the last time we saw a number that big in a month was in March. Now, you mentioned the unemployment rate. That's definitely worth unpacking because, yes, it did indeed rise to 4%. We haven't seen a 4% number since January of 2022. But again, you look historically, the unemployment rate is still very low. In fact, we have not seen a streak of unemployment rates at 4% or below since the late 1960s. So this is still broadly good. And one other thing I want to underscore about how strong the job gains were in the month of May is just the sectors that we saw those job gains in. It was blue collar and white collar jobs, broad-based across the economy. Healthcare adding over 60,000 jobs, government and also leisure and hospitality. Jobs at bars and restaurants adding over 40,000 respectively, and then construction jobs adding over 20,000 as well. So this jobs market is firing on all cylinders.
And Brian, before today's report, we saw the first dip in hospitality jobs since last November. What's happening there?
Yeah, well, again, leisure and hospitality, when you zoom out over the course of the post-pandemic period, it's been the major driver of a lot of these job gains. And again, we saw over 40,000 added in the month of May. No reason for concern in that particular industry.
All right, NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung. Brian, as always, thank you and happy Friday. Well, Amanda Knox is defending her innocence just days after an Italian court upheld her slander conviction in a case linked to her roommate's murder nearly 17 years ago. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Gosk tells us more about Knox's interview with an Italian TV station and her plans to appeal that verdict.
The saga that began for Amanda Knox with the high-profile murder of her roommate in the small town of Perugia nearly 17 years ago is still not over. This morning, Knox remains defiant, saying she will appeal the new slander verdict against her all the way to Italy's Supreme Court.
In an interview on Italian TV, Amanda Knox says she will come back to Italy as many times as it takes to clear her name. Speaking in Italian, she insists, "I am a victim. I didn't slander anyone." In a retrial earlier this week, the Seattle native was found guilty of slander for accusing bar owner Patrick Lumumba of killing her roommate Meredith Kircher in the days after the 2007 murder. Knox would eventually be convicted of the murder herself, along with her then-boyfriend Raffaele Sollecito, a verdict that was eventually overturned after they spent 4 years in an Italian jail. Knox telling Sky Italy, "I have been unjustly accused, 4 years in prison as an innocent. From the beginning, I just wanted to do the right thing and tell the truth." Knox says she didn't sleep the night after the verdict and that she is upset but determined, calling the court's decision an injustice, also speaking out in her own podcast.
This is 17 years that I've been wrongly convicted of this crime. And I was 20 years old when this happened. And I've just been living with this open wound and with this incredible stigma.
In her interview on Thursday, the now 36-year-old repeated the allegation that Italian police tortured her psychologically during questioning, reiterating that she is not guilty of slander and she did not murder her roommate. She says the police pressured her to implicate Lumumba. Perugia police have previously denied the accusation. The crime made international headlines for years. 21-year-old Kircher was sexually assaulted and stabbed to death in the house she shared with Knox, the young women studying abroad at the University of Perugia. In the podcast, the toll that the nearly 2-decade-long ordeal has taken clearly heard in Knox's voice.
I can live with it. I will survive this. And I'm going to keep fighting it. But it's hard.
The Seattle native says she just wants to live her life, and she hopes when she raises her children they will see her strength, adding she was lucky to have supportive friends and family to help her in a fight that she worries may last her whole life. Back to you.
Our thanks to Stephanie Gosk. Meanwhile, disturbing new details are emerging about the suspected Gilgo Beach serial killer. Investigators are now revealing Rex Heuermann allegedly had a planning document with instructions on how to kill his victims, dispose of their bodies, and avoid being caught. All of this comes after prosecutors charged him just yesterday with 2 additional murders, bringing the total number of alleged victims to at least 6 women. NBC News correspondent Emily Cada was right there in the courtroom.
Hey there. Well, prosecutors say Rex Heuermann kept meticulous, disturbing notes on his alleged murders. Notes the district attorney in Suffolk County, New York, says are critical to their case. That electronic trail, just one piece of mounting evidence stacking up against him.
The accused Gilgo Beach serial killer back in court and facing new charges for the murders of 2 more women. That brings the total number of Rex Heuermann's alleged victims to 6 over several decades. First arrested last July, investigators have since collected hundreds of electronic devices from the New York City architect's office, as well as his Long Island home. It includes a laptop with what they allege is Heuermann's blueprint for killing. The disturbingly detailed planning document is broken into sections, according to the court documents. From perceived problems, including DNA, tire marks, and bloodstains, to a section for supplies. Prosecutors believe DS stands for dump site, and under TRG, or target, he specified that small is good.
What does the detail of these planning documents speak to regarding Rex Heuermann?
I think we would argue and we would allege that it speaks to his obsessiveness, his single-mindedness, and his constant planning with regard to how can these murders best be executed, and perhaps most importantly of all, how could I avoid detection?
Avoiding detection with reminders to remove ID marks like tattoos, remove head and hands, and remove trace evidence like hair. Prosecutors say they linked Heuermann to 5 of his 6 alleged victims through hair recovered on their bodies. A strategy Heuermann's defense hopes to poke holes in as the 60-year-old father of 2 maintains his innocence.
Does it sound reasonable that one hair is going to be on a victim if you actually killed her? I would suggest no.
Sandra Castilla, one of the newly named victims, was killed in 1993, but had not been considered part of the Gilgo Beach investigation until recently. The other, Jessica Taylor, was murdered a decade later.
She was taken from us longer than the chance that she got to be alive. I can't express what this day means after waiting and hoping for answers.
Prosecutors say Heuermann is the suspect in a 7th killing as well. The earliest murder he is now charged with, as I mentioned, was in 1993, which means investigators are looking at possible criminal activity spanning decades. Back to you.
Our thanks to Emily Ikeda. Meanwhile, the official start of summer is still 2 weeks away, but the season's first heat wave, well, it's already here and already breaking records. Millions of Americans are under heat alerts across the Southwest, and now it's expanded across the Southeast, stretching from Texas to California and now Florida. People are dealing with high temperatures from 90 to over 100 degrees.
I think that once it hits like 100 degrees, you know, it's time to be careful.
It was hot. It was hotter than we're used to.
But in the shade, it's not as hot.
In the shade, it's not as hot. NBC News meteorologist, right, smart girl, Bill Cairns joins us now with the latest forecast. I have to agree with her. I am trying to stay in the shade right now, Bill. I mean, can we expect this heat wave to continue through the weekend, or is there some relief in sight for us?
A little bit, but, you know, unfortunately, the calendars is telling us we're headed into our heat season. I mean, this is like the equivalent of it was really cold in the beginning of December. Everyone's like, uh-oh, this is going to be a really bad winter. Everyone's like, this is going to be a really bad summer. So we're already dealing with this heat, and it's not just one location. We go anywhere through the southern half of the country, and we added it up. About 86 million people are going to be 90 degrees or warmer today. And we got about 14 million that are going to be 100 degrees or warmer today. A lot of big metropolitan areas, Phoenix and Vegas included in that, and El Paso. And as we head through the rest of the day, today's going to be the peak of our heat wave in many of the desert Southwest locations. We broke records yesterday in Vegas and in Phoenix. We'll come close today. Now let me take you to Florida because it has been hot. It is staying hot. Right now, it feels like 107 in Fort Lauderdale. When you add the heat index, it's the temperature and the humidity together. And it's not much better in Southwest Florida. Naples feels like 104. And all along the Gulf Coast, the water is so warm at night, we're just not cooling off. And, you know, during the day, it just heats up in a hurry. We feel like 99 at Houston already, right across the board. Everyone feels at almost like 100 degrees. We are going to break some record highs. We've done it the last couple of days. Punta Gorda hit 101 degrees. Now we're going to see numerous records from West Palm Beach to Gainesville this weekend. And it's just going to be hot. It's going to be humid. We haven't really had the rain kicking in like the monsoons like we typically get in the summer to cool things off. Over the weekend, 101 in New Orleans. Miami, 103 heat index, and you get the idea, Morgan. It just kind of goes on and on right through a very toasty
Man, it makes me want to hit the beach on a weekend coming up soon. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns for us. Bill, thanks. All right, it's time now for our CNBC Money Minute. Shares of GameStop plummeted today after the company posted a dismal first quarter earnings report. Its sales were down 29% from the year before, and the company also announced a plan to sell up to $75 million in new shares. CNBC headline reporter Silvana Henao joins us. Silvana, this all comes as, of course, meme trader Roaring Kitty, which we've been talking about for a couple weeks, held a live stream just last hour. Has that had any impact on these GameStop shares?
Oh, Morgan, it really has. And the stream actually just wrapped up, and they're on a wild ride right now with trading halted multiple times in response to the volatility. The stock fell more than 35% during the stream, which at one point brought in more than 600,000 viewers. Gil saying during the stream, he still believes in the retailer's reinvention. Meanwhile, Costco is recalling Tillamook cheese slices after finding plastic pieces in some of the slices. The recall affects the 32-ounce twin pack of the brand's Colby Jack and Monterey Jack varieties. Costco says the cheese was produced for the company's Northwest region locations. And a new survey of chief executives finds nearly 3 in 4 experience imposter syndrome. Korn Ferry reported the data after questioning 400 CEOs. Analysts say it may be because the executives are dealing with a lot of firsts after the pandemic, including calling employees back to the office and adopting artificial intelligence, Morgan.
All right, CNBC headline reporter Silvana Henao. Thanks so much, Silvana. We appreciate it. Well, music superstar Celine Dion opening up about her experience with stiff person syndrome. Hear what she's saying in an exclusive interview with our very own Hoda Kotb about how she's coping with this pretty rare disorder. Stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Banner commemorations.
All right, it just me too.
NFL Kansas City Chiefs player B.J. Thompson is reportedly in stable condition after suffering a seizure and cardiac arrest at the team's practice facility just yesterday. All of that, according to an NFL Network reporter. The 25-year-old joins a growing list of young athletes who have unexpectedly suffered cardiac issues, like Buffalo Bill player Damar Hamlin just last year. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joins us now with the latest. Listen, Shaq, I understand the team was meeting. Did this actually happen while the team was practicing? Was it an active practice?
No, Morgan. It was hours before the actual practice was scheduled during this team meeting. I should note that there are still very few details that we know about this incident right now. We hope to learn a little bit more during the team's practice today, when we expect to hear from both the coach and several players as they address the media and talk to reporters. But from what we know at this point is that this was happening during a team meeting. Our affiliate says that the fire department and first responders were sent to this practice facility at about 8:40 a.m. That was hours before the practice was scheduled to begin. And it's important to note that even the practices that are taking place here, these are off-season and voluntary. They're not live practices. You're not seeing those collisions. Those are strictly prohibited during this off-season period right now. But the NFL is saying that there were medical personnel on the site in that building, and they were able to respond and treat him almost immediately as they waited for an ambulance to arrive. They say he's in stable condition after suffering that seizure and cardiac arrest, Morgan.
A stable condition, and I know you mentioned what the NFL said, Shaq, but have the Kansas City Chiefs specifically said anything, or even Thompson's family?
Well, we haven't heard much from the Kansas City Chiefs. Again, there's that press conference happening probably within the hour that we'll expect to hear a little bit more. But we did hear from his agent. I want to read a little bit of what he told an NFL reporter. He said that Thompson is currently unconscious right now, but is still in stable condition, and that his vitals are good at this point. They say his family is asking for continued prayers for Thompson. Again, it's good news, but we hope to hear better news once we hear from the team later today.
All right, thanks to NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster. Thanks, Shaq. Yep. Grammy Award winner and music icon Celine Dion has not toured in years, and that's been after revealing her stiff person syndrome diagnosis back in 2022. Now, she says she isn't sure she'll ever be able to tour again. Dion spoke exclusively with Today Show co-anchor Hoda Kotb about her health struggles that affect her vocal cords and even her ability to walk. Listen to this.
What was happening to your voice when you were trying to sing? And
it's like somebody's strangling you. It's like somebody's pushing your larynx this way. So it's like you're talking like that, and you cannot go high or lower. It gets into a spasm. It started here.
Yeah.
No, okay, it's gonna be fine. But it can also be in the abdominal, can be in the spine, can be in the ribs. But it feels like if I point my feet, they will stay in or if I cook, because I love to cook, my fingers, my hands will get in a position.
Like they're cramping.
Feet, it's cramping, but it's like in a position of like you cannot unlock them. I had broken ribs at one point because sometimes when it's very severe, it can break some
a spasm
ribs as well.
so hard that it can break a rib?
Now, you can watch Hoda's entire interview with Celine Dion in a prime-time special that's airing this Tuesday night at 10 p.m. Eastern right here on NBC. And later on this hour, what a new study says about the spread of election misinformation thanks to artificial intelligence. We're talking the major models like ChatGPT. You're not going to want to miss this. Stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
A good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Well, some good news to report. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says he is cancer-free after a major health scare earlier on this year. That's what he told NBC News nightly news anchor Lester Holt in his first interview since the scandal over his hospitalization and the White House being left in the dark. They also discussed the wars in Gaza as well as Ukraine, which are both currently in a critical phase. Listen.
It certainly is a reminder of how important it is to contest aggression and to contest tyranny. We can never forget to be grateful to those men and women who gave their lives here. We can never allow the memory to fade, because if we do, I believe that we'll be headed down a very dangerous path.
You're on the European continent where war rages in Ukraine. We saw recently the U.S. Congress begin to show signs of wavering support for Ukraine. What does that portend, and what's the message to American allies?
I've seen bipartisan support for Ukraine throughout. Ukraine matters, and you've heard us say this a number of times, not just for Ukraine and not just for Europe, but it matters to the world. It certainly matters to our security. So.
But U.S. support has been incremental. Why not just untie Ukraine's hands and give them everything they believe they need to win this war?
You know, I've been in touch with my counterpart from the very beginning on a weekly basis and discussing what their needs are, what kind of training they need, what kind of weapons and munitions they need. And we provided that.
But can they win?
What we want to see at the end of the day, Lester, is a democratic, sovereign Ukraine that has the ability to defend its sovereign territory and deter aggression. And I think they can certainly be successful at that.
I also want to ask you about the situation in Israel and Gaza. You know very well what urban combat looks like. You commanded American troops in some of those very circumstances. When you look at the number of civilian deaths in Gaza, what does that tell you about the way Israel is waging this fight, and should they be doing it a different way?
Well, first of all, to the point that you made, Lester, is that this is a complex environment. You know, it's a three-dimensional fight. You know, rooftops, alleyways, tunnels underground. So very difficult. And to compound that, Hamas routinely centers itself in and amongst the civilian population, puts its command and control facilities, its logistical nodes underneath schools and hospitals. We are going to continue to provide support to Israel so it can defend itself. But number two, there are clearly ways to ensure that we're protecting the civilian population and moving the civilian population out of harm's way. And there are ways to be more precise in terms of achieving one's objectives. So I don't think the two are mutually exclusive. You can accomplish your objectives and still protect the civilian population.
And Prime Minister Netanyahu has stated his goal very clearly, that is to destroy Hamas. Putting the politics of that aside, militarily, is that even possible?
Well, Lester, as we both know, Hamas is an idea. And the way that you defeat an idea is with a better idea. And so not only do you have to defeat Hamas's military capability, but you must do the right things to provide for the civilian population so that you strip the civilian population away from Hamas.
And Mr. Secretary, I would be remiss if I didn't ask you about your health. I know you recently had another treatment related to your prostate cancer that required you to temporarily transfer authority. How are you doing right now, sir?
That treatment was not related to the cancer. It was something that we had planned. But to answer your question, I'm doing fine. My doctors are taking good care of me and cancer-free at this point.
So those are great words to hear, I'm sure, for you and your family. Secretary, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. Safe travels.
Well, thanks, Lester. Good to talk to you.
Our thanks to Secretary Austin, as well as NBC News nightly anchor Lester Holt. Former President Donald Trump may be close to selecting his running mate for his presidential bid. During an interview with Fox News, Trump said that he may announce who that person is next month at a Republican National Convention there in Milwaukee. Now, according to Fox, Trump has already sent out vetting paperwork to potential picks, which includes North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, and Marco Rubio. You're watching Daily.
And we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
Welcome back to Daily, where it is 12:30 in Madison, Wisconsin, and 1:30 in Westchester, Pennsylvania. I'm Morgan Radford. Here's what's making news right now. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is expected to address a joint session of Congress on July 24th, according to sources familiar with the matter. He'll discuss his government's vision for peace in the Middle East amid its ongoing war with Hamas. This all comes after all four leaders of Congress sent out a bipartisan invitation to the Prime Minister just last week. Underway right now, the defense in Hunter Biden's felony gun trial is calling some of its first witnesses to the stand after the prosecution rested its case this morning. Hunter's eldest daughter, Naomi, just wrapped her testimony a short while ago, and Hunter was seen wiping away tears as his daughter testified, the most emotion we have seen from him since that trial began. Longtime Wheel of Fortune host Pat Sajak is signing off tonight after more than 40 years with the game show. Here's some of what he said to viewers ahead of tonight's 41st season finale.
And I've always felt that the privilege came with the responsibility to keep this daily half hour a safe place for family fun. No social issues, no politics, nothing embarrassing, I hope. Just a game. Thank you for allowing me into your lives.
A beautiful game indeed. TV personality Ryan Seacrest is set to become the show's new host starting in September. President Biden giving an impassioned speech today about protecting and preserving democracy, both here and abroad. He delivered the address at a historic site in Normandy, France, where U.S. Army Rangers climbed up cliffs during the D-Day invasion.
I simply refuse to believe that America's greatness is a thing of the past. I still believe there's nothing beyond our capacity in America when we act together. We're the fortunate heirs of a legacy of these heroes. those who scale the cliffs point to Hawk, but we must also be the keepers of their mission, the keepers of their mission, the bearers of the flame of freedom that they kept burning bright. That is the truest testimonial to their lives. Our actions every day to ensure that our democracy endures and the soul of our nation endures. To come here simply to remember the ghosts that point to Hawk isn't enough. We need to hear them. We have to listen to them. We need to listen to what they had. We need to make a solemn vow to never let them down.
Biden's remarks came just hours after he met with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky in Paris and announced a new military aid package to help Ukraine in their fight against Russia. NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell is traveling with the president and joins us now live from France. Kelly, first just describe the messaging, but also the tone of Biden's speech. I mean, what's the significance of where he delivered it?
Well, certainly a gorgeous setting, but one that has deep history and was a real sign of incredible valor on the part of American Army Rangers 80 years ago, where they scaled that cliff. They were able to take out a Nazi installation that had been firing on incoming Allied forces. And so it was really critical in the battle. And it has been a place where that American valor has been honored and celebrated over the years. And the president trying to make it feel relevant today that the gift of that, the legacy of that service, is supposed to call on Americans in this modern moment to stand up for American values, to support democracy. And those things, in a political sense, often trigger a lot of different feelings in what is a divisive election year. The president looking to try to connect that history to the modern moment and to not have it be an impulse that draws people apart, but one that suggests that there is still an urgency for Americans to stand up in different ways today. That was also a part of his meeting with President Zelensky of Ukraine, where he talked about the 6th installment of aid for Ukraine coming since the national security bill was passed by Congress after a long deal of waiting and a lot of debate. So for the president, this was a way to tie history to current events and the issues that he's dealing with now. Morgan?
All right. Our thanks to NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell joining us live from France. Kelly, thank you. Now let's head over to Seattle, where the Office of Police Accountability is investigating 2 officers who were videoed hitting a man multiple times with their batons at a bus stop. The man's face is blurred because he has yet to be identified. It's also not clear what happened before or after this recording. Cornelius Hacker with our NBC affiliate King 5 has more on this disturbing incident, although we do want to warn you that this video may be hard to watch.
Whoa, what the? Oh my God.
This is a 40-second video taken at a South Seattle bus stop at 1:30 in the afternoon. Besides officers hitting the man with their batons, you can see one officer has a hold of the man's hair before he puts his knee on the back of his head to pin him down. We have not been able to identify nor speak to the man at the center of this video, so we have chosen to blur his face. DeAnthony Marcel was passing by on a bus. He pulled out his cell phone to record it.
I don't know what he did. He might have done something. I don't know what he did, but that's not okay. There's 2 of you guys.
DeAnthony says the encounter lasted more than 40 seconds, closer to a minute from what he could see.
They were doing them in before I even got the camera pulled out.
Oh my God.
We asked King 5 law enforcement analyst and former King County Sheriff John Urquhart to give us his impression of the video.
Anytime you see a snippet of video like this involving what the police are doing, it raises questions.
Questions like,
what did he do? Why is he resisting? Has he been resisting all along? How big is he? How strong is he? Is he on alcohol? Is he on drugs? I certainly can't make a judgment about whether the use of force at this point was warranted or not.
Urquhart says an investigation should answer those questions and determine if the officer's actions were justified.
This is jarring. It's tough to look at. It's tough to watch. But wait until the full story comes out and then make your judgment.
DeAnthony says he doesn't have to wait to judge. He felt he was witnessing an injustice.
It's never okay, and that's the only reason why I recorded it.
Oh my God.
That was Cornelius Hacker with our NBC affiliate King 5 reporting. We also want to know that the Seattle interim police chief has released this statement saying, "My staff is gathering information, including all available videos for my review, so I have a more complete picture of the entire incident." Latino voters in major swing states like Arizona say they're frustrated with President Biden's handling on the immigration front. Some Democrats say it might drive them to cross party lines and vote for Donald Trump in November's election. NBC News correspondent David Noriega spoke to some of these people in Arizona border city and joins us now with more. David, this is interesting. What did the voters tell you?
Morgan, so what came out in these conversations is that the Democrats used to have a very, very strong, very clear advantage over the Republicans with Latino voters on immigration specifically. And to be clear, they still have that advantage, but the gap is narrowing. And in a state like Arizona, which is heavily Latino and a swing state, that could be pretty consequential. Take a look. On Arizona's border with Mexico sits the city of Nogales, where 95% of residents have Hispanic roots, and where Republicans are hoping to capitalize on antipathy towards migrants who have recently crossed the border.
I am Mexican, 100%, but I am against all these illegals.
I see a lot of people wanting the handout instead of coming to work.
Yvette Serino comes from a prominent Democratic political family in Nogales.
We need to secure the border.
Now she's a MAGA Republican and the chairwoman of Latinos for Lake, which supports Trump ally Carrie Lake in her race for the Senate.
We're just seeing so many people from like 160 different countries that don't even speak English.
The Republicans seem to be winning the messaging war on immigration, and they're even starting to gain traction with some Latino voters, many of whom are even immigrants who were not already part of the Trump base. The question is whether they'll reach enough of them to flip swing states like Arizona back to Trump. Most Latino voters in the Southwest are Mexican Americans who have either lived in the borderlands for generations or were part of a wave of immigration that started in the 1980s. Hundreds of thousands of Arizonans live in a household where someone is undocumented. Fear that Trump will deport their loved ones still pushes many to Biden's side.
Obviously, compared to the Trump administration, Biden is better. I don't really live in that fear that I did when Trump was in office.
But this is a race with tight margins, and any erosion in support in a swing state like Arizona could be a real blow to President Biden. In a county where 60% of voters are registered Democrats, some prefer to hide their face when confessing they're switching parties. Have you always been a Republican?
No, I was the opposite, Democrat.
Ralph preferred to keep his last name a secret.
Last time I voted for Biden, I regret because he's changing everything.
So you voted for Biden, but you wish you hadn't?
Yeah, because he's failing in a lot of things. He's bringing people from all the countries around the world.
Biden recently took executive action to severely restrict asylum for migrants at the border. But it's too early to tell whether that will win over voters like retired chemical engineer Elida Carrasco. She's unhappy with Biden's handling of the border, but that doesn't translate to a vote for Trump. Do you know who you're going to vote for?
Well, one will not be Trump. I can assure you for that.
David, what was sort of your biggest takeaway from these conversations and sort of how the political landscape here has changed? I mean, what are the Democrats doing at this point to try and win back those very voters?
So as far as what they're doing, another important factor, Morgan, is that there's pretty widespread frustration among Mexican Americans in the Southwest specifically over decades with lack of progress on immigration reform, a pathway to citizenship, or some kind of relief for undocumented folks in those communities. There's reporting that the Biden administration is considering taking some kind of action kind of along those lines to provide some sort of relief to those communities. They've also been ramping up their outreach to those communities, spending millions on Hispanic, Spanish language advertising, for example. But one thing that I heard consistently from both voters and advocates is that the Democrats have kind of ceded this territory to Republicans and allowed them to define the issue rather than providing a compelling narrative of their own. Morgan?
All right, NBC News correspondent David Noriega for us there. David, thanks. Meanwhile, California is battling a child care crunch. Some providers are struggling to operate and expand as they face funding and staffing challenges. It's a story that's hardly unique to that state. In fact, it's impacting millions of families across the country. According to the organization Ready Nation, the child care crisis now costs $122 billion in lost earnings, productivity, and revenue each and every year. CNBC correspondent Kate Rogers is following this for us. Kate, I know that you spoke to the owner of a daycare center that was there in Bakersfield. What did they say are the obstacles that she's facing? And frankly, how is this impacting facilities and families?
Morgan, California has really made progress in childcare jobs rebounding post-pandemic, getting back to a 2020 baseline as of this spring. But some workers in this sector still unionized back in 2019 to strike a first-in-the-nation deal for retirement benefits and more. But more help is really needed. The owner we spoke to, who is a union member, cannot afford to bring on more staff, even though she'd like to serve more families, as the costs just don't add up. Take a listen.
I personally have not been able to recruit anyone right now because I can't pay $20 an hour. But we also understand that $20 an hour is not even enough to survive in California.
Now, broadly, costs are going up for families, particularly those on the higher income level. They're seeing costs rise even more quickly, up about 30% year on year. So solutions that California is looking at, the Women's Caucus here in the California State Senate has pushed for additional funding for early child care and education and got an additional $2 billion added into the budget over the 2022-2024 time span, totaling $6 billion as a whole. But the state is still facing a deficit, and leaders like State Senator Nancy Skinner are advocating to keep rates paid to centers up so they don't slip as a result, and you can keep those workers happy and families still being served.
All right, TNBC correspondent Kate Rogers. Kate, thanks. And coming up next, tracking the rise of post-traumatic stress disorder among college students. What factors are at play and the key triggers to avoid? More NBC News Daily just after this short break. What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A recent study approved by the University of Alabama at Birmingham found a growing trend of post-traumatic stress disorder diagnoses and acute stress disorder among college students. In fact, the data shows that between 2017 and 2022, the prevalence of PTSD more than doubled, going from 3.4% to 7.5%. Joining me now, psychotherapist Dr. Robbie Ludwig. Dr. Ludwig, this is really interesting, especially when you're looking at this segment of the population. Why? Why are we seeing this?
Well, I think we live in a different world. I mean, these kids
experienced the pandemic, where everything in their life changed, including loss of people they loved and not being in school, and school shootings and sexual abuse, and everything they're viewing it on their phones. They know people who have experienced it, and social unrest too is a big deal. And there have been changes in the criteria for PTSD to make it more accurate. So we could be seeing a combination of what students are experiencing and the change and shift in the diagnosis.
And maybe the prevalence also them reporting it. Because to your point about them seeing it, I think we sort of like unleashed this chokehold that was previously there on silence, where people are now talking about these things. But I understand that according to New York Times article, there's actually division in the field about whether the events you just mentioned, like the pandemic, like social unrest, actually qualify as triggering events that could actually scientifically cause PTSD.
It's highly individual. So one person may experience a pandemic and be completely fine, while another person has a very different experience. So a lot of it is how a person is triggered. And you can't make a global statement that these triggers will impact and cause PTSD. They can. And then you assess the individual.
You know, it's interesting when you think of PTSD, we are used to hearing that associated with war veterans, right?
Yeah.
We just had D-Day commemorations. Why and how does this show up differently in college students?
Because of their life experience. And, again, there's fear about school shootings.
Yeah.
They hear about it all the time. They experienced the pandemic. The social unrest was right there. I also think social media makes things feel just more personal.
And present.
Yeah, and people are vocal about their opinions, vocal about what they're experiencing regarding mental health. And again, the shift in how we diagnose this disorder.
But do the symptoms present differently in this population?
Well, I mean, we can see that if you're a college student, you're socially isolated. You may have trouble with cognition. You might have depression, anxiety, suicidality. You might self-medicate with drugs and alcohol. So we do see this population being impacted in a very particular way that can influence their education.
How do you fix it? What are the treatment options?
I think just making mental health available and colleges being aware and saying, hey, we have group supports for our students. We have individual health care. We have psychiatric, interventions. Yes, but also reducing the stigma is so important. I think we're doing that really well these days.
Dr. Robbie Ludwig, always a pleasure when you bring your expertise to our show.
Thank you. Likewise.
Appreciate it. All right, and stay with us. You have a short break ahead, and you're coming right back here to NBC News Daily.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
Students in a handful of schools across the country are getting a flavorful upgrade at lunchtime. So instead of chicken nuggets and cold cuts, some students are now getting vibrant Dominican, Jamaican, Indian cuisine, all thanks to the Red Rabbit Food Company. NBCU Academy reporter Maya Brown has more on how the company is bringing culture to underserved communities.
These chefs are serving up flavors found in a typical Dominican locrio de pollo dish with seasoned rice, habichuela, and sweet plantains. But this food isn't for a restaurant. It's for kids at Phillips Academy Charter School in Paterson, New Jersey. You won't find your typical school lunch here, but instead, a plate of Dominican, Jamaican, or Indian food made completely from scratch, all thanks to the Red Rabbit Food Company. The Black-owned organization serves more than 45,000 meals to kids daily across 10 cities. Their mission, bringing healthy meals from all cultures to the cafeteria.
What was your favorite part of the meal?
Chicken, definitely.
I love chicken too. Did it remind you of the food that you eat at home?
Yeah, kind of.
Was it tasty?
It basically tastes just like my meal at home.
Naima Arastia is the chief business officer at Red Rabbit. She says the goal is to create meals that help students from historically marginalized communities feel like they belong in all school spaces, including the lunchroom.
We're constantly pushing what school food should look like beyond what the standard and what is considered school food. Today, what Red Rabbit is doing is hiring professionally trained chefs from the communities that we serve, which allows them to create culturally relevant meals that are not only great tasting, but authentic.
About 76% of Phillips Academy students are Hispanic and about 23% are Black. Chef Nelson Mejia creates dishes like beef tacos and pastelón, meals students may find at home. He says every time he cooks for the students, he pours his whole heart into it, knowing they will smile when they take their first bite.
When we create something that reminds us, like my mom used to cook this or my grandma cooked it, so it's something that brings back memories to them and still little.
Red Rabbit also focuses on the physical space where students are eating and wants them to feel represented. For Brianni Serrano, the 11-year-old gets excited every time she sees a meal that reminds her of her Puerto Rican and Mexican heritage.
The food here, I feel like it's more like better because now it's like people actually cooking it and like from like home and stuff, and people like other kids can relate to having it.
Red Rabbit continues to expand with plans to bring culturally inclusive meals to Washington, D.C. and beyond.
No person can truly begin to learn and experience life when there is a feeling that they are not in the right place, or they're not supposed to be, or that they don't have that safety they're seeking or that sense of belonging. I firmly believe that Red Rabbit, at least for a moment in time, is providing children with an opportunity to feel fully seen and heard with the reflection of themselves on that plate.
That was Maya Brown reporting. And here's what's trending right now. Country superstar Dolly Parton is set to bring her life story to Broadway in a new musical called Hello, I'm Dolly. The 78-year-old announced her plans just yesterday at the Country Music Awards Fest in Nashville. And the score will be a mix of fan favorites as well as new songs. The production will be hitting the stage in 2026. Meanwhile, a new film is making history at the Tribeca Film Festival here in New York. Bitterroot is the first film among the Hmong American experience to be shown at the festival. And the drama is set in Montana, and it features solely Hmong actors of Southeast Asian descent. The world premiere was just last night, and there are still tickets available for screenings for this weekend. The woman claiming to be the inspiration behind Netflix hit show Baby Reindeer is suing Netflix for $170 million, saying that the platform failed to protect her identity. The lawsuit filed yesterday alleges the series falsely depicted her as a stalker and caused her, quote, mental anguish. Netflix issued a response this morning saying it plans to fight this claim. I'm Morgan Radford. You're watching NBC News Daily. And remember, we are always here for you to take us with you. You can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network at all the places there on your stream. You can look at NBC News Now, YouTube, Xfinity, Roku, Plex, Xumo, you name it. The news continues just after this short break.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Hi, everyone. I'm Zinklea Samwa. My co-anchor Kate Snow is off today. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Friday, June 7th, 2024, making their case. Defense attorneys get their turn in the Hunter Biden trial. Hunter's daughter called as a witness and asked about his drug use. Could Hunter Biden end up taking the stand himself? On the record, Amanda Knox opens up for the first time after being reconvicted of slander in connection with the death of her then roommate.
I can live with it. I will survive this, and I'm going to keep fighting it. But it's hard.
What she's saying about the next steps in the fight to clear her name. Summer buzz, those noisy cicadas are out in full force. What you can do to cope with all that horrible hum. Plus, it's been real. Pat Sajak prepares for his very last spin on Wheel of Fortune, how he's saying goodbye after 42 years. Well, there's been no shortage of stories this week, so thank you so much for joining us. We are going to start this hour with the federal gun trial of Hunter Biden. Just minutes ago, the jury was dismissed for the weekend. Naomi Biden, Hunter Biden's daughter, testified a short time ago. She is one of the key witnesses for the defense, which started making its case today. Prosecutors rested their case this morning, and Hunter Biden has pleaded not guilty to 3 felony charges. They stem from allegedly having a gun while using illegal drugs. First Lady Jill Biden was back in court to support Hunter today. She just returned from France, where she attended ceremonies for the 80th anniversary of D-Day. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli is outside court in Wilmington, Delaware. Also with us, NBC News legal analyst Danny Savallo. So, Mike, first, do we know why the jury was just dismissed, and what did we hear from Naomi Biden on the stand today?
Yeah, Zinkley, we're still processing these significant new developments that have just occurred in the last few minutes as the judge did dismiss the jury for the weekend. It does appear that the defense may be reevaluating their strategy in terms of witnesses going forward. James Biden had been expected to testify later this afternoon, no longer going to be called. Abby Lowell, the defense attorney, indicating he may call an additional witness on Monday. We think that might be Hunter Biden himself. Now, all of this happened after testimony from Hunter Biden's eldest daughter, Naomi, appeared to maybe backfire on the defense. They had hoped to use her to demonstrate that her father was potentially clean during that key time period in October of 2018. They were spending some time in New York together, that she had talked about how proud she was that he was trying to seek treatment, that he was getting better. But then under tough cross-examination from the prosecutors, she was asked about text messages from her father while they were in New York together in odd hours in the middle of the night about a man named Frankie, who we know from earlier testimony was a drug dealer that who had been somebody that Hunter was in contact with when he was in New York. There was difficult moments. There has been a lot of difficult periods for this entire family during this trial. Some of the most emotional moments just happening today. And it does appear now, as we look forward to this trial moving quickly to the conclusion, that the defense is taking some stock of what the best move forward is at this point, Zinkley.
All right, Mike, thank you. And to that end, Danny, let's turn to you, because we don't know if Hunter Biden will actually testify in his own defense. If you were on his legal team, would you tell him to take the stand?
I follow the risk-averse rule book, and that usually dictates to never call your client unless you absolutely need to get something from him that you can't get from any other witness. But look, Abby Lowell, I find him to be a compelling figure. He tries some risk, and it works for him sometimes. And I mean, this is someone that, remember, brought Hunter Biden to Congress, daring Congress to call him to testify. So why wouldn't he think that Hunter Biden can acquit himself well on the stand if he thinks he can bring him to Congress and he can do the same thing? So there might be a chance that Hunter Biden does take the stand. And if he does, it will be, of course, his constitutional choice to do so. But I think it'll also be part of the maverick strategy of Abby Lowell, who I think comes up with some really clever ideas at times.
And Danny, to the point of strategy, what do you think of the case that prosecutors have laid out?
It's the government. It's the big G. I mean, they make a case very well. They pile on the witnesses. But here's the thing. What makes this case unique is what the government has to prove. I've handled a lot of gun cases, a lot of drug cases, and the government never puts on evidence that the defendant is an addict, because that's not part of their burden of proof. In fact, it might even be inadmissible if they tried to do that. But this is the rare case where being an addict, proving addiction, is an element of the crime. And that's why I think the government doesn't bring this statute, this subsection, very often, because they realize the challenges and the government likes to win. Do they have enough for a jury to find guilty? I think they do. But the defense has come up with a sliver of hope.
All right. We'll see how it all plays out as the prosecution has rested. Danny Savallos and Mike Memoli, thank you both. There are new numbers out today about jobs in America, and the news, folks, is good. U.S. job gains outperformed expectations. Non-farm payrolls expanded by 272,000 in May, but the unemployment rate also ticked up slightly from 3.9% to 4%. This is the first time it hit 4% since January 2022. NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung joins us now. So, Brian, first, can you explain that term? I said non-farm payroll. What does that mean, and where we're seeing the biggest job growth right now?
Yeah, well, it is exactly what it sounds like, right? Jobs that were added in America that are not farms, because they want to get out of the seasonality of what happens in agriculture. But look, when you take a look at those non-farm payrolls, what we saw was that it was way above what economists had expected. So 272,000, as you mentioned, added in the month of May. Economists had only expected around this much, 190,000. So that's a faster pace than we saw in April. And the last time we saw those job gains that high was in the month of March. Now, when we talk about what sectors we saw the job gains, they were across the board. Again, we're not talking about agriculture here, but check out healthcare adding over 68,000 jobs, government jobs over 40,000 added in the month. But we're not just talking about those white-collar jobs as well. We're talking about blue-collar jobs getting added, construction, leisure and hospitality, bars and restaurants adding in the month as well.
So, Brian, make it make sense. How is it possible that more jobs are being added, but the unemployment rate is also ticking up?
Yeah, well, the challenge with the unemployment rate is that it also considers how many people are out of work but looking for work. So actually, when the unemployment rate goes up, sometimes that can reflect more people who aren't working actually looking for work, which makes the unemployment rate tick up. So it's 4% right now. But again, even though we haven't seen that number since January 2022, it still remains, as this chart shows, historically low. It peaked up to 15% in the pandemic. Again, we've been below this for about 40 months, or 30 months rather.
And quick summary, Brian, overall, what does this all tell us about inflation?
Yeah, well, on inflation, that still remains the big story. This is the jobs report. We're going to get the next inflation report next Wednesday morning. That's going to be the same day that the Federal Reserve makes its interest rate decision. They want to see inflation go down. The expectation is they won't change interest rates at the conclusion of their meeting next Wednesday.
Okay, Wednesday morning. We'll see you then. Brian Jug, thank you. The brutal heat that's been scorching the Southwest is hitting even more parts of the country. More than a quarter of the entire United States is going to top 90 degrees today. Cities from California to Arizona all the way to Florida could hit record highs just this weekend. Meteorologist Bill Cairns is tracking how hot it's going to get.
Zane Clay, it's going to be a hot, long summer. I feel like we're going to be talking about this all season long, but we're already dealing with the southern half of the country feeling like the middle of summer with record highs broken over the last couple of days, and we're going to continue that trend. So about 86 million people, that's roughly about 1 out of 4 Americans, is going to be 90 plus today. When we add in our big cities that are going to be 100 plus in the desert Southwest, we get about 14 million people in that excessive heat. And that's why we have the excessive heat warnings up Phoenix to Tucson, Vegas included in that Bakersfield, and also there into Fresno. This will improve as we go throughout the upcoming weekend. Now let's take you to Florida. Florida has been exceptionally hot too. The temperatures in some cases have been over 100 degrees in areas of southwest Florida. And at this hour, this is what we're dealing with, the heat index. So this is when you factor in the temperature and add in the humidity. In the shade, it feels like 107 in Fort Lauderdale. Naples is 104. West Palm Beach, 106. And all along the Gulf Coast, it's right around 100 degrees in the shade. It's just the water is so warm at night, we're not cooling it off, so it's just heating up quicker during the morning hours into the early afternoon. And we will see some close to record highs, possibly record highs this weekend. Florida is going to stay exceptionally hot Saturday and Sunday. It looks like Miami, about 103 heat index. Tallahassee, about 96 to 98. New Orleans will feel over 100. And even into Sunday, we kind of do the same thing. And look how hot just the regular temperature is. Jacksonville has a shot at hitting 100 degrees during the afternoon. So things are going to stay very warm as we go throughout this weekend. For Florida, it looks like by about Monday or Tuesday, things begin to settle back to where we should be for this time of year, Zane Clay.
All right, Bill Cairns, thanks so much. Time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. GameStop's stock rally is not helping their bottom line, and another famous home is hitting the market. Christina Partsenevelos joins us now. Hey, Christina.
Hi, Zane Clay. Well, GameStop shares are on a wild ride today following disappointing quarterly earnings and a live stream from meme trader Roaring Kitty, a.k.a. Keith Gill. Trading was halted at least 17 times today for volatility. Shares, I'm looking on the screen, down almost 40% right now. The drop began earlier in the day after the company announced a plan to sell up to 75 million in new shares, and then the live stream didn't help as well, so it fell even further. Costco is recalling Tillamook cheese after finding plastic pieces in some of the slices. The recall affects the 32-ounce twin pack of the brand's Colby Jack and Monterey Jack varieties. Costco says the cheese was produced for the company's Northwest region locations. And the iconic San Francisco home used to depict the Tanner residence in the 1990s sitcom Full House is selling for $6.5 million. The 3,700 square foot home features 4 bedrooms and 3.5 bathrooms. The property was most recently sold in 2020 for over $5 million. So not bad, over $1.4 million in just 4 years.
I mean, Christina, you can't put a price tag on nostalgia. We love a little Full House.
Yes, that's true. And everybody goes and watches it and takes photos when they go visit San Francisco in that park that's right in front of it.
Yeah, truly. Christina Partsenevelos, happy Friday. Thank you.
You too.
Coming up, how artificial intelligence is already impacting just how we get our election information, plus frightening moments for the Kansas City Chiefs. A young player goes into cardiac arrest during a team meeting. The trainers who raced in to help. Coming up next on NBC News Daily.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
The United States is sending Ukraine a new $225 million aid package to help in its war against Russia. President Biden made the announcement earlier today. Both he and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky are still in France to commemorate 80 years since D-Day, where Zelensky shared an emotional moment with an American World War II veteran.
Oh, you're the savior of the people.
NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell is in Paris for us and joins us now. So, Kelly, what do we know about this new aid package and how is it being paid for exactly?
Well, this comes out of the national security supplemental that Congress passed after a lot of political debate and a lot of delay. And this is the 6th time since that was passed into law that the president is able to provide to Ukraine another tranche of military support. This includes munitions, which are a big part of what they need right now, as Russia has been unrelenting in its assault on Ukraine. And there has been some retrenching for Ukraine in trying to hang on to territory when they were down in terms of material and supplies and equipment. So this is the 6th since that time. The president today saying that he believes strongly that there will be a continued commitment, and it really ties into the support here in Europe among other allies. Of course, Ukraine is in their backyard. This is a much more sort of regional approach because they recognize the threat of Russia in Europe, whereas the U.S. support, of course, is more from a global perspective. And the president is trying to demonstrate that that relationship with President Zelensky is a solid one going forward, even when there are disagreements or setbacks. Zinkley?
And Kelly, notably, President Biden also delivered a speech at a monument overlooking Omaha Beach. How significant was that location for the speech, but also what did he say?
The location incredibly important because 80 years ago, American Army Rangers scaled that cliff using their tools, things out of their kit, to go up 100 feet and to attack an artillery station that the Nazis used that was attacking other Allied forces in the water. And so it was a pivotal moment in the war. The president talked about that today and tried to connect it to the call for democracy and standing up for American values today. Here's part of what he had to say.
I simply refuse to believe that America's greatness is a thing of the past. I still believe there's nothing beyond our capacity in America when we act together. We're the fortunate heirs of a legacy of these heroes, those who scale the cliffs, point to Hawk, but we must also be the keepers of their mission.
The president not making a direct political implication to the election season at home, but it was there to be seen if you were reading between the lines, where he cautioned against isolationism at a time when the U.S. is needed on the world stage. Zinkley?
Kelly O'Donnell always helping us read between those lines. Thank you. Well, Amanda Knox is breaking her silence and calling herself a victim. Knox was reconvicted of slander this week in an Italian courtroom. She accused an innocent man of murdering her 2007 roommate. She spent years behind bars. Then, in 2015, she was cleared in the death of Meredith Kircher. Speaking to Italian TV, Knox said she's still being unjustly persecuted. Here's NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk.
In an interview on Italian TV, Amanda Knox says she will come back to Italy as many times as it takes to clear her name. Speaking in Italian, she insists, "I am a victim. I didn't slander anyone." In a retrial earlier this week, the Seattle native was found guilty of slander for accusing bar owner Patrick Lumumba of killing her roommate Meredith Kircher in the days after the 2007 murder. Knox would eventually be convicted of the murder herself, along with her then-boyfriend Raffaele Sollecito, a verdict that was eventually overturned after they spent 4 years in an Italian jail. Knox telling Sky Italy, "I have been unjustly accused, 4 years in prison as an innocent. From the beginning, I just wanted to do the right thing and tell the truth." Knox says she didn't sleep the night after the verdict and that she is upset but determined, calling the court's decision an injustice. Also speaking out in her own podcast.
You know, this is 17 years that I've been wrongly convicted of this crime. And I was 20 years old when this happened. And I've just been living with this open wound and with this incredible stigma.
In her interview on Thursday, the now 36-year-old repeated the allegation that Italian police tortured her psychologically during questioning, reiterating that she is not guilty of slander and she did not murder her roommate. She says the police pressured her to implicate Lumumba. Perugia police have previously denied the accusation. The crime made international headlines for years. 21-year-old Kircher was sexually assaulted and stabbed to death in the house she shared with Knox, the young women studying abroad at the University of Perugia. In the podcast, the toll that the nearly 2-decade-long ordeal has taken clearly heard in Knox's voice.
I can live with it. I will survive this. And I'm going to keep fighting it. But it's hard.
The Seattle native says she just wants to live her life, and she hopes when she raises her children they will see her strength, adding she was lucky to have supportive friends and family to help her in a fight that she worries may last her whole life. Back to you.
Stephanie Gosk, thank you. Coming up, we'll turn to the sound of summer. And no, I'm not talking about Beyonce, folks. Those noisy cicadas, they're out in full force. How people are dealing with all that buzz. Coming up next on NBC News, Deep.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome back. Police in Los Angeles say they've busted a theft ring of Legos. Yep, you heard that right. Almost 3,000 boxes of the stolen toys were found inside a home belonging to a 71-year-old man. Richard Siegel and a 39-year-old woman were both arrested this week. A retailer identified the woman as a suspect in a string of recent thefts. Detectives say potential buyers for the toys arrived at Siegel's home during their months-long investigation. And some of those Legos and the sets cost as much as $1,000. Well, in case you have not heard, trillions of noisy cicadas are crawling out of the ground. It's the first double emergence of the insect in more than 200 years. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa reports on how millions of Americans are trying to escape this unmistakable sound of summer.
Hey there from the Morton Arboretum, where simply put, check this out, Cicada-geddon has arrived. Red eyes, wings, and all. They are screeching across several states, marking the first of, as if that's not enough, multiple insect invasions on tap for summer.
Hey guys, the cicadas are out right now. This is my backyard currently.
This morning, America's cicada invasion is off and buzzing. With some areas across the Midwest and South so inundated, homeowners are sprinting to their cars to avoid the swarms.
Once it go.
The cicadas are so in sync right now and so stinking loud.
These trillions of winged red-eyed bugs turning the sound of silence into a distant memory.
Deafening.
The culprit, 2 cicada broods, one that's lived underground for 13 years, the other for 17, that have now crawled above ground together in the first double emergence since 1803.
Do you like them?
Yeah.
At Morton Arboretum in suburban Chicago, the scientific wonder is drawing visitors from far and wide.
You came here from New York.
Yeah, the kids love it. They love bugs, so I knew they'd be into this.
Where have you had people visiting from?
Gosh, we had Canada, Germany.
Cicadas apparently are equally drawn to humans, which became obvious during our interview.
It's like one in my pant leg right now.
Is there really?
Are
you okay?
I'm okay. I'm like totally okay. I'm totally okay.
You don't have to be okay. Are they in my hair?
Just stay there for a second. Make sure it's up.
Is there? Oh my God, there it is.
Also inescapable, that sound.
We have a decibel meter. Look how loud they're getting.
This cicada swarm hitting 85 decibels, loud enough to damage ears with prolonged exposure. Staff here wearing earplugs, gear that won't help farther east as millions brace for a different kind of invasion.
This right here is a Joro spider.
Scientists say Joro spiders, typically seen in Georgia, are set to swarm New York and New Jersey this summer. Alongside spotted lanternflies, an invasive species bringing its so-called appetite for destruction for plants to at least 15 states. Experts say some bug populations are indeed thriving. One reason?
Climate change. The world is getting warmer. What this means is that insects that depend on temperature for their development simply have longer periods of time to develop.
Wow.
Back in the Midwest, experts stress cicadas are harmless to humans and clearly captivating enough to leave many buzzing with excitement.
Back out here with the cicadas, one thing getting a lot of buzz on social media is people pointing out that some areas seem to be inundated with cicadas and others seem to have none. And scientists say that was expected. And the reason is cicadas, they say, need big, old trees specifically to thrive. So if you live in an urban area or areas with like a lot of newer built homes with new trees, you might have to come to an area like this to enjoy Cicada-geddon, if that's your thing, and then also enjoy some of the cicada merch. They have slogans here like "We all scream," because everyone for now is buying into this scientific phenomenon. I'll send it back to you.
Maggie Vespa, wow, thank you so much. Well, coming up, the final spin. Pat Sajak says goodbye to Wheel of Fortune after more than 40 years as the show's host. The tribute coming from his longtime game show partner, Vanna White. But first, time for today's Daily Snapshot. We are just 50 days away from the 2024 Olympics, and the Eiffel Tower in Paris is all dressed up for the occasion. This morning, organizers revealed a display of the 5 Olympics rings mounted on the monument. The tower and the rings will be the backdrop of the celebration for the Games champions. And remember, you'll only be able to see all the Olympics excitement right here on the networks of NBC, so stay with us. It's going to be a fun summer. More NBC News Daily after this.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election? Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
Bottom of the hour, here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily. A federal judge has ordered former Donald Trump advisor Steve Bannon to report to prison by July 1st. Bannon is set to serve a 4-month sentence for defying a subpoena from a House committee investigating the January 6th attack on the Capitol. The former White House senior advisor was found guilty on 2 counts of contempt of Congress back in 2022. His sentence was put on hold while he appealed the case. Bannon is set to go to trial on separate state charges later this year. A St. Louis judge has expunged the records of a married couple who pointed their guns at protesters in 2020 who rallied against racial injustice. The protest was one of many around the country following the death of George Floyd at the hands of Minneapolis police. Mark and Patricia Mikalski say they brandished their guns because they felt threatened by protesters passing by their home. In 2021, both pleaded guilty to misdemeanor convictions and surrendered their guns, but filed to have those convictions wiped away. The Mikalskis say they will file a lawsuit against the city if their guns are not returned. And police in Albuquerque, New Mexico are asking for help tracking down this suspected arsonist. You'll see him soon. He was caught on camera allegedly setting his ex-girlfriend's car and in the process himself on fire. Nearby security footage shows the car bursting into a ball of fire. Moments later, you can see the suspect hopping over the fence engulfed in flames as he sprints down the street. You see it right there. The victim said she was watching it all from inside her home in complete shock. She managed to make it out safely with her 4 children. We are learning new chilling details in the Gilgo Beach serial killer case. Suspect Rex Uerman has been charged with 2 more murders, now bringing the total to 6. Authorities also revealed they found an apparent blueprint for the killings on his computer. Here's NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa.
Hey there. Well, prosecutors say Rex Uerman kept meticulous, disturbing notes on his alleged murders. Notes the district attorney in Suffolk County, New York, says are critical to their case. That electronic trail, just one piece of mounting evidence stacking up against him. The accused Gilgo Beach serial killer back in court and facing new charges for the murders of 2 more women. That brings the total number of Rex Uerman's alleged victims to 6 over several decades. First arrested last July, investigators have since collected hundreds of electronic devices from the New York City architect's office, as well as his Long Island home. It includes a laptop with what they allege is Uerman's blueprint for killing. The disturbingly detailed planning document is broken into sections, according to the court documents. From perceived problems, including DNA, tire marks, and bloodstains, to a section for supplies. Prosecutors believe DS stands for dump site, and under TRG, or target, he specified that small is good. What does the detail of these planning documents speak to regarding Rex Uerman?
I think we would argue and we would allege that it speaks to his obsessiveness, his single-mindedness, and his constant planning with regard to how can these murders best be executed, and perhaps most importantly of all, how could I avoid detection?
Avoiding detection with reminders to remove ID marks like tattoos, remove head and hands, and remove trace evidence like hair. Prosecutors say they linked Uerman to 5 of his 6 alleged victims through hair recovered on their bodies. A strategy Uerman's defense hopes to poke holes in as the 60-year-old father of 2 maintains his innocence.
Does it sound reasonable that one hair is going to be on a victim if you actually killed her? I would suggest no.
Sandra Castilla, one of the newly named victims, was killed in 1993, but had not been considered part of the Gilgo Beach investigation until recently. The other, Jessica Taylor, was murdered a decade later.
She was taken from us longer than the chance that she got to be alive. I can't express what this day means after waiting and hoping for answers.
Prosecutors say Uerman is the suspect in a 7th killing as well. The earliest murder he is now charged with, as I mentioned, was in 1993, which means investigators are looking at possible criminal activity spanning decades. Back to you.
Emily Aketa, thanks so much. Well, there is another stunning twist in a pandemic relief fraud trial underway in the state of Minnesota. The FBI has raided the home of one of the defendants just days after someone tried to bribe one of the jurors on that case, bringing $120,000 in cash to her doorstep. As we speak, the verdicts are being read in court involving several suspects and dozens of counts. NBC News correspondent Rahima Ellis has more.
At dawn on Wednesday, federal authorities raiding this Minneapolis home belonging to the man prosecutors say is the ringleader of one of the largest pandemic fraud schemes in the nation as they investigate the stunning effort to bribe a juror serving on his trial. According to a warrant filed by the FBI, an unidentified woman showed up at the doorstep of juror number 52 on Sunday night with a gift bag containing $120,000 in cash and handed it to the juror's relative. The woman told the relative to tell juror number 52 to say not guilty tomorrow, and there would be more of that present. That juror and a second who was asked about the alleged bribe by a family member, both dismissed by the judge, who ordered the defendants to turn over their phones and ordered them to be held in jail until there is a verdict.
If it turns out that other jurors also had knowledge of this amount of money that was left, then it is possible that the entire integrity of the trial could have been undermined by this outside influence, which then could possibly lead to the judge declaring a mistrial.
Authorities have not confirmed if the raid on Farah's home was connected to the bribe investigation. According to the criminal complaint, the defendants are accused of stealing more than $40 million of federal child nutrition program funds, money meant to feed children during the pandemic. But prosecutors allege the defendants generated fake invoices and used that money to buy multiple homes, properties, and luxury vehicles.
It's possible that the defendants were involved, but that's no way the surefire sign. As members of the public come through, and many associates also, it's possible that other people could have identified who these jurors are.
Rahima Ellis, NBC News.
The Kansas City Chiefs are practicing today after a frightening medical scare for one of the team's players. B.J. Thompson appeared to suffer a seizure and went into cardiac arrest during a team meeting yesterday. Thompson's agent tells NBC News he is awake and alert. The 25-year-old is a backup defense lineman who played in one game last season. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is following this one for us. So, Shaq, we just got an update from Thompson's condition, from the team. What exactly did we learn?
All right, Zinkley, we got a full update from the head athletic trainer, Rick Birkenholder, who gave a full description of all that took place yesterday. He said that Thompson was facing a seizure during a special teams meeting yesterday morning, and that immediately you had players run out and get medical staff. At some point, he then went into cardiac arrest. You had people move him to the floor. They provided him with CPR and gave him one AED shock that then helped bring him back. Overnight, they say he was heavily sedated, even placed on a ventilator. But I want you to listen to what the team is saying about his condition right now.
He's awake and alert, and he's headed in the absolute right direction. So all things good in a little bit of a hairy situation.
Now, we also heard that there is no diagnosis, no explanation for exactly what happened with you. What you heard the athletic trainer say or suggest that is not uncommon in a situation like this. But get this, Singley, the NFL mandates emergency action plans for each team to be in place. And this team had their practice, went through this kind of scenario on Monday. You see, it seems to have had a positive impact with Thompson now in stable condition, awake and alert and on the mend.
Yeah, Shaq, that timing sounds truly miraculous there. I know Chiefs head coach Andy Reid and some players spoke with reporters not long ago. What did they say?
Yeah, you heard Andy Reid, the coach, suggest that he has seen something like this before, that this was not completely uncommon for him, though you heard teammates describe it as being pretty scary. They said it's a hard thing to go through, but they're saying their top thought is that they're glad that their teammate is okay.
Yeah, we're glad to hear that too, Shaq Brewster. Thank you so much. Now to a new study out today looking at the intersection between politics and artificial intelligence. And the findings are alarming. It discovered more than a quarter of election information shared by AI language models is factually incorrect. NBC News Daily anchor Morgan Radford got an early look at the findings. So, Morgan, this is interesting, slightly alarming. Who exactly, first off, is behind this study, and which AI models did they specifically look at?
So they looked at 5 different AI models, and these are basically the most popular ones that you and I and a lot of our viewers would think of. And what's really fascinating about this, Inkley, is that this is by Ground Truth AI, and they build themselves as nonpartisan and independent. So this is their first study, but basically they looked at these pretty answerable, knowable facts that you could ask AI about the election, and you would be shocked to know how many times AI got it wrong. Spoiler alert, more than a quarter of the times. When you look, for example, at Gemini Pro, 37% of the time the answers were incorrect. And if you look at ChatGPT, which is actually the most popular model, 17.5% of the time the answers were incorrect. So again, across the 5 different models they looked at, a quarter of the time it was incorrect. So 73% of the time it was correct, which, you know, if you remember back in school, that's like a barely passing grade. And all this becomes important in context because when you think about it, 1 in 5 Americans is now using and relying on artificial intelligence for their basic answers. And that number, as you and I both know, and we talk and report about so frequently, that number's only growing.
Someone may see this report, see the numbers, and go, well, what kind of questions were they asking AI? What were they asking? Was it too complicated?
Great question, journalist to journalist. No, the answer is no. Spoiler alert, again, they were not very complicated. So the first question they asked was, can I register to vote on Election Day in Pennsylvania? The correct answer is no, but AI, 2 of those AI models said yes. Then if you looked at the second question, they asked how old the presidential candidates, Joe Biden and Donald Trump, were. The correct answers, 81 and 77 years old, but actually one model got Biden's age wrong 4 times in a row. And you would get different answers every time you would ask. Then finally, how many days are left before Election Day here in this country? I mean, you think, but not a single one was able to accurately answer this question. So again, when you look at sort of the traditional results, one of the things that's interesting is, I don't know if you've noticed on Google, when you go, sometimes you'll ask a question like, you know, how much would a flight be to Cancun, Mexico, for example. AI might answer for you in that partially, Google acknowledges there was a partially generated from Gemini answer you see at the top. And so AI is entering our lives more and more frequently.
To that point, more people are using AI, particularly with search engines. You talked about 2024 and the concerns there. How are people feeling about that? And have we heard from those who are making these models about some of these numbers?
Yeah, I mean, look, the interesting thing is that when you look at the results, people know that they shouldn't exactly trust AI. There's still some kinks to work out. They shouldn't trust it 100% of the time without doing their own fact checking. But the question is also how companies will begin to employ these AI searches. Take a listen to what some of the experts told us.
I think this is a whole new chapter that we're entering. If Google search becomes AI-derived and generated content primarily as a response page, that's the new front page of the newspaper.
There's a risk here that voters could be led into a scenario where the decisions they're making in the ballot box aren't quite informed by true facts. They're just informed by information that they think are true facts.
I do want to say that OpenAI did not return for our request for an on-the-record comment, but Google did say in part, in preparation for the many elections happening around the world in 2024 and out of an abundance of caution, we're restricting the types of election-related queries for which Gemini app will return responses and instead point people to Google search. I also do want to say the CEO of Ground Truth AI has previously worked for the Biden presidential campaign and for Bernie Sanders' presidential campaign, as well as Obama. But the bottom line is to know when you are, in fact, using AI versus when it's sliding its way into your DMs.
Ooh, the truth matters, especially creeping up to 2024. Morgan Radford, important reporting. Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, coming up, a troubling case involving the murders of 2 women in the same apartment complex that took years to solve. Dateline is digging into that case tonight, and we have a preview, folks. That's coming up next on NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right, it just is.
Tonight on Dateline, a case that nearly paralyzed the city of Arlington, Texas. Back in 1996, a woman was found strangled in her bathtub. Police had no leads. Then, months later, it happened again. Another woman found dead in her bathtub in the same apartment complex. Their killer spent years on the loose until finally investigators got their big break. Dateline's Andrea Canning is revisiting this case and joins us now with a preview of tonight's episode. Andrea, always good to see you. So first, take us back to Arlington, Texas. When all of this was going on, there was a killer who appeared to be targeting women at random and on the run. So what was this community feeling?
This community was seriously on edge, and it all started in this complex called the Pear Tree Apartment Complex. And a woman, a young teacher in her 20s, was found strangled in her bathtub, duct taped, her ankles. And if that wasn't enough to put the people in the complex on edge, 4 months later, another woman, also a teacher in her 20s, was found dead in her bathtub, just, maybe 200 feet away, strangled, also ankles duct taped, exactly the same MO. So detectives felt that they had a possible serial killer on their hands. Women in the entire city were terrified. People vacated the Pear Tree Apartments. I mean, this was a really bad time in the Dallas area.
Yeah, a community on edge, women on edge, and I imagine the families of the victims devastated. I know you spoke with a brother of one of those victims about a phone call he received the night of the murder. First, I want to play some of that sound, and then we'll talk on the other side.
He was very frantic. It was kind of hard to understand what he was talking about.
What was he saying?
Basically, she's gone, someone killed her.
Wow, he was on the phone, but Andrea, who was on the other line and what did he find?
That was his sister's boyfriend, who was a prime suspect at the beginning of this case. Of course, things changed very quickly. As I mentioned, there was the second murder, and then women started getting raped. Women in the Dallas area, it appeared there was a serial rapist on the loose at the same time. Eventually, detectives tie in these murders to the serial rapist. So we have a very sick individual on the loose who is terrorizing women, sexually assaulting them in some cases, murdering them and sexually assaulting them in others. So he had to be stopped.
Yeah, I mean, so distressing. And Andrea, you actually spoke to some survivors who had encounters with that same intruder. Briefly, let's take a listen.
I hear breathing and this sound.
I just felt darkness or like evil. I felt something not right.
What else did those survivors tell you, Andrea?
Yeah, just exactly what you would think, every woman's worst nightmare. But what's amazing about this story is what they did after these assaults, how they went on with their lives, how they help other women, how they survived. Every single one of these women I talked to are absolutely incredible people.
So compelling and so important. Andrea Canning, thank you so much. And of course, you can watch tonight's new Dateline episode, Dark Intentions, on NBC at 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central. Well, don't go anywhere. We've got a lot more news ahead. You are watching NBC News Daily.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Music superstar Celine Dion is opening up to NBC News in an exclusive interview. In 2022, Dion was forced to put her career on hold after announcing she was diagnosed with stiff person syndrome. It's a rare neurological disease with symptoms so severe, she says she may never walk again. Dion told the Today Show's Hoda Kotb about how the disease has impacted her life.
What was happening to your voice when you were trying to sing and
It's like somebody's strangling you. It's like somebody's pushing your pharynx this way.
Oh.
So it's like you're talking like that, and you cannot go high or lower. It gets into a spasm. It started here.
Yeah.
No, okay, it's
Yeah.
gonna be fine. But it can also be in the abdominal, can be in the spine, can be in the ribs. But it feels like if I point my feet, they will stay in or if I cook, because I love to cook.
Mm-hmm.
My fingers, my hands will get in a position.
Like they're
my
cramping.
feet, it's
Kind of.
cramping, but it's like in a position of like you cannot unlock them.
Ah.
I had broken ribs at one point because sometimes when it's very severe, it can break
a
some
spasm
ribs as
so
well.
hard that it can break a rib?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, an intimate and riveting conversation, and you can watch Hoda's entire interview with Celine Dion. Don't miss the primetime special airing Tuesday night at 10 p.m. Eastern on NBC. After 41 seasons, folks, tonight is Pat Sajak's final spin as the host of Wheel of Fortune. Sajak started hosting the iconic game show back in 1981, and the 77-year-old announced his retirement just last year. In a farewell message to fans, Sajak says, quote, "Thank you for allowing me into your lives, and we thank him for all of his work." Today Show co-host Chanel Jones has the tributes to a TV icon.
Hey guys, ahead of Pat Sajak's last wheel, Vanna White is honoring her longtime partner on the beloved show. After 41 seasons and more than 8,000 episodes, Sajak holds the Guinness Book of World Records title for the longest career as a game show host of the same show, with one more to go. It feels like he's always been on our TV screens.
Pat Sajak and Vanna White.
But tonight, Pat Sajak will sign off after more than 4 decades at the helm of Wheel of Fortune.
I love you, Pat.
An emotional goodbye from the other half of the show's iconic duo.
8,000 episodes went by like that.
Vanna White paying tribute to Sajak, sharing memories of their work and friendship.
We've watched our children grow up together. We've traveled all over the world. What an incredible and unforgettable journey we've had. And I've enjoyed every minute of it with you.
The beloved host announced he was stepping down earlier this year, with Ryan Seacrest to take over hosting duties. Sajak has had a legendary and long run.
My name is Pat Sajak, and I've been fortunate enough to wander onto the set.
When he first took over, Ronald Reagan was president, and E.T. had just come out in theaters. The show that made I'd Like to Buy a Vowel famous, anchored by the beloved host's humor.
Now, I want you to understand, we're laughing with you.
And connection with the contestants.
Did she just bump me?
The show growing and innovating over the years, hitting its first $1 million winner in 2008.
Good luck. You better go shopping for that dog.
Michelle, it's our biggest payday yet.
But the backbone was always Sajak's chemistry with White.
I am very excited and happy to be part of.
That's right, and this is a family you will soon grow to know and love.
The two became pop culture icons and fast friends. White is planning to stay on after Sajak leaves, extending her contract last year, now telling her co-star his legacy won't be forgotten.
As this chapter of our lives is coming to an end, I know you'll still be close by.
Chanel Jones, NBC News, New York.
Chanel, thank you so much. Pat Sajak, we're going to miss you too. Thank you all so much for watching and spending your week with us. I am Zincle Esamwa, and you, of course, are watching NBC News Daily. You can keep watching us streaming free 24/7 right here on NBC News Now. Watch us wherever you stream live. That's all those places you see. The news continues after this.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election? Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hi, everyone. I'm Zincle Esamwa. My co-anchor, Kate Snow, is off today. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Friday, June 7th, 2024, blistering heat. Millions of people are sweltering in triple-digit temperatures from coast to coast. We're tracking the forecast for any relief on the horizon. Making their case, the prosecution rests and the defense calls Hunter Biden's daughter to testify in his federal gun trial. What she said in court. High anxiety. More college-age students are reporting symptoms of PTSD than ever before. Why it may be happening and what you can do to help. And one last spin. After more than 4 decades, Pat Sajak's final Wheel of Fortune airs tonight. How fans are saying goodbye to a game show icon. And we are saying hello on this Friday. Thanks for being with us. We are going to start this hour with the brutal heat wave that's now spreading across the country. Triple-digit temperatures have already broken records in the Southwest. And now folks as far as Florida are bracing for highs that could break records of their own. Meteorologist Bill Cairns is tracking how hot it's going to get, but we're going to start with NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin in a toasty Los Angeles. So, Dana, I understand Death Valley in California hit a whopping 122 degrees yesterday. I can't even fathom what that feels like. Where else are we seeing record-breaking highs, and what kind of toll is this having?
Yeah, Zincle, those type of temperatures are absolutely brutal. You've also got Phoenix, Arizona, that hit its earliest record for 113 degrees. Their officials say that they are ready to respond to any other sort of heat-related illnesses. You had 11 people that attended a Trump rally yesterday that that had to go to the hospital, many of them suffering from heat exhaustion. And you've also got local fire departments that are equipping their trucks with these sort of ice baths so that they can soak people in them so that when they're being transported to the hospital, they lower their temperature. That is a very life-saving piece of tool that they can use as they're transporting people. And this is so concerning, especially in Arizona, because this particular area, Maricopa County, one of the largest counties in Arizona, had some 645 heat-related deaths last year, most of those happening in July. So that's why officials are trying to get the word out for people to stay hydrated, to stay indoors if they can, because this is some serious heat that we're even going to feel in some areas across the country as we head into the weekend. Zinclay?
Yeah, and we'll bring folks some tips for navigating that heat later this hour. Bill Cairns, let's bring you in here. Where is it the hottest right now, and is this heat going to ruin our weekends?
Yeah, the battle for the hottest is between Vegas and Phoenix right now, and Vegas just jumped to 105. Phoenix is at 104. I mean, you really can't tell the difference, but and that's in the shade too. So if you're in the sun, easily add another 5 to 10 degrees to these numbers, and it's almost going to be as hot as yesterday. Not quite in those big cities. And as we go throughout the entire southern half of the country, we just wanted to add up like how many people in the country are really seeing 90+ degrees, and it's about 86 million. So that's roughly about a quarter of the U.S. population from Florida all the way to the southwest. And we got about 14 million people that are going to be about 100 degrees plus, and it's mostly the desert southwest. We mentioned near El Paso also, and some interior sections of California, though we are getting some relief there. So a lot of our excessive heat warnings will be expiring later on tonight as we slowly go back to normal. Instead of being 10 to 20 degrees above normal, we'll be like 5 to 10 in many cases. So records that could be broken today. Tucson, we're going to watch yours. You have to get up to 109, so we got a little ways to go. Vegas, we should be close to that 109 record. Also, Flagstaff and Albuquerque, you should be right near yours, too. And then as we head towards the weekend, Sacramento, remember how hot you were a couple days ago? You're going to be about 88 on Saturday. That's very enjoyable. Vegas, you go from what we've been dealing like 110 down to like 103 and 102. In Phoenix, we'll go from like 109 to 104. So, Sinclair, they don't get relief. It's not going to be cool again till the fall or winter, but maybe it can just be a little more bearable, especially as we go through the morning and the evenings.
Yeah, that 3-day forecast really highlights it's all relative, 109 to 104. Okay. Bill Cairns and Dana Griffin, thank you both. Let's turn now to the first week of Hunter Biden's federal gun trial. It's just wrapped up. The jury was dismissed for the weekend following testimony from Hunter's oldest daughter, Naomi Biden. The defense began making its case this morning after the prosecution rested. Hunter Biden has pleaded not guilty to 3 felony charges for allegedly having a gun while using illegal drugs. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian is outside that courthouse in Wilmington, Delaware. So, Ken, court seemed to end pretty abruptly today. Do we know why the jury was dismissed, and what were the key takeaways from Naomi Biden's testimony?
Abrupt is a good word for it, Zinkley, and it's due to an abrupt change in strategy by the defense. They had intended to call President Biden's brother, James Biden, to the stand today. We saw him enter the courthouse. But after Naomi Biden's testimony, the testimony of Hunter Biden's oldest daughter, they changed course and decided not to call James Biden. And that may be because her testimony perhaps did not go as planned. Our team here at NBC News, the consensus was that it was a net negative for the defense. She came in to tell a story, which was that Hunter Biden seemed to be improving in terms of his drug addiction during the time that he had purchased and owned that handgun. She didn't know he owned the gun at the time, but she was testifying about that period of time in his drug use. But then on cross-examination, prosecutors undermined those claims, confronting her with text messages where she was in anguished conversation with her dad at a time when prosecutors had shown in other evidence that he was in New York partying with a drug dealer. And they asked her about his interactions with a man named Frankie, who he had given the codes to his bank account. So it was a pretty damaging cross-examination, and she didn't have really good answers for that. Obviously, she didn't know about what he was doing with drug dealers, but she was very subdued and she was in tears by the time she left the stand. So it may be that they decided that it wasn't a good strategy to call James Biden up to try to make the same point, because prosecutors would do the same thing on cross-examination.
Yeah, Ken, certainly compelling testimony, personal testimony. And correct me if I'm wrong, but this trial is moving pretty quickly. How many witnesses are left before we get to closing arguments?
Yeah, much faster than we had anticipated. In fact, there may only be one witness left when the trial reconvenes at 8:15 on Monday. And we think that that may be a decision about whether Hunter Biden will testify on his own behalf. The other witnesses that the defense had contemplated calling, they are now saying they're not going to call. They're saying there's one more witness. And we understand that that witness, if he decides to testify, would be Hunter Biden. I've talked to a cross-section of legal experts over the past few days, and opinion is really divided over whether it would be a good strategic idea to have Hunter Biden testify in this case. There's a lot of risk to it, but it could end up paying off for him depending on, obviously, how it goes. Sinclair.
Okay, Ken Delanian with the latest for us. Thanks so much. There are new numbers out today about jobs in America, and the news is good. U.S. job gains outperformed expectations. Non-farm payrolls expanded by 272,000 in May, but the unemployment rate also ticked up slightly from 3.9% to 4%. This is the first time it hit 4% since January 2022. NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung joins us now. So, Brian, first, can you explain what that term I said, non-farm payroll, means? And where are we seeing the biggest job growth?
Well, it takes a look at the economy and says, well, how many jobs were added or contracted in a month that aren't in the agriculture industry? The reason being that's very seasonal, right? We want to see the underlying trends for job gains in a given month. And what we saw was in the month of May, that was 272,000. That was well above what economists had expected. They only expected about this much, 190,000 jobs. So again, this is a jobs market that is firing on all cylinders. It's a faster pace than in April. And we saw these job gains across many types of industries. Check out healthcare adding over 68,000 jobs, government adding over 40,000 jobs, but it's also happening in blue collar work as well. Check out construction up over 20,000 jobs, and leisure and hospitality, bars and restaurants. This has been driving a lot of the gains post-pandemic, adding 42,000 jobs in the month. This jobs market is roaring, Zinclay.
Roaring, but also a little confusing. Brian, how is it that more jobs are being added, but the unemployment rate is also ticking up?
Yeah, and again, that's the first time we've seen a 4 number on the unemployment rate since January 2022. But the reason why the unemployment rate can go up is because it also accounts for people that are out of work, but now searching for work. So if you have people getting off of their, let's say, their couches and saying, I want to start looking in the classified ads again, even though they remain unemployed, that number can go up. So the unemployment rate, though, historically, as you can see on this chart, has been pretty low. Again, it's been below 4% or at 4% for 30 straight months. You would have to go back to the late 1960s to see a streak longer than that. So that's pretty good.
And Brian, TLDR, too long, didn't read. Summary, what does this all tell us about inflation?
What it tells us about inflation is really not that much, because this is about employment gains. Now, we did see wage gains. That came from a separate read in this figure, 4.1%. That's how much more people are making this year compared to last year. But it seems like employers and those companies are not necessarily passing it along to consumers. Inflation, how much prices have risen across the board for Americans, 3.4%. So your income is growing at a faster pace than the price tags at the store. This is a dynamic that's been happening for about a year now, and maybe that's going to be good for Americans later on this year. Maybe they'll start to feel that.
Yeah, we certainly like the sound of that. Brian Chung, thank you. Let's stay on your money with today's CNBC Money Minute. Netflix is entering a legal battle over a popular show, and an iconic sitcom home is hitting the market. Contessa Brewer joins us now. Hey, Contessa.
Hi, Zinkley. Netflix is facing a $170 million defamation suit over its hit show, Baby Reindeer. Comedian Richard Gadd wrote the series based loosely on true events of his dealings with a stalker named Martha in the series. The suit claims the show made it possible to quickly unmask Fiona Harvey as Martha. She has denied stalking Gadd, says she was never imprisoned for stalking like Martha was in the show. Netflix says it will defend Richard Gadd's right to tell that story. Best Buy is shutting down its Samsung repair program that allowed some Best Buy stores to repair phones with official parts. The Verge reported Geek Squad employees were told to prepare to return their parts. That exit follows iFixit's announcement last month that it would stop repairing Samsung phones because the parts are just too expensive. And the iconic San Francisco home used to depict the Tanner residence in the 1990 sitcom Full House is selling for $6.5 million. The 3,700 square foot property was most recently sold in 2020 for more than $5 million. Zinkley?
I want to visit that house. Can't afford it, but would love to visit. Contessa Brewer, thank you. Coming up, a child care crisis in California, a shortage of workers, but no shortage of high costs. What's being done to ease the pressure? But first, a disturbing incident caught on camera. 2 Seattle police officers seen using batons to beat a man at a bus stop. We'll tell you what happened next on NBC News Daily.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border. The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Welcome back. The state of California is battling a child care crunch. Some providers are struggling to operate, facing funding and staffing challenges. Families are struggling too. The cost of child care impacting households not just in California, but all around the country, with costs increasing each year across all income levels. CNBC correspondent Kate Rogers joins us now from San Francisco. So, Kate, you actually spoke to the owner of a daycare center in Bakersfield. What did she tell you about the obstacles she's facing?
Yeah, Zinkley, so interesting to hear her perspective. So broadly, California has made progress in childcare jobs, rebounding post-pandemic, getting back to a 2020 baseline as of this spring. But some workers in the sector unionized in 2019 to strike a first-in-the-nation deal for retirement benefits and more. But more help is needed. Deborah, who we spoke to, is one of those union members. She can't afford to bring on more staff, even though she'd like to serve more families, as the costs just don't add up. Take a listen.
I personally have not been able to recruit anyone right now because I can't pay $20 an hour. But we also understand that $20 an hour is not even enough to survive in California.
Data from advocacy group Ready Nation show the nation's infant toddler childcare crisis in California alone. The estimated tally is $17 billion in lost earnings, productivity, and revenue annually. That's the highest in the nation. But the challenge is, as you mentioned, hardly unique to California. Nationally, Ready Nation projects the childcare issue costs an estimated $122 billion, more than double what it was pre-pandemic.
All taxpayers are impacted by this. We need to realize that the loss to taxpayers is $1,470 every year per working parent.
Now, the group's message is that this is a business and economic issue for everyone, Zinkley, not just parents of young kids, because it impacts companies and the economy as a whole. Back over to
that's
you.
so true, because what happens to our families reflects what's going on in our economies, too. CNBC,
That's right.
Kate Rogers, thank you so much. Well, 2 police officers in Seattle are under investigation by the city's Office of Police Accountability. It comes after a bystander recorded video of them appearing to beat a man with batons at a bus stop. A warning: the video we're about to show is disturbing. The 40-second clip does not show what led up to this moment, but you can see one of the officers appearing to grab the man's hair before using his knee to pin him down. A witness said that man was screaming for help. NBC News national correspondent Yasmin Vasugian is following this story for us. So, Yasmin, as I said there, this was recorded by a bystander.
Yeah, imagine. Yeah.
What is this person saying?
So imagine you're on a bus, you're headed to rehearsal. This individual, this bystander is a musician. They were headed to the rehearsal. They look out the window of the bus on their way to rehearsal, and they see this happening at a bus stop. An individual being beaten by 2 police officers in that city there. Doesn't know what happened before, doesn't know what happened after, but certainly knew what was going on there was wrong, hence the reason why they decided to record it. Let's take a look.
They were doing him in. I don't know what he did. He might have done something. I don't know what he did, but that's not okay. There's 2 of you guys.
So 15,000 people have seen this video. It seems, part of the reason in which they launched the investigation was because of the recording taken by this individual, because no one else, as told by this bystander, was really in sight except for this passing vehicle that he was in which he recorded this video.
And of course, this involves 2 police officers.
Yep.
What is the Seattle Police Department saying about this?
Investigation. That's what they're saying. They've launched an investigation into what actually took place. They would not respond as to actually whether or not the police officers were put on any type of probation, whether or not they're still employed, whether or not they're still working at the department. However, they have launched an investigation. Certainly the new chief in place has said there does seem to be something problematic about the video. They have also not alluded to the fact that whether or not the individual who was being beaten was actually arrested and or what they were being beaten for. So we have no details to add on to that.
And as you mentioned, the new chief. This is not the first shift change spotlight on the Seattle Police Department. They just had a new chief. Why exactly was that?
So there's a new interim chief, Chief Rohr, who just took that position. You see the photo right there last week, replacing Chief Diaz. Chief Diaz has had somewhat of a checkered, problematic past, sued by 6 different officers when it comes to discrimination of women and people of color as well. Let me read for you, though, a statement that they gave us in response to this suit. Diaz's attorney said, Chief Diaz is confident that an objective review of the circumstances underlying Mr. Greening's claims will show the department's actions were, in fact, appropriate. So certainly it is a problematic department, it seems. This new chief now in place investigating the doings of these 2 officers. We'll have to wait and see what actually comes out of all of it, though.
So a department that's faced some issues. It'll be curious to see if any body camera video comes out of it and what comes out of it.
Well, and that is all a part of what they're reviewing throughout this investigation, to kind of understand what happened before, leading up to this event.
All right, Yasmin Vasugian, important reporting. Thank you. And coming up, the final spin for Wheel of Fortune. Host Pat Sajak, his farewell message to fans ahead of his last appearance on the iconic game show. You don't want to miss this one. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
Welcome back. Police in Los Angeles say they've busted a theft ring of Legos. Yep, you heard that right. Almost 3,000 boxes of the stolen toys were found inside a home belonging to a 71-year-old man. Richard Siegel and a 39-year-old woman were both arrested this week. A retailer identified the woman as a suspect in a string of recent thefts. Detectives say potential buyers for the toys arrived at Siegel's home during their months-long investigation. And some of those Legos and the sets cost as much as $1,000. Well, in case you have not heard, trillions of noisy cicadas are crawling out of the ground. It's the first double emergence of the insect in more than 200 years. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa reports on how millions of Americans are trying to escape this unmistakable sound of summer.
Hey there, from the Morton Arboretum, where simply put, check this out, Cicadageddon has arrived. Red eyes, wings, and all, they are screeching across several states, marking the first of, as if that's not enough, multiple insect invasions on tap for summer.
Hey guys, the cicadas are out right now. This is my backyard currently.
This morning, America's cicada invasion is off and buzzing. With some areas across the Midwest and South so inundated, homeowners are sprinting to their cars to avoid the swarms.
The cicadas are so in sync right now and so stinking loud.
These trillions of winged red-eyed bugs turning the sound of silence into a distant memory.
Deafening.
The culprit, 2 cicada broods, one that's lived underground for 13 years, the other for 17, that have now crawled above ground together in the first double emergence since 1803.
Do you like them?
Yeah.
At Morton Arboretum in suburban Chicago, the scientific wonder is drawing visitors from far and wide.
You came here from New York?
Yeah, the kids love it. They love bugs, so I knew they'd be into this.
Where have you had people visiting from?
Gosh, we had Canada, Germany.
Cicadas apparently are equally drawn to humans, which became obvious during our interview.
It's like one in my pant leg right now.
Is there really?
Are you okay? I'm okay. I'm like totally okay. I'm totally okay.
You don't have to be okay. Are they in my hair?
Just stay there for a second.
Is there? Oh my God, there it is.
Also inescapable, that sound.
We have a decibel meter. Look how loud they're getting.
This cicada swarm hitting 85 decibels, loud enough to damage ears with prolonged exposure. Staff here wearing earplugs, gear that won't help farther east as millions brace for a different kind of invasion.
This right here is a Joro spider.
Scientists say Joro spiders, typically seen in Georgia, are set to swarm New York and New Jersey this summer. Alongside spotted lanternflies, an invasive species bringing its so-called appetite for destruction for plants to at least 15 states. Experts say some bug populations are indeed thriving. One reason?
Climate change. The world is getting warmer. What this means is that insects that depend on temperature for their development simply have longer periods of time to develop.
Wow.
Back in the Midwest, experts stress cicadas are harmless to humans and clearly captivating enough to leave many buzzing with excitement.
Back out here with the cicadas, one thing getting a lot of buzz on social media is people pointing out that some areas seem to be inundated with cicadas and others seem to have none. And scientists say that was expected. And the reason is cicadas, they say, need big, old trees specifically to thrive. So if you live in an urban area or areas with like a lot of newer built homes with new trees, you might have to come to an area like this to enjoy Cicadageddon, if that's your thing, and then also enjoy some of the cicada merch. They have slogans here like "We all scream," because everyone for now is buying into this scientific phenomenon.
I'll send it back to you.
Maggie Vespa, wow, thank you so much. Well, coming up, the final spin. Pat Sajak says goodbye to Wheel of Fortune after more than 40 years as the show's host. The tribute coming from his longtime game show partner, Vanna White. But first, time for today's Daily Snapshot. We are just 50 days away from the 2024 Olympics, and the Eiffel Tower in Paris is all dressed up for the occasion. This morning, organizers revealed a display of the 5 Olympics rings mounted on the monument. The tower and the rings will be the backdrop of the celebration for the Games champions. And remember, you'll only be able to see all the Olympics excitement right here on the networks of NBC, so stay with us. It's going to be a fun summer. More NBC News Daily after this.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly save lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily. The U.S. is sending Ukraine a new $225 million aid package to help in its war against Russia. President Biden made the announcement earlier today. Both he and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky are still in France to commemorate 80 years since D-Day. Biden apologized to Zelensky for the months-long delay in getting aid to Ukraine, blaming right-wing Republicans in Congress for the holdup. A federal judge has ordered former President Donald Trump advisor Steve Bannon to report to prison by July 1st. Bannon is set to serve a 4-month sentence for defying a subpoena from a House committee investigating the January 6th attack on the Capitol. The former White House senior advisor was found guilty on 2 counts of contempt of Congress back in 2022. His sentence was put on hold while he appealed the case. Bannon is set to go on trial on separate state charges later this year. And take a look at this. Police in Albuquerque, New Mexico are asking for help tracking down a suspected arsonist. He was caught on camera allegedly setting his ex-girlfriend's car and in the process himself on fire. Nearby security footage shows the car bursting into a ball of fire. Moments later, you can actually see the suspect hopping over the fence engulfed in flames as he sprints down the street. You see it right there. The victim said she was watching it all from inside her home in complete shock. She managed to make it out safely with her 4 children. Let's turn now to an update on the Israel-Hamas war. In the Middle East, the U.S. military says the pier it built for humanitarian aid deliveries has been reattached to a beach in Gaza. The pier was damaged by high seas nearly 2 weeks ago, bringing aid deliveries by sea to a halt. Meanwhile, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will address a joint meeting of Congress on July 24th after he was invited by leaders of both chambers here in the U.S. All of this comes as the United Nations calls for an investigation into the deadly airstrike that hit a UN school in central Gaza earlier this week. Displaced Palestinians had been using the compound as a shelter. NBC News international correspondent Matt Bradley joins us now. Matt, it's good to see you. So what more is Israel saying about Thursday's strike, and where does fighting in Gaza stand right now?
Yeah, Zinkley, I mean, Israel is now doubling down on their claim that they were striking Hamas militants, and they're saying that they named a couple of them. This is something that they typically do after they make these major strikes. They say that they don't have any record of any civilians who've been killed, even though aid agencies and other groups, observers, have said that those civilians who were killed number in the dozens, including more than a dozen children. So this is going to be something that it looks like the United States might kind of latch onto as we're seeing more and more divisions between Washington and Jerusalem over the conduct of this war. We've already seen that the U.S. asked the Israelis to provide the names of those Hamas militants they claim to have killed in this attack that Hamas and other local health leaders say have killed so many civilians. So that's another sign, adding to many, of some of the discord between the Biden administration and Benjamin Netanyahu, the prime minister of Israel, who's also smarting today from, as you mentioned, being classified among a group of nations that put children in danger during war. This is another international criminal adjudication of Israel, and Benjamin Netanyahu is once again very, very upset with the international community on that.
And Matt, what more can you tell us about that now repaired pier? It was built to deliver aid in Gaza. When exactly will aid deliveries resume there?
Well, we don't know exactly. We understand from the military, from a spokesperson who said today that the pier had been reattached, but he didn't say exactly when all of the aid would start flowing again soon. So far, in the brief time that it was attached and was accepting aid, it accepted something like 2 million tons, about 30% of all the aid that was getting into Gaza at the time. So it is crucial, particularly as international advocacy groups say that they're seeing real signs, increasing signs of the presence of famine in Gaza among its civilian population, especially among its children. Sinclair?
Important reporting. Matt Bradley, thanks so much. For many people in China, buying an iPhone does not have to happen at an Apple store. There's a thriving gray market in a mall used by Apple distributors and smugglers alike. CNBC's Beijing bureau chief Eunice Yoon takes us inside the business of Apple products in China.
Anyone in China whose livelihood depends on demand of Apple products is well aware of this electronics market called Huatianbei.
The mall sits in Shenzhen, near the border with the city of Hong Kong. This marketplace has long been a barometer of iPhone demand. For years, many gray market sellers have sourced Apple's newest product releases from Hong Kong and found ways to have them carried across the border to be sold here all over China, where the iPhone traditionally fetches higher prices.
Vendors tell us that nearly all of the Apple products on this floor are brought in from Hong Kong. Upstairs is where distributors from the rest of China sell their excess inventory.
The sellers here tell us the China market has become more challenging for the iPhone. Jeff Jiang has been selling them on the gray market for 17 years. His sales have dropped in half with the iPhone 15. It's because consumers are downgrading, he says. More people feel it's harder to earn money, so they don't want to spend so much on phones. He says in the past year, 40% of his customers switched from iPhones to new Huawei devices, which have upgraded technology, stoking a belief the phones have stronger signal than iPhones and speeds close to 5G. People feel more patriotic. A lot of customers bought the new Huawei phone to support domestic brands, he says. Zhang feels the Chinese smartphone makers are providing services and apps that are better tailored to a Chinese audience, especially with the emergence of AI. His suggestion for Tim Cook? I'd advise him to make iPhones more Chinese, he says. Eunice Yoon, NBC News, Shenzhen.
Fascinating. Thank you. Well, frustration over immigration is threatening to cost President Biden support among people living near the southern border. That includes a key demographic. Republicans are trying to make the case that they are the party that can fix the issue. Their message seems to be resonating with Latino voters. Here's NBC News correspondent David Noriega.
On Arizona's border with Mexico sits the city of Nogales, where 95% of residents have Hispanic roots, and where Republicans are hoping to capitalize on antipathy towards migrants who have recently crossed the border.
I am Mexican, 100%, but I am against all these illegals.
I see a lot of people wanting the handout instead of coming to work.
Yvette Serino comes from a prominent Democratic political family in Nogales.
We need to secure the border.
Now she's a MAGA Republican and the chairwoman of Latinos for Lake, which supports Trump ally Carrie Lake in her race for the Senate.
We're just seeing so many people from like 160 different countries that don't even speak English.
The Republicans seem to be winning the messaging war on immigration, and they're even starting to gain traction with some Latino voters, many of whom are even immigrants who were not already part of the Trump base. The question is whether they'll reach enough of them to flip swing states like Arizona back to Trump. Most Latino voters in the Southwest are Mexican Americans who have either lived in the borderlands for generations or were part of a wave of immigration that started in the 1980s. Hundreds of thousands of Arizonans live in a household where someone is undocumented. Fear that Trump will deport their loved ones still pushes many to Biden's side.
Obviously, compared to the Trump administration, Biden is better. I don't really live in that fear that I did when Trump was in office.
But this is a race with tight margins, and any erosion in support in a swing state like Arizona could be a real blow to President Biden. In a county where 60% of voters are registered Democrats, some prefer to hide their face when confessing they're switching parties. Have you always been a Republican?
No, I was the opposite, Democrat.
Ralph preferred to keep his last name a secret.
Last time I voted for Biden, I regret because he's changing everything.
So you voted for Biden, but you wish you hadn't?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, because he's failing in a lot of things. He's bringing people from all the countries around the world.
Biden recently took executive action to severely restrict asylum for migrants at the border. But it's too early to tell whether that will win over voters like retired chemical engineer Elida Carrasco. She's unhappy with Biden's handling of the border, but that doesn't translate to a vote for Trump. Do you know who you're going to vote for?
Well, one will not be Trump. I can assure you for that.
To be clear, Zincle, Democrats still have an advantage over Republicans with Latino voters when it comes to immigration. But that advantage used to be bigger and clearer. The gap is narrowing. And when you're talking about a heavily Latino swing state like Arizona and also Nevada, then that could be pretty consequential come November.
Absolutely.
Zincle?
And of course, no group is a monolith. It'll be interesting to see how it plays out. David Noriega, thank you. In today's Daily Health, we're talking about how to stay safe in extreme heat. This past May was the hottest May in recorded history and the 12th straight month of record high temperatures. This has many medical professionals concerned, especially since heat stress is the leading cause of weather-related deaths and can also worsen underlying health conditions. Here to help us navigate, NBC News medical contributor Dr. John Torres. So, Dr. John, first off, what are the heat-related illnesses we should be aware of, and what are the symptoms we should look out for?
You know, we've all been hot, and right now we're talking early June. So we still have, July, August to get through. And the things you look for are three different stages. There's heat cramps, where you start getting muscle cramps. It's easy to recover from that. Heat exhaustion is the next stage, and that's where you start getting some of those symptoms, where you might get nauseous, you might get a headache, you might just feel really under the weather and not very good. And then the last one is heat stroke. That's a medical emergency, and that's where the conditions start going rapid heart rate, blood pressure starts dropping, you start getting confused. That's the time to call an ambulance and get them to the emergency room because they need to be cooled down immediately.
That's so helpful. Don't just brush it off. It could be a sign of something serious. Who is more at risk to get some of these heat-related illnesses, and what can we do just generally to prevent some of it?
So overall, the most at risk are the elderly and the very young, below the age of 5, and those above 65 or so, or those with medical conditions that aren't able to regulate their body temperatures as well. So I always tell people, look out for them, your neighbors who might be a little bit older. On top of that, people who work outside because of the heat issues, and sometimes they're wearing safety clothes that keeps them hot. males more than females are affected by heat-related illness, but females more than males die from heat-related issues. And so, again, it can affect both males and females. You just want to be careful with everybody.
No, 100%. How can we best prepare? People have their different tactics. I like to use a little fan, but I'm sure there are some more formal
we have different ways of cooling off, and getting wet is important. You know, if you have a shirt, you can get wet. If you can get in the pool and let that breeze flow over you, that can certainly help. You want to make sure you stay hydrated. That's important. Avoid alcohol if it's a very hot day, because that can be a problem. And then stay indoors during the heat time periods, but be smart about it. And I always say, play the curtain game. You know, close your windows when the sun starts shining in there, and close the curtains because it can keep it cool inside. And then as time goes on and it starts being shady on that side, you can open up those blinds and close the other ones, and just keep it cool inside the house, and it can help keep you cool as well.
Yes, super helpful, especially in urban centers where there's not often a lot of central cooling. And just generally, any tips for bringing down body temperatures?
You know, the main thing is just to try and avoid overheating. But if you do overheat, the one thing you do want to do is get into shade, get a breeze flowing over the person and make sure they stay as cool as possible. If you can put cold, wet towels over them with the breeze flowing on top of that, that can help certainly loosen their clothing. Having that loose clothing that's light colored, linen type things. And just think about the things that they did back when. I lived in different parts of the country that are very hot, and back in the 60s and 70s, on the porch, fanning themselves in the shade. Those things work great.
Those little things, don't take them for granted. Big impact. Dr. John Torres, thank you so much.
You bet.
Still to come, PTSD diagnoses among college students have more than doubled in just the last 5 years. How you can help your loved one going through a challenging time, we'll tell you coming up next on NBC News Daily.
Live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most? A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
In today's mental health check, a new study shows a rise in post-traumatic stress disorder among college students. It finds that PTSD more than doubled between 2017 and 2022, rising 7.5% during that period. The findings were published in the Journal of the American Medical Association. Joining me now, psychotherapist Dr. Robbie Ludwig. So, Dr. Ludwig, I heard these numbers and I was pretty shocked because young people, they have a hard time, but PTSD is a serious diagnosis. What's driving this? What's causing this?
Well, I think in part the diagnostic criteria has changed so that we can better analyze and diagnose PTSD. So that's a part of it. And I think, you know, the world we live in, the pandemic certainly had a huge impact on the safety and how people felt about their lives. They lost a lot of people. Their lives were completely changed in terms of school. School shootings is a big one, sexual assault. So just political unrest also is a big one. And we see these things all the time. And so everything feels so present. And people are triggered, understandably so.
Yeah, and while it might seem like a constant, grief takes time, processing takes time, people are still holding that. How is it impacting the mental health of college students as well as their academic success?
Well, it's in very strong ways because it can impact their social life, their academic life in terms of their cognition and isolation. It can make them more depressed and anxious, self-medication in terms of alcohol and drug abuse. They have more suicidal ideation, in some cases action. So, you know, we see this like very strong emotional disconnect, and it's important to make an intervention sooner rather than later.
So to the point of interventions, if a parent sees their child struggling, if a friend sees their fellow college student struggling, what are some tips?
Basically, you want to have a conversation. So if you're a parent, just say, hey, how are you doing? You can check in. If you see a news program addressing, you know, kids are more anxious and traumatized in college, bring it up. Help them know that there are resources for them and take away their shame. Just remind them you are there for them. And the same for friends. You know, the colleges are getting better at providing support, and it's important to take advantage of that.
What are some of the signs and symptoms to watch out for when it comes to PTSD?
So PTSD is when a person had an experience where they feel that the world is no longer safe. And sometimes they have nightmares, they remember the event that's triggering, they have increased hypervigilance where they don't feel comfortable around other people or just highly triggered. And so depression, anxiety, all of these things really go on for them.
So given the breadth of symptoms, right, and the heaviness of it, how is this PTSD normally treated, diagnosed?
So it's usually treated with a combination of therapy and medication. So antidepressants, anti-anxiety, cognitive therapy, sometimes group therapy, supportive therapy, telehealth, whatever works.
Yeah. College is an early stage of life. Is this a forever thing, or is this something people can work through, move through, pass?
Well, PTSD is considered chronic, so it lasts a month or longer, but it doesn't mean that you have to be burdened by it your whole entire life. In fact, early intervention helps you resolve these issues sooner rather than later so that your life doesn't have to be disrupted with fear, depression, anxiety, and a feeling of just being disconnected from the world.
Yeah, and it's okay to talk about these things if you're going through it or if you see it.
They call it the talking cure because it actually influences the chemistry in the brain. So once you can talk about it, it's processing and metabolizing the feelings.
I love it. Well, thank you for helping us talk about it, Dr. Robbie Ludwig, as always. And of course, we got a lot more news ahead right here on NBC News Daily.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly saved lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
Music superstar Celine Dion is opening up to NBC News in an exclusive interview. In 2022, Dion was forced to put her career on hold after announcing she was diagnosed with stiff person syndrome. It's a rare neurological disease with symptoms so severe, she says she may never walk again. Dion told the Today Show's Hoda Kotb about how the disease has impacted her life.
What was happening to your voice when you were trying to sing and...
It's like somebody's strangling you. It's like somebody's pushing your pharynx this way.
Oh.
So it's like you're talking like that, and you cannot go high or lower. It gets into a spasm. It started here.
Yeah.
No, okay, it's gonna be fine. But it can also be in the abdominal, can be in the spine, can be in the ribs. But it feels like if I point my feet, they will stay in or if I cook, because I love to cook. Mm-hmm. My fingers, my hands will get in a position.
Like they're
my
cramping.
Feet, it's cramping, but it's like in a position of like you cannot unlock them. I had broken ribs at one point because sometimes when it's very severe, it can break some
spasm
ribs as well.
so hard that it can break a rib?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, an intimate and riveting conversation, and you can watch Hoda's entire interview with Celine Dion. Don't miss the primetime special airing Tuesday night at 10 p.m. Eastern on NBC. After 41 seasons, folks, tonight is Pat Sajak's final spin as the host of Wheel of Fortune. Sajak started hosting the iconic game show back in 1981, and the 77-year-old announced his retirement just last year. In a farewell message to fans, Sajak says, quote, "Thank you for allowing me into your lives, and we thank him for all of his work." Today Show co-host Chanel Jones has the tributes to a TV icon.
Hey guys, ahead of Pat Sajak's last wheel, Vanna White is honoring her longtime partner on the beloved show. After 41 seasons and more than 8,000 episodes, Sajak holds the Guinness Book of World Records title for the longest career as a game show host of the same show, with one more to go. It feels like he's always been on our TV screens.
Sajak and Vanna White.
But tonight, Pat Sajak will sign off after more than 4 decades at the helm of Wheel of Fortune.
I love you, Pat.
An emotional goodbye from the other half of the show's iconic duo.
8,000 episodes went by like that.
Vanna White paying tribute to Sajak, sharing memories of their work and friendship.
We've watched our children grow up together. We've traveled all over the world. What an incredible and unforgettable journey we've had. And I've enjoyed every minute of it with you.
The beloved host announced he was stepping down earlier this year, with Ryan Seacrest to take over hosting duties. Sajak has had a legendary and long run.
My name is Pat Sajak, and I've been fortunate enough to wander onto the set.
When he first took over, Ronald Reagan was president, and E.T. had just come out in theaters. The show that made I'd Like to Buy a Vowel famous, anchored by the beloved host's humor.
Now, I want you to understand, we're laughing with you.
And connection with the contestants.
Did she just bump me?
The show growing and innovating over the years, hitting its first $1 million winner in 2008.
Good luck. You better go shopping for that dog.
Michelle, it's our biggest payday yet.
But the backbone was always Sajak's chemistry with White.
I am very excited and happy to be part of.
That's right, and this is a family you will soon grow to know and love.
The two became pop culture icons and fast friends. White is planning to stay on after Sajak leaves, extending her contract last year, now telling her co-star his legacy won't be forgotten.
As this chapter of our lives is coming to an end, I know you'll still be close by.
Chanel Jones, NBC News, New York.
Chanel, thank you so much. Pat Sajak, we're going to miss you too. Thank you all so much for watching and spending your week with us. I am Zincle Esamwa, and you, of course, are watching NBC News Daily. You can keep watching us streaming free 24/7 right here on NBC News Now. Watch us wherever you stream live. That's all those places you see. The news continues after this.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
If it's Friday, from the cliffs of Normandy, President Biden tries to rally Americans and U.S. allies in defense of democracy as the White House faces 2 wars abroad and mounting political challenges here at home. Plus, a dramatic day in court as Hunter Biden's daughter takes the stand for the defense, her emotional testimony driving her father to tears. As the question now looms, will Hunter testify himself? And U.S. job growth comes in hot in May, with hiring and wages both exceeding expectations, as President Biden struggles to make up political ground on the issue of the economy. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Gabe Gutierrez in Washington. As President Biden is once again on the world stage, urging Americans and U.S. allies to renew the fight for democracy. While back at home, he's trying to brand his opponent as a threat to democracy, even as his presidency fights political headwinds and troublesome poll numbers. Today, the president spoke from Pointe du Hoc in Normandy, atop the steep cliffs that Allied forces scaled to stop Nazi machine guns from firing at Allied soldiers as they stormed the beaches on D-Day. The president invoked the bravery and the sacrifice of those men 80 years ago, as he called on Americans to take up the cause of protecting democracy today.
As we gather here today, it's not just to honor those who showed such remarkable bravery on that day, June 6, 1944. It's to listen to the echoes of their voices, to hear them, because they are summoning us, and they're summoning us now. They ask us, what will we do? They're not asking us to scale these cliffs, but they're asking us to stay true to what America stands for. They're asking us to do our job, to protect freedom in our time, to defend democracy, to stand up aggression abroad and at home, to be part of something bigger than ourselves.
Like his remarks at the American Cemetery in Normandy yesterday, the president also drew direct parallels to the threat from Russia and Vladimir Putin as he urges support from allies more than 2 years into the war in Ukraine. Defending democracy against extremism is a message the president often invokes at home as part of his re-election campaign. But that message, rallying behind the cause of democracy, does not appear to be boosting the president's standing with voters. New polling shows President Biden trailing former President Trump in key battlegrounds and tied in Virginia, a state Biden won by more than 10 points in 2020. As an issue, threats to democracy are not voters' top concern, and the president has struggled to connect with voters on what is their top issue, the economy, despite a stretch of positive economic indicators, including today, as the Bureau of Labor Statistics reported surprisingly strong job growth for the month of May. But just last month, nearly half of Americans rated the country's economic conditions as poor, with just 22% calling it excellent or good. And joining me now from Paris is NBC senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell. Vaughn Hilliard is in Scottsdale, Arizona with the latest from Trump world. And here with me on set is Jen Psaki, former White House press secretary and host of Inside with Jen Psaki on MSNBC. Thank you all so much for joining me. Kelly, I want to start with you in Paris. The choice of location for today's speech seemed to be inviting the Reagan comparison. So are the White House and the Biden team happy with what we heard from the president today?
They are, and of course it was history itself and the battle and the events of that day that necessitated highlighting the beaches of Normandy. And this particular cliff really described not only bravery but skill that American Army Rangers displayed 80 years ago. And so having that Reagan comparison, he of course did the well-known speech 40 years ago. It certainly invites in the political space those who might be admirers of Ronald Reagan, who might be independent voters, who might be Republicans who are not inclined to be in step with Donald Trump in this election. And so making those comparisons might open some doorways there. But the underpinnings of the history itself, the message about democracy being a call to each generation to do a job, maybe not a job that required the kind of life and death drama of D-Day 80 years ago, but that there are other things in which Americans are asked to uphold values, to vote in the way that they believe would support the American ideals, and to take positions in everyday life that support freedom and support those kinds of ideas. To be willing to step up is basically the message of the president today. So it had the location, it had history, it had political rhetorical history, and it had a chance for Joe Biden to talk about things that were not directly invoking Donald Trump, but that was certainly evident for those who were listening for it.
Yeah, Kelly, you mentioned, Donald Trump and perhaps reaching out to independent voters in the speech without actually mentioning his name. As you well pointed out, this wasn't a campaign speech, but how does the speech mesh with the ongoing theme of democracy under threat? We've heard from President Biden in both his capacity as president and candidate. How effective do you think that message will be when it comes to voters over the next coming months?
Well, it will be a test for Joe Biden, who has been talking about democracy and doing it in a lot of different venues. This may be a venue invoking all of the emotion and the reverence for D-Day that takes people out of the contemporary political space and has them think about these issues in a bigger, more enduring way. Maybe that is a door that opens it up. When you look at the debates that are going on, you have certainly lawmakers in Congress who are supporters of Donald Trump who have not backed the war in Ukraine and the U.S. support there. There is conflict over the war in Israel and Gaza. There are concerns about the border and Republicans in Congress who did not support the bipartisan legislation, so the president went with an executive order earlier this week. So there are all kinds of implications in terms of policy, in terms of national security, that are current discussions of democracy, and this might be a way for the president to reach into that using D-Day as a means.
Kelly O'Donnell, live for us in Paris with a beautiful backdrop. Kelly, thank you. And I want to turn now to Vaughn Hilliard. He's in Arizona. And Vaughn, while President Biden has been in Normandy, his opponent has been on the campaign trail. So what did we hear from Trump yesterday?
We heard a lot about immigration here. This was his first return to the state of Arizona since October 2022, right before those midterm elections, when you saw candidates like Kari Lake, close allies of his, lose up and down statewide races. And in that 2022 midterms, you saw the democracy question and the election deniers who were the Trump-aligned candidates running, the voters repeatedly bringing up the threat of having the lack of certification of actual election results come into play at the state level. You also heard about abortion. Those issues, largely not just here in Arizona, but in key battleground states around the country, propelled Democrats in the midterms. And yet you saw in the poll that you suggested that immigration remains a forefront of the concern of the general election electorate. And you saw Donald Trump honing in on that and trying to play to that as an issue that he believes is politically relevant to him. Look, Donald Trump at the same time also likes to talk about democracy. He did that just yesterday, but Donald Trump misrepresents how the 2020 election went. He lies repeatedly that he actually won it, as he did just again yesterday. And he continues to paint false misrepresentations about the justice system here in the United States for the crowds that are ultimately going to be determining whether he gets put back into the White House, including about this trial, calling it a rigged trial against him. Of course, it was 12 jurors who were selected and ultimately one of the ones that unanimously determined to convict him. But for Donald Trump, so much of his political fate rests on the realities that he is painting for the electorate at large and putting that up against the one that Joe Biden is making a clear contrast about with his Republican rival.
And Vaughn, we were talking about this yesterday while you were at that rally. You know, former President Trump has really continued to flirt with that idea of revenge and political retribution after his conviction in the New York trial. Does Trump see that message as, you know, having any sort of appeal beyond his base?
You know, this is the part, I think, Gabe, where we get into the politics of how do you win. In a place like Arizona, he lost by 11,000 votes in 2020. And on one hand, Donald Trump and his campaign believe that they're going to be able to effectively convince a part of the independent or historically reticent conservatives toward him that he has been unfairly targeted and that these charges were brought against him for political purposes, that he was running for president of the United States. But there's also the part of the electorate that they hope they can turn from Trump supporters into Trump voters, those who didn't even vote into 2020, who they believe can be very angry and frustrated by what has taken place in the trial against him. I want to let you listen to Donald Trump last night in a conversation with Dr. Phil McGraw.
You don't have time to get even. You only have time to get right.
Well, revenge does take time, I will say that.
It does.
And sometimes revenge can be justified, Phil. I have to be honest. You know, sometimes it can.
But is the country better or worse for them going after you?
I think the country is really worse for what they've done. And I think you see that when you look at the poll numbers, when you see that almost $400 million has poured in since this horrible decision was made.
And you heard it there from Donald Trump, him believing the high fundraising numbers, the $140 million his campaign has brought in since the guilty verdict. He believes that that is justification for the way that he has portrayed his own conviction. And for Donald Trump, I think it's important to note, well, he has equivocated throughout the week on whether he would use retribution if he were to take back the White House. Over the last year, Donald Trump has repeatedly named individuals who he would seek to have indicted or arrested, everybody from Bill and Hillary Clinton to Judge Engoron, who also oversaw his civil fraud trial, to Letitia James, the New York Attorney General. Just yesterday, he called for the indictment of the members of Congress who were on the January 6th Select Committee. And so, while he can equivocate in some answers like that where with Dr. Phil, he has time and again repeated that he believes that there should be individuals, those perceived political enemies of his, targeted if he were to get back into the White House in 2025. Gabe.
Vaughn Hilliard, live for us in Arizona. Vaughn, thank you. I want to turn now to Jen Psaki, who's with me here on set. And Jen, you were just listening to that soundbite we played from former President Trump. He said, I believe revenge can take some time.
Yes.
What do you make of that?
You know, I think it goes right at the heart of what actually Joe Biden was trying to remind people of, which is that you know, the reason why he can give a speech like that, one, Ronald Reagan, as you said, he was tapping into a lot of the themes of that. And the theme of Reagan's speech from 40 years ago and the theme of President Biden's speech from today were similar, right? Yeah. Which were about these Rangers, these brave allied forces who were thinking about something bigger than themselves.
And look, Kelly mentioned this as well, where President Biden would, of course, not give an overly political speech overseas. But think of how remarkable this is, Jen. A Democratic president is now relying on a former Republican president to get his message to try and attract more voters. Is that where we are in this campaign, that President Biden views himself as closer to Ronald Reagan than Donald Trump views himself closer to Reagan?
I think that's probably true. It is remarkable. What it also speaks to, regardless of who's relying on whom, is that the theme of Ronald Reagan's speech and the theme of President Biden's speech has been consistent. It's not in a partisan way about what U.S. American values are, about fighting, standing right beside our allies, about standing up for democracy. Those were the themes in the speeches. And so I think when you hear a comment, just to go back to your original question, like revenge takes time, that's like revenge is his revenge on other people. That is a campaign about himself. What the President Biden is trying to convey, and we'll see if it's successful, is I'm going to fight for you. Let's think about who we are as a country. These brave men who scaled who went to the beaches of Normandy, who scaled the wall, who were these allied forces, these Rangers. We are bigger than this. It's about fighting for something bigger than yourself, and he's fighting for himself.
Something that Vaughn alluded to that I want to ask you about. It seems that Donald Trump and his allies now are really trying to co-opt that message of threats to democracy. We've been hearing President Biden talk about threats to democracy for a long time. Talk about in 2020, his campaign is really hitting that hard this time around. But do you think the Republicans are essentially turning it on its head and making this conscious effort to describe, yeah, I think there's a threat to democracy, but it's you, Democrats, for prosecuting, Democrats and prosecuting Republicans and weaponizing the justice system, as they say. Are Republicans, does that cancel it out for voters? Does that neutralize the Democrats' argument?
It shouldn't, but it is. You've traveled around the world. You've covered a lot of things around the world. You know this is an authoritarian-esque tactic. It's a Putin-esque tactic, which is to throw back, project onto others what you yourself are doing, to muddy the waters. So it's a political tactic. Will it work? It didn't work in 2022, as Gabe alluded to. Well, it's not showing up in the polls now. Leading up to 2022, in the post-analysis of the 2022 midterms, democracy was front and center for people, and the Democrats did well because of their fight for democracy. But yes, this is an authoritarian tactic I think Trump is using and his allies are using to try to muddy the waters and make everything seem corrupt and everybody seem bad.
So whether or not that threats to democracy message actually works or not, something that a lot of people are focusing on is the economy. There was a good jobs report today. Do you think in the next coming months, we've been talking about the economy now for the last several months, how the Biden campaign really, hasn't capitalized on that. Some blame the media for not focusing on it enough. But what do you think the campaign needs to do in the coming months to really finally break through with that message?
Well, I think what I can tell you from doing a lot of presidential campaigns is you can't tell people how they feel about the economy, right? And nobody votes. And we all cover and talk about GDP numbers. They're important, as are these monthly job numbers. People don't vote on data. They vote on how they feel, right? And so for the Biden campaign, what I think is incumbent upon them and what they're discussing internally, I bet, is how to tap into kind of the emotions and the heartstrings of people, to remind them that he's the person who's going to fight for them, not Donald Trump. That's what it's ultimately about, not necessarily the data, because people vote on how they feel, not what kind of the GDP numbers are telling them.
Yeah, and that's so interesting. Tough part for a politician is to
very tough, no question.
To make people feel something. So it can be very hard. Jen Psaki, always a pleasure to have you here. Great to have your expertise. And coming up, a highly emotional day in court with Hunter Biden's own daughter, Naomi, addressing her father's drug use on the witness stand. Now, the question of whether Hunter himself could be called to testify. We're live outside the courthouse with the very latest next. Plus, new NBC reporting on an effort by Republican Party insiders to help progressive activist Cornel West in his campaign for president. That story's straight ahead. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
Welcome back. Day 5 of Hunter Biden's criminal trial in Wilmington, Delaware has concluded, with the prosecution resting its case and Hunter Biden's eldest daughter taking the stand for the defense. It was an emotional day of testimony, according to our reporters in the room. Naomi Biden spoke quietly as she answered questions, saying she was nervous. Her father, Hunter Biden, could be seen wiping away tears as she spoke. Naomi testified extensively about her relationship with her father, saying he seemed, quote, hopeful when she saw him in October of 2018, around the same time he purchased a firearm and attested on a federal background check form that he was not using drugs. The trial is set to resume Monday morning, at which point the defense will have to decide whether to call Hunter himself as their final witness. And joining me now from outside that courthouse is NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli. And Mike, what stood out to you about the defense calling Hunter's own daughter to the stand, and how did the rest of the family react?
Well, Gabe, there have been some difficult moments, there have been some emotional moments, and yes, there have been some embarrassing moments for Hunter Biden and for his family throughout the week. But the word that really came to mind today as we took stock of this testimony from his eldest daughter, Naomi, was tragic. That she came to the courtroom, she went to the witness stand, clearly hoping to help her father's case. She testified in response to questions from the defense attorney, Abby Lowell, about seeing her father the summer of 2018, that she was proud of him, that he was as clean as he had been since the death of her uncle 3 years earlier. They talked about a trip to New York where they, in addition to introducing her father to her future husband, they were able to spend some time together, and she was able to testify about not seeing any drug paraphernalia in the car that was ultimately where the gun was discovered the next day, a key piece of evidence. But then under some very, very tough questioning from the prosecution, she was confronted with some text messages that it wasn't clear if the defense counsel knew was coming, about texts from her father late in the middle of the night where she wasn't sure where he was or why he was texting that late, about whether she was familiar with a man named Frankie, who we know from earlier testimony was a drug dealer, according to his ex-girlfriend. And so this ended up feeling like a witness who ended up backfiring, and the emotion of the family certainly reflected that, where they had been previously some handshakes, some hugs in a positive tone, and as they were leaving the courtroom during breaks in past days, today it was a much more somber tone in the family.
You know, Mike, I want to pick up on something you said. How is it possible that the defense wouldn't have known about those text messages?
Well, there have been a significant amount of, especially in those pretrial hearings, debates and discussions about what evidence could be introduced. We saw Abby Lowell wanting to introduce some text messages that were relevant during the testimony from Hallie Biden the day before that the judge had ruled out. And the tactics he used to try to get them introduced into evidence were very tortured. And so Abby Lowell had said as well during some of these pretrial hearings that he did not have enough time to prepare for this trial. He asked for an extension in the timeline. And so that kind of lack of preparation perhaps revealed itself today during that moment.
And so, Mike, what are some of the considerations going into whether Hunter himself will take the stand next week? That could be huge.
Well, given the direction that this week has gone, and it feels like it's gone in a very bad direction for Hunter Biden, the question is what testimony could he offer to both maybe bring the jury into his mindset to speak to whether he was in fact clean, at least in his own view, when he purchased that gun and checked that he was not an addict on that form. Is there any better way to maybe humanize him, to create some sympathy for him in the jury? Or could it, under prosecutorial cross-examination, backfire yet again? We understand that Hunter Biden has done some extensive mock testimony with his team, as much as 20 hours in the previous weeks. He certainly seems like he thinks he could do himself some good, but the way in which the defense counsel seemed to abruptly change their strategy after Naomi's testimony today, canceling plans for James Biden, his uncle, to testify, it seems like this is a very crucial set of decisions that the family will have to make over the weekend about whether this serves his case.
Mike Memoli, live for us in Delaware. Mike, thank you. And up next, new NBC News reporting on the guy the Republican Party just hired to help craft the party's platform, his deep connections to the election-denying Stop the Steal movement, and what it means for the Republican Party. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Just over a month out from the Republican National Convention, the RNC is tapping a prominent supporter of the Stop the Steal movement to help craft its party platform. My NBC News colleagues Sahil Kapoor and Ryan Riley report that Ed Martin, former chair of the Missouri Republican Party who was in D.C. on January 6th, was selected to serve as deputy policy director for the Republican Platform Committee, which drafts the policies the party will run on in November. And joining me now is one of the authors behind this piece, NBC News' Sahil Kapoor. And Sahil, I want to talk to you about your reporting. Just break it down for us. Who is Ed Martin and why did the RNC bring him in?
Hey, Gabe. Well, Ed Martin is a social conservative activist. He's a protege of the late Phyllis Schlafly. He's outspoken on some common conservative causes, such as opposing legal abortion, such as opposing same-sex marriage. He opposes no-fault divorce. What caught our eye here is how prominent a figure he was in that so-called Stop the Steal movement leading up to January 6, 2021. He was hired just a few weeks ago by the RNC to be the deputy policy director on the platform committee who will write the platform that the party runs on in 2024. And what we found is that he was outspoken in denying the result of the 2020 election. He claimed Donald Trump won when Trump actually lost. He spoke at a Stop the Steal rally on the eve of January 6th, and he attended Trump's famous speech on January 6th. On the day of January 6th, he marched to the Capitol with that mob of Trump supporters, and he tweeted #StopTheSteal. He tweeted #DoNotCertify, in other words, saying that Congress should overturn the result of that election. And as the violence was happening, he downplayed it. He compared it to Mardi Gras. Later, he could claim that the optics of January 6th were staged, that the violence didn't actually happen, promoting several conspiracy theories that have persisted. Now, Martin has not walked back those comments at any point. He did not respond to our request for comment. But after our story was published, he tweeted it. And let's show his tweet. Martin tweeted it with the caption, quote, "Thank you for noticing my work." That sounds like he believes that it's either not relevant to his being hired by the RNC, or it's a net positive, that election denial in this era of Donald Trump as he marches to a third successive nomination is a net positive for him within the party now.
It's pretty remarkable. Maybe he likes the attention, obviously. So, Sahil, is this a trend inside the RNC? How many election deniers are there in positions of power right now?
Oh, it absolutely is. I mean, you start with the man right at the top. Donald Trump, the former president, he's about to be nominated again. He has exerted tighter control of the RNC, appointing as his handpicked chair a man named Michael Whatley, who has refused to commit to, accepting the 2024 election result if Donald Trump loses. Trump has appointed as a chairperson his daughter-in-law, Lara Trump, who has claimed that there was massive fraud in the 2020 election, echoing his claims as well. And of course, some of Donald Trump's own vice presidential contenders, including senators like Marco Rubio, who voted to certify Joe Biden's legitimate victory in the 2020 election, are now saying they won't commit to, accepting the 2024 results. So this is not a story about one person. That's the key thing here, Gabe. This is a story about the institutionalization of this stop the steal philosophy at all levels of the Republican Party. You either embrace it or you go along with it, or you quietly avoid criticizing it, because if you do criticize it, and if you do criticize the man at the top, Donald Trump, you probably don't have much of a future in the Republican Party these days.
Saha Kapoor, thank you so much for that reporting. And turning now to more new reporting from our NBC politics team, this time on the third-party presidential bid from left-wing activist Cornel West. My NBC News colleague Alex Seitz-Wald reports that West's campaign is essentially broke and is struggling to get on the ballot across the country. His campaign spent more on graphic design than ballot access efforts last month. And at the same time, Seitz-Wald reports operatives with Republican ties are trying to get West on the ballot in key states like North Carolina. Some Democrats are worried that it's part of a Republican effort to elevate West and pull votes away from President Biden. And joining me now is the aforementioned NBC News senior digital politics reporter, Alex Seitz-Wald. Alex, so empty the notebook for us. What is going on with Cornel West's ballot access campaign, and does his campaign actually know that these Republicans are trying to get him on the ballot?
Yeah, Gabe, this is something that there have been rumors about for a long time, and I've been chasing this story for about a month, but wasn't able to really nail down any hard evidence until I got an email earlier this week obtained through a FOIA request from a North Carolina elections official that showed the new party being formed by Cornel West's allies to get him on the ballot in North Carolina authorized 3 people to pick up and drop off signatures on his behalf as part of the ballot access efforts. All 3 of those people work for a Republican consulting firm out of Colorado. Why are they in North Carolina helping Cornel West get on the ballot? They wouldn't tell me. They didn't respond to requests for comment. So that leaves the only plausible supposition, which is that they are trying to help Donald Trump and hurt Joe Biden by, quote unquote, taking votes away from Joe Biden. That's what another Republican operative said when he was spotted in April outside a Trump rally, also in North Carolina, registering people for Cornel West.
But does Cornel West's campaign know this is happening?
No, or at least they say they don't. They did not respond to comment for days, and then finally I got a response from them today saying that they had no idea these people were involved with a Republican firm, but they also did not disavow it. They said we have a wide range of supporters from across the ideological spectrum. The chairman of that new party in North Carolina that is trying to get him on the ballot said he knew these people only as volunteers, and he said that their names had been given to him by the National Cornel West campaign on a list of volunteers and marked with people who had experience with petition gathering. So, do they know? It's hard to really say, but it really looks like somebody, and we don't know who, is trying to help Cornel West get on the ballot, and his campaign doesn't seem to be looking too hard into rooting those people out.
Alex Seitz-Wald, thank you so much for that reporting. We appreciate it. And after the break, President Biden's personal apology to Ukrainian President Zelensky as he vows the U.S.'s unwavering support in its fight against Russia. The former ambassador to Ukraine joins us next. You're watching Meet the Press Now. Stay with us.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
I apologize for those weeks of not knowing what's going to happen in terms of funding, because we had trouble getting the bill that we had to pass that had the money in it from some of our very conservative members who were holding it up. But we got it done finally.
And welcome back. That was President Biden earlier today in Paris, offering a public apology to President Zelensky for the months-long delay in getting U.S. military assistance to Ukraine, during which Russian troops were able to make significant gains on the battlefield, particularly in northeast Ukraine. And during that bilateral meeting, President Biden also announced a new $225 million military aid package for Ukraine that includes much-needed artillery and ammunition. In response, President Zelensky thanked the U.S. for continuing to stand shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine. And joining me now is Bill Taylor, former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine and vice president for Europe and Russia at the U.S. Institute of Peace. Ambassador, thank you so much for joining us. And what was your reaction to hearing President Biden publicly apologize on behalf of the U.S. for that delay in getting weapons to Ukraine?
So, Gabe, as you described, that 6-month delay was painful, costly. Soldiers died. Many soldiers died. They lost territory. So I was there 3 times during that 6 months during the delay, and each time I could feel the anxiety on the part of the Ukrainians rising. And in particular, again, as you said, the Russians took advantage. The Russians realized that the Americans were not providing the same kinds of weapons that they had been, and there was going to be some delay in the ammunition, and the Ukrainians couldn't defend themselves against the Russian attacks, in particular the drones and missiles. So the Russians took advantage of it, and it was very painful. So this was good that the president recognized exactly that problem.
You know, Ambassador, you just mentioned the anxiety of the Ukrainian people, but we've also been reporting about some of the friction between Kyiv and Washington over that pace of U.S. military assistance, as well as the tension with the current U.S. ambassador about her focus on anti-corruption reforms. What are you hearing on that front from the people in Ukraine? Is it not just anxiety, but is there real friction here?
Well, Gabe, there's always discussion, conversations. I wouldn't say friction. I would say, there's emphasis. The emphasis clearly has to be on winning this war. They do have to win the peace, and that's the reform that needs to happen, and they need to do that now. But their first priority has to be, and frankly is, to win this war. So that is the discussion. Everybody understands. Everybody agrees with that. There's no disagreement on the U.S. side or on the Ukrainian side. On individual tactics, individual decisions, yeah, sure, there can be conversations. The Ukrainians know best how they're going to win this war, and they need our help. They definitely need our help. Once they have that, they can move forward, and I think you will see that movement has support from this administration and from the rest of NATO.
Ambassador, I want to talk to you about something that we're hearing will be a big topic of discussion next week at the G7 summit in Italy. Sources familiar with the planning tell me that one of the issues that will be talked about is this idea of funding Ukraine, the war in Ukraine, long term, essentially because they acknowledge that the political will here in the United States and really around the world has been dropping in that sense. So they're thinking of perhaps using the interest off of seized Russian assets and giving that to Ukraine, and perhaps in the form of some loan. Have you heard about that? What are your thoughts on that type of idea to help fund the war?
Absolutely. No, that makes perfect sense. Makes a whole lot of sense. At least take the interest from that $300 billion of Russian central bank reserves that are in Western banks. That $300 billion is frozen. And then the question is what to do with it, how to provide that to the Ukrainians. The first and likely first step is to do exactly what you said. Take the interest, make it the down payment on loans, the collateral for loans, and provide those loans to the Ukrainians. But they should really take the next step. Yes, my view would take the next step, that $300 billion. It's frozen. Seize it. Take it from those banks and provide it to the Ukrainians, both to fund the war, but also to fund the reconstruction. So yes, they should definitely do that.
And this has gotten some attention as well. Later this month, there will be a gathering of world leaders in Switzerland for a peace summit focusing on Ukraine. What do you make of the fact that President Biden is choosing to attend a campaign event over that summit? Is it a snub, like some of his critics are saying?
Gabe, it's not a snub. Vice President Harris is going to be there. Jake Sullivan is going to be there. Other members of his staff are going to be there. But you're right to point out this is an important event. This is an important summit. There will be many heads of state from the G7 nations, not the U.S., but other G7 nations sending their heads of state and others as well. Some 100 nations are going to be represented at this peace conference, not the Russians, because this is the first of two summits that the Ukrainians and the Swiss have in mind, which is start the process, start thinking now about what a just and lasting peace looks like, so that when eventually you get down to talking with the Russians, you'll know you've done some homework on, for example, what would just and lasting peace in terms of food security. In a just and lasting, there would be food security. The Ukrainians would be able to export their grain. Nuclear safety, in a just and lasting peace, nuclear safety, both at power plants, but also on the use of on the non-use of nuclear weapons. The humanitarian part, Gabe, on returning soldiers, prisoners of war on both sides, and returning the children, the Ukrainian children that the Russians have taken from Ukraine, taking them back into Russia. Those kind of things ought to be discussed right now, even as they're getting ready for a second summit with the Russians at some future point.
So many issues to discuss as this war grinds on. Ambassador Bill Taylor, thank you so much for your expertise, as always. And turning now to the Biden administration's ongoing diplomatic efforts in the Middle East. The State Department announced today that Secretary Blinken will soon be making his 8th trip to the region since the October 7th Hamas attack, making stops in Egypt, Israel, Jordan, and Qatar. It comes as the administration and many Western partners continue to push Hamas to agree to the 3-phase ceasefire proposal currently on the table. But Secretary Blinken will also be heading back to the region as Israel finds itself facing even further diplomatic isolation. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres announced today that Israel has been added to the so-called blacklist of countries committing grave violations against children during an armed conflict. NBC News international correspondent Raf Sanchez has more from Tel Aviv.
Hey there. The Israeli government says it has been informed by the Secretary General of the United Nations that he plans to add Israel to a so-called blacklist of states that harm children during wartime. This is not a list that anyone wants to be on. It means Israel would be joining Russia as well as non-state actors like Al-Qaeda accused of harming kids during wartime. 8 months into the war in Gaza, thousands of children have been killed in the fighting. Israel says it takes all steps to minimize civilian casualties, and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu today slamming that decision by the United Nations, saying the UN put itself on the blacklist of history today when it joins the supporters of the Hamas murderers. The IDF is the most moral army in the world, and no delusional decision by the UN will change that. Now, this decision was a long time in the making, but by grim coincidence, it comes just one day after Israel bombed that UN school in central Gaza. Israel says it was targeting a number of Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad operatives who were sheltering inside of the school. But these schools have long been a refuge for Palestinian families seeking safety during this war, and hospital officials tell us at least 14 children were killed in the attack. Now, this is just adding to tension as it's confirmed that Prime Minister Netanyahu will be addressing a joint session of Congress towards the end of July. Some Democrats, including Senator Bernie Sanders, have said that they will boycott that address. Sanders calling the Israeli leader a war criminal, an allegation that Netanyahu, of course, denies. We are also learning that an American military temporary pier off the coast of Gaza will soon be operational once again. It went offline after being damaged in bad weather, which is a major blow to the humanitarian effort, especially at a time when the Rafah crossing, the main lifeline for food and aid from Egypt, remains closed. Back to you.
We want to thank Raf Sanchez for that reporting from Tel Aviv. And still to come, we're breaking down today's stronger than expected jobs report and whether it'll have any impact on voters' lackluster views of the economy. That reporting and the panel are next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
And welcome back. If it's the first Friday of the month, it is Jobs Day, and the numbers from May show a surprising level of hiring. Employers added 272,000 jobs last month, well above forecasts of 190,000. The unemployment rate moved up ever so slightly to 4.0% from the previous month's 3.9%, as the Fed prepares to meet next week to discuss interest rates. This does not appear to be a jobs report that shows signs of an economic slowdown. And joining me now is CNBC economic editor Jeff Cox. And Jeff, this jobs report beat expectations. So what's your take?
Well, Gabe, I think there's a lot of good news here and a little bit of bad news. As you pointed out, the top line number is very good, 272,000, well above the Wall Street estimate, was just for 190,000, and over 100,000 more than what we saw back in April. And from what I had talked to economists beforehand, they thought that this number, the risk here was to the downside. So just another example of a robust U.S. Jobs climate, at least, and an economy that still continues to grow despite all of the kind of naysayers out there. A couple of things, a couple of words of caution here. You mentioned we saw that unemployment rate just kind of nudge a little higher to 4%. That's the highest it's been since January 2022. The household survey that unemployment rate is derived from also had some disturbing trends in it. Actually saw individual workers, over 400,000 people saying that they were out of work over the past month. Also continuing to skew towards part-time jobs instead of full-time jobs. So kind of complicated picture here, but overall, the labor market's still defying expectations and the economy is still continuing to grow.
So Jeff, what does this mean for the Fed? Is this report just too good for them to cut rates?
There's really nothing in this report today that would tell the Fed, hey, we need to cut rates here. And to the contrary, we saw pretty robust wage gains, 4.1% year over year. Fed officials will say that is not consistent with their 2% mandate. So when they meet this week, there's no chance whatsoever that they're going to be talking about cutting rates. I don't think they'll be talking about cutting rates even in July. I think maybe the earliest in September, but they're going to need to see some inflation numbers. That's the big thing right now. They're going to need to see those inflation numbers start to come in. And of course, we will get another important report about inflation next week on Wednesday. The Labor Department releases its Consumer Price Index report.
Jeff Cox with CNBC. Thank you so much for bringing us your expertise. And joining me now here on set is Julia Manchester, national politics reporter for The Hill. Simone Sanders Townsend, former senior advisor to Vice President Harris and co-host of The Weekend on MSNBC, and Stephen Hayes, editor and CEO of The Dispatch, also an NBC News political analyst. Thank you all so much for joining me. Julie, I want to start with you. Look, we're talking about how great the economy appears to be, and yet 46% of Americans rate the economy as poor in a new Gallup survey. Does this make the White House just want to tear its hair out?
Yeah, it's a real conundrum for the Biden campaign and for the White House right now, because there is no doubt this is progress. This is good economic news, and we'll continue to see them, tout that. The problem is Americans still aren't feeling that. When Americans go to the grocery store, they're still seeing prices that are higher than what they're used to, and Republicans are certainly seizing on that. So we're saying, look, we're still seeing inflation. So it's a conundrum for them, and it's sort of a messaging issue for them.
So, Simone, they're calling this a vibe session. What do you make of that?
I think the millennials have made their way into the messaging room.
So, yeah, the disconnect, that vibe session, I'm told, is the difference between what the economy actually is and, what people think it is. How does the Biden campaign finally cut through? We've been talking about this for months. How are they going to cut through? They still haven't cut through. 5 months to the election, what happens?
I think that there's two things. Just like people say that there are like two Americas, there are also two economies, right? It is the sheer numbers. GDP is up, right? These jobs report is by all means a good jobs report. This is a trend for the Biden-Harris administration. So that is true. That is one America. The other America is an America where people are still working 2, sometimes 3 jobs, and just in order to put food on the table to feed their families. Housing is one of the #1 issues when you talk to, as I like to say, real, regular people across the country, whether they're white, black, Latino, Asian American, Pacific Islander, or otherwise. Housing, renting costs. The rent is literally too damn high. It is insane if you want to buy a house. Interest rates are upwards of 7%. Even very, very rich people are like, I'm about to rent. So that is the reality that people are dealing with, in addition to the grocery store. But some prices at the grocery store are going down, and you had companies like Target, for example, and also be slashing prices on household items that people buy all the time. That, to me, says that it's also the corporations, and it's not just the politicians and the politicians.
So it can be a mixed bag. But, Stephen, in an alternate universe, a Republican candidate looking at this would be laser focused on the economy. And Donald Trump is not laser focused on the economy. Should he be more focused on the economy and kind of let this other stuff he's talking about fall by the wayside?
I mean, yeah, of course, right? I mean, look, the things that he does, the grievance politics that Donald Trump has mastered is helpful to him in that it galvanizes his base. They're excited about it. They want to hear more about it. They think he's a victim. They think they're victims too. So to that end, he's probably smart to do that. But does it help him reach the kind of people who I think are likely to decide the election in the middle, the kind of people who are still worried about these grocery prices? I mean, I think that Simone's right that some of these prices are coming down. The problem is, if you compare where they are today to where they are 4 years ago, 3.5 years ago, they're still way up. And the challenge, I think, for the Biden administration, the reason they're having so much difficulty making their case is people are reminded of this every week. You go to the grocery store and you get I mean, this is true of me. I get a pound of ground beef and I think,
it's like, do I need
so
this whole
much.
pound or do I need half a pound?
Yeah. And I keep getting, I keep getting the whole pound, but you know.
You've really struck a chord there. It's something that Americans have to deal with every single week. Contrast that, Julia, to what the president was talking about today, a threat to democracy. He's been, hitting that message over and over again. Now he's doing it on the world stage. It wasn't an overtly political speech today, but it's a message that dovetails with his campaign. Do you think that will be effective given what Stephen is talking about, that something like the economy is something that Americans have to deal with week in, week out. Do they deal with the threat to democracy in their daily lives?
I think they do, and there's certainly the argument it's a bit more abstract than the economy. The economy is something we feel. A threat to the democracy, it's a little more abstract. But I think also what Joe Biden did today is trying to draw a contrast with Donald Trump, because while Donald Trump is continuing to rail against this guilty verdict and talking about appealing and such and holding these rallies, doing a lot of grievance politics, Joe Biden is out with the big world players in Normandy, celebrating, the courage of Americans, 80 years ago, creating that contrast. And I think it's also notable that he went to the place where Ronald Reagan once made a speech in Normandy, kind of in a way saying, look how far the Republican Party has changed.
And Simone, I was talking about this with Vaughn earlier in the program, though. Republicans they're co-opting that message, aren't they? They are talking about threats to democracy, but the way they see it is they claim the Democrats and Joe Biden are weaponizing the justice system as they see it, with no evidence. But they do say that it is Democrats that are a bigger threat to democracy. What do you make of that message?
I think they're trying to gaslight the American people in some respect, because it's kind of hard if I'm a regular voter to believe that when I literally see the president's son on trial. And he could do so. He could step in and write a pardon. He said proactively that he's not going to do that. And so it's kind of hard for folks to believe, is he weaponizing the Justice Department if his own son is sitting there amidst a trial? I do think that threats to democracy are real for folks when it comes to things like their freedoms. We talk a lot about the effect abortion is going to have on this election, and sometimes it doesn't show up in the data, but I do think this idea that you and your doctor are not the only ones making a decision for your lives, that some elected official you don't even know sitting in the state capitol somewhere wants to tell you what to do, is something that people are really concerned about. And they are faced with that every single day when women are literally being told they have to bleed out or be near death before they can get the health care that they need. That's happening in communities across America.
And Stephen, what do you think about the Republicans hitting this threat to democracy message in a completely different way than Democrats?
Yeah, look, I think there were legitimate complaints about what happened in New York. I think there are legitimate complaints about the way that the case was brought, the theory of it, and the way it was executed. But what Republicans are doing is conflating that with all of Donald Trump's other problems, legal problems, which I think most of which were he brought on himself. I think the evidence is very strong in these other three cases. And I think Republicans have decided to use this as sort of a tool to galvanize that base, to portray Donald Trump as the victim. And he likes it. He's riding it.
And before we go, I want to bring up some other news that broke a little earlier today regarding Clarence Thomas. For the first time, he acknowledged on his financial disclosure report those two 2019 trips that he took with a Republican donor, one of them very controversial, to Bali. He finally acknowledged. Is this going to add more fuel to the fire on Supreme Court ethics, Julie?
I think it very well could, and it comes at a time when Samuel Alito is already under a lot of pressure, about the flag situation and such. So absolutely, and remember, this was all brought to light due to a ProPublica report a couple of years ago. So absolutely, it keeps it in the conversation.
Simone, what we also found out from those disclosure reports? Ketanji Brown Jackson.
She went to see Beyonce. Beyonce gave her tickets.
$3,700.
That means she had good seats, if you ask me. And shout out to Beyonce and Jay-Z. Look, on the Supreme Court, Democrats, I just think they need to play a little bit more hardball. This so formal, this Supreme Court. Some justices are literally thumbing their nose at the three branches of power, the structure, tradition, ethics in and of itself. And I just think Democrats, they have the power. They should do something about it. What that something is, I'll be waiting with bated breath.
Simone Sanders Townsend, Stephen Hayes, and Julia Manchester. Thank you all so much for joining me here on the panel. And thank you all at home. We're back Monday with more Meet the Press Now. I'm Gabe Gutierrez. The news continues with Aaron Gilchrist in for Hallie Jackson. Right.
We We are coming on the air tonight with the emotional testimony in the Hunter Biden case. His daughter Naomi taking the stand. What she said about her father's addiction as Hunter Biden faces a big decision. Will he testify in his own defense? We are live at the courthouse with the latest. And then the record-shattering heat wave continues in the West with new highs being set and more expected this weekend in other parts of the country. We're live in Phoenix for you with a look at how people are coping. In the original tonight, Florida says high school athletes can profit off their name, image, and likeness. We sit down with one athlete who just inked a six-figure deal. And you may love Taco Bell for its tacos, but there is a much hotter commodity being stolen and sold on the black market for tens of thousands of dollars. And then the explosive defamation lawsuit filed against Netflix from the alleged stalker in the hit series Baby Reindeer. How Netflix is responding later in the show. Hey, everybody, I'm Aaron Gilchrist in for Hallie tonight, and we begin with the big question going into the weekend. Will the president's only living son take the stand in his own defense on Monday as his historic trial winds down? You're looking at Hunter Biden here leaving court in just the last few hours. They wrapped up early today because the defense is trying to decide what they are going to do about their last witness. A witness believed to be Hunter Biden himself. Now, remember, he's facing 3 charges tied to the possession of a gun while using narcotics back in 2018. That's after some emotional testimony from his oldest daughter. During the defense's questioning, she told the jury that during the time period, her dad seemed good, hopeful even. The president's son getting emotional there as his daughter spoke, wiping away tears. But her testimony taking a turn during the cross-examination. The prosecutor here, Leo Wise, asking Naomi if she ever saw her father use drugs. She said she didn't. Now, Wise made the point that she wouldn't know what it would look like if her father was using drugs. Naomi responding to that, I guess not. Now, he also asked her about text messages with her dad on October 18th, 2018, 6 days after Hunter Biden bought the gun at the center of this case. Wise says the texts read, "I'm really sorry, Dad. I can't take this. I don't know what to say. I just miss you and want to hang out with you." Hunter responding with, "I'm sorry I've been so unreachable. It's not fair to you." That's according to Wise. The First Lady flying back from Normandy, France after the president's speech this morning to be in court, yesterday I should say, to be in court with her son today. Now, this case is a fast-moving one. The prosecution rested its case earlier today, and we expect the defense to rest on Monday. After that, Hunter Biden's fate goes into the hands of the jury. Mike Memoli outside the courthouse in Wilmington, Delaware. Danny Savalos has our legal breakdown here in just a second here. So, Mike, the mood today noticeably different than the past few days of the trial. We usually see a lot of big hugs, some high fives after the court day ends or goes into break. Talk to us about what we saw today. That wasn't the case, right?
Yeah, that's right, Aaron. There was certainly a somber tone as the Biden family was leaving court today after an abrupt course correction on the part of the defense team, seemingly after this testimony from Naomi Biden, Hunter Biden's eldest daughter. They really had hoped to use her testimony to help paint a picture of Hunter Biden in recovery. She said that when she spent some time with her father in Los Angeles in the summer of 2018, he was as clear as she had ever seen him, at least since the death of her uncle 3 years earlier. She introduced him to her future husband. They had some good time together. And then she talked about how she used his car in October of 2018, the car where that gun was ultimately found by Hallie Biden, who testified about her panicking and throwing it in the garbage yesterday, that she didn't see any drug paraphernalia. So that really fit the defense team's case that Hunter Biden was on a path to recovery and that his mindset would have been that he was not an addict when he filled out that form. Then came the cross-examination from the prosecution. They introduced those text messages, which did paint a very different picture. We saw that she was asked about a person named Frankie, who we know from earlier testimony was a drug dealer who Hunter had been in contact with in New York. So that certainly puts a significant amount of doubt into this picture that they were trying to paint about whether Hunter was still clean in this timeline when he purchased that gun. And Aaron, already, even before Naomi testified, the defense witnesses that had been called previous to her also didn't really seem to help Hunter's case. They were both employees of that gun store who indicated that the defense team was certainly trying to use this to cast doubt about whether Hunter Biden had filled out the entirety of that form. They judge had ruled out some evidence prior to the trial that may have cast even further doubt on that. But they were, in fact, really combative with Mr. Lowell, Hunter's defense attorney. So now the question is, what will Hunter Biden be able to offer to his case if he is called on Monday? That's an open question, and we'll certainly wait until Monday to find that out, Aaron.
Yeah, well, I'll be watching that really closely. I do want to ask you about the president as well here. We did hear him affirm yesterday in that interview with ABC News that he would not pardon his son if he's convicted. We have the potential for his son to take the stand here in a trial that's already been, I think, very painful for the Biden family. Talk a little bit, if you can, Mike, about some of the considerations now ahead of Monday's last witness, if that's Hunter Biden.
Yeah, I think it's a really difficult question for this president who, as our reporting showed today, really does blame himself in some ways for the predicament that his son is in. Had he not run for office, had he not decided to run for re-election, maybe his son would have been spared the scrutiny, the inspection of this dark period in his life. But this president has also expressed his respect for the rule of law. He has said he did not want to interfere in ongoing judicial investigations involving his son. And so pardoning him at this moment would be seemingly a bright line that he does not want to cross. But ultimately, I think the ultimate verdict here is going to determine what happens. Maybe he stops short of a pardon. Perhaps he could commute his son's sentence. That would be both legally and politically potentially problematic for him. So ultimately, at this point, it seems that they're going to let the case proceed here. And then, Aaron, it's worth noting that there's still another trial to come this fall, one that might be even more embarrassing, one that might be even more politically problematic for the Biden family, because that involves taxes, that involves sources of income, and that involves potentially even more embarrassing testimony from others in his life during this dark period, Aaron.
Yeah, this is far from over. Mike Memley for us in Wilmington, Delaware. Mike, thank you. I want to bring in our legal analyst, Danny Savalos, now. Danny, the intention here with Naomi Biden's testimony was to try to create this reasonable doubt that we know defense lawyers try to create, right? I know it's hard to sort of read juries in cases like this, but what do you make of her testimony, and what do you think did it work for this jury?
Naomi Biden's testimony services the defense's theme, which is government, you can prove that Hunter Biden used a lot of crack, but you can't prove that he used it on this day, this day, this day, and this day, and all the days that he possessed a firearm. And it's really going to come down to, are the jurors going to get in that jury room and say, well, look, let's get real. They proved that there was plenty of crack use during this time. We can infer, and you're going to hear that word in closing quite a bit from the government, they can draw an inference that he was using at the time he possessed the firearm. The defense's position is going to be, you didn't prove it was on these particular days. And there was some risk in calling Naomi Biden because they confronted her with text messages that apparently the defense didn't bring out in their direct. And so that was a risk. And if you call a witness and that witness is confronted with information that the defense didn't bring out in their direct, it may look like they're hiding something. So I think Naomi Biden was a mixed bag. She obviously loves her father. She believed in him. And the jury might conclude that, yes, she was believable. Maybe she herself was deceived by an addict, as many people are by addicts thousands of times every day in America.
So let's talk about Hunter Biden a little more directly here, Danny. We could see him take the stand himself on Monday. I know you said it's not easy for a defendant to testify in their own case, generally not something that you would advise. What's the risk here, specifically in Hunter Biden's case?
Criminal defense attorneys are risk averse, and putting your client on the stand represents an unnecessary risk unless you can only get information from that witness that you can't get from anywhere else. And maybe that's the case here in that the defense thinks that, well, Hunter Biden can take the stand and say, I was not an addict on these days. And the government's evidence doesn't prove it. And, you know, normally I'd say you're not going to see Hunter Biden take the stand, but Abby Lowell has been taking some really good calculated risks. And I say good as a criminal defense attorney. I've been impressed, and I say impressed because as a criminal defense attorney, I too am risk averse. And you don't want to try something creative and become the butt of the courthouse jokes. And Abby Lowell has broken the mold in many ways. He brought Hunter to a congressional hearing, daring members of Congress to call him to the stand right then. So why not? He obviously has faith that his client can testify. So why not put him on the stand? In any other case, I might say there's very little chance Hunter Biden will testify. But with Abby Lowell at the helm, you may see him take the stand.
All right. We'll be watching to see if he rolls the dice. Danny Savalos with us tonight. Danny, thank you. And right now, millions are baking in record-setting heat stretching from Florida to California. Temperatures soaring well into triple digits in the country's first major heat wave of the year. Death Valley seeing 122 degrees. Phoenix there breaking another heat record with the high of 113 degrees yesterday, and a 111-degree day descending on Las Vegas earlier than ever. And with the official start of summer still 2 weeks away, about half of Arizona and Nevada are already under excessive heat alerts. Liz Kreutz joining us now from Phoenix, Arizona. I feel for you, Liz, out there in the heat today. You've been there for a couple of days, I know. Paint a picture for us. How bad is it really? How are people handling it? And how are the emergency folks helping?
Hey, Aaron, well, yeah, it is definitely hot, triple-digit temperatures right now. Yesterday it was 113 degrees here, which was a record daily high for Phoenix for this time of year. You know, it's interesting. Obviously, it's the desert. They're used to hot temperatures. So you ask folks here, and they're like, you know what? We're used to this. But it certainly is early for this time of year, and it's coming off a really intense year last year when there was a 31-day heat wave of 110-degree straight days or more, and that led to 645 deaths in Phoenix. So that is a huge concern right now as we head into the summer. And also, it's leading to this big financial toll. I was talking to an expert, an extreme heat expert, a professor at Arizona State University. She talked about that toll. Take a listen to what she had to say.
When it doesn't go below 87 degrees, it's really a threat to public health at that point because you just don't have an opportunity to cool off. And in order to stay cool, you need to spend a lot more money on air conditioning and electricity.
And so there she's saying, look, we were 113 degrees here in Phoenix yesterday. It's still triple-digit temps now. She's saying the most notable thing there that people need to pay attention to is often the low. It was 87-degree low yesterday, and that just puts a toll on everybody because you're even using your air conditioning through the night. And so that's a big concern for folks, especially as we head into the summer 2 weeks away now, Aaron.
Yeah, I mean, meteorological summer started, but we're just 1 week into that, right? So it's still early on here. What are officials there saying about, you know, what they anticipate, what they expect to be coming, and how folks can get ready for that?
Yeah, well, Phoenix says that they are preparing, and it's very interesting, actually. The state and the local cities have these heat mitigation directors now that try to work and mitigate these heat deaths. And we've talked about it earlier this week, but we were able to go to a fire department yesterday, and they showed us their new ice immersion strategy that they're using, where every single fire truck in Phoenix now is equipped with bags of ice and these body bags that they're able to use in real time. If somebody is dealing with a heat emergency and heat stroke, they can put them in this bag, cover them in ice. And they were telling us that they've been able to save people whose body temperatures were as high as 112 degrees. And by putting them in these body bags and immersing them in ice, they can drastically reduce their body temperature and save lives. So that is a new tactic they're using this year, and they are very hopeful and confident it will help reduce deaths this summer.
All right, Liz Kreutz for us in Phoenix. Liz, get in the car, turn the AC way up while you're there. Thank you. Well, tonight, Kansas City Chiefs defensive lineman B.J. Thompson awake and alert. That's after having a seizure and going into cardiac arrest during a team meeting. That's according to Thompson's agent. The Super Bowl champs back on the field today without Thompson, of course, as big-name players and top members of the coaching team are talking about what happened. Listen.
That's a tough situation. I've had, we've been through a couple of those before in my time, and it's never fun. Thank goodness. So I mean, if it had to happen, no better place than right here, where you have the support unit that knows what to do.
So really, parallels are starting to be drawn here to Buffalo Bills' Damar Hamlin. You see him right there. Remember, he collapsed on the field 2 seasons ago, had cardiac arrest there. He recovered thanks to the work of the medical teams that treated him. I want to bring in Shaquille Brewster now with more on this. So, Shaq, what did we learn about this emergency today?
Well, Aaron, we got a full update from the head athletic trainer of the Kansas City Chiefs. And in his depiction, you got a sense of not only how scary this entire situation was, but how it really was a team effort to save this player here. They said it was happening during a morning team meeting between the special teams unit. And as they were inside, not on the field, not experiencing any contact, that is when you saw Thompson begin to have a seizure. They said one player ran out, immediately alerted medical staff, and listen to the rest of what we heard.
we tried to stabilize BJ and then put him on the floor while he was still seizing, and then he went into cardiac arrest. So our team of that group of people provided CPR for him. He had one AED shock and came back, so he was only in cardiac arrest for probably less than a minute and a half. Our players, our security staff, everybody involved, coaches, staff, they were phenomenal in handling the crisis.
Now, Thompson was heavily sedated overnight, even placed on a ventilator at one point. Remember, he's now in a stable condition at this point, awake and alert. And doctors are not saying that they have any diagnosis. They don't know exactly why this happened. But get this, Aaron, the NFL mandates that teams have emergency action plans for situations like this. And we heard from the head athletic trainer that this team ran through a similar scenario just on Monday.
Wow. Okay. Well, that's a good perspective to have on this. But, you know, you can't help but to think, right? We have Thompson here. We still think about DeMar Hamlin. 2 cases. Yeah. I know it's just 2. But are the NFL or other players saying anything about this kind of thing happening to 2 players in the league now?
Not much from the NFL, but, you know, you're hearing players who were there who saw him seize and suffer this cardiac arrest. Just talk about how scary it was. I want you to listen to what we heard from a fellow defensive end on the team.
I'm just glad to see that he's doing good, you know, and when you have a guy go down like that, you know, you never want that for anyone. And, you know, it's hard, but I will say this, he was, you know, we're blessed to have such great teammates and athletic trainers that helped him, and we're able and ready for that situation.
We also learned that there was a separate team meeting that occurred after this medical emergency. Then players were sent home, and that practice that was scheduled was then moved to today. We did see the players back on the field today. They talked to some of the members of the media, and of course they were boosted by that relatively good news, the fact that he's in such a better condition and that he's making progress, Aaron.
Yeah, a little bit of good news for sure. Shaquille Brewster for us today. Shaq, thank you. Well, some new data out today showing the economy added way more jobs than expected last month, and that could actually be bad news for those hoping for an interest rate cut to come soon. The Fed could be looking for things to slow down more before they think about cutting. We'll find out more when they meet next week. The president touting the numbers, saying, quote, "The great American comeback continues," but congressional Republicans have a different vision, one that puts billionaires and special interests first. Let's bring in Brian Chung now to talk a little bit more about the numbers here. So, Brian, job growth appears to have held steady when you compare it to last month here. What do these numbers say about the current state of our economy?
Yeah, Aaron, and we got to be careful because sometimes you get the political goggles, sometimes you get the investor goggles as well. But we just have to remember what's good for Main Street, right? And it's unemployment remaining low and adding jobs to this economy. So, yes, the unemployment rate did catch some attention because it rose to 4%. We haven't seen a 4 number on the unemployment rate since January of 2022. But look, this is the chart historically. And you can see, even, yes, though it ticked up to 4%, it is still historically low and much lower than the 15% that it peaked at in the pandemic. Now, we have to also note that this is the 30th straight month that we have seen unemployment rates of 4% or lower. The last time you see a streak that long was in the late 1960s. Now, when we unpack the number, again, 272,000 jobs added in the month. Economists had really only expected about this much, 190,000. So it beat estimates. And it's even more impressive when you consider where we saw the job gains. It was broad-based and in many sectors of the economy, healthcare, government, construction, all adding over 20,000 jobs in just the month. And leisure and hospitality, these are bars and restaurants, adding 42,000 jobs. This has been a big driver post-pandemic, Aaron.
So, you know, Brian, people hear that and they think, oh, we're doing pretty well. The economy is in pretty decent shape. And then there's still this inflation issue. Help people understand why inflation is still high.
Yeah, but I also want to add that there's something from this report that tells us the story on inflation might be getting a little bit better. So, yes, when you talk about inflation, the last measure that we got, which doesn't come from this report, it comes from another report, showed that prices are rising in this country at a yearly rate of 3.4%. Economists say a healthier number would be 2%. But here's the good news. Wages, which we did get from this report, how much do people make in terms of average hourly earnings? It rose year over year by 4.1%. 4.1%, that's higher than 3.4%. Wages have been outpacing inflation for a year now. That story was not the case in the 2 years following the pandemic. That dynamic switched in May of last year. That means that your income is growing at a faster pace than the price tags. That has been a positive development.
All right, I'm glad to hear that. I do want to ask you about Roaring Kitty, right? What is going on with Keith Gill? This is the meme stock investor that people know as Roaring Kitty. He hosted this live stream today. The stock ended down almost, what, 40%? What's up?
Yeah, well, when we talk about what's happening with Keith Thiel, we have to remember this is the main character behind the 2021 meme stock frenzy. He had targeted GameStop during that time as well and got many people online on Reddit to invest into the stock, and the stock popped. He's trying to do the same this week. Earlier this week, he posted on his Reddit thread on an account that's linked to him showing a huge multi-$100 million investment into GameStop. That shot the stock up to over $45 a share. It has since come back down. He had a live stream today at noon that was much anticipated. There wasn't really any news out of that, which might explain why the stock fell so precipitously, about 40% today, Aaron.
All right, Brian Chung for us today. Brian, appreciate it. Thank you. Well, President Biden making a forceful case for democracy as part of his big trip. This is one marking 80 years since D-Day. Listen.
As we gather here today, it's not just to honor those who showed such remarkable bravery on that day, June 6, 1944. It's to listen to the echoes. They're asking us to do our job, to protect freedom in our time, to defend democracy, to stand up aggression abroad and at home.
And while the president's speech is happening in France, it certainly carries political undertones here in the U.S., now just months away from the election. Kelly O'Donnell is traveling with the president and joins us now from Paris. Kelly, it's good to see you. Talk a little bit about the significance here of this speech from President Biden with this focus on democracy and defending democracy.
Well, Aaron, he has been talking about democracy for some time, but putting it in the context of D-Day, of the enormous sacrifice, the bravery, and the really extraordinary set of circumstances that happened here in France 80 years ago, it may be a way to unlock a new access point to some voters at home who think about the democracy talk as being only about the last election. The president putting it in a much larger historical context and asking the question many times over today. The veterans, some of whom have come back to France to mark this occasion, all about 100 years old now, what would they want in terms of the American people today standing up for the values of the United States, for freedom, to do their part in this moment, in the contemporary space. So part of it is for the president to talk about things that matter in the election, but to also do it as a statesman on the world stage with other leaders who were gathered here for these commemorations, and to try to sew together what history means along with the current events and the current challenges in this election season. Aaron?
Hey, Kelly, there was also this, I think, unusual moment, right? We had this bilateral meeting today with President Biden and President Zelensky of Ukraine. He publicly apologized to Zelensky there. Talk a little bit about that. What happened?
Well, that is about the protracted fight to get additional funding for the National Security Supplemental. And it did eventually get passed, and Speaker Johnson was a big part of that, but it had taken months. And of course, it was happening at a time when Israel was at war and in need of support, and Ukraine was losing ground against Russia. The president acknowledged the frustration that he felt and also pledged to President Zelensky of Ukraine in a meeting today that the U.S. will stand by him. Here's part of that exchange.
We're not going to walk away from you. I apologize for those weeks of not knowing what's going to happen in terms of funding, because we had trouble getting the bill that we had to pass that had the money in it from some of our very conservative members who were holding it up. But we got it done finally.
And the president's been talking about the fact that the United States needs to be a dependable partner to allies like Ukraine. And that's part of the democracy theme, the standing for values, and the fighting against the aggression shown by Vladimir Putin and Russia. All of it tying together. Aaron?
All right, Kelly O'Donnell for us in Paris tonight. Kelly, good to see you. Thanks. Well, coming up, an animal tranquilizers linked to overdoses in the Midwest. What we know about this new, more potent and deadly kind of street drug. Plus, new body cam video from when the world's top golfer got arrested. What we're learning about those tense moments. Stick around.
Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
There is a verdict in that food program fraud trial where someone allegedly tried to bribe a juror. That decision in just a minute. First, though, another powerful animal tranquilizer has been found in street drugs. It's being linked to a recent spate of overdoses throughout the Midwest. The drug is not meant to be used by people, obviously, but it is being found in illicit opiates like fentanyl. State health officials in Michigan say it was found during toxicology testing of 3 people who died from a drug overdose. People who take the drug can remain sedated for at least 3 hours, and it's not just Michigan we're talking about here. This drug has been reported in Maryland, Chicago, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia. Dr. John Torres is joining us now to talk to us about what is going on here. So first, let's understand what the drug does and how it sort of impacts the system.
You bet, Aaron. It's called metamidine. It's an animal tranquilizer, like you mentioned, and in some cases, very, very selective cases, very controlled human cases, they've been used for human medicine. But what's happening right now is it's getting into the drug supply, and because it's getting into the drug supply, it's causing these issues. They're mixing it with opioids, fentanyl, for example, and we know opioids can decrease your breathing rate, and that's one of the big concerns. Well, this does that as well, but this is not reversed by Narcan, which is the medicine we use for opioids, and like you mentioned, it can last for hours, and so it's difficult to treat these people outside the hospital setting, and there's no tests that people can use like fentanyl strips or anything else like that to detect it. And for some reason, again, it's moving from the Northeast into the Midwest. It's getting into the drug supply, and it's causing a lot of issues, a lot of concern.
Is there any understanding about how people are getting their hands on this stuff?
So if you look at the way things have progressed, remember, it was, cocaine and marijuana were adulterated. They were mixed with fentanyl, and fentanyl was the big issue with that. Then fentanyl became the main drug because of its cheapness and the ubiquitousness. It was, the supply was, huge for fentanyl. And now fentanyl is being cut with xylazine, which is an animal tranquilizer as well. We call it the zombie drug because people were getting these sores that were hard to treat. Well, now comes this metamidine, which is even stronger than xylazine, and they're using that as well. They think it's coming from Mexican cartels and U.S. gangs. It might be because it's cheaper and they can mix it in there, but also they think it extends the high, and that's what people are looking for when they get these drugs, and so they think that's the combination there. But it could be a deadly combination.
Yeah, it just sounds like some really risky stuff for people to be playing around with. Dr. John Torres, we appreciate it. Thank you. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, guilty verdicts delivered this afternoon in the Minnesota trial we've been telling you about, where someone tried to bribe a juror with that big bag of cash, $120,000. 5 people convicted here, 2 others acquitted, connected to a plot to steal millions of dollars meant to feed children during the pandemic. 2 jurors were dismissed in this case. It's still not clear where that bribe money came from. Number 2, Amanda Knox calling herself a victim in her first interview since an Italian court reconvicted her on slander charges. A court accuses her of falsely claiming a bar owner took part in the killing of Meredith Kircher. She faces no new jail time after already spending 4 years in prison before being exonerated in Kircher's death. Knox added that she plans to come back to Italy, quote, as many times as I have to fight against this injustice. Number 3, more than $63 million in cocaine now in the hands of the U.S. Coast Guard. You see it right here. The drugs were seized during a pair of incidents near Venezuela. In one of them, Coast Guard members say they had to act in self-defense, opening fire on the smugglers' ship and causing it to sink. Number 4, Olympic organizers unveiling a new display on the Eiffel Tower. You see it right there, the Olympic rings now mounted on the south side of the landmark. Each ring is made of recycled French steel. Opening ceremonies for the Games just 50 days away now. And number 5, Pat Sajak's final spin on the Wheel of Fortune. That's going to air tonight. He's been the show's host for the past 41 years. Ryan Seacrest set to succeed him. Vanna White will stay on as co-host for at least a few years more. Well, Louisville police now releasing the body cam footage of the moment Scottie Scheffler, the #1 golfer in the world, was arrested outside a golf club in Kentucky. Take a look at this. Listen.
Can you please help me?
Just keep going that way. Keep going that way.
Back up, or you in trouble?
Back up.
Get back.
Go.
Now, you can see him in the back of a police car right here, arrested after allegedly refusing to stop while on his way to the PGA Championship at the same time of a fatal accident that killed one man. Those charges were dropped. I want to bring in Antonia Hilton now. This new move from Louisville police is sort of an unusual twist in this case because at one point, the understanding was that there wasn't any video, right?
That's right. And part of the reason we're able to see all of this now is because it's very clear there is going to be no trial. And that's because all of these charges have been dropped, including charges that were for second-degree assault of a police officer, pretty serious charges there. And we also now know from authorities that they have called out the fact that the officer himself violated department policy by not having his body camera on in time to record this incident. And actually other officers on that very chaotic scene didn't have theirs on in time as well. You know, there's still a lot of context, frankly, missing from what's released today that would have told us a lot more about what incited all of this. But there are some images that are very telling, including some photographs that show some scratches on the officer's wrist, on his knee, a big hole in the back of his pants. And that's been a big topic of conversation because the officer described his pants as being beyond repair, something that Scheffler's fans have poked a lot of fun at, frankly, in the last couple weeks. And so, you know, it is that both sides are still maintaining their side of the story, frankly. The officer that he was dragged to the ground, that Scheffler accelerated, Scheffler saying that he was following instructions from someone else on the chaotic scene that day. He appears to be, frankly, moving forward at the moment, already playing golf in another tournament right now.
Which makes sense. I kind of get that, but there's still a lot of questions out there. It's some weird stuff going on for sure. Antonia Hilton, appreciate it. Thank you. But when we come back, what we know about the damage and the injuries after a small plane crashed in a Denver suburb. Plus, how a student's groundbreaking deal with Adidas is changing the game for high school athletes. Our Sam Brock spoke with him. That's in tonight's original. Stay with us.
Report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Students and staff in Philadelphia devastated by the sudden closure of their school. What's next for them in just a minute here. First, though, NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because it's tough to read, watch, or listen to all of them, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is a segment we call The Local. Out of our Western Bureau, 4 people rushed to the hospital after a small plane crashed into a neighborhood outside Denver this morning. Parts of the plane thrown all over the street. You can see it right there. There was a fire, no homes impacted. Our Denver affiliate reporting the plane crashed about 15 minutes after takeoff. We know there were 2 adults and 2 kids on board. No word yet on their conditions. From our Northeast Bureau, police in Burlington, Vermont apologizing after scarring students with a mock shooting demonstration. About 20 high schoolers were visiting a police station for a presentation. At one point, 3 department members came into the room with fake guns and making fake shooting sounds. No warning. Police say they discussed doing a simulation with the school, and apparently the district responded that they would give parents and students a heads up. The school district has not commented on this incident. From our Midwest Bureau, a deal hunter's dream, a 400-mile-long yard sale. It's open for business in Kentucky. That's basically the entire length of the state along Highway 68 there. Now, this is the 20th year they've done this event. It's a mix of estate sales and garage sales. Runs through Sunday if you're looking for some stuff. Well, tonight, heartbreak, anger, and not a lot of answers for students, faculty, and alumni from the University of the Arts in Philadelphia. Today, the school suddenly announcing it is shutting down, giving only a 1-week notice. Most of the students and faculty there learning of this news online or through the news before they heard anything from the school. The school posting this notice on its website last week saying UArts has been in a fragile financial state because of years of declining enrollments and revenues and increasing expenses. Students and staff there rallying on campus trying to prevent the school from shutting down. Students we spoke to say they are devastated by this situation happening at a school they love.
It just feels unexpected. It feels like nothing you can prepare for. It's like the thing that you love most just being immediately taken from you.
I was absolutely devastated. I was crushed. It was just the uncertainty of it all that was really just like scary.
All right, Tremaine Lee is following this one for us tonight. So, Tremaine, you have students and staff here who say they were in the dark about this coming. Now they're in the dark about what happens next. So what is the next move here?
I'll tell you what, Aaron, the university's board called this a deeply painful outcome, and certainly those in the campus community are feeling tossed in the wind. They've been devastated by this. This week there have been protests, lawsuit, even a GoFundMe for emergency housing for those young people who lost housing. But the university is saying that they are going to work with local institutions like Temple University and Drexel to maybe try to transition some of those students over to those campuses. But, you know, the pain can't be overstated. We spoke with one professor, Carolina Blatt, who said that, you know, everything was normal until it wasn't. Yeah. Take a listen.
Definitely shock and disbelief, but there were really no indications that our financial fragility was that severe. I was welcoming new students. I was writing new programs. So it was really it was almost like a parallel universe that didn't align with my experience.
So, I'm just thinking about this, right? I mean, we saw before the pandemic this sort of steadily decreasing number of college students in this country. The pandemic made it even worse when we started to see more of the students leaving colleges and not being able to get that college education in some cases. Is this part of a bigger trend that we're seeing in this country? It's
actually pretty shocking, Aaron. Over the last 10 years or so, the last decade, the numbers have fallen precipitously. Let me say this, in 2020, the fall of 2020, there were 15.9 million undergraduate students. In the fall of 2021, that's 15.4. Even the University of Arts, you know, their enrollment has been declining from, in 2018, 1,900 students to the fall of 2022, 1,300 students. And also, it's not just about losing revenue and losing students. Schools are actually closing. So University of the Arts is one of 14 schools, colleges across the country closed this year. Last year, 33.
Wow, that's amazing to hear numbers that big. I mean, I wonder too, you know, is all of this having an impact on alumni from UArts and the degrees that they have?
So far, there's no indication that it's affecting them in any real tangible way. But certainly these institutions, as we know, going to undergrad, you know, the sense of pride and love for your community that helped raise you academically. So certainly there's some hurt feelings and a deep concern for the young people who've had their futures possibly dashed.
Yeah, you got to hope that this is a trend that will stabilize and hopefully reverse on some level. Tremaine Lee, we appreciate the reporting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, to tonight's Original Now with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been watching for you. This week, Florida entered states around the country that allow high school athletes to earn money off their name, image, and likeness, or NIL, after a unanimous decision by the Florida High School Athletic Association. Sam Brock sat down with one of the top football recruits in the country now to talk about what it means for high school athletics.
On a field filled with some of the nation's best high school football talent.
Wow. What a throw. Vernell Brown does it again.
Vernell Brown III isn't just snaring touchdowns. Soon, he'll be snagging deals. After Florida just became the latest state, joining more than 30 others in the District of Columbia to allow high school athletes to cash in on their name, image, and likeness, or NIL, once it's ratified in July.
Do you feel like you're being part of something momentous now as you watch these rules change?
Absolutely. You know, I think the NIL passing was a great thing for me, myself, and other high school athletes. Now we're able to kind of benefit off of our performances and the platform we've built. And
what does it change on a day-to-day basis, if anything?
Personally, I don't think it should change anything.
I don't go to clubs. I don't go to bars.
Not the prep work and not the purpose. But Brown and Adidas just unveiled a game-changing new deal.
The Addy 07 Class of 2024 was just named, and it's a selection of 7 of the most elite high school football athletes in the country.
That separates him among the country's most highly recruited athletes.
It's such a huge opportunity for him and the other 6 athletes that are involved in it.
And does that feel extraordinary to you?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. I'm extremely grateful for it.
Brown's father, Vernell Brown Jr., is manager and mentor for former Florida Gator turned Indianapolis Colts quarterback Anthony Richardson, and has seen NIL transform the sports world and open doors.
After all the sacrifices that families have made, how critical is that?
I think it's extremely critical. I think having this opportunity to kind of set yourself and then your family up, you know, and it may not be necessarily financially. Obviously, there's a financial piece to it with NIL. However, I think just the platform, you know, bringing more notice.
And the platform has exploded. The NFL Network now airs these games from OT7, the group providing a stage here for the sport's best players, where Brown's South Florida Express, or SFE, a pipeline for NFL talent, an all-star club, is competing and gaining exposure.
SFE's first NFL Network game, I have 4 touchdowns. So definitely a lot of good publicity from that, and like I said, just helping to build my brand.
So you picked a good time to crush.
Correct.
While the massive attention has raised the profile and earning power of high school athletes, some Florida coaches still have questions.
The fabric of college athletics has completely changed. I hope this doesn't do that to the fabric of high school athletics.
There are guardrails in the Florida rules to keep it on track, from the products students can't endorse to no use of school equipment, names, or property. And athletes and their parents or guardians collectively have to agree on deals. While Brown's gridiron skill is still the driver, he says players can now take advantage of their abilities off the field too.
Just like collegiate athletes and professional athletes put that time and hard work in, I think high school athletes put it in as well. So I definitely think there should be some benefit for them as well that pays off for their hard work and ultimately give us a financial jump start, you know, in life.
And Sam Brock is joining us now from Tampa. You know, Sam, on one hand, this obviously is a great opportunity for the kids involved here, right? But you did have that one coach saying that high school is kind of like your last chance to just be a kid, right? What's the bigger picture here? How could this impact high school sports programs across the country?
Well, they still are kids, Aaron, and they still are student athletes. But the reality is, if you have corporations that are willing to invest in these student athletes, want to promote them, want to make money off of them, why should the student athletes not also benefit? And that's where we are right now. The Pandora's box of this really started with college sports, and of course, now it has trickled down to the high school level as well. I would point out a couple of things. One, this doesn't kick off in Florida until 2024, 2025, so the next season could be a couple of months from now. But a lot of these deals we're talking about at the high school level are structured for 1 year, and then they basically expire once the athlete enrolls in college. The key here, though, Aaron, is preventing abuse. And there are multiple laws or parts of these bylaws that seek to do just that. Unlike college, you cannot have a collective where third-party boosters spend a lot of money to try to lure students in. That cannot happen at this level. And then the students themselves cannot even switch schools to sign another NIL deal unless they get an exemption. So there's all sorts of guardrails that are in place. But the reality right now is this is a wave of the future that we're seeing not just in the college level, but right here on the high school level too.
All right.
Back to you.
Is there a game coming up here, Sam? Are you about to go in? What's happening?
I would think about it, except I don't want to have to show them how this is really done. So I'll just stay on the sidelines for now. What do you think?
Nicely played, my friend. Good to see you, Sam. Thanks.
Thanks.
Coming up, why stuff stolen from Taco Bell is ending up on the underground art market for like thousands of dollars. Stick around.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
When most people, when most people visit a Taco Bell, they're looking for a quick bite, right? Maybe a Crunch Wrap or Baja Blast, something like that. But for some people, Taco Bell is the perfect place to pull off an art heist. People are stealing decor right off the walls, and they're selling it for literally thousands of dollars. Laura Barrett has the story.
The Louvre, scene of the mysterious disappearance of the Mona Lisa.
They were the height of heists that rocked the art world. Way back in 1911, the Mona Lisa snatched from the halls of the Louvre.
The theft from the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum was shockingly simple.
Fast forward to 1990.
Has it crossed your mind you may never see these works again?
Two men dressed as police officers brazenly walked out of Boston's Gardner Museum with 13 paintings, totaling $500 million. Today, another scandal unfolding, and it's hitting the art world right in the chalupa. That's right, artwork mysteriously gone missing. Not from a museum or gallery, but from, well, Taco Bell. They're now going for big bucks on the black market.
I kind of think of it as the GameStop of art heists.
Reports of paintings disappearing from the franchises started in 2015, more than a decade after artist Mark T. Smith had been commissioned to create them.
It's kind of comical in a way. The way it was framed, it was like this great art heist, you know, and it just had like the Thomas Crown affair.
Smith is an accomplished painter, shown in galleries across the country, and has done work for campaigns like Absolute Vodka and the 2008 Olympics, work that fans wanted to collect. The Taco Bell art, though?
I wasn't expecting that with Taco Bell, frankly, but it's a nice endorsement. It's not like somebody giving you a compliment at a show of your work. It's just more authentic than that way.
The pieces now selling on eBay are mere copies of Smith's original work. And yet, look at this post for $10,000.
I think in an age of social media, it's definitely bragging rights, and that's a big part of it. It's easier to fence something that's a print rather than an original. Not that I would know personally.
We spoke with one eBay seller who said he found the prints for sale on Facebook and recognized them instantly.
It was like something triggered inside of me. I'm like, oh my God, I totally remember those. Like, iconic. These things are iconic, man. Nostalgia wins every time.
It turns out the old saying is true, but with a twist. Art is in the eye of the taco holder.
Maura Barrett is joining us now. It's a little weird. You listen to Smith, right? To Mark T. Smith, the artist here, and he seems to sort of endorse it or at least not be bothered by it. Is he not upset that people are stealing his art, committing crime to get his art?
Well, I mean, his point of view is that it's creating buzz. It's getting people talking. They're remembering this nostalgia that this art's been in Taco Bell's for 20 plus years. He also made a point when we interviewed him that he wanted to partner with Taco Bell and other clients like this because he usually does work that shows up in galleries that only a small percentage of people get to see. He wanted to put something on the public that more people would get to see, get to appreciate real art in the public. And so now that this trend is ongoing, he sees it as a further appreciation of sorts.
Okay, I get it. I mean, I guess, you know, what is it? No, only bad press is no press or no, something like that. I guess it's
all press is good press. There it is.
That makes a lot more sense. Maura Barrett, thank you. Appreciate it. Well, still to come, the alleged inspiration behind baby reindeers suing Netflix for a ton of money. How the streamer is responding. Next.
people really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private Hammer delivering.
All right, it just fit, too.
Netflix saying it's going to fight a massive lawsuit involving the popular series Baby Reindeer. A woman sued, saying she was ID'd online as the basis for the character of a stalker on that show. Netflix saying in a statement, "We intend to defend this matter vigorously and to stand by Richard Gadd's right to tell his story." Gadd is the creator and star of this series, who says it's based off of true events from his own life. Fiona Harvey, seen in an interview with Piers Morgan, is seeking $170 million because of a portrayal that she says was inaccurate in the show. The lawsuit says, she says the lawsuit is, quote, an innocent woman defamed at a magnitude and scale without precedent. Matt Bradley joining us now with more on this. So, Matt, the show, the credits say that the program is based on real events, right? But some of the things have been fictionalized for dramatic purposes. Harvey's lawsuit here argues otherwise. What do we know about it, and has Richard Gadd made any comment here? All right, looks like we may have lost Matt here, so we will move on. That's actually a wrap for this hour, but stay with us. Coverage continues right now. And as we begin this new hour tonight with the record-shattering heat wave in the West, with new highs being set there and more expected this weekend in other parts of the country, too. We're going to be live in Phoenix for you, talking to officials about how people are coping with this extreme heat. And then more emotional testimony in the Hunter Biden case, his daughter Naomi taking the stand, and the big question for next week, will he testify in his own defense? We're live outside the courthouse. And the Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs speaking out tonight after one of their own went into cardiac arrest in a team meeting, the latest on his recovery. Plus, the new street drug, our team's reporting on how a dangerous animal sedative is making its way into the illegal drug supply with deadly consequences. And in tonight's original, Florida saying high school athletes can profit off of their name, image, and likeness. We sit down with one athlete who just inked a 6-figure deal. Hey, everybody, I'm Aaron Gilchrist in for Hallie tonight. And right now, millions are facing record-setting heat from California to Florida. Temperatures soaring well into triple digits in the country's first major heat wave of the year. Take a look at some of the numbers here. Death Valley, 122 degrees. Phoenix breaking another heat record yesterday. Same goes for Las Vegas. It came earlier than ever in that city as well. 15 million people under heat alerts now under that heat dome out west. The official